How does a time traveler begin their journey in an alternate world? Diligently cultivate their skills. Recline and await a fortuitous opportunity. Ascend to the rank of count. Await the emperor's decree. Marry the sole surviving daughter of a count after his family is annihilated. Chapter 1. The passing of my father. In the resplendent continent of the Holy Empire, within the Duchy of Adam, lies the territory of Iris. As the sun descends in the western sky, it casts a warm, golden glow upon the lowly castle, as if foretelling impending misfortune. Charles languidly occupies his study, perusing trivial literature to pass the interminable and tedious hours. Once a resident of a university dormitory, enjoying the comforts of air conditioning and watermelon, he suddenly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered a drastically altered world. In truth, he had traversed realms. In the initial days of his arrival, devoid of mobile phones or computers, he teetered on the brink of madness from sheer boredom. However, upon unexpectedly discovering that this world permitted cultivation, he was elated, only to realize that such cultivation amounted to mere physical exercise. After several days of persistent effort, he concluded that he lacked the aptitude for it and decided to recline, planning instead to marry a noble lady and entrust the family's ascension to future generations. Suddenly, the door to the study burst open, and the butler, Loki, rushed in, visibly distraught, exclaiming, "Young master, your father has passed away." Charles stood abruptly from his chair, as if struck by lightning, steadying himself against the desk to avoid collapsing. He could scarcely believe the news, murmuring, "How could my father have died? It's impossible." His expression was somewhat vacant. He wished to weep, but did not know how to begin. After forcing himself to listen to Loki's account, he discerned that the assailants did not resemble mere robbers. This was evidently a premeditated assassination. Yet, Charles was perplexed. Although their territory had recently uncovered a vein of precious metal, his father had not even commenced mining operations before the news was relayed. Why then had his father met such a fate? In the wake of his father's demise, the Iris family was left with Charles as its sole survivor. If these individuals sought the precious metal, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him as well. While both were at a loss, a male servant entered and addressed Charles, saying, "Young master, the official Munis has come to visit." Unlike his usual practice, Munis did not wait at the door to be escorted in. As soon as the servant spoke, he entered the study. Charles nodded in acknowledgement. "Young master, there is something I'm uncertain whether to express," Munis began without waiting for Charles to respond. "Your father's death was certainly not the work of robbers. I fear that you may be their next target." Charles had considered this possibility and replied with concern, "What should I do?" Only he and his father were privy to the information regarding the precious metal. How could Munis know? Although he harbored doubts, Charles feigned compliance for the time being. "You must not delay. It is best to depart tonight. They will not anticipate it. By the time they realize, we may have already reached Tulip Town," Munis insisted. Charles was increasingly convinced that Munis harbored ulterior motives. He could not venture out tonight, as doing so would amount to courting death. Thus, he offered a dismissive response. "The road is treacherous. I must prepare provisions. It would not be too late to depart in a few days." "You cannot afford to wait, young master. If these individuals encircle the castle, you will be in grave danger," Munis pressed. "Mr. Munis, I cannot see well at night. Besides, I must surely have knights to protect me along the way." "A delay of a few days poses no issue," Charles countered. Frustration flickered across Munis' face. He had intended to exploit Charles' state of mind to persuade him to leave tonight, but his plan had backfired. He had been too transparent in his words, and he hoped Charles would not catch on. Charles nodded, and Munis took his leave. Noticing that Munis had departed, Loki hesitated before speaking, sensing something amiss about Munis' demeanor. Charles, aware of Loki's intentions, shook his head. He suspected that someone within the castle had been bribed. Otherwise, the news of the precious metal could not have leaked. Discussing such matters here was perilous. Understanding Charles' concerns, Loki excused himself, intending to investigate whether there were traitors within the castle. As Charles pondered how to evade this imminent peril, the black stone hanging from his neck suddenly transformed into a pool of liquid that flowed into his body, accompanied by a surge of information flooding his mind. This black stone had appeared when he crossed over, and he had been filled with excitement. Musing aloud, How could a time traveler exist without a golden finger? However, it soon proved to be a futile hope. He had uttered various incantations, yet none had borne fruit. Attempts to establish a connection through blood resulted only in injury. Now, the revelation was that he had indeed underestimated the stone. He was merely at the beginning stages. The information in his mind revealed that this black stone was a divine gem, its powers only accessible to a lord. Returning to the present, Charles felt a slick sensation enveloping him. The energy within him surged forth. Coursing through his body, he playfully concentrated it in his hands, forming a layer of black membrane upon his palms, akin to wearing gloves. With a forceful swipe, he effortlessly severed a corner of the desk. Such was the power of the divine gem, was enamored. The journey of the time traveler towards cultivation. Diligently strive to become a great Earth Knight X. Recline and await a golden finger. Moreover, the divine gem possessed the ability to refine his very essence, purging impurities from his body and enhancing the purity of his energy. Charles summoned a maid to prepare hot water. After a while, he entered the bathhouse, shedding his garments and relaxing in the tub, feeling his tense emotions dissipate. From the information imparted by the divine gem, he realized it possessed further capabilities, including the ability to manipulate the fortune of his territory, and it could also merge with other gems, allowing him to absorb additional divine stones. As twilight approached, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Munis approached and opened it, revealing two diminutive men standing on the threshold. The slightly taller one was named Hark, while the shorter one was called Rain. Hark, irritable, inquired, "When will that brat depart?" The brothers can hardly contain their impatience. Munis replied, "I just came from the castle." Although he was visibly anxious, he hesitated to leave when I suggested we set off tonight to seek aid from the Count of Tulip. I fear he suspects me and intends to hide within the castle. As soon as Munis finished speaking, Hark's expression soured. "You incompetent fool. You cannot even manage such a trivial task. What use are you?" Should Charles remain within the castle, they would be forced to assault it, risking their own lives and, more critically, Hark's own involvement. Munis' countenance darkened, his indignation simmering. They were equals, and he had no right to be belittled, especially as a great Earth Knight. Yet, suppressing his ire, he replied, "Such trivial matters should not incite this level of anger. In a few days, I will draw away the Knight Commander, Lays, under the pretense that there are leads regarding the Master's death. Even if he suspects foul play, he will come. At that point, you can assault the castle." He paced back and forth, muttering curses, before finally conceding. "Fine, let us proceed as planned. Ensure you lead him far away. Apologies, young master, if blame must be assigned. Let it rest upon your ill fortune. Your territory should not have discovered the precious metal. It turns out Munis was an implanted spy after the previous official's untimely demise. He had assumed the role, responsible for conveying messages while enjoying a stable and prosperous life. Unwilling to disrupt such tranquility, as the conspirators deliberated, the dwarf Rain suddenly hushed them, whispering, "Footsteps, someone is approaching." Munis grew flustered, while Hark glared at the door, his right hand gripping the dagger at his waist, poised to strike the moment the door opened. They too heard the footsteps, which resonated particularly crisply in the stillness of the evening. The sound grew ever closer until it reached the door, followed by a series of firm knocks, accompanied by the announcement, "Lord Munis, I am the young master's servant. The young master requests your presence at the castle, stating that we shall depart immediately after dinner." The three of them exhaled in relief. However, Munis felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. It was not the young master's change of heart, rather abrupt. Rin and Huck, on the other hand, were filled with elation, sensing that the tides were turning, and perhaps an assault on that formidable castle could be averted. He cast a significant glance at Munis, who appeared distracted, clearly reluctant to comply. Drawing forth a dagger, he fixed Munis with an intense stare, as if to convey that refusal would result in dire consequences. Ultimately, Munis acquiesced, nodding in resignation. Despite being a knight of the earth, the presence of his family in the region of Genshin left him no choice but to comply. The two concealed themselves within the house as Munis opened the door. The servant spoke once more. "Lord Munis, the young master is becoming rather impatient. Shall we not set off at once?" Munis glanced behind him, relieved to see no one following. "Very well. I shall heed the young master's command." As they journeyed, Munis sought to reassure himself. Typically, invitations to a banquet are extended a day in advance. The fact that he was summoned on such short notice, disregarding noble etiquette, suggested an urgency that must be taken seriously. He chastised himself for allowing fear to take hold. Chapter 2. Strike first. After finishing his bath, Charles felt a twinge of hunger, yet lacked any real appetite. He decided to retreat to his study to gather his thoughts on what to do next. Leaning back in his chair, he pondered over Munis's words. How did he learn about the recent discovery of the precious gold mine in their territory? His father had stumbled upon it during a hunt, and even his loyal servant, the castle steward Loki, was unaware of it. As Charles contemplated the source of this leak and Munis's potential involvement, a series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Loki entered the room. "Young master," Loki exclaimed, dropping to his knees, choking back tears, "I have failed the Iris family. I did not manage the castle well. One of the male servants turned traitor, eavesdropping on our conversations and leaking information." Charles, filled with anger, retorted, "But all the male servants have been raised here since childhood. How could one betray us?" Years ago, his father had accidentally killed the heir of the Juniper family, which led to a retaliatory attack on the Iris family castle while their patriarch was away on campaign. At that time, Charles's father had accompanied the patriarch, narrowly escaping disaster. While the castle's male servants suffered heavy casualties and had to be replaced, the traitor must have infiltrated during that recruitment. Charles had heard his father speak of this incident, and he well understood that the Juniper family were their mortal enemies. Despite the Iris family's grievous losses, the Juniper family had not fared much better. Their failure to adhere to noble ethics had led to widespread condemnation, resulting in the loss of nearly all their territory. Fortunately, the daughter of the Juniper patriarch had become the mistress of the then Earl of Violet, sparing them from total disgrace. Yet the animosity between the two families only deepened. "Rise, Loki. Your experience is still needed in the castle. However, such a betrayal must never occur again," Charles admonished. "Which servant was it? Did the Juniper family send him? Who was he colluding with?" Loki straightened, bowing slightly as he spoke. "Young master, he was indeed sent by the Juniper family, colluding with the official Munis. When I caught him, he was in the act of writing a letter. Realizing he could not escape, he committed suicide." With that, Loki stepped forward and handed Charles an unfinished letter. Charles took the letter, unfolding it to find most of it crossed out, leaving only a legible fragment. "Roka. He has made no preparations for departure. Please." From this, Charles deduced whom he had been in contact with. Clenching his teeth, he declared, "I have become a knight of the earth. Tonight, I shall host a banquet for Munis, and I will personally execute him." Upon hearing that Charles had become a knight of the earth, Loki was filled with unrestrained joy, exclaiming, "Heaven bless the Iris family." At the banquet, Charles sat at the head of the table, and a servant escorted Munis into the hall. Rising, he addressed Munis, "I apologize for summoning you at such a late hour." Munis bowed, responding, "It is my honor to serve you, young master." Charles continued, "After much consideration, I believe remaining in the castle is unsafe. I feel it imperative to travel to the Tulip territory to seek assistance from the Earl of Tulip. However, would it be too hasty to depart tonight? What if we encounter bandits?" Internally elated, Munis maintained a composed facade, saying, "Young master, there is no need for concern. When the patriarch travels to the Earl's domain, he brings a large entourage, ensuring safety. You may travel lightly. With me as your protector, common thieves will pose no threat." Feigning delight, Charles replied, "I appreciate your assistance on this journey." "Not at all. It is my privilege to serve you." Munis thought silently, reassuring himself that the trip would proceed swiftly. Raising his glass, Charles cheerfully declared, "A toast to you." Internally, he mused, "Drink up. Dear Munis, drink more." Though Munis was also a knight of the earth, much of his energy was spent on administrative duties, diminishing his prowess. However, Charles, having just become a knight, ensured that poison was smeared on Munis's utensils for precaution. This poison was relatively mild for a knight of the earth, but would hinder the flow of his energy. Munis raised his glass, smiling, "Do not worry, young master." In a moment of revelry, and with suspicion dissipating, Munis drank several cups. After a hearty meal, he looked at Charles with a slight haze of inebriation. "When shall we depart, young master?" Seeing Munis's drunken visage so close, Charles's anger flared. Channeling his energy, he swung a powerful punch. Munis, bleary-eyed, was unable to evade. Instinctively, he shielded himself with his arms, which formed a cross, absorbing the impact but still sent flying. As the alcohol's effects wore off, Munis realized what had happened and shouted in fury, "You dare poison my food? How despicable! Is this what noble etiquette teaches you? To invite someone only to drug them? To speak of noble etiquette to a wretched scoundrel like you is pointless. Today marks your end. No one can save you," Charles replied, advancing towards him, his energy enveloping him. Munis's eyes widened in terror. "You are a knight of the earth. The Iris family is truly treacherous." He struggled to rise, attempting to flee. Charles, seeing this, charged at him, launching a powerful blow that sent Munis crashing down. Blood spewed from Munis's mouth as he fought to stand, but his efforts were futile. As Munis lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, Charles felt a surge of satisfaction akin to savoring a snow lotus in summer. Munis, looking up at Charles, feebly pleaded, "Give me a horse, let me go. I can reveal anything you wish to know." Charles approached him, lightly slapping his face, smirking. "Do you think your exposure matters? The male servants in the castle have already divulged what they know. You have no options left." Cursing under his breath, Munis desperately ingratiated himself. "What I know pales in comparison to what I could reveal. Currently, there are 2 from the Juniper family in my household. The mountain bandits lying in wait outside the castle were sent by them too." Charles shot him a skeptical glance. "Such information alone cannot spare your life." Munis hastily added, "The daughter of the Juniper family who became the mistress of the Earl of Violet is none other than the sister of the current Baron Hamis Juniper. She informed Hamis that the Earl of Violet plans to attack the Tulip territory, urging him to prepare for our downfall." He quickly added, "Of course, they are merely delusional." With that, Munis gazed hopefully at Charles, yearning for the words of mercy to escape his lips. Charles maintained his steely gaze. Munis, his face twisted in despair, implored, "Young master, I have shared all I know. Spare my life, please." After a prolonged silence and seeing no sign of leniency from Charles, Munis's heart sank. In a vengeful outburst, he cursed, "The filthy Iris family shall be swept away by the Juniper family. They will sever your head and use it as a drinking vessel. Do you know how that old man died? He was besieged, and in his final moments." He laughed maniacally, consumed by madness. Recognizing that he could no longer extract any information, Charles ended Munis's life with a swift kick. "Silence," he commanded, turning to the hidden servant. "Come forth and clean this up. Loki, summon Captain Lays." "Yes, young master." Shortly thereafter, Captain Lays and Loki entered together. Lays possessed a striking visage, with piercing blue eyes and a pronounced aquiline nose. His tall and upright stature exuded an air of aloofness and gravity. Charles inquired Lays, "Do you remain loyal to the Iris family?" With sorrow weighing heavily upon him, Charles continued, "Administrator Munis is a spy sent by the Gladiolus family. Upon discovering the precious gold mine within our territory, they attacked my father. I have since slain Administrator Munis. But within his household were 2 agents dispatched by the Gladiolus family. In the name of the Iris family, I command you to apprehend them. Should that prove impossible, then eliminate them." The demise of Mater Iris dealt a grievous blow to the territory, leaving Lace uncertain whether Charles Iris would uphold the legacy of the Iris family or allow it to dissipate into the annals of history. Charles's words, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the fog, transformed him into a knight of the realm. With the discovery of the gold mine, the Iris family was destined for greatness. Lace bowed and replied, "Indeed, my lord. Any who harm the Iris family must pay in kind." Chapter 3. The escaping thief night enveloped the land, shrouding the outside world in darkness. The tranquil town was so silent that not even the crowing of a rooster or the barking of a dog could be heard. Hack, filled with unease, remarked, "Rain. It has been quite a while since we received any word from Munis. The castle remains eerily quiet. I sense something amiss." The diminutive Rain cast a glance at him, scoffing, "Hack, you are overly timid. If that coward intends to escape under the cover of night, it is hardly likely to create a commotion. Besides, Munis has been by his side and cannot leave just yet. Perhaps Munis has already succeeded." Although Rain felt a twinge of irritation, he could not overlook the earnest expression on Hack's face. He rose from his bed, opened the door, and stepped outside, lowering himself to the ground. He pressed his ear to the earth and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of hooves striking the ground reached his ears. He stood up and exclaimed, "I hear horses approaching from the distance. Munis has lured him away." Hack also got up and stepped outside. Upon hearing Rain's words, his anxiety diminished slightly. He said, "Once this task is accomplished and Lord Hamis conquers this territory, perhaps we will be granted our own fiefdom as lords." Rain smiled at that time. We too shall be nobles, bringing honor to our families. Just as they conversed, Rain noticed the sound of galloping growing louder and felt something was amiss. Why does the sound of horses seem to be drawing closer? He inquired. This time, both Rain and Hack heard it, and Hack's countenance changed. An unsettling feeling surging within him. This is bad. Munis may have failed. Rain countered. His father is dead. He is the last one left. What could he possibly fail at? Though reluctant, Rain followed suit. Meanwhile, on the side of Rhys, he had gathered his retinue of knights, a total of over 10, and they rode towards Munis's abode. The sound of their horses' hooves echoed heavily in the stillness of the night, startling many who were already asleep, who thought bandits were attacking. Locking their doors and hiding beneath their beds, Rhys stated, upon arrival at Munis's house, if we encounter any suspicious individuals, do not inquire, simply apprehend them. If they resist fiercely and cannot be captured, eliminate them, 2 in total. His knights nodded in agreement. Looking ahead, they appeared like a flowing expanse of black fabric, racing towards the distance. Upon reaching Munis's home, they discovered it was already deserted. At that moment, one of the knights, not particularly tall but stout, asked, My lord Rhys, what shall we do? Rhys commanded, Carl, Lola, you two take 3 men each and secure the main roads leading out of the Iris territory. No one is to enter or exit. Now, let us search the house. He then added, Stan, go fetch 2 hunting dogs. After a brief while, Stan returned with 2 hunting dogs, leading them into the house to sniff around before following their lead southward. Hack, what should we do if the hunting dogs are on our trail? Rain panted. It turned out that shortly after they had left, Rhys's group had reached Munis's small dwelling. They felt a moment of relief at not being caught, but soon they heard the barking of dogs as Rhys and his men closed in. Don't panic, Hack replied. Feeling irritated, he knew there was no water source nearby and realized that if they continued this way, capture was merely a matter of time. Anxiously, he sought a way to mask his scent when suddenly an idea struck him. Softening his tone, he said, Rain, I have a plan. Rain, somewhat excited, responded, What is it? What is it? Just as Rain, eager and curious, awaited his escape plan, Hack's expression suddenly shifted. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he plunged it into his abdomen, narrowly avoiding vital organs, blood flowing forth. Rain, astonished, stammered, You. If I had a choice, I would not wish to kill you, Hack declared before relinquishing the dagger and turning to flee in another direction. My lord Rhys, there are bloodstains here, Stan. Leading the dogs, announced with a hint of excitement. Rhys nodded and followed the blood trail, leading them to Rain, who was bleeding profusely and on the brink of death. Rain pointed forward, gasping for breath, murmuring a few words that Rhys could barely make out. The Orchid family may attack. Iris. The resentment that fueled Rain's will to live dissipated as he revealed the information, leaving him with a sense of vengeance fulfilled before he succumbed to his fate shortly thereafter. Rhys commanded, Let us go, continue the pursuit. You two bury him. They mounted their horses once more, following the direction Rain had indicated. Ultimately, Rhys's party returned empty-handed. Failing to capture Hack, Rhys brought the fragmented information from Rain to report to Charles. In the castle's grand hall, Charles and Loki were deliberating on the arrangements for the funeral of Lord Medill of the Iris family. Nobles typically resided within the castle, rarely venturing out to socialize. Familiar nobles would only gather during weddings or funerals, as there was little interaction otherwise due to the inconvenience of travel. This also served to inform allied families of the Iris clan that Medill had passed away, with Charles now inheriting the barony and becoming the head of the Iris family. Loki, remember to clean all the vacant rooms in the castle. Instruct the servants thoroughly to avoid any oversights. Yes, my lord. At that moment, a young servant approached, bowing and announcing, My lord, Knight Commander Rhys has arrived. Charles replied, Show him in. Any visitor to the castle, apart from those pre-approved by Charles, required his consent to enter, primarily for the safety of those within. Over time, this evolved into a form of etiquette among the nobles, where servants would deliver messages ahead of time, allowing them to enter without waiting outside. Thus, when Munis entered the castle without prior permission from Charles, it was deemed a grave breach of decorum, even justifying his subsequent execution. Before long, Rhys entered, guided by the servant. He appeared travel-worn and somewhat fatigued. In a grave tone, Rhys reported, My lord, we captured one, but he bled to death. Before he died, he revealed that the Orchid family may attack the Iris family next year. Charles nodded, somewhat perplexed. It was known that noble conflicts typically involved agreed-upon battlegrounds, where both sides would face off directly. However, in recent times, due to escalating rivalries, ambushes and sneak attacks had become increasingly common. One thing remained unchanged. Even if the Orchid family were to conquer the Iris family's territory, they would have no authority to claim it. Negotiations between the Earl of Tulip and the Earl of Violet would determine the land's fate, as the Iris territory had been granted by the Earl of Tulip. Charles recalled Munice's words, pondering whether the Earl of Violet sought to annihilate the Earl of Tulip. Impossible, he asserted. To date, no earldom has perished due to internal strife. And besides, the strength of the Tulip territory is not to be underestimated. The Earl of Violet could not easily overcome it. Yet, out of caution, Charles asked Reese, "Can the Iris family's knights withstand the Orchid family's knights?" Reese confidently replied, "Rest assured, my lord. We have faced them multiple times, and each encounter has seen us prevail." Charles sighed in relief, stating, "That is reassuring. Once the funeral concludes, I wish to personally inspect the knights. The demise of my father may profoundly impact the morale of the knights. Thus, I must personally inspect their spirits, ensuring they comprehend that I am their new lord, capable of bestowing rewards to invigorate their resolve." Presently, the conflicts among the nobles are fought by the knights alongside the serfs. Yet the outcomes of these battles rest solely upon the knights. The serfs merely play a supporting role, transporting provisions and bolstering the morale. Less expressed with a hint of joy. "Indeed, my lord, your arrival is a great honor for the knights. Upon hearing of our lord's misfortune, I promptly dispatched Rao and Barn to investigate the whereabouts of those individuals." Charles sighed and remarked, "Should we discover their trail, we must gather the knights at once. The one who fled may be spared. However, my father's remains must not be left to roam unprotected, for the dignity of the Iris family cannot be trampled upon." Les nodded, crossing his arms resolutely, and declared, "I am prepared to lay down my life to defend the dignity of the Iris family." Chapter 4. The retrieval of the corpse. In the midst of several dilapidated huts, a bonfire flickered, surrounded by 8 or 9 robust men. Inside the crumbling structure lay a dozen horses and a lifeless body. The area was overgrown with weeds, nearly reaching waist height, and a narrow path trampled down by feet led directly to the heart of the ruins. Just one night had passed, and your impatience had already begun to brew. One could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen circumstances delaying you. Kurt rose from his seat and continued, "We have horses. We can depart at any moment." Hamis Junzelin had dispatched 2 Earth Knights, Barn and Kurt, along with their retinue, to the essential route of Meter Iris. The remaining members maintained a subdued demeanor. The death of a fellow being was grave, and seeking vengeance upon a corpse was deemed a dishonorable act, unworthy of nobility. Yet, given the Junzelin family's history of similar transgressions, such as daughters serving as mistresses to the Earl, unprovoked battles, and this recent ambush, everyone's moral threshold had been significantly lowered. Upon hearing these words, Rao, concealed within the underbrush, could no longer restrain himself. They had traced the signs to this very location, tethered their horses nearby, and hidden amongst the foliage, inching closer to avoid detection. In this era, being bestowed a title and becoming a Lord Knight of a family's knightly order required a steadfast commitment to the chivalric code, loyalty to one's master, and a readiness to die for one's companions. Fidelity remained the most revered virtue of a knight. However, his companion, Barin, pressed a hand upon him, signaling their position. It was time to depart. Though Rao seethed with rage, wishing nothing more than to devour them alive, he paused momentarily before nodding silently and stealthily rising to leave. Nevertheless, Barin remained behind to continue surveilling the scene. "Within the castle, my lord, both Lord Lace and Lord Rao have arrived together, and they appear quite urgent," announced a male servant as he entered the hall. "Please bring them to the hall," Charles instructed. "Yes, my lord." The servant nodded and promptly exited. A short while later, Lace and Rao entered the hall, guided by the servant. As soon as they met, Rao hastily proclaimed, "My lord, we have located the hideout of that group." Charles glanced at Lace, signaling his awareness, then turned his attention to Lace. "My lord, the knightly order is assembled, awaiting only your command," Lace replied, bowing slightly. Charles rose and addressed the servant beside him, "Bring my armor and lance. I shall avenge my father. Blood must be repaid with blood." In the Duchy of Ardham, conflicts among nobles were frequent. A lord unskilled in battle would see the morale of his territory plummet, leading his subjects to question the prospects of following him. Thus, Charles's personal quest for vengeance served not only as an outlet for his animosity, but also as a demonstration of his valor. Signaling to his knightly order that their new lord was no feeble coward, he possessed the confidence and courage to safeguard the domain of Iris. Outside the castle, Charles donned the armor delivered by the servant, then mounted his steed, seizing the lance from the servant's hands. He addressed his knightly order. The disgrace of the Iris family must be cleansed with the blood of our enemies. On this expedition, leave no survivors. The one who slays the most enemies shall be awarded the title of Lord Knight and bestowed with the Iris family's prized steed and armor. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a Lord Knight, the crowd erupted with fervor. Though knights held a higher status than commoners, they were ultimately not nobles. However, attaining the title of Lord Knight conferred nobility, along with a fiefdom that, despite only yielding taxes, could secure the welfare of one's descendants for 3 generations. The throng shouted, "This expedition shall leave no survivors, annihilate them entirely." Seeing their spirits high, Charles commanded, "Let us depart." He surged forward, leading the charge, with the Earth Knights following closely behind and the retinue of knights bringing up the rear. The black steeds galloped ahead, their riders clad in gleaming silver armor, while the accompanying knights sported a few tattered pieces of armor, with the majority donning leather. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its rays painted the sky crimson, and a swarm of dark clouds loomed in the distance, revealing themselves to be a herd of galloping black steeds. The 3 dilapidated huts stood in a trident formation, within which Kurt and his companions gathered around the fire, roasting meat. Scattered nearby lay the remains of rabbits and wild chickens. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of any spirits, one burly man cursed, "How can those 2 useless fools, Rain and Hark, fail to bring back any news?" Kurt furrowed his brow. Their absence was prolonged, stirring unease within him. What nonsense! Though they lack strength, their tempers are quite grand. Drinking could jeopardize our mission. Who knows what these dim-witted brutes might do while drunk? He then addressed Cornelius. "Tonight, you will venture out under the cover of darkness to ascertain what has transpired. Common folk are blind at night, seeing nothing. Knights with cultivated fighting spirit fare slightly better." Cornelius nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a series of urgent hoofbeats echoed, growing nearer and increasingly thunderous. As the men stood, preparing to mount their horses, they beheld the fully armored knightly order charging toward them, clad in silver armor atop black steeds, brandishing sharp lances aimed directly at them, their tips glinting ominously. Despite their armor, they clutched skewers of meat in their hands, running barehanded toward the huts. In mere moments, the knights had closed the distance, and those aware of their impending doom turned to fight desperately, but were easily trampled by the charging horses. Others, foolishly believing they could reach safety, were pierced by the long lances from behind. Some attempted to evade the fierce onslaught of the war horses, but while they might escape the initial charge, they could not evade the knight's lance. In a single rush, the opposition sustained grievous injuries. However, Kurt, the Earth Knight, sprinted faster than the others, securing his safety within the hut, seizing a lance, and preparing to break free. A few fortunate souls also managed to escape inside. At that moment, the charging knights reined in their horses, dismounted, and surrounded the exits of the 3 dilapidated huts. Observing that the entrance was besieged, Kurt summoned all his fighting spirit, infusing it into his steed, and charged through the back of the hut. The others attempted to emulate his actions, but their horses lacked the strength to breach the dilapidated structure, leaving them disoriented instead. Eyes locked, Kurt's visage bore a fierce intensity, his rugged features appearing menacing in an attempt to intimidate. Charles cast aside his fear, fixated solely on his resolve to eliminate him. Relying on the depth of his fighting spirit, Kurt advanced without hesitation, hoping to instill fear in Charles. Charles recognized that evasion was futile in a narrow confrontation. The brave would prevail. He believed that the fighting spirit bestowed upon him by the divine stone surpassed all. He lunged forward, his lance making first contact with Kurt's armor. A sinister smile spread across Kurt's face, believing he had the upper hand as he enveloped his armor with fighting spirit. Lace's heart tightened, fearing that his lord had encountered the sole Earth Knight. May the glory of the Iris family shine upon him. Nothing must go awry. There was but one heir left to the Iris family. Just as Kurt prepared to thrust his lance toward Charles, a sudden, sharp pain radiated from his abdomen. Though Charles's fighting spirit was scarce, it concentrated at the tip of his lance, piercing through Kurt's defenses in a singular thrust, impaling him through the body. Kurt's face contorted with fear and confusion. The knightly order erupted in thunderous applause upon witnessing this valiant act, and Lace felt a weight lift from his heart. May the Iris family be blessed. Together, they cheered, for who would not desire a brave lord heralding a bright future? Upon witnessing the demise of their sole knight of the realm, the remaining brigands were instantly filled with despair, contemplating surrender. However, the Order of the Iris did not accept their capitulation. Instead, they sought out each one and executed them in turn. Chapter 5. The census knights were dispatched to convey messages to the two barons and the Count of Tulip in the Tulip territory, inviting them to attend the funeral. The body would remain in the coffin for a month. Otherwise, due to the long journey, it would be buried before their arrival. Fortunately, after becoming a knight of the earth, the body was less prone to decay. Otherwise, leaving it for a month in the summer could invite pests. The coffin was placed in the castle hall, yet Charles was not keeping vigil. Traditionally, during the month of mourning, he should have been present. However, the competition among the nobility had intensified, leading everyone to shorten their mourning periods, now merely observing a symbolic day of vigil. Nonetheless, the duration of the coffin's stay remained unchanged. Perhaps it was due to the infrequency of noble gatherings, as funerals served as a social occasion, making face-to-face discussions about collaborations considerably easier. In the castle study, Charles sat upright in a chair, wielding a thick quill pen over a piece of coarse, thick parchment. The steward, Loki, stood before the desk. Indeed, paper had been invented, and Charles felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for the invention of paper in this world, he would have had to resort to using wooden slats for personal hygiene. As he knew nothing of papermaking, only that wood was among the raw materials. Please sit, Loki, Charles instructed. What is the approximate population of the Iris flower territory? Master, I am fine standing, Loki replied, bowing slightly. The Iris flower territory comprises 3 settlements, each housing over 1,000 individuals. The castle was not located within these settlements. Rather, the settlements functioned akin to county towns, with the total population, including surrounding villages, amounting to thousands. Charles spoke gently. You have served the Iris flower family for 3 generations, dedicating your life to them. In my heart, you have long been one of us. Loki felt a swell of emotion. After all, he was without wife or child, having devoted his life to the family head of the Iris flower clan. Hearing himself acknowledged as a member of the family was profoundly moving. Due to the nature of taxation, which required collecting as much as possible in a rather crude manner, there was no precise data on the population. Thus, Charles continued, how much gold and grain remain in the castle, and what are the tax revenues from the Iris flower territory? 1 gold piece equated to 100 silver coins, which in turn equated to 10,000 copper coins. Given that a serf's staple food, black bread, cost only 1 copper coin, the territory appeared quite prosperous. Not to mention the impending exploitation of the precious gold mine. Taxes were collected primarily in wheat, ensuring enough grain for the year, with any surplus typically sold to the Count of Tulip. As the lord of the Iris flower family and the master of this territory, it is imperative that I know the number of my subjects. Master, do you mean? Loki hesitated, confused. Indeed, I intend to enumerate the entire population of the territory. The previous tax system was overly crude. I wish to levy taxes based on the number of inhabitants, Charles declared. Furthermore, knowing the population would allow him to ascertain how many individuals could be conscripted for construction without jeopardizing the harvest. Charles planned to establish a small town centered around the castle, creating the core of the Iris flower territory, while also harnessing the power of the Divine Stone. Initially, the Divine Stone had not only enhanced his physical form, but had also endowed him with the ability to channel the territory's fortune. Regrettably, he had yet to merge the Divine Stone with others, limiting him to utilizing buildings or objects to attach that fortune. Thus, constructing a new town was not solely about establishing an administrative center. It was also an opportunity to observe the effects of fortune. Loki expressed concern, stating, Munius has just passed, and there is currently no new administrator for the territory. This poses significant challenges. Charles replied, there are no suitable candidates within the territory at this time. I intend to assume the role of regent myself. Master, how do you plan to proceed? I shall not employ the minor officials left by Munius. Please summon the adult male servants from the castle. Yes, master, Loki responded, turning to leave. Before long, the study was filled with people. Loki nodded to Charles, indicating that everyone had arrived. Charles announced, "Those who can read and write, please raise your hands." Surik, who assisted Loki in managing the castle, Kalen, responsible for warehouse management, and Mina, who kept the accounts during trade with caravans, proudly raised their hands. In certain respects, literacy was a privilege of the nobility. The number of available hands was just right, and Charles, pleased, instructed, Surik, Kalen, Mina, each of you take 3 male servants. Surik, you will count the population of Wheat Settlement. Kalen, you will count the population of Stone Settlement. Mina, you will count the population of Wildgrass Settlement. Be sure to record not only names, but also genders, distinguishing between adults, children, and the elderly. Then, turning to Loki, he added, prepare black bread. Each person who assists in the counting will receive 1. Ensure notices are posted in advance. We must not overlook anyone. I will dispatch the nightly order to assist. As dawn broke and the sun rose, knights rode forth, knocking on thatched roof houses, shouting, hurry up, hurry up. Are you looking for trouble? Get dressed quickly and gather in the open space of Wheat Settlement. Soon, the entrance to Wheat Settlement was teeming with people, whispering in clusters and causing quite a commotion. Have you heard? All we need to do is give our names to receive a loaf of black bread. I heard it was the Lord himself who said so. I have 2 little ones. They can share one, and there will still be some left over. Who is that sitting in the chair? It couldn't be Lord Charles. Could it? Fool. If it were Lord Charles, we would have been ordered to kneel. That must be one of Lord Charles's servants. Yes, yes. Look at his clothes, not a patch in sight. They appear quite new. In the center of the open space stood a table, behind which Surik sat, gesturing to the aide. Endem, standing nearby. Upon noticing this, Endem shouted, silence. Anyone who speaks will not receive black bread. This was, of course, another of Charles's schemes. Then, Endem waved his hand, and the accompanying knights began organizing the serfs into an orderly line, leading them to the table for statistics, after which they could collect their bread. Surik followed the questions prepared by Charles, asking, are you the head of the household? What is your name? Why yes, I am called Bayer. Do not be nervous. How many are there in your family? 5. I have my wife and 3 sons. He seemed anxious that Surik might disbelieve him and deny him bread, explaining, they are just behind me. What is your wife's name? And your children? My wife is named Sudan, my eldest son is Miso, my second son is Mir, and my youngest has yet to be named. And how old are they? Bayer was uncertain and replied, my wife is a bit older than I. My eldest and second sons are of marrying age, while the youngest still has a long way to go. Surik recorded the information on the thick parchment. Household head, Bayer. Robust adult, family of 5. Wife, Sudan, robust adult. Eldest son, Miso, robust youth. Second son, Mir, robust youth. Youngest son, child. After completing the records, Surik confirmed the details and, finding no errors, said, all right, you may go collect your bread. Thus, Surik continued to record information household by household, completing the population count of Wheat Settlement and nearby villages in less than a day. The other 2 settlements followed suit. In the castle, Surik, Kalen, and Mina entered the study, holding the recorded parchment. The 3 spoke in unison, Master, the population count has been completed. Mina, responsible for bookkeeping, added, aside from a few bachelors, most serfs belong to families of 5 or 6. In the village of Yekeo-Tun, there are 453 inhabitants residing in 242 households. Among them, 723 are children, 238 are able-bodied men, 249 are women, and 122 are elderly individuals, with an additional 121 bachelors. The population comprises 211 serfs and 242 free citizens. In Xiaomai-Tun, the population totals 723, with 286 households. This includes 858 children, 286 able-bodied men, 291 women, 144 elderly individuals, and 144 bachelors. The serf population here is 436, while there are 287 free citizens. In Shirtu-Tun, there are 623 residents across 270 households. This comprises 811 children, 270 able-bodied men, 271 women, 135 elderly individuals, and 136 bachelors. The serfs number 353, with 270 free citizens among them. It is rumored that the young lord may choose a governor from among the male servants. Surik and Kalen have no intention of leaving the castle for governance, yet Mina, who frequently interacts with the merchant caravans, seems intrigued by the prospect. Consequently, the two have decided to relinquish this opportunity to him. Shar casually took the thick parchment and praised, "You have done remarkably well." He initially assumed that years of warfare might have resulted in a higher female population, but he was mistaken. The conflicts among the nobility are primarily decided by the knightly orders, and serfs are considered the lord's property. It would be unthinkable to allow knights to perish on the battlefield like wheat being harvested. Moreover, there are 56 servants within the castle and an additional 100 knights, alongside the steward Loki and himself, bringing the total population of the territory to 4,957. The majority engage in agriculture, cultivating wheat and peanuts, as well as growing vegetables such as tomatoes. Many households raise poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese, while a smaller segment specializes in pig and sheep farming. Only a scant few are involved in handicrafts, with one tailor shop, one blacksmith shop, one carpenter shop, one cobbler shop, and 3 barber shops, along with a bakery and a general store. Shar inquired, "How many warhorses remain in the castle?" Due to the prolonged conflicts, the loss of warhorses has been significant. Thus a servant is tasked with their breeding and care. Mina replied, "My lord, the castle currently has 78 warhorses, 23 mares, and 36 foals." Shar felt a surge of delight, glancing at them. Surik and Kalen appeared calm, showing little reaction, while Mina looked quite pleased, evidently showing keen interest in managing affairs. Shar then stated, "Your next task involves overseeing 1 village each." Chapter 6. Clearing the excrement. The 3 individuals turned their gaze toward Charles, awaiting his next command. Charles spoke. "The village is in a deplorable state. The streets are littered with indiscriminately discarded excrement, piling up layer upon layer, creating a veritable pathway of filth with scarcely a place to step." Mina, assuming they were to take action themselves, responded, "My lord, the villagers have become accustomed to the filth and the accompanying odor. It seems unnecessary to clean for them, and there is nowhere to dispose of it." Charles looked at the other 2 and smiled. "Why such fear? I do not intend for you to work with your own hands. I plan to hire 200 serfs for each village, and you shall be responsible for managing them." The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, as if questioning the need for such a large workforce. However, Charles paid them little mind and continued, "Each hired serf will receive 10 copper coins per day, along with 2 meals. Those who perform well will earn 20 copper coins. Each village will have only 20 slots, but they must all be filled. As for the excrement, it will be piled outside each village. If it accumulates excessively, we will simply create additional heaps. I have my own uses for it later." Though the trio remained somewhat bewildered, they nodded in agreement as they noticed Charles had already returned to his reading. Moments later, Loki entered the study. Upon entering, Loki bowed slightly and inquired, "My lord, what are your intentions?" Charles was unreserved in expressing his desire to establish a new city, for he was aware that he could not accomplish this monumental task alone. The male servants within the castle were exemplary grassroots leaders, whose assistance would be crucial in realizing his vision. "Mr. Loki, how many times must I ask you to take a seat?" Charles set down his book, placing his hands upon the table, and solemnly declared, "I intend to construct a new city, not merely a reformation of the castle or a mere village. I plan to establish a vibrant town centered around the castle." As Loki took his seat, he was startled by the ambition of Charles's plan and stood again, expressing his concern. "My lord, how can you entertain such an idea? It will require a substantial sum. The funds within the castle are but a drop in the ocean." "Please, take a seat, Mr. Loki," Charles chuckled lightly. "I aspire to develop the Iris family, to elevate the Iris lineage to greatness." This statement was particularly aimed at persuading Loki, a man who had devoted his life to the Iris family and held an unwavering sense of belonging to it. Charles continued, "My vision is to establish a prosperous town at the center of the castle, primarily populated by the families of the knights, with blacksmiths and tanners congregating here. I also plan to create a marketplace where individuals from all 3 villages can engage in trade, attracting caravans as well." "But, my lord, this is exceedingly perilous," Loki cautioned. Charles added, "Loki, have you forgotten about the precious metal mine recently discovered in our territory? We will not require much of it, and we must sell the majority to Count Tulip, with only a small portion available to the other barons of the Tulip estate. Our territory will not want for funds." Money only reveals its significance when put to use. As the last of the Iris family, accumulating wealth holds no meaning for me. It is far more prudent to fortify our domain. It is uncertain which of Charles's words swayed Loki. Perhaps the realization that the Iris family was down to a single heir, and that strengthening their territory could attract a suitable lady to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Loki took a step back and conceded, "My lord, you must exercise caution." Charles nodded and assured him, "Do not worry." Suddenly, Loki realized he had forgotten the original topic of discussion and asked, "My lord, why do you require so many serfs to clear the excrement?" Charles explained, "I recently read in an ancient text that excrement can enrich the soil, but it must be piled together to ferment. Furthermore, constructing the town will require a substantial number of serfs, especially with the busy farming season approaching. I intend to train Mina and the others in advance and assess how many can be drafted without affecting our harvest." With the grand ambition of building a new city already accepted, Loki found no grounds to oppose such a minor preparatory task. He stood and declared, "My lord, I shall prepare the announcement immediately." With that, Loki turned to leave. Just as he was about to enter the castle, the guard outside bellowed, "Who goes there, beggar? Open your eyes and see where you are. This is no place for you. Begone." Seeing that Hark continued to approach, the guard raised his spear, cursing, "Get lost, or I will run you through with this spear. Away with you." Hark opened his mouth, a coarse voice escaping, "Galen, look closely at me. I am Hark. Do you not recognize me?" Galen stepped closer for a better look and exclaimed in surprise, "By the gods, it is Hark. What has happened to you?" "It is a long story. Please take me to see the Lord at once. I have urgent news to report." The guard Galen led him inside, primarily out of concern that the servants might mistake Hark for a beggar and cause trouble. Upon hearing Galen's words, the servants hurried to inform Hamis, while another servant took Hark to wash up. After a while, Hamis summoned Hark to the hall. After bathing, Hark appeared revitalized. He stepped forward with a mournful expression and said, "My lord, there is trouble." Hamis's face darkened, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "What has happened?" Seeing Hamis's reaction, Hark felt a surge of desperation and immediately knelt, saying, "My lord, under the leadership of Lords Barn and Cute, we successfully ambushed that old wretch. However, he was too fierce. Lord Barn perished in the encounter, and then Lord Cute sent me and Ren to contact Lord Munis." Hark embellished his tale. "Lord Munis went to the castle, but he has not returned. Shortly thereafter, we were pursued. We dared not ride into the village, and Ren sacrificed himself to cover my escape and relay the message. When I realized the pursuit had ceased, I sought out Lord Cute to inform him. But the scene was one of carnage. Lord Cute died with unfulfilled vengeance, so close to success. Such a blunder." Hamis seethed, his countenance dark with fury. Hark knelt anxiously, awaiting his fate. Hamis, struggling to control his murderous impulse, barked, "Get out of my sight." He then turned to his personal servant, instructing him to summon Knight Commander Norman and the leader of the knights sent by Count Violet, Lamar. Before long, the servant returned with Knight Commander Norman and Lamar. Bowing before standing to the side, "Please, take a seat," Hamis commanded, instructing the servant to bring forth red wine in goblets, filling them for the two guests. Norman and Lamar sat on either side, both taken aback by the honor, taking a sip and waiting for Hamis to speak. Lamar, sent by the Count to assist, had never adopted an air of superiority. He was well aware of the sway that Hamis's sister held with Count Violet and was eager to serve Hamis, who had treated him with great respect. "It is expected that Count Violet will launch an offensive against Count Tulip's estate this winter," Lamar stated. "Indeed, Count Violet has sent me to assist you in obliterating the Iris family. Soon, Count Tulip and his barons will be swept away," Lamar replied. "Count Violet is truly wise," Hamis praised, before adding, "I have discovered that the Iris family has recently unearthed a precious metal mine. I fear that delaying action could lead to unforeseen complications." "Is that so? How splendid. It appears that the heavens have favored the Violet family by bestowing upon them such a magnificent gift. I shall inform Lord Violet immediately," Lamar exclaimed with delight. The use of refined gold or significantly enhances the conduction of fighting spirit. Thus, weapons and armor forged from this precious material will elevate the knights to new heights. Hamis cannot possibly keep this news concealed. However, should he choose to share it with Lord Violet, he would undoubtedly be generous with his rewards, potentially allowing Lamar to partake in the glory. Rising to his feet, Lamar excitedly bid farewell to Hamis, saying, My Lord Hamis, I shall promptly report this news to the Count. I am certain that Lord Violet will be exceedingly pleased upon hearing it. The Violet family will not forget the kindness of the Canna family." With that, Lamar turned and departed from the castle. Hamis then shifted his gaze towards Norman and remarked, "Kurt and Barn have failed. However, with that old fool gone, the Iris family is left with but a mere child. It seems that the Iris family is destined to be relegated to the annals of history. When that time comes, I shall gladly be the first to storm their castle. Indeed, it appears that the long-standing enmity between the two great families shall find resolution at my hands." The mere thought of this filled Hamis with a sense of exhilarating satisfaction, akin to avenging a deep-seated grievance. Chapter 7. The Great Manure Operation in the Realm of Shar. After butler Loki had finished posting the public notice, he summoned a male servant to read the announcement aloud to the serfs and freemen. "The noble and benevolent Lord Shar, unwilling to witness your suffering, has issued a personal decree to recruit 200 individuals. Each day, you shall be provided with free meals and receive 10 copper coins, with the possibility of earning 20 coins for exceptional performance. Hurry to enlist. Those robust and vigorous shall be prioritized, while the elderly and the young should be wise enough to step back and avoid being cast out. Your task is merely to lift the dung from the village and pile it outside. The young master is truly merciful, spending his own funds to improve your living conditions. Do not hesitate to kneel and express your loyalty." Upon hearing that their only duty was to clear manure for free meals and copper coins, the serfs were filled with fervor. They collectively knelt, creating a spectacular scene, occasionally murmuring in hushed tones, "Lord Shar is indeed too kind. Indeed, with 4 children at home, we often go hungry in winter. This time, I shall bring 2 of my children along. The 3 of us will work together, while the younger ones can assist their mother in the fields. This winter, we shall not go hungry. What good is shoveling manure? Don't we have to dispose of it afterward? What does that matter? There is money to be earned and food to be had. Hurry and call your sons. There are only 200 spots available. Yes, we hardly need that many for the fields." Before long, the recruitment was complete, predominantly filled by robust serfs. Loki led the group of 3 villages to the open space before the castle, then entered to inform Shar. In the study, Shar remarked, "The serfs have gathered. It is only your word that remains." Shar furrowed his brows and added, "Do not refer to them as serfs. Call them workers. We shall need them for the construction of the new town, and we must find a way to retain them rather than recruiting anew each time labor is required." Loki bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord. I will ensure that everyone in the castle is informed." Shar rose and walked out of the room, with Loki trailing a step behind. Outside the castle, upon seeing Lord Shar, the serfs knelt in unison, while the surrounding knights dismounted to pay their respects. Shar ascended a makeshift platform and proclaimed, "Rise, my subjects, my knights. The glory of the Iris family has illuminated this land for over 2 centuries. It is you, my knights, who have safeguarded the Iris family with your sturdy armor and sharp lances. You defend our honor, and it shall remain with you." As he spoke, Shar scanned the faces of each knight, who straightened their attire, lifted their heads, and gripped their lances, the pride evident in their demeanor. Shar then turned his gaze to the workers. "My people, the wealth of the Iris family is forged by your hands. I harbor a grand vision. I wish for no subject to starve in winter, and I desire for each of you to have clean homes to reside in. The prosperity of the Iris family shall undoubtedly shine upon you." The serfs looked at Shar with a mixture of astonishment, disbelief, and hope. For centuries, the nobility had maintained a lofty demeanor, and they had never been treated in such a manner, leading to their initial skepticism and discomfort. Shar, harboring revolutionary thoughts, recognized that the current system of slavery suppressed productivity. However, the power of the nobility was formidable. A fully armored knight could easily conquer 100 serfs, who could not even inflict a scratch upon him. Yet, to undertake grand projects and harness the forces of fortune, labor was essential. It would not do to task the knights with menial work, as that would be seen as an affront. Fortunately, as the head of the largest serf group, Shar faced little resistance within his territory, but he was wary of drawing the attention of other nobles. Then, Mina, aspiring to become a magistrate, stepped onto the platform at Shar's gesture and proclaimed, "Praise the benevolent Lord Shar." The crowd echoed, "Praise the benevolent Lord Shar." Mina cleared his throat and continued, "You workers are tasked with clearing the dung from the village. Male servants from the castle will supervise your efforts. This manure operation must conclude within 3 days. Those who excel may earn 20 copper coins and even manage other workers, akin to the male servants. Brave knights, your duty is to oversee them, to chastise those who shirk their responsibilities, and to commend the diligent workers. This is a responsibility and privilege bestowed upon you by Lord Shar. Though the serfs were unfamiliar with the term workers, they understood that they needed to clear manure for free meals and copper coins, which sufficed. Thus, the Iris territory commenced its grand manure clearing campaign. Under the commands of the male servants, the serfs zealously shoveled dung from the roads. However, with so many serfs, there were moments when some took the opportunity to slack off, prompting the knights, armed with whips, to fulfill their supervisory roles. Within a few days, the appearance of the 3 villages transformed remarkably. Although heaps of dung accumulated outside the villages, it was far preferable to the filth that had previously littered the streets. Nevertheless, various issues arose. Some knights looked down upon the workers, and conflicts occasionally erupted due to their supervisory authority. Additionally, in some areas, cleared spaces were quickly sullied again. Shar realized that mere punishment would not suffice, leading to the emergence of a new profession, dung carriers. These dung carriers, hired by the castle, worked year-round, received meals, and earned 50 copper coins monthly, inciting a frenzy among the serfs. In the study, Shar listened to Mina's report, nodding in affirmation from time to time. Mina, noticing this, grew increasingly animated as he clearly articulated the successes and challenges faced during the operation. You mentioned several conflicts between knights and workers. What issues arose in personnel organization? My lord, initially there were repetitions in tasks and some omissions, but things improved as everyone became familiar with their roles. My lord, these are the workers who performed exceptionally well during this operation. This was a specific request from Shar to keep track of capable and organized workers, with representatives from each village. Brule, Air, and Macau, are these the only 3? My lord, there are indeed several competent individuals, but only these 3 can effectively command others and ensure compliance. Very well, you may leave. Your efforts are commendable. Significant tasks lie ahead. Mina's face brightened, and he bowed respectfully before departing. Shar then summoned the servant who frequently conveyed messages for him, saying, "Go fetch Baron." Soon after, Baron arrived at the castle, escorted by the servant. However, Shar received him in the study, where his father still lingered in the hall. "Baron, I have heard you resolved the conflict between knights and workers." "Yes, my lord. I feared the situation would escalate, so I intervened. Please forgive me for not reporting to you beforehand." Baron stood and bowed apologetically. No, Baron, please sit. I am not reproaching you. Quite the opposite. You have done well." Charles placed his hands upon the table and continued, "I have observed that knights possess an inherent sense of superiority over serfs. Although the serfs harbor fear, they also feel envy and admiration, for each conscription draws from the entirety of the Iris domain, thus granting them a modicum of opportunity. Sir Baron, I do not claim this to be unjust. However, it serves no benefit to the knights tasked with oversight. I intend to establish a new army, charged with maintaining order within the territory, supervising the laborers, while the knights become the sharp sword against our foes. I plan to recruit from among the serfs for this army, and I wish for you to assume the role of its leader. Would you be willing to accept this responsibility?" Charles fixed his gaze upon Baron, though Baron preferred the thrill of galloping into battle. He recognized from Charles's expression that he had little choice. Moreover, leading a new army, even if not intended for warfare, did not strike him as a degradation. Baron nodded in affirmation, stating, "I am willing to contribute my strength to the House of Iris." Charles smiled. "Sir Baron, henceforth, the safety of the territory shall be entrusted to your guardianship." Baron rose, replying, "I am prepared to defend the territory's safety with my life." To become a vassal of a family entails the expectation of unwavering loyalty unto death. There are matters that a lord may jest about, yet as a vassal, one must never be frivolous. To defend the family's honor with one's life is to be immortalized as a hero, even in death, earning respect from even one's adversaries. This is an age where a knight dies for his family. Sir Baron, I intend to establish a new town centered around the castle, which will become the most prosperous hub within the Iris domain. This new army shall be named the Security Corps, tasked with safeguarding the realm and its people. Eventually, the town will host 3 branches, with a headquarters established in the new settlement, where you will oversee the various divisions. I can provide ample resources, and the rest shall be for you to devise. Master, I shall not fail to meet your expectations, Baron declared with confidence. Chapter 8. The invention of lime. After Baron left, Charles summoned Bullet, Earl, and Macau. The three men, towering at nearly 6 feet tall, entered the castle with trepidation, akin to timid rabbits fearing to dirty the premises and incur punishment. Charles spoke gently, "Please take a seat." The trio sat obediently, much like school children, awaiting Charles's instructions. "I have heard that you three are the most esteemed individuals in your village." The three men were taken aback and quickly clarified, "My lord, we are indeed the most capable in the village. The villagers respect our efforts, which is why they are willing to follow our lead." As they spoke, they knelt before him. "Rise," Charles commanded. "I have not summoned you to reprimand you. On the contrary, I offer you an opportunity. Do you wish for your descendants to become honorable knights?" Their faces lit up with joy, and they eagerly nodded. "Yes, my lord. It is our dream." Becoming a knight would not only provide a portion of armor and weaponry, but it seemed, from Charles's tone, that they would not need to prepare these themselves. Once knighted, one could support an entire family without needing to rely on the whims of fate. Charles then inquired, "How many individuals are needed during the busy farming season?" They replied, "My lord, we cannot say for certain, as the entire family joins in, but I estimate that each household could manage with one less person." Charles calculated that each village could provide approximately 300 individuals and declared, "I plan to construct a small town near the castle. Each village will contribute 300 people, and you three shall oversee your own villagers." As he spoke, the men's expressions soured, their faces paling. Charles quickly understood their concern, recalling how nobles had historically demanded serfs to build castles, often requiring them to bring their own provisions. Occasionally, some kind-hearted nobles would provide some assistance, acknowledging that serfs were, after all, their property. "Rest assured," Charles reassured them, "as in the past, the castle will supply copper coins and grain." The men were relieved to hear this, grateful that they would not face the ire of the villagers. They bowed in thanks. Charles continued, "My expectation is that there will be no disturbances. These 300 individuals must work diligently. Should I discover any issues, I will hold you accountable." He emphasized that those who performed well would receive praise. The best performer's son would be admitted to the knighthood, personally instructed by the Knight of the Earth. They need not worry about horses or armor. However, he warned, "Should anyone dare to disrupt others, I will hold your entire family responsible." "Yes, yes, we would never entertain such thoughts," they replied hastily. Outside the castle flowed a river, bearing a simple and rustic name, the Great River. Although it lacked nobility, the local serfs had become accustomed to it, and thus the name endured. Initially, Charles intended to center the town around the castle, but soon realized that its distance from the river would complicate daily water access for the townsfolk. Consequently, he revised his plan, centering the new town around the Great River, which ran north to south. He roughly divided it into 4 sections: the castle in the northeast, a settlement for knights' families in the southeast, a marketplace in the northwest, and residential areas for workers in the southwest. The grand construction began. In the initial days, Bullet led a crew to fell trees in the mountains, while Earl managed transportation and Macau oversaw housing construction. Once the houses neared completion, workers could reside there, saving time on daily commutes. They then commenced repairs on the bridges. Although the Great River was not particularly wide, Charles's grandfather had previously built a small bridge, which would be insufficient for the upcoming town's needs and inconvenient for the workers. Mina, following Charles's vision, constructed 5 additional bridges from south to north and repaired the old one. By this time, Charles had been mourning his father's death for over 20 days. Anticipating the arrival of nobles, he aimed to establish a rudimentary commercial area before their arrival. Thus, he divided his workers into 2 groups. Since Macau's team was still building houses, Charles sent them to construct the marketplace. He instructed Bullet and Earl to first create a road from the castle to the wheat village. Earl was responsible for the north-south road within the town, while Bullet worked from the town's entrance towards the wheat village. Initially, they were unsure how to construct a road. Drawing from vague memories of his past life, Charles recalled how roads were built before cement, realizing that transporting stones would be cumbersome. He remembered a journey with a merchant caravan to the capital, where Rocky spoke up. "Young master, I observed that in the capital of the Duchy of Artem, they first turn the soil and mix it with clay and a white powder." Suddenly enlightened, Charles thought, "Is that not lime?" Recalling that lime was derived from calcium carbonate, he summoned Mina and instructed him to gather several male servants. Together, they rode into the mountains. Despite the presence of wild beasts, Charles donned leather armor for safety and wielded a spear. Upon reaching the foothills, he commanded them to collect small rocks. The men were puzzled and on the verge of questioning the usefulness of this task when they saw the seriousness in Charles's demeanor and complied. The male servants expressed reluctance, stating, "But young master, those things in the castle are used for cooking. What if they become dirty? Let them be dirty. Hurry and gather them. What is there to hesitate about? I do not mind, and you dare to voice objections?" Charles scolded. Yes, we shall comply," the servants replied, resigning themselves to the task. They returned with bowl-like pieces and began to heat them. Charles observed, "It is not hot enough. Fetch a fan to stoke the flames." At that moment, the steward Rocky approached and inquired, "Young master, what are you doing using cooking implements to burn stones?" Charles explained, "I suddenly recalled that white powder you mentioned. I believe I saw something about it in a book, so I thought I would give it a try." Though the steward refrained from further questioning, his expression betrayed skepticism. The others exchanged glances, bemused by the notion of roasting stones, and wondered if they might also need to roast soil. However, Rocky seemed to understand, and before Charles could speak, he admonished, "What? Do you still have doubts about the young master's orders?" With no choice but to mutter their frustrations internally, they resumed their work. Once everything was nearly prepared, Charles instructed, "Pour some water over those stones." They complied, extracting the fragments and mixing in clay and the roasted earth, ultimately forming a sticky mass. "Let us check on this tomorrow," he concluded, leaving the solitary lump behind. The next day, after breakfast, eager to inspect the progress of the new town, Rocky approached with enthusiasm. "This morning, I discovered that lump has hardened. I cannot even crush it with my horse." Charles's spirits soared at the news. "Quickly, take me to see it." Upon arrival, he inspected the hardened mass and, using his energy, barely managed to break off a corner. The hardness was more than sufficient for road construction. Joyfully, he declared to Rocky, "Let us name this substance lime." Loki remarked, "Of course, the invention belongs to the young master, and he shall name it himself. This method of production must remain confidential. Loki, go to the village and gather 40 households, preferably those with fewer family members, and arrange for them to settle south of the castle. I will instruct the workers to construct a set of houses for them. Remember to separate the tasks of burning lime, mixing lime with water, and the final combination." "The young master's method is truly remarkable," Loki responded. "Very well, I will attend to it immediately." With that, Loki hurriedly set about making the necessary arrangements. Given that the workers were currently untrained in road construction, Charles instructed them to dig a pathway to ascertain the general direction. The lime must remain undisclosed. In fact, even its sale is fraught with risk. With it, erecting city walls becomes exceedingly convenient, thus diminishing the knight's role. A nation reliant on knights alone is bound to falter, especially considering the substantial investment made in training them, only for them to engage in constant sieges, a considerable loss. For now, the use of lime must be clandestine. Charles plans to utilize lime as the foundation, layering it with a mixture of clay and fired earth above, concealing it for as long as possible. Naturally, once the construction is complete, the workers must also be kept in check. Chapter 9. The formative town. Another 10 days passed, marking 25 days since Charles's father had passed away. Charles stood before the window of his study, the gentle sunlight gracing his shoulders, a glass of red wine in hand as he quietly observed the laboring workers below. Loki stood behind him, following Charles's gaze. By this time, the road from Wheat Village to the castle had been completed. The town lay in a north-south orientation, with the route from the town entrance bending eastward towards the southeast. However, due to the rudimentary tools and the workers' inexperience, the road was somewhat uneven, yet its width was sufficient to accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Charles had also erected a sign at the farthest point south of Wheat Village, giving the scene a semblance of order that, in this era, could be deemed quite lavish. Estimating that the visiting dignitaries would soon arrive, Charles halted further road construction and redirected his efforts towards establishing a lime processing center on the northern side of the castle. Near the mountains, the market featured north-south oriented stalls, topped with a simple canopy, supported by wooden frames. These formed standard merchant booths where small traders or serfs could sell their wares. Larger merchants had booths equivalent to 2 or 3 smaller stalls. To the south of the market were the workers' residences, where they would rest after a day's labor, typically sharing rooms of 8, which, while cramped, sufficed for sleep. 5 individuals would find it quite comfortable for daily living. The houses south of the castle were being constructed with greater opulence, thus their progress was slower, with only a few scattered structures standing alone in the fields. As a man with an affinity for infrastructure, Charles, while previously indifferent, discovered an unusual fervor for construction. He downed the wine in his glass and turned to Loki, inquiring, "Have the arrangements for the lime workers been made?" Loki replied respectfully, "All is arranged. They are all single men from the village, without families to burden them, which simplifies matters. I have temporarily placed them in the empty servant quarters on the first floor of the castle and assigned knights to oversee them. Without families, will they be compliant?" Charles asked. "Sir, these men who have never encountered women, I assured them that if they endure for 3 years, each will be granted a bride. With ample food and wages, they are now eagerly anticipating marriage and family," Loki explained. Charles turned to look at Loki, handing him his wine glass in approval. "Well done. How is the cleaning of the castle progressing? It seems the barons who come to pay their respects should be arriving soon. Ensure they do not disturb our esteemed guests." Loki accepted the glass and assured him, "Rest assured, sir, they will enter through the castle's side entrance, avoiding any disturbance to the nobles. Additionally, the lime processing center on the northern side of the castle is nearing completion. They will be able to move in shortly." Charles did not look down upon these men. In this era, the nobility held their reputation in high regard. Guests would typically announce their visits months in advance, accompanied by gifts, and any failure to properly receive them could lead to animosity, especially if serfs were to offend them. Charles continued to survey the town, his thoughts drifting to the divine stone within him, now considerably diminished, likely due to the energy expended during his physical enhancement. Yet, he still could not merge the fortune of his territory with the burgeoning town. He speculated that perhaps the town was not yet complete, the population insufficient, or the territory's fortune inadequate. However, he noted that the current fortune had improved significantly since his father's passing and his ascension to the title of Baron. Meanwhile, to the south of Wheat Village, a group traversed a rugged path, led by fully armored knights, followed closely by mounted retainers clad in leather armor, and flanked by 2 wagons. Baron Barley of the Calla Lily, finding the jostling of the wagons intolerable, rode outside, accompanied by his retinue. The procession comprised fewer than 100 individuals. Within the foremost wagon sat Baron Barley's wife, Isabella Calla Lily, along with their 2 daughters, Gianna and his Calla Lily. Isabella was the daughter of the official Naka, and upon marriage, she adopted her husband's surname. Had Barley married a count's daughter, she would have retained her original name. However, once married, a daughter's allegiance typically shifted towards her husband's family, although exceptions existed. Gianna had married the son of the knight commander, while the younger daughter remained unbetrothed, hoping to find a match at the upcoming Iris family banquet. In the rear wagon was their eldest son, Libby Calla Lily, a confirmed heir, who had accompanied them primarily to expand his network, leaving his younger brother behind. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, and a mounted retainer approached Baron Barley, reporting, "My lord, it seems there is a signpost ahead." Following the retainer to the sign, Barley was astonished to find a smooth, well-constructed road, reminiscent of those he had only seen in the heart of Tulip Town within the Count's domain. "This is remarkable. I cannot fathom how they accomplished such a feat," he exclaimed. As they traveled along the newly constructed road, the jostling of the wagons ceased, much to the relief of Isabella and her daughters, who sighed in unison, grateful for the newfound smoothness that spared their bodies from further discomfort. Curiosity piqued, Isabella and Gianna glanced at Hiss, who remained coyly silent. Unable to contain herself, Isabella admonished, "Feigning curiosity is not a noble trait, but you taught us that. It's an effective tactic with men," Hiss retorted, sensing her mother's displeasure. Seeing the slight frown on Isabella's face, Hiss quickly added, "I saw a straight, magnificent road outside, far grander than our castle's surface, stretching so far I couldn't see the end." Isabella huffed in disapproval and turned away, while Gianna embraced her sister and sneaked a glance outside. Before long, they approached Wheat Village, and a voice called out, "We are about to enter the village." Upon hearing this, Isabella, Gianna, Hiss, and Libby prepared to cover their noses with handkerchiefs, bracing themselves for the odors that might greet them. To their surprise, no foul smells permeated the village. Only as they exited did they catch a whiff of the manure heaps outside. Barley's mind swirled with questions, yearning to rush to the Iris castle for answers. But he quelled such thoughts, deeming them unbefitting of a nobleman. Instead, he ordered the leading knights to quicken their pace, confident that upon reaching the castle, many of his queries would be resolved. Though they hastened their speed, the smoothness of the road rendered the journey comfortable for those within the wagons. A few days prior, the noble Earth Knights began to take turns standing guard at the entrance, graciously welcoming esteemed guests. One might ponder why such distinguished knights would engage in this menial task, yet their unwavering commitment to duty revealed no hint of weariness. Only the Earth Knights possessed the gravitas necessary for such an honor, a testament to their esteemed status. Barley and his companions followed Indum into the quaint town, where orderly rows of houses lined the left side of the street, occasionally interrupted by a bridge. To the right, scattered homes appeared, amidst which numerous serfs toiled to construct their dwellings. As they progressed, the castle loomed ahead, the architecture on the left transformed, with individuals emerging from within. In Barley's moment of contemplation, they arrived at the castle, where the steward, Loki, awaited them at the entrance. Knight Indum escorted Barley's knights to the workers' quarters, where houses built in accordance with familial living arrangements offered ample space. Barley proceeded to the hall to pay his respects to the late Metal Iris, father of Charles. Charles was already present in the hall, and despite Barley's myriad questions, the time for conversation was ill-suited. The banquet would provide ample opportunity for discourse. Chapter 10. The burial. After the Calla Lily family took residence in the castle, Charles seldom encountered them, particularly Madame Isabella and her two daughters, who rarely ventured outside. Their meals delivered by servants. However, Baron Barley often strolled outside the castle grounds. Charles granted the workers a respite, not primarily out of caution concerning Baron Barley and his entourage, but rather due to a shortage of housing in the southwestern part of the town. Days passed, and Baron Din's Tulip and Baron Berg Cherry Blossom arrived together, promptly reaching the castle, equally intrigued by the bustling Iris territory. Young master, is the Iris family truly so deeply rooted in wealth, with their road construction and town development? Baron Berg inquired. Din's Tulip, the eldest son of Count Kis Tulip and the designated heir of the Tulip family, was striking with his light golden hair and clear blue eyes that concealed youthful pride. His complexion was fair, features well-defined. Standing tall with his legs in golden stirrups, he wore a black and white military uniform, noble version, paired with black riding trousers. He glanced at the castle in the distance and remarked casually, "The Iris territory has discovered a vein of precious metal. The White Tulip Knights and the accompanying laborers I brought are here to exploit it." The arrival of the Tulip Knights assured the prospect of the precious metal mine, and it was only a matter of time before other barons within the territory learned of it, especially with future internal trade in mind. Thus Din spoke readily of it. Baron Berg nodded, expressing envy. The Iris family is indeed fortunate. Yet, his demeanor suggested otherwise, as if feigned. Despite not being visited by the Count himself, Charles welcomed Dens and Berg at the castle entrance. Seeing Charles, Dens dismounted and approached to shake his hand, stating, "The death of Baron Mader has grieved the Count greatly. Another loyal knight has departed from the Tulip family forever." Charles, feigning astonishment, replied, "As a baron personally bestowed by the Count, loyalty remains the knight's greatest virtue. Perhaps my father's only regret is not perishing on the battlefield." A truly brave and fearless knight, Dens continued. To safeguard the Iris territory and prevent such tragedies from recurring, the Count has personally dispatched the White Tulip Knights for the security of the realm. While the words were pleasing, the underlying intention was to oversee the precious metal mine directly. Nevertheless, Charles had prepared himself mentally and joyfully exclaimed, "Praise the benevolent Count." After their pleasantries, Dens introduced Baron Berg to Charles. Baron Berg, standing behind Dens, bore little resemblance to a valiant baron. He appeared more like Dens' personal servant. After exchanging greetings with Dens, Charles and Berg performed their own introductions. Subsequently, the servants began their handover tasks. The Earth Knights could reside in the castle to protect the territory, while the attendant knights would stay in the workers' quarters. Dens' White Tulip Knights and the serfs would settle near the precious metal mine, requiring only provisions. By dawn, the castle servants were bustling about the site. Bundles of irises were continuously brought into the hall until it resembled a sea of flowers, with a portrait of Mater Iris hanging prominently in the center. Despite their swift actions, the servants moved quietly, as if afraid to disturb the slumbering Mater Iris. The knights cleared the path in advance, ensuring that the Lord's burial would not be interrupted by animals or inattentive individuals. At noon, the funeral commenced. Charles knelt by the coffin, with older servants like Loki standing behind him. Except for the Iris family, women were not permitted at the funeral. Batty Calla Lily and Libby Calla Lily stood on the left, while Den's Tulip, Berg Cherry Blossom, and his eldest son Sula Cherry Blossom stood on the right. They each bowed and presented flowers from their families, Calla Lilies, Cherry Blossoms, and Tulips. Due to the remote location, there was no church, and with only Charles remaining of the Iris lineage, the funeral was somewhat austere. As the sound of a thud echoed, Indum, Yadin, Rao, and Baron lifted the coffin, signaling the burial was imminent. Charles's expression was one of deep sorrow. He had anticipated profound grief, pain, or holding back tears, but time had dulled his anguish, leaving only an inexplicable emptiness, a desire to cry without knowing where to begin. A peculiar sensation surged within him, as if the ambient fortunes swirling about were drawn together by a magnet, converging from the Iris territory into the castle, some even melding within him. It felt as though a thread connected him to this newly constructed town. His internal energy surged, awakening from his cells, circulating within him. Once he regained his composure, he realized his energy had more than doubled. In previous battles, he had either enveloped his weapon with energy or shielded his chest. Yet now he could cover his entire torso, functioning akin to armor while simultaneously reinforcing his weapon. It was a delicate balance of offense and defense. Charles understood that simply establishing a town was insufficient for the integration of fortune. A substantial population was necessary. The arrival of Baron Batty, Baron Berg, and Baron Dens filled the town's void, complemented by the attendance of free citizens and serfs on the day of the funeral, rapidly populating the town. He also comprehended the role of fortune in construction. It would enhance the cohesion of the territory's inhabitants, improve their physical well-being, and draw more people to the town, fostering loyalty to the Iris family. It would also facilitate the knight's training, allowing for accelerated advancement. In the hall, Barons Batty, Berg, and Dens engaged in casual conversation, awaiting the evening's impending banquet. Suddenly, they seemed to detect a fragrant aroma, which invigorated them, lifting their spirits and fostering an inexplicable fondness for Charles. The serfs within the territory, seemingly under a spell, found their ailments dissipating and emerged to bow before the castle, believing that their lord's passing had blessed them, enhancing their health. However, they were oblivious to the fortune merging into the town from all directions, slowly radiating outward, impacting the Iris territory. Only Charles, possessing the divine stone, could perceive this phenomenon. As night fell, the hall was aglow with candles, casting a dim light, allowing only vague outlines of faces. Charles, along with Barons Batty, Dens, and Berg, engaged in light-hearted banter, surrounded solely by their personal attendants. Charles felt a tinge of disdain towards having a male servant attending to him, yet he refrained from requesting a female attendant. The whispers of scandal regarding unmarried noble women were already circulating, and the prospect of an illegitimate child would complicate matters further. So Charles remained without a personal attendant. Nearby, the knights congregated in small groups, conversing. Madame Isabella and Baron Berg's wife, Elinda, exchanged pleasantries, while Baron Dens, yet to marry, was engaged to Princess Lisa, the king's youngest daughter. They praised each other's daughter's beauty, elegance, and attire. Meanwhile, Dens raised his glass, smiling at Charles, and proclaimed, "The Count has decided that the Iris family and the Tulip family shall share the precious metal mine equally." Charles raised his goblet and clinked it against his companions, taking a sip before speaking. "I have a condition that I hope does not come across as presumptuous. I would like to retain a portion of the extracted fine gold or to equip my knightly order. I am the last of the Iris family, and at present, I do not even know who the murderer is. In summary, you cannot take all the extracted fine gold. I only ask that you leave me some funds. How much do you wish to retain? 20% would suffice. Anything more is unnecessary, as long as it enables me to arm my knights." Don eventually nodded in agreement, stating, "That is a perfectly reasonable request. Of course, it can be arranged." Baron Barty then inquired, "Baron Charles, may I ask what purpose the area to the west of the castle serves?" Charles smiled and replied, "Baron Barty, I intend to establish a marketplace there, specifically for trade with caravans. When the time comes, you may send your own caravan, and I will personally reserve a prime stall for you." "Very well. But please ensure it is set aside for me," Barty insisted. "Rest assured, I shall certainly do so. I will etch a token for you, allowing your caravan to enter without issue when the time comes." At this moment, Baron Beg interjected, "Baron Charles, The roads within your territory are remarkably straight and sturdy. Might I inquire if you possess any secrets regarding their construction?" Upon hearing this, Barty and Dawn cast curious glances at him, both intrigued yet hesitant to voice their questions directly. Internally, Charles muttered a curse, yet maintained his composure as he responded, "There is no great secret. I merely mobilized the idle serfs, providing them with daily sustenance and a few copper coins. Their enthusiasm has visibly increased." Charles sighed and continued, "However, it has indeed cost a fair amount. I have invested hundreds of gold coins into the construction of these few roads. Were it not for the fine gold mine, I would not have dared to undertake such expenditures." In truth, Charles had spent no more than 50 gold coins, as the primary costs were for labor and provisions during the transportation and processing of materials. The three men pondered this, the extent of their belief in his words known only to the spirits, and soon the four resumed their leisurely conversation, exchanging tales of amusing occurrences within the territory. Chapter 11. A series of gatherings took place over the course of 3 days, culminating in several cooperative agreements, primarily with Baron Dawn. The central town of the Tulip Town, thrived far more than Char. Dawn would dispatch 2 merchant caravans to the market, facilitating economic exchanges between Iris Town and Tulip Town. Agreements were also established with Baron Berg and Baron Batty, allowing Char to trade serfs, grain, and horses with them. Meanwhile, the long-blooming Les had ignited a passionate romance with the composed and mature knight. His held an unparalleled admiration for this youthful and vivacious maiden, finding in her the same sense of absolute security he experienced with his father. Approaching 40, Les also harbored a special affection for this spirited girl. Meanwhile, Berg's second daughter, Sadai Sakura, had caught the eye of Noah, the knight commander of Dawn. Noah, a mere 2 years older than Dawn, was chosen personally by Dawn's father as a knight commander. They had grown up together, sharing an incomparable loyalty. Sadai, however, seemed to toy with Noah's affections, keeping him in suspense. At last, the moment of departure arrived. Barons Batty, Berg, and Dawn had agreed to set off today, on a fine and sunny morning. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with a gentle breeze carrying the delicate scent of irises. Carriages began to roll out, with knights leading the way, followed by the 3 barons mounting their steeds in succession, first Dawn, then Berg, and finally Batty. Once Dawn and Berg had departed, Char broached the topic of Knight Commander Les's affection for his second daughter, expressing a desire to wed her. He extolled Les's admirable qualities, informing him that Les had previously not encountered his ideal partner, focusing instead on mastering his martial skills, which had earned him a title from Char's father. In essence, he urged Char to send his daughter forth for marriage, emphasizing Les's unmarried status, wealth, and commendable character. Batty's expression revealed a hint of conflict. Were it Char, he would have readily agreed. With his marrying into their family, she would have no one to oversee her, taking charge as the lady of the house. Should anything happen to Char, he could. With that, he mounted his horse and joined the caravan, as if fearing Char would press further. In the castle study, Char sat calmly in his chair, issuing commands with meticulous precision. He instructed Mina to urge Brule, Earl, and Macau to resume work promptly, repairing roads and constructing buildings as necessary. He then summoned Carlin, as the autumn harvest approached, directing him to gather the castle's male servants along with Baron's guards to oversee the serfs in their grain harvest. Finally, Char called for Les, sharing the rather disheartening news. Upon hearing it, Les's face fell slightly, but he had long matured, understanding that love and marriage were distinct matters. It was only natural for Baron Batty to disapprove. Char approached him, patting his shoulder, and said, "I shall ensure the territory flourishes beautifully, transforming Iris Town into a symbol of beauty and wealth, attracting all unmarried women from the vicinity, allowing you to choose wisely." Les smiled faintly, replying, "I hope your wish comes true soon, and may the Iris family prosper eternally." At this moment, the 3 caravans had diverged, each heading toward their respective domains. Berg Sakura's eldest son, Sakuraji Sakura, remarked, "Father, as per your instructions, I have discovered that the Iris family has unearthed something new that would greatly aid in road construction." Baron Berg nodded with confidence, smiling. For the Iris family to construct such an extensive road in a short time, it surely cannot be a simple matter of expenditure. They must possess their own secrets. He then gestured to his personal servant on the left to summon Knight Commander Monka. After a while, Monka approached, inquiring, "What are your orders, my lord?" Take a group with you to investigate any suspicious activities concerning the Iris family. Ensure you remain concealed. And remember to leave swiftly upon discovery, so as not to alert them, Berg commanded. Monka acknowledged and selected a team to depart from the caravan. Meanwhile, on another front, Lamar hastened to Violet Town, eager to meet with Count Violet. Lamar, were you not tasked with assisting Hamis in eliminating the Iris family within the territory of the Gentlemaness Orchid? Lamar bowed respectfully, stating, My lord, I have received word that the Iris family has discovered a vein of precious metal. It seems Kaz Violet is already aware, showing no signs of concern. At that moment, Kaz's personal servant approached, whispering a few words into Kaz's ear before standing respectfully to the side. Kaz nodded, instructing, Bring him in. A person whom Lamar had never seen before then entered the hall. He was tall, with thick brows and large eyes, likely another knight from the realm. He cast a glance at Lamar before looking up at Kaz, as if seeking permission to be present. Fear not, Mahone, this is my loyal knight. I trust he would never betray me, even in the face of death. Lamar felt a surge of excitement. Though he had not informed Count Kaz immediately, he had earned Kaz's trust, and surely rewards would follow. Mahone cleared his throat and spoke solemnly, My lord. Keith Tulip has dispatched the White Tulip Knights to develop and protect the precious metal mine. Baron Batty and Baron Dawn are attending the funeral of the Iris family, and Dawn's Knights are not in Tulip Town at present. Only the Yellow Tulip Knights, the Blue Tulip Knights, and the Tulip Infantry remain in the city. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, my lord. If we engage in a field battle, Kaz need not fear excessively, but a siege could entail significant losses, especially with Baron Persian Daisy lurking nearby. Ultimately, Kaz decided to seize the opportunity. Indeed, my lord, he affirmed. Massey, summon Knight Commander Gall, Allen, and Karnai, along with the Infantry Commander Zika and the official Fink. Massey responded, As you command, my lord, and promptly exited. Kaz clapped his hands, instructing the servants to prepare dinner. He raised his goblet, declaring, We await your presence, so please take your seats. Once everyone was seated, Kaz raised his goblet once more, toasting to the assembly before draining it and setting it down, stating, I intend to assault the Tulip family. The official Fink showed signs of distress as he queried, Might I inquire how many troops you intend to deploy, my lord, given that the autumn harvest is imminent? A large-scale mobilization would not only deplete our stored grain, but also conscript a significant number of serfs, hindering the harvest's success. Knight Commanders Gall, Allen, Karnai, and Infantry Commander Zika displayed enthusiasm. Soldiers, after all, revel in battle. Without it, how could they earn their rewards? Kaz observed their reactions, noting the eagerness of the Knight Commanders and Infantry Commander, indicating that morale was high. Fink's opposition was expected, and thus Kaz remained unperturbed as he continued. I plan to deploy the Red Violet Knights, the White Violet Knights, and the Violet Infantry. At this, Fink's countenance darkened. This deployment would nearly exhaust 4/5 of their military strength. The Red and White Knights maintained full ranks, totaling 1,000 men, while the Violet Infantry, though not fully staffed, had over 800. Coupled with the conscripted serfs for transporting grain and setting up camp, the total would likely exceed 5,000 men. My lord, this is unwise. To conscript such a multitude of personnel and military strength would not only jeopardize the territory's security, but also jeopardize the smooth completion of the autumn harvest. Kazi then rose to his feet and remarked, My lord, the Crimson Violet Knights have completed their training and are prepared to clear any obstacles in your path. My lord, do not show favoritism. Kaz first turned to Connie and said, Mr. Connie, the safety of the territory relies on your vigilance. I have reservations about Count Daisy. It is imperative that we maintain a well-trained knightly order within our domain. My eldest son, Rasha Violet, has only just established his own knights, and he is not yet capable of ensuring the safety of our lands. After my departure, you must assist him diligently in safeguarding our territory. The weight of this responsibility rests heavily upon you, Connie. He then shifted his gaze to Fink, stating, Mr. Fink, rest assured that I aim to catch them off guard before the autumn harvest. Furthermore, the Tulip territory has also failed to harvest. It is rife with wheat fields. We shall manage sustenance adequately in situ. What you must focus on, after my departure, is to assist Rasha in managing domestic affairs without allowing disorder to arise. Finally, he concluded, Fink, you are to dispatch diplomats to inform Baron Harmon that Baron Vasha will immediately mobilize forces to attack Baron Batty during the Tulip territory's harvest. Lamar, You shall lead the light crimson-violet knights to aid Baron Hames in vanquishing the Iris family and to delay the white tulip knights." With that, Kazi stood, raised his goblet, and the others followed suit, clinking their cups together as Kazi proclaimed, "Hail the violet, hail victory. Hail the violet, hail victory." Chapter 12. The knight's promotion. On a sunlit summer morning, golden rays streamed through the window into the study, illuminating the entire room as they danced across the desk. Behind the desk stood a bookshelf brimming with tomes, while 2 rows of small chairs faced it. Charles, feeling rather languid, rose and stretched, pouring himself a glass of wine. He sauntered to the window, swirling the glass as he gazed at the ever-changing landscape of his domain, a surge of profound pride swelling within him. The marketplace, now bustling with various shops, welcomed peasants and freemen alike, their comings and goings giving rise to clever entrepreneurs who set up stalls selling homemade trinkets to supplement their income. What was needed to craft perfume? Distillation, perhaps, or maybe simply crushing and steeping the ingredients. I shall try the simpler methods first. If they prove inadequate, I may resort to constructing a distillation apparatus. The necessity of distillation is paramount, not only for brewing, but also for battlefield sanitation. While many perish outright in battle, an even greater number succumb to untreated wounds, it is far more advantageous to save 1 seasoned soldier than to recruit 2 novices. Just as Charles was lost in thought, a series of firm knocks echoed at the door. A male servant entered, bowing slightly. "Young master, Sir Lays the Knight Commander has come to visit." After receiving his orders, the servant promptly exited the study. Moments later, the sound of purposeful footsteps approached, followed by another knock, and the robust figure of Lays strode in, offering a respectful bow. "Sir Lays, to what do I owe this unexpected visit?" Charles inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It was uncommon for Lays to seek him out in the mornings. He preferred to gallop around the estate at that hour. "Young Master Charles, I bring joyous news. 5 Squire Knights have successfully ascended to the rank of Earth Knights." A gleam of delight illuminated Lays's expression, signifying the impending expansion of the knightly order. It seemed fortune had favored them. Those affluent Squire Knights had seized the opportunity to break through. Charles felt a mixture of joy and concern. The strengthening of the knightly order was indeed a cause for celebration. However, the elevation of these knights required him to bestow suitable rewards, namely, proper iron armor and lances. Furthermore, they could not remain mere Squire Knights. Discontent would surely arise among them. This necessitated the recruitment of additional Squire Knights, thereby enlarging the order, which would require mounts, leather armor, and lances. Yet, strength was a safeguard against peril, and Charles resolved not to let such matters dampen his spirits. "Who are the knights who have been promoted?" he asked, clapping his hands to summon a servant. Shortly thereafter, the steward, Loki, arrived in haste. "Young master, how may I assist you?" "There are several suits of iron armor and lances remaining in the castle," Loki replied. 12 suits of iron armor and 76 lances. Suddenly, as if realizing the implications, he exclaimed with excitement, "Could it be that more knights have been promoted?" Lays, beaming, confirmed, "Indeed, this time there are not just 1, but 5. Blessed be the Iris family." Loki exclaimed fervently, "Before you get too carried away, prepare for the upcoming conscription. We need 50 men, reserving 30 spots for our workers. Remember to include the son of the workers' leader, as I promised them." As for why not to recruit 100, it was not due to a lack of qualifications or accomplishments, but rather because we currently lacked sufficient warhorses. "Understood, young master. I shall make the necessary preparations at once." In the training grounds, Charles donned glimmering silver armor, his feet clad in long boots, complemented by noble military trousers, which afforded him exceptional flexibility. Such attire was exclusive to nobles and Earth Knights, while common Squire Knights typically wore trousers that were wide at the top and narrow at the ankles. Standing before the assembled knightly order and the newly recruited Squire Knights, their eyes fixed intently upon him, Charles could see the 5 newly promoted knights at the forefront. Among them was Zamiel, tall and imposing, his square visage marked by a long scar that seemed to narrate the brutal tales of battle. As a servant presented Charles with the armor and lance, he personally bestowed them upon Zamiel. The latter's face was awash with emotion. Years of conflict had culminated in this moment, and he was no longer a mere Squire Knight. He was now a knight in his own right. Charles proceeded to honor each knight in turn, and once the ceremony was complete, he stepped forward to address the assembly. Zamiel, Tolu, Barnetta, Herman, and more, as if rehearsed. bowed deeply and proclaimed, "Loyalty is the noblest virtue of a knight. Long live the great Iris family." The squire knights behind them, stirred by the fervor, echoed, "Long live the Iris family." The training grounds rang with their fervent shouts, a cacophony of enthusiasm, aspirations for wealth, and desires for status. The crowd roared, as if to claim their own place among the Earth Knights, yearning to receive the Lord's personal rewards. After the ceremony and a hearty dinner, Charles sat at his desk, facing Loki. They raised their goblets and sipped. "Loki, what have Baron Batty, Baron Dawn, and Baron Beg sent us?" Loki consulted his ledger. "Baron Batty has sent 3 lengths of sea silk, 10 lengths of coarse silk, a noble one-handed sword, a suit of iron armor, and 5 tons of wheat. Baron Dawn sent 10 pounds of fine salt, 10 pounds of brown sugar, 3 pounds of oil, 2 suits of armor, 10 tons of wheat, dozens of red candles, 3 lengths of high-quality white silk, 10 lengths of sea silk, 75 lengths of coarse silk, and 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to a reserve from the precious metal mines. Baron Beg sent 5 lengths of sea silk, 20 lengths of coarse silk, and some coarse salt and sugar." Charles nodded, noting that perhaps due to his father's passing, the Tulip family had sent particularly generous gifts this time, especially the staple goods, which were exceedingly costly. Fine salt, for instance, fetched 10 gold coins per pound, while the inferior coarse salt cost 1 gold coin per pound, and the lowest quality salt blocks commanded a silver coin each. A single salt block lasts an extensive period. Though they resemble stones, Charles had encountered them once, unsure of their safety. They emitted a bitter aroma, leading him to prefer coarse salt in his daily meals. "Loki, the knightly order must be at full strength. It is imperative that we hasten the formation of a caravan to Tulip Town to procure 200 war horses and 100 maras." "Young master, is not the number of maras excessive? Along with those already housed in the castle, we could expect over 100 foals in a year. Even accounting for some losses, we would still have 70 to 80 horses. Do we truly need so many?" "Fear not, Loki. A great battle looms on the horizon, and war horses will inevitably incur losses." Loki gazed at Charles with uncertainty. "A great battle? With whom? I have not heard of the Count calling for troops or declaring war. The Orchid family does not seek vengeance for paternal wrongs. What face do I have left? What face does the Iris family possess? The Orchid family will strike without warning, masquerading as bandits. If I do not avenge this wrong, I shall be left with a bitter taste in my throat." Rising, Charles continued, "Though the news has yet to spread, can any discerning eye fail to see that it was indeed the Orchid family that attacked the Iris family? I devised Lyme and constructed a town at great risk to myself. Was it for nothing? To allow my father's murder to go unavenged? I have endured in silence. But I am a son, and the honor of the Iris family has been tarnished. This battle is inevitable. Once the autumn harvest is complete and the knightly order has expanded and undergone training, I shall personally lead the expedition against the Camellia family." Charles clenched his fists tightly, striking the table in a release of the turmoil, melancholy, and indignation that had plagued him since the untimely death of his father. Loki also rose, tears glistening in his eyes, and declared, "Rest assured, young master, I shall promptly assemble a trading convoy for swift departure and return. Until this vendetta is avenged, the dignity of the Iris family shall remain unprotected." Chapter 13. The assault on the Orchid family territory. The afternoon sun streamed through the hall's windows, casting a warm and inviting glow upon the faces of those gathered within, lulling some into a state of drowsiness. Several individuals occupied the hall, either seated or standing. Hamis broke the silence, inquiring, "Lamar, does the esteemed Count of Violet intend to launch his offensive ahead of schedule?" The Count, having learned that the Order of the White Tulip was safeguarding the extraction of the precious metal from the Iris family territory, resolved to strike before the autumn harvest. Official Robert expressed his concerns, as their coordination with the Count was imperative. Should the Count decide to attack before the harvest, they would undoubtedly miss the opportunity to reap their crops. Rising to his feet, he lamented, "What shall become of our grain? It would be a tragedy for a year's worth of labor to remain in the fields." Lamar let out a hearty laugh, retorting, "We shall bring sufficient serfs. The Iris family's lands are abundant with grain." The Knight Commander Norman joined in the laughter, adding, "This year, by vanquishing the Iris family, we shall not require their assistance during the harvest." Hamis, caught up in the mirth, mused aloud, "Once we conquer the Iris family, what shall we do with their ancestral lands? Perhaps we should lay it to waste, leaving nothing but excrement upon their heads. Should we execute Charles? Or perhaps we should castrate him and place him at the castle gates as a guard. Haha. Hami's expression darkened. He had been contemplating revenge after their victory when Robert doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Moreover, this was the Count's decree, and he possessed neither the authority nor the desire to oppose it. He scolded, "Robert, why must you be so cowardly? Norman, tell him, is your order ready for defeat?" Norman, sharing Hami's disdain for Robert's incessant interruptions, retorted, "I wonder if Lord Robert has prepared himself for battle. But every knight in our order is ready to fight for our lord. They would rather perish on the charge than in cowardice." At that moment, Lamar interjected. "The Count has dispatched the light pink violet knights, who have spent the past month training alongside the gentleman orchid knights. Even when facing both the white tulip and iris knights, we shall emerge victorious. Moreover, the tulip family's white tulip knights are not close to the castle. We can launch a surprise attack. Undoubtedly, the iris knights will come to their aid, and we shall eliminate them in one fell swoop." Hami stood, applauding the plan, then turned to Robert, declaring, "The elements are in our favor. This time, there shall be no failure, only triumph. You should prepare at once. We shall depart in 3 days." Robert could only nod in resignation, replying, "As you command, my lord." Thus, with Robert's assistance, they began to summon serfs from house to house, instructing them to bring their farming tools. The poorer serfs emerged clutching black bread. Unlike the knights who received coin, Hami's did not even lay eyes on this group of serfs. He ordered them to pillage at will and partake in the spoils alongside the knights. 3 days swiftly passed, and Hami set forth with his knights in a grand procession, the knights forming 2 lines, followed by a disorganized throng of serfs. The reason for this formation was quite pragmatic. The terrain was difficult to navigate. Surrounding them were vassal knights, clearing the path and remaining vigilant against wild beasts. Hami's, riding at the center, was a seasoned warrior. Though lacking extraordinary powers, his tactical acumen was akin to that of early Japanese village skirmishes. After 5 days, they reached the Iris territory. Though there were no clear demarcations, the sight of wheat fields indicated the presence of inhabitants nearby. Hami's wasted no time. While the serfs might falter in battle, they were adept at harvesting. They encircled the fields, sending out workers, and in a day, had nearly gathered the surrounding wheat. As for any resistance, what were the knights for? Days dragged on, and 10 days later, Hami's arrived at the vicinity of the precious metal mine. It was a mountainous region, not particularly high or steep, with a well-trodden path. Some rudimentary defenses and various dwellings were visible, likely intended for the knights and serfs. Hami's relayed the news to Lamar and Norman, instructing them to prepare for battle. Lamar suggested, "My lord, the slope is gentle. We should launch a surprise attack to catch them off guard." Hami smiled. "That is precisely my intention." The acting knight commander Filer urged, "Quickly, close the gates." As he donned his armor, he instructed the knights to don their gear swiftly. "Our position is advantageous. If we can withstand the initial onslaught, we shall be secure." Yet doubts crept into Filer's mind. He lacked the authority of his predecessor, Kazan. Would anyone heed his commands? As word spread, the camp erupted into chaos. Knights donned their armor, searched for their steeds, and armed themselves, while others indulged in drunken revelry, snoring loudly. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, the sound of the gates being breached. Looking up, Hami's witnessed rows of charging knights storming in, their iron lances glinting ominously. Someone had accidentally ignited a flame, and scattered fires flickered throughout the territory. Kill! 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 The enemy cavalry showed no concern for who stood before them. Anyone in their path was met with a swift death. Despite the valiant attempts of some knights to resist, the charging heavy cavalry crushed them with ease. Flames soared into the sky as fleeing serfs scattered, and knights galloped away, some in such a frenzy that they abandoned their armor. The gentlemen orchid and violet knights, some even dismounted, cast aside their lances to seize their personal blades, reveling in the carnage. Lamar joyfully proclaimed, "It is all thanks to our Lord's divine intervention. We shall leave none alive." Hami's, shaking off the blood that stained him, could not suppress his own thrill of battle, laughing heartily. I dare say they did not anticipate such a swift defeat. In this desolate wilderness, the white tulip knights found themselves devoid of women. Some cunning individuals sought out Knight Commander Kazan, purchasing wine from outside to entertain the knights, resulting in unexpected profits. Kazan led a contingent to the Iris town for trade, further exacerbating the situation. While Kazan might have commanded respect, Filer's lack of authority led some to drink recklessly during the day. The fires raged for hours, and as the knights began to regroup, the serfs set about clearing the battlefield, collecting remnants of value, a considerable haul for them. Hamis, Lamar, and Norman ventured towards the precious metal mine. Hamis queried, "Where have all the ores gone? Not a single piece remains. Have the knights taken them? We ought to interrogate a few." Soon, Norman approached Hamis, saying, "My lord, 2 days ago, Knight Commander Kazan took a portion of the men and the extracted ores with him. They are likely in Town now." Hamis replied, "Tidy the battlefield, rest for a day, and we shall depart at dawn the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will assess our casualties. Knights are not serfs. They are not to be treated as mere cattle." The following day, the entire territory buzzed with excitement. And the reason was quite simple. There was an ample supply of meat. The previous day's battle had claimed many horses, some of which had sustained severe injuries and could no longer serve as steeds. Thus, they were slaughtered for sustenance, preventing the waste of provisions. Even the serfs were granted the luxury of meat broth to savor. Norman approached Hamis and reported, "My lord, we sustained 23 injuries and suffered 8 fatalities yesterday, with 7 more clearly beyond recovery." He then added with a hint of satisfaction, "The enemy casualties should be around 100. The stark contrast between the emaciated bodies of the serfs and the robust forms of the knights was evident, yet no one bothered to tally the losses among the serfs. Hamis nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak. Such is the nature of war. There is no time for mourning. This was a resounding victory. And the fact that everyone could sit here joyfully feasting on meat, rather than fleeing in disarray, was a blessing in itself. Perhaps only those who had lost loved ones would quietly grieve in this moment. Chapter 14. Iris Flower Town in Iris Flower Town. The market bustled with activity in the early morning. Numerous stalls had already been set up, and workers, having just risen, ambled into the market in small groups, casually wandering before the various stands. The lively atmosphere was palpable as vendors opened their wares, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the workers. Some laborers headed straight for a stall to purchase breakfast, while others roamed aimlessly, uncertain of their destination. After a while, the workers, having finished their meals, exited the market, gearing up for another busy day. Ordinarily, the food vendors would begin to pack up after breakfast, but with the arrival of the Earl's nightly order in Iris Flower Town, the knights preferred not to dine alongside the laborers. The fare from the mines could not compare to the offerings available here, while the mine's provisions merely filled the stomach. The market selections catered to a more discerning palate. Therefore, the knights waited until the workers had departed to partake in their meals, embodying the elevated status of nobility. As the market thrived with people, shrewd vendors called out to customers while handing over their goods. Workers might squat down to eat on the spot, but the knights would make their way to larger establishments that provided seating for their dining experience. In the castle, Charles awoke and, attended by his male servant, washed and dressed with a sense of gravity, for the Knight Commander Kazan of the White Tulip Order had taken residence in the castle, and Charles planned to invite him to breakfast. At the dining table, Charles raised his glass, addressing Kazan. "I trust you have found your stay comfortable these past few days." Kazan reciprocated the gesture, clinking glasses with Charles before taking a sip and graciously responding, "I am truly grateful to be honored with such hospitality from Lord Charles." Once the pleasantries were exchanged, they delved into more pressing matters. Charles inquired, "How shall we address the processing of the current batch of ore?" The territory lacked the capabilities to refine the ore, necessitating its transport to Tulip Town for processing, leaving Charles feeling quite passive in the situation. Feigning ignorance, Kazan remarked, "Might Iris Flower territory possess the means to process the ore? If so, it would be most convenient." Charles stifled a curse, contemplating that if he had the capacity for independent processing, the Earl would surely lose sleep over it. Yet, maintaining a composed facade, he replied with a smile, "Iris Flower is a remote and underdeveloped region, lacking the ability to refine precious metals. We rely entirely on the assistance of the esteemed Earl." Charles continued his flattery, suggesting, "Should the Earl be willing to lend further assistance, it would be greatly appreciated. The territory has but a single old blacksmith, who can hardly forge a suit of armor in a year. Even with precious ore, we are left to lament our limitations." Kazan, amused, laughed heartily, and the atmosphere grew warm and lively. At that moment, a male servant entered, casting a glance at Kazan before hastening to Charles. He whispered a few hurried words into Charles's ear, causing the facade of polite charm to vanish, replaced by a grave expression. Kazan, sensing something amiss. Looked curiously at Charles, who had previously flattered him, now appearing rather subdued and serious. Charles turned to Cossin, his eyes darting, and said, "My Lord Cossin, the mine has been attacked by the despicable Juniper family. My servant has just informed me that." The mention of my lord brought delight to Cossin, who regarded himself as of equal standing with Charles, or perhaps slightly superior, given that he was a bona fide baron, while Cossin held the title of knight commander. However, Charles's hesitance left Cossin feeling somewhat stifled as he pressed, "Lord Charles, what has transpired? With the White Tulip Order at our side, nothing grave should occur." Charles, feigning sorrow, replied, "My Lord Cossin, the mine has indeed been attacked by the vile Juniper family, and all the knights within have perished." Unfazed, Charles poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip, thinking Cossin a fool for believing every word. He then clapped his hands to summon a nearby servant, instructing him to fetch Loki. Moments later, Loki arrived, inquiring, "Young master, how may I assist you?" Charles stood and stated, "The Juniper family has launched an assault, and I hear the Knights of Count Violet are also involved." Loki, previously cheerful, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, suggesting, "As the White Tulip Order is also present in town, perhaps we should join forces for mutual protection." Charles shook his head, asserting, "That is not feasible. It is the season of autumn harvest. If we remain holed up in the castle, winter will be dire, and the newly established town will be plundered. We cannot afford to be besieged until the last moment. Then, it seems we must collaborate with the White Tulip Order to repel the enemy," Loki said, his brow furrowed with concern. "That will not do. I observe Cossin's eagerness for glory. He is quite arrogant and will undoubtedly seek to seize control of the Iris Flower Order, which is not a viable strategy." Charles raised his glass, a smile on his face, declaring, "I intend to feign weakness. It is likely that our ambitious knight commander will not anticipate the presence of knights sent by Count Violet. Should he venture forth alone, he is destined for defeat. We shall scatter riches along the road, and the pursuing enemy will not abandon their spoils." Charles continued, "Let us gather all valuables from the castle, and, once the White Tulip Order has set out, disperse the treasures along the roadside. Inform Knight Commander Lays to prepare the troops." Meanwhile, Cossin, stepping out of the castle, simmered with anger, contemplating how a mere baron could dare to ambush the Earl's knights and slay the serfs within, further complicating the establishment of a mine. He felt urgency to rectify this situation before the Earl, hoping to maintain his position as knight commander and remain stationed at the mine, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Despite his greed and arrogance, Cossin was not a fool. He was a seasoned warrior forged in battle. He swiftly rallied his troops, knights mounted on their steeds, armed with lances and armor, charging forth toward the mine. The Juniper and Violet Knights had also set out, their earthbound cavalry clearing the path ahead, scouting for any stragglers. As they approached, the enemy's figures became visible, shrouded in dust, suggesting they outnumbered Cossin's forces. Although unease settled in Cossin's heart, retreat was not an option at this juncture, and he issued the command to charge. The enemy, sensing the impending clash, spurred their horses forward, and the two forces drew closer, the enemy consolidating into a tight formation, aiming to breach Cossin's lines. Seizing the moment, Cossin planned to exploit the exposed flanks and break the enemy's cohesion. As the battle commenced, the enemy surged forth with the ferocity of a cleaver, slicing through Cossin's ranks, the cacophony of steel and the cries of horses echoing in the air. Cossin's countenance darkened. Everything was unraveling. The enemy, sharp as a dagger, pierced through his formation, splitting his forces in two. As horses clashed, riders from both sides engaged in a deadly dance, each thrust of a lance seeking to unseat the other. Fear and trepidation were cast aside in the face of a singular thought: to vanquish the foe and press on. The conflict became a test of mettle, where only the bravest would prevail. The beleaguered White Tulip Knights, sensing defeat, galloped hastily toward the town, seeking refuge within the castle, where hope still lingered. Cossin's expression darkened. This was no strength befitting a mere baroness order. Hamis turned to Lamerl with a smile, praising, "The general is truly a master of warfare." Lamerl waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Your compliments are unwarranted." It was revealed that Lamar had maneuvered all the Earth Knights to the forefront, forging a dense formation that swiftly scattered the White Tulip Knights. What ensued was a relentless pursuit. The majority of casualties were not incurred during the moments of battle, but rather in the throes of this chase. During the pursuit, It seemed as though they were not hunting men, but rather a pack of wild boars. With two daring to chase after 10, the Orchid Violet Knights pressed on, driving the remnants of the White Tulip Knights towards Iris Town, abandoning the serfs they had brought along, intent on achieving a decisive victory and seizing control of Iris Town in the process. Chapter 15. Pillaging. Drake was a member of the Blush Violet Knights, following their leader, Lamar, to the Gentian territory. And now he was partaking in the assault on the Iris domain. Though the Blush Violet Knights had only recently been established and numbered just over 200, he held a dismissive view of the Gentian Knights, a mere Baron-led cohort with a mere 100 members, some clad in tattered leather armor, which he found utterly laughable. Under the blazing sun, sweat poured down as Drake, having just taken the lead, shattered the White Tulip Knights. He cast a scornful glance at the Gentian Knights trailing behind, who were pursuing the fleeing enemy. They had chased the retreating forces for less than 20 miles, where discarded lances and armor littered the ground, cast aside by knights fleeing for their lives. In their desperation, they cared little for treasures. Their foremost concern was survival. The group continued their pursuit towards the small town of Iris, intending to corral the disoriented troops and see if they could lure them into a pitched battle. However, midway through their advance, Drake suddenly noticed a scattering of silver coins, gold, and even fine fabrics along the roadside. His instincts tingled with unease. How could such riches be found here? Something was amiss. Meanwhile, the Gentian Knights, lacking proper armor, were eager to seize the opportunity. Their lord's provision for their daily rations and their steeds was already a significant burden, leaving little for luxuries. They had no qualms about the legitimacy of the treasure before them. They understood the imperative of dismounting and seizing the moment. First come, first served. The Earth Knights might have retained some semblance of resistance, but their accompanying knights hastily dismounted, plunging into the fray. Some even cast their weapons aside to gather more spoils. The Violet Knights, unable to restrain themselves, joined the frenzy, some resorting to blows, though they refrained from using their weapons to avoid casualties. An Earth Knight rushed to report to Lamar and Hamis. "My lord, trouble brews ahead. An abundance of unidentified riches has appeared, and the knights are plundering." Lamar and Hamis exchanged grim looks. Hamis urged, "Inform the Earth Knights. It matters not who belongs to whom. We must swiftly quell this disorder." In the chaos, neither the soldiers nor their commander were aware of the unfolding situation. If reinforcements arrived, disaster would ensue. Hamis silently prayed for a swift resolution. This sort of issue must never arise again. But opportunity was fleeting. Shar, leading the Iris Knights, was merely 5 miles away. "Master Shar, as anticipated, the cavalry is in disarray. An immediate strike will surely yield victory," a scouting knight reported, galloping towards him. Shar nodded. There was little choice. Post-battle pillaging had become an unspoken rule, and he doubted Hamis's knights could resist such temptation. Adjusting his armor, he declared, "Let us eradicate the Gentian family this very moment. Advance." The Iris Knights surged forth like a dark tapestry billowing in the wind. Drake suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping steeds, followed by a rising cloud of dust in the distance, signaling the enemy's approach. The scene erupted into chaos as the knights, having just halted, nearly succumbed to panic once more. Fortunately, the Earth Knights managed to regain control. Lamar commanded, "Do not mount. Quickly form a camp." There was no time to mount. The horses would not gain speed, and climbing aboard would spell doom. They could only drive their steeds to block the impending onslaught and establish a camp, hoping to withstand the oncoming assault. However, the training methods of the Violet Knights, focused on infantry formations, differed significantly from those of the Gentian Knights. No further orders could be issued. The Gentian Knights were already excluded from the fray, and the Iris Knights were almost upon them. From above, one would see them divided into 3 sections, the frontmost pushing their horses to the limit, while the middle and rear sections accelerated. The Iris Knights closed in, and Drake could see the galloping warhorses, gleaming armor, and sharp lances. They would fight. They had to hold their ground. I knew there was something suspicious about that treasure. The foolish Gentians. The charging Iris Knights were like a spear, thrusting forward, crashing through the recently formed camp of dismounted knights. Barely 200 in number. The first and second lines of Violet Knights crumbled like fragile straw, but the third line, composed of fully armored Earth Knights, managed to hold their ground. Drake's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, began to ease. If they could endure, there was still hope. The Iris Knights, their momentum slowing, began to suffer significant losses. The Violet Knights formed groups of three. One struck at the horse's legs, another thrust with a lance, while the third delivered the final blow. As the Iris Knights split to the sides, creating space for their comrades behind and targeting the Gentian Knights, who were far easier to dispatch, the Violet Knights, who had just withstood the initial wave, were not allowed a moment's respite before the second wave surged forward. Galloping steeds crashed into the ranks, scattering them, while the knights inside discarded their lances for cleavers, prioritizing chaos over formation. Lamar shouted, "Hold your ground, remain steady." Realizing the futility of the situation, he slipped beside Hamis and whispered, "My lord, we must retreat. Defeat is imminent." Hamis's face turned ashen. A promising victory had transformed into a disastrous defeat. However, he was not stubborn. Valuing his life, he ordered his loyal knights to withdraw swiftly. The formation had entirely unraveled, and the Iris Knights rampaged within, shouting, "Your lord has fled. Surrender now to avoid death. Your lord has abandoned you. Why do you not yield? Your lord has been slain. Surrender quickly to escape execution." Lai smiled, "Master, your strategy is astute. A mere ploy has led to such a triumph. 150 against nearly twice the enemy forces, a testament to your military genius." Though exhilarated, Shar remained composed. "This serves as a cautionary tale for us. I anticipated that if the Iris Knights emerged victorious, they too would succumb to the allure of the scattered riches. The rules regarding post-battle pillaging must be revised. But, my lord, if we prohibit looting, morale may falter," Lais countered. "Then we shall ensure they receive sufficient rations and increase their rewards each month, but looting shall not be permitted." Shar glanced at Lais, continuing, "We shall discuss this matter post-battle. For now, apprehend these knights and send a contingent to pursue Baron Hamis. He must face consequences for his escape." Lais nodded and dispatched orders. Shar felt a hint of a headache. The issue of pillaging was complex and unavoidable. His moral compass, rooted in his former life, prevented him from witnessing the trained knights wield their swords against defenseless peasants. Furthermore, governance of any future conquests would necessitate a different approach. Pillaging immediately following a battle would hinder effective administration. Fortunately, although he was not the founder of this army, he had personally led his troops to victory in several battles, thus earning a modicum of respect. However, the question of how to deal with the surrendering knights posed a significant dilemma. Executing prisoners was hardly feasible. This would not only contravene contemporary values, but also, while the deaths of serfs might go unnoticed, some of these knights had already attained the status of noble lords. No one wished to face the insecurity that accompanied capture. If Charles dared to resort to execution, even the Count of Tulip would be unable to protect him, and he might even find himself personally pursued. Yet, the noble knights could not simply surrender. They had been personally bestowed titles and were bound by an oath of unwavering loyalty to the Junzelin family. Surrendering was not an option they could consider lightly. Moreover, even those knights who had not been officially ennobled had their families residing within the Junzelin domain, specifically in the territory of Violet. It was truly a vexing situation, leaving only the possibility of selling them off for profit. One could demand an exorbitant price. Failing that, they would be forced into hard labor, left to endure hunger, and would likely succumb within a few days. Chapter 16: Preparation to advance into the Clivia domain. As night enveloped the Iris castle, a series of firm knocks echoed through the tranquil study, shattering its stillness. "Enter," called Charles, placing his book aside and glancing towards the door. In walked Loki, attired in a tailcoat, bowing slightly before reporting, "Young master, the statistics are in. The Earth Knight Rao, Toru, and Barnetta have sustained minor injuries, while the Earth Knight Herman has tragically perished. Additionally, 21 retainer knights were wounded, and 18 have lost their lives. Typically, Earth Knights seldom fall in battle unless they confront opposing Earth Knights. However, the newly promoted Earth Knights have not yet honed their combat skills, making their injuries somewhat expected." Charles nodded thoughtfully and replied, "The injured must receive proper care. Please summon the butler Wolf to attend to them." Wolf, regarded as the physician of the domain, primarily served the Lord. In the event of Charles falling ill, he would first dispatch someone to Tulip Town for a doctor, while having Wolf examine him as a precaution. "But, young Master Wolf, fear not. Provide him with a generous sum, informing him that I personally requested his assistance. There will be substantial rewards if he performs well," Charles instructed, harboring a notion in his mind. Veterans who have seen the battlefield are invaluable. It would be a tragedy for them to perish from illness rather than in combat. Charles intended for Wolf to lead the training of military medics. Not requiring them to be highly skilled, basic medical knowledge would suffice. An increase in medical personnel could significantly reduce the mortality rate among the wounded by developing various healing potions. Unfortunately, the foundation of the Iris domain was rather fragile. Loki continued, "Young master, we have captured 18 Earth Knights and over 100 Retainer Knights, annihilating more than 100 of the enemy and seizing over 200 war horses. Regrettably, 50 of these horses were injured and can no longer return to battle." Subsequently, the Iris Knights pursued the enemy and encountered their peasant forces, capturing over 800 individuals and acquiring substantial provisions. However, they claimed that these supplies were harvested from our own lands. Loki, still brimming with enthusiasm, added, "Your foresight is truly remarkable, young master. We have utterly defeated double the enemy forces and captured so many peasants." Charles lifted a goblet from the table, pouring himself a drink before filling Loki's cup as well. Observing Loki's excitement, he gestured for him to sit, saying, "The Clivia family dares to strike before the autumn harvest. It appears they are courting disaster. We shall gather the peasants and knights and set out towards the Clivia domain in 3 days for the harvest." Seeing Loki's bewilderment regarding the equestrian policies, Charles elaborated, "I've observed that among the servants, the horse breeding process is rather rudimentary, merely numbering the horses and estimating their age, while assessing their potential as war horses. We must enhance our approach. Not only should we record the ages of the horses, but also their lineage, so that we know their parentage. As the saying goes, a tiger's offspring is born from a tiger. Naturally, good horses come from good stock. Through generations, we should select horses based on height, speed, and endurance. While not all must meet the highest standards, a horse with great explosive power and impact, even if lacking in stamina, can still be developed into a war horse. Similarly, those with lesser speed but greater endurance can be bred as pack horses. In essence, we must cultivate a diverse array of horses with targeted breeding." "Understood, young master. But what about the remaining individuals? The rest shall establish a settlement west of Iris Town, about 10 miles away. For the first year, the castle will provide food, quality seeds, and farming tools, exempting them from taxes. The following 3 years will see reduced taxes, ensuring they can sustain themselves. The prosperity of Iris Town relies on the support of numerous settlements in the vicinity." Suddenly, Charles had another thought, stating, "We must also allocate 100 individuals, 30 to the blacksmith to learn forging techniques, instructing them not to withhold their skills. We shall subsidize the blacksmith shop, rewarding 20 silver coins for each apprentice trained. 40 will go to the leatherworking shop to learn the art of crafting leather armor, while the remaining 30 will study medicine under Wolf. All will receive subsidies and rewards." Charles knew that mastering these skills would not happen overnight. However, the town currently lacked sufficient blacksmiths and leatherworkers to train many apprentices at once. "Understood, young master. But how shall we handle the captives?" "Inform Hamis. No need to worry about the captives for now. I shall personally lead the troops in their subjugation, and we can discuss reparations afterward. This time, the newly established security team will oversee the captives instead of the knightly order." Charles approached Loki, saying, "Loki, prepare a merchant convoy immediately. Let Indum lead a squad of knights to escort you to Tulip Town for horse procurement. With the capture of 200 horses, minus those lost or injured, we still have over 100 left. I shall provide you with 200 gold coins, primarily to purchase mares, armor, and provisions. Additionally, acquire 20 quality horses, which I intend to reward to the Earth Knights." Noticing Loki's curiosity, Charles contemplated briefly and discerned his confusion regarding the urgency of the task amidst impending conflict. "Do you recall what Munis said before his demise? The Violet family is preparing to attack the Tulip family. There are even knights from the Violet family present on the battlefield. I fear they may act soon. But Tulip Town is fortified with walls. Indeed, the forces on both sides are evenly matched, and Count Violet is unlikely to seize the city. However, circumstances may shift, and there could be infiltrators within. In any case, preparation is key." "Understood, young master." Loki stood, bowing respectfully before departing to arrange the necessary preparations. Charles remained in the study, feeling somewhat helpless. The scarcity of capable individuals was indeed a challenge, and with Loki aging, he pondered who he could rely on if Loki were to pass. Mina? He contemplated grooming him for administrative duties, intending to entrust him with the allocation of personnel and the establishment of settlements. thereby increasing his responsibilities to assess his capabilities. In Charles's eyes, Loki held the position of financial overseer, someone he trusted implicitly, safeguarding the treasury. He felt secure with Loki at the helm, while doubts lingered regarding others. He hoped Loki would thrive for years to come. The newly established security team was also set to make its debut, as Charles intended to utilize them akin to a police force, responsible for maintaining order in the domain and managing petty theft. However, their role would not be limited to policing. They would also oversee the autumn harvest and subsequent tax collection. As for potential corruption, given the current modest size of the domain, he could manage oversight, but he anticipated that power would need to be decentralized in the future. Dyson had originally been a small-time thug from the Wildgrass settlement. His father perished on the battlefield while serving under Lord Mediliris, having been conscripted and subsequently slain in combat. His mother died during childbirth with her second child. At a young age, Dyson lost his land to relatives, but was given some money and grain to prevent starvation. As he grew older, he found no land to cultivate and scorned the idea of farming. He resorted to petty theft, bullying honest families, and running errands for the knightly lords. Managing to scrape by, recently, a formidable knight arrived in the settlement, initially inquiring with Mina, the steward sent by Charles, about the local ruffians. The knight then decisively defeated his boss, the fearsome Yig, leaving Dyson terrified, fearing the lord intended to purge them. He later learned that the knight sought to conscript them into the security team. Although Dyson was uncertain of what that entailed, he was enticed by the promise of uniforms, provisions, and a monthly stipend. His duties primarily involved overseeing construction sites or mediating conflicts within the settlement, tasks he found exceedingly simple. His adeptness in management had earned him the position of a squad leader, overseeing a team of 9, on par with his former superior. Dyson felt a profound sense of contentment. He had secured a home and found a wife, and now the serfs in the village bowed to him in deference. Although he had once instilled fear, he sensed a transformation within himself. Gone were the days of feigning ferocity to intimidate others. He now carried an air of dignity. However, he found himself perplexed by the latest developments, dispatching personnel while simultaneously summoning others. The young master has annihilated the knight order sent by the Junzelin faction, capturing over 800 serfs. It is said that with the knights included, the total exceeds 1,000. The young master achieved victory in a single battle, Rude exclaimed, taking a moment to catch his breath. I surmise that the counteroffensive against the Junzelin territory is imminent. This must entail the conscription of serfs. But with the autumn harvest approaching, we cannot afford to let the grain rot in the fields. Hence, the deployment of these serfs. No wonder, Dyson mused. Over 1,000 individuals, what an immense number. The young master truly exemplifies valor. Indeed, you are aware of Count Tulip, correct? His entire knight order was obliterated. The young master led just over 100 men and decisively defeated that multitude of over 1,000. It was truly remarkable. After sharing this, Rude turned to him, advising, you must prepare swiftly. The young master's expedition is imminent and cannot be delayed. Should you arrive late and miss the appointed time, it would spell significant trouble. Dyson replied earnestly, I will commence my preparations immediately and ensure that the schedule remains unblemished. Chapter 17. The Assault on the Clivia Territory, my lord. It is said that the Blackstone Mountains stretch for over 100 miles, reaching all the way to the sea outlet. Les remarked as he gazed towards the northern peaks. I have heard from traveling merchants that numerous large vessels frequent that port daily. If the winds are favorable, merchants from the Duchy of Ruma can reach the Violet Territory in just 3 days and 2 nights. Unfortunately, the war between the Duchy of Ardum and the Duchy of Ruma has drastically reduced merchant traffic, and it has languished for over a decade now. Zaire recalled from his readings that the Violet Territory once thrived as the jewel of the Duchy of Ardum, with many nobles owning residences in Violet Town. A favored summer retreat. His grandfather had once journeyed from the castle, traversing the mountains and crossing into the Clivia territory before heading east for several miles to reach the port town of Violet. Now, with no merchants arriving, it had likely dwindled to a mere hamlet. Sir Les, do you know how far we are from the Clivia territory? Zaire inquired. He nodded, considering their expedition. Over 80 members of the Iris Knight Brigade were mobilized, while more than 50 remained, including those injured and guarding prisoners. He had brought along over 800 serfs, skilled in harvesting grain, but Hamis lacked the strength to engage in open battle. The aim of this mission was to assess the fortress's fortitude, primarily to plunder its population and grain. A cavalry siege would be a foolish endeavor. Dismounting, Zaire's old companion seemed to sense that his mission had concluded, letting out a mournful neigh before collapsing. A wave of despondency washed over Hamis. Yet, he knew there was no time for sorrow. His immediate priority was to rally defenders for the castle. Zaire Iris, that despicable scoundrel, would not let him off easily. In the great hall of Clivia Castle, the administrative officer Robert was summoned after dinner. Hamis had already washed up and donned his attire, the previous desperation having vanished. More accurately, it had been concealed under the veneer of noble decorum that Hamis struggled to maintain. With a sigh, he lamented, "I regret not heeding Mr. Robert's counsel. Now, after this defeat, even Knight Commander Norman's fate is uncertain." "Did Lord Lamar fall?" Robert inquired. Hamis understood the implication. If Lamar had perished, the entire brigade from Violet would be lost, and he could hardly face the Count of Violet, being accused of Lamar's mismanagement. If Lamar had indeed fallen, Hamis would bear the entire burden of responsibility. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "In the heat of battle, Lamar retreated down another path. We parted ways. But unless something unforeseen occurred, he should be safe." Robert also sighed in relief, but soon appeared troubled. "What shall we do next as the Iris advances? If they strike before the autumn harvest, they will feast upon our lands. If we triumph, all is well, but if we fail, we shall surely face their wrath." Hamis exhaled sharply, resolutely stating, "First, we must summon strong men to guard the castle. We will deliberate on other matters later." "But, my lord, what of the serfs?" Robert protested. "Must we engage in open battle ourselves?" "Do as I command, immediately." Hamis snapped, his anger stemming from a deeper well of fear. Robert's face paled, and he resigned himself, saying, "As you wish, my lord." Orders were dispatched from the castle, and due to the devastating losses suffered by the Knight Brigade, they had to rely on administrative officials and male servants to conscript able-bodied men. Families were relocated to the castle, outfitted with leather armor and long spears, while the remaining knights provided rudimentary training. As Zaire's forces arrived before Clivia Castle, he gazed up at the structure perched upon the hillside, backed by the Blackstone Mountains. The castle, 3 stories tall and nearly 10 meters high, featured arrow towers, with its gates firmly shut. At that moment, Les whispered, "My lord, why not drive the serfs to assault the castle and test its defenses?" Of course, he referred to the serfs of Clivia, who lacked the craftsmen to forge siege engines and could only be coerced into serving as human shields. Zaire frowned, recognizing the perilous nature of such a tactic and deeming it unworthy. He then contemplated his true desires, the need for population to establish settlements, grain, coins, and treasures. The castle posed a formidable challenge to attack. Thus, he resolved not to assault it, but rather to plunder the Clivia lands for food and riches, planning to continue this cycle year after year. What good was a sturdy castle if it could be circumvented? Zaire commanded, "Send forth a knight to the gates to taunt Hamis, to see if he dares to engage in open combat. Although the chances are slim, it is worth a try. Cowardly Hamis, do you possess the courage to face us? If the Clivia family knew of your cowardice, they would wish to rise from the grave to curse you. Simply kneel before our Lord, and he may grant you mercy." A knight roamed below the castle, hurling insults, yet the fortress remained unmoving, like a turtle retreating into its shell. "Fetch a woman's dress and send it up to him," Zaire ordered. Inside Clivia Castle, a box was presented to Hamis, who opened it to find a woman's outfit. In a fit of rage, he leapt to his feet and hurled a nearby wine cup, exclaiming, "This is intolerable. I shall kill that wretch, dismember him, and immerse him in filth so he may never know peace in life." As his anger mounted, he tore the dress to shreds and stormed out of the hall, donning his armor and armaments. Upon reaching the castle's parapet, he looked down to see a throng surrounding the area, extinguishing any fleeting thoughts of confrontation. The conscripted serfs secretly mocked Hamis. After all, it was not their shame, and they had no intention of stepping forward. Les approached Zaire and remarked, "Hamis truly lacks any semblance of courage. Years ago, on the battlefield, I believed him to be a valiant and fierce lord. Now, I am profoundly disappointed. It seems he will not emerge, no matter the humiliation." Zaire nodded, observing, "It appears that one battle has shattered his resolve. We need not concern ourselves with him. By the way, have the scouts we dispatched found any settlements? By morning, we shall set out. If he does not emerge, I will harvest all the grain from his lands." As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the hall, and Hamis was having breakfast when a male servant burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, They have retreated. Hamis stood in astonishment. When did this happen? The servant collected his thoughts and replied, "This morning, they began to dismantle their camp, and now there is no one outside the castle." Hamis, disregarding his meal, rushed outside to the ramparts, confirming the absence of any foes, save for the scattered dung that attested to their recent presence. He commanded, "Do not open the gates for the next few days. I fear they may still linger in the vicinity. We shall wait and see." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, Zaire and Les surveyed a nearby settlement. This is the soybean settlement. Including the surrounding villages, it likely hosts over 1,000 souls, Les remarked. Zaire nodded and instructed, "Send the serfs to harvest the nearby grain. Inform the serfs within that their food has run out, and they can find free provisions in the Iris territory, with no taxes for the first year. Use both persuasion and coercion, but do not kill." Addressing the Knight Brigade and the serfs behind them, he declared, "This time, everyone shall be rewarded. Knights will receive a bolt of fine silk, while the serfs shall be granted 10 loaves of black bread and 3 dough of grain. But no looting is allowed." He then turned to Reese and instructed, "From now on, the knights shall receive their full allowances, and their monthly rewards will be increased. However, they are strictly forbidden from pillaging. Henceforth, all resources will be managed and distributed uniformly, with no room for personal plunder." Observing the gravity of Charles's directives, Reese nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall maintain discipline within the ranks and ensure that no acts of violence occur." Subsequently, upon reaching each encampment or village, they would first dispatch serfs to harvest the wheat, followed by instilling fear among the peasants. Many felt compelled to volunteer to accompany them. After all, with the wheat already cut, it was uncertain whether the Lord would send someone to collect the grain, and the remaining provisions were scarcely sufficient for survival. Chapter 18. The horse purchase incident in the quaint town of Tulip. Towering walls encircle the settlement, reaching a height of 8 meters. The grand city gates stand wide open, flanked by several guards, while pedestrians and merchants form lengthy queues. Those who pay the requisite fees are subjected to casual inquiries before being allowed entry. However, the stingy ones face thorough scrutiny. "Where do you hail from? What brings you to the city?" asks a square-faced guard, brandishing a sword. Roki offers a friendly smile, confidently presenting the coins he had prepared in advance. "We come from Iris Flower, seeking to purchase a few horses," he replies. The guard, Telly, is inclined to grant them passage, but he notices Tredo giving him a sidelong glance. Tredo, though no taller than 7 feet, bears an abundance of freckles on his face. One would expect a guard to maintain a more imposing appearance, given the significance of their role. Endom, born in the Wildgrass clan, had risen from a squire to a knight on the battlefield, yet this marks his first venture beyond familiar lands. These two individuals exhibit no signs of hostility, their physiques less honed than those of the squire knights of the Iris Flower Order. To demand more payment after receiving the coins feels like an affront. Telly grips his sword hilt and steps forward, seemingly ready to confront them. Telly brandishes his own weapon, admonishing, "If you dare to make a move, I'll ensure your father pays for it." Roki swiftly intervenes, gently pulling Endom back. "My bodyguard is inexperienced and unfamiliar with the world. He has only fought bandits in our territory and is prone to impulsive actions." He discreetly slips a gold coin into Telly's hand, adding, "When traveling, a cordial demeanor invites prosperity." As he gestures for the convoy to enter, Telly and Tredo exchange knowing glances, their expressions softening. Indeed, when venturing out, kindness begets wealth. "We are all brothers of the Tulip territory, no need for such formality." Upon entering the city, a few young lads approach. "Sir, need a guide? I know these streets like the back of my hand. Just 3 silver coins, and I can take you anywhere." "Sir, just 1 silver coin for me." Roki dismisses them with a few silver coins, saying, "No need, I frequent here and know the way." Disappointed, the boys wander off. "Sir." Endom feels a surge of frustration, but Roki remains unfazed, chuckling as he explains, "It is said that the Grim Reaper is easy to meet, while the mischievous spirits are a nuisance. Just look at that guard. His peculiar appearance belies his position. Who knows what intrigues lie beneath? As for those young guides, if you were a newcomer, they would lead you to places where you would be fleeced. Losing money is one thing. Losing one's life is another. It is an unfortunate reality of travel." Seeing Endom deep in thought, Roki continues, "Focus on the task at hand. Selecting horses is your forte." As they walk, Roki describes Tulip Town, which boasts 2 main avenues wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages. Beyond the north-south thoroughfare lies an east-west road connecting the city gates. You will see it ahead, he assures. Indum, puzzled, inquires, where is the castle? Where does the Count of Tulip reside? Roki points to the left. That area is reserved for nobility, the Count of Tulip. The Knight Lords and civic officials reside here. Legend has it that a former count once declared, the Tulip family has no castle. The town itself is our strongest fortress. Thus, each subsequent count has fortified the town's walls. He then gestures to the right. This side houses blacksmiths and artisans, places for smelting or crafting leather armor and forging weapons. Indum nods in agreement, gaining a clearer understanding of Tulip Town. As the sun dips lower in the sky, Roki leads the caravan to an inn. Welcome, gentlemen. Dining or lodging? A servant greets them with a sycophantic smile. We require lodging, 2 small rooms and 10 larger ones, Roki replies, following the servant inside. The hall buzzes with noise. Groups of patrons drink and converse, while others engage in games, creating a lively atmosphere. The servant approaches the counter, whispers a few words, and soon 3 or 4 people head out, likely to tend to their horses. Sir, what would you like to eat? Bring 2 plates of donkey meat, some side dishes. But no dark bread, whole grain only, and make sure it's pure. For the upstairs, substitute donkey meat with pork. Roki casually tosses a gold coin to the servant. Use this for now, let me know if you need more. Certainly, sir. Please take a seat. The servant leads Roki and Indum to their table, then guides the accompanying squire knights, male servants, and peasants upstairs. Roki, aware of his advancing age, realizes he may soon be confined to the castle. However, the absence of traveling merchants in the territory compels him to seize this opportunity to impart wisdom to Indum. When we venture out, it is not solely for purchases. We must also gather intelligence. This hall attracts a diverse crowd. After a few drinks, people tend to speak openly. Spending some time here can reveal many secrets. Indum, perplexed, asks, isn't there a mountain to the north? Suddenly, a commotion erupts to their left. Is it true? The Duchy of Artem may face calamity. A man, having garnered the crowd's attention, elaborates. It is said that merchants from the Roma Duchy are sailing large ships to the port town of Count Violet, selling spices and porcelain, then purchasing fine furs and horses in return. This trade could yield substantial profits. Rumor has it that the old king has passed, and the newly appointed king is determined to secure this trade route. Recently, emissaries from the Roma Duchy have visited the Sukal Duchy. Another voice chimes in. If a conflict arises, bandits will undoubtedly follow. The trade route will become perilous. Merchants risk everything, abandoning their families, just to amass a fortune. Traveling merchants lead a difficult life. Why concern yourself with such matters? More money is better than none. I hear that in the Roma Duchy, merchants can even ascend to nobility. It's rumored that a new gold mine has been discovered in the iris flower territory. That might be worth investigating. Drink up, drink up. The following morning, Roki and Indum set out early, heading directly to the marketplace. As they approach the entrance, the pungent odors of livestock waste, blood, and sweat assail their senses. For Roki and Indum, who hail from the relatively clean iris flower town, this olfactory assault is overwhelming. Though they had not noticed it before, it now feels unbearable. Reluctantly, they tread through the muck and soon find a shop. Upon entering the hall, they are greeted by a salesperson. Sir, what can I assist you with? Everything's in the back. Roki smiles and replies, you must be new here. I'm a regular. Please fetch your boss. Of course, sir. The salesperson retreats to relay the message. Shortly after, a rotund man with small eyes and a jovial smile emerges, exuding an air of benevolence. Roki the steward. Long time no see. Roki, feeling a wave of nostalgia, reflects on how their last meeting was under the invitation of his lord. Now, the world has changed. It must be 7 or 8 years since we last met. I'm here today for a significant purchase. I have heard that your territory has struck a considerable fortune. What do you wish for this time? 100 mares, 20 sets of armor, 20 fine steeds, and an additional 20 carts of grain. While the steeds and armor pose no issue, the quantity of grain requested is truly unfeasible. At most, I can provide you with 10 carts. As for the mares, I can supply no more than 50. Loki did not haggle. The portly middle-aged man named Thiessen, who is well connected with the castle and the knightly order, is rumored to be the right-hand man of the Count of Tulips. He stated that whatever he claims to be able to procure is precisely what he can deliver, and 10 carts of grain is quite a generous offer. Each cart equates to 100 large barrels. Each large barrel contains 10 smaller ones. and each small barrel holds 10 pints. Without training, a robust adult sustenance amounts to merely 1 pint per day, with a bit of chaff mixed in. It could stretch to 2 days. The mares are valued at 1 gold coin each, armor at 1 gold coin per set, and for the fine steeds, you must select your own as prices vary. The grain is priced at 5 gold coins per cart. Following this, a lavish banquet ensued, during which Loki introduced his companion, Indum, subtly implying that he might be the next in line. This was followed by a bout of commercial flattery. 3 days later, before a warehouse-like structure outside Tulip Town, Loki approached Thesan and shook his hand. Thesan, giving a slight shake, smiled and remarked that the fine steeds were located here, the grain over there. With no need to unload, the carts were a gift, and the mares were situated on the other side, though caution was advised as 2 were already with full. The individuals below commenced the exchange while Loki and Thesan engaged in casual conversation. Indum, listening nearby, felt a wave of frustration. It appeared that upon their departure, they had been waylaid by a group of ruffians. Ordinarily, a single silver coin would suffice for passage, yet they were extorted for a gold coin, clearly sensing their vulnerability. However, Loki remained amiable, which only added to Indum's vexation. At that moment, a cavalry unit galloped toward them with urgency. Loki looked up to see Baron Berg Sakura leading the charge, predictably followed by the Sakura Knights. What could have transpired to summon them? Loki's mind raced with queries. Suddenly recalling the caution given by Charles before his departure, could it be that Count Violet had taken action? The mounted knights disregarded their presence entirely, charging past them without a glance. Berg Sakura halted momentarily at the city gates, as Telly and Tretto approached, having just pilfered a sum from Loki and his companions. Observing Baron Berg's demeanor, Telly was about to speak when a whip lashed out, though lacking the use of fighting energy. The might of a knight like Berg rendered the blow formidable. It struck their legs, leaving them weak and incapacitated. Just as Telly was about to protest the audacity of being assaulted at the gates, he ordered the guards to gather and report to the Earl that someone had brazenly intruded into Tulip Town. Berg Sakura, however, had no time to entertain their grievances and proceeded into the town, while the knights behind him remained still, quietly stationed outside the city. Meanwhile, merchants and serfs waiting to enter the city no longer rushed, instead gathering to witness the spectacle. Loki and Thesan completed their exchange with remarkable swiftness, likely spurred by the eagerness of others to watch the unfolding drama. Chapter 19: The Assault of Count Violet. Every time Baron Beg Sakura visited the Tulip estate, he could not help but marvel at its grandeur. The Tulip family, refraining from constructing a castle, instead boasted an expansive manor, complete with exquisite gardens adorned with hills and ponds, blooming flowers, and verdant trees. Count Kes Tulip frequently hosted lavish banquets here, and Baron Beg Sakura had the privilege of attending several times, an experience akin to a celestial paradise. Upon entering the grand hall, he observed Count Kes seated, gesturing for him to take a seat. Unlike his usual custom of bowing before sitting down to engage in pleasantries, Baron Beg dropped to his knees, his face etched with anguish. "My Lord Kes, Count Kes Violet has attacked the Sakura domain." Count Kes sprang to his feet, astonished. "What has transpired? How many men did Count Violet bring?" "My lord, Count Violet has arrived with 2 knightly orders and an infantry regiment. Sensing the imminent danger, I led the knights to retreat, but it is now apparent that the entire Sakura domain has fallen into the hands of Count Violet." Kes remained silent, his expression grave as he produced a map. The Tulip territory encompassed 3 vassal baronies: Baron Iris, Baron Sakura, and Baron Calla Lily. Baron Iris lay to the north, bordering the Catlia domain, Baron Sakura to the northeast, adjacent to the Violet domain, and Baron Calla Lily to the east, bordering the Hyacinth domain. The territories of Iris, Sakura, and Calla Lily functioned as a protective barrier on the northeastern front of the Tulip estate. Now, with Count Violet mustering considerable force, it seemed he aimed directly at Kes. Kes clapped his hands, summoning his personal attendant, Milton. "Bring forth Commander Kerman of the Yellow Tulip Knights, Commander Sakine of the Blue Tulip Knights, Infantry Commander Michal, Administrator Hawken, and Baron Dawn." Shortly, everyone arrived, with the forthright Michal speaking first. "What has occurred, my lord?" The others, equally curious, turned their attention to Count Kes. For the high-ranking military and political officials of the territory had gathered, unreservedly asserting their representation of the Tulip domain. Kes glanced at Baron Beg and stated, "Count Kes has launched an assault on the Sakura domain with his 2 knightly orders and infantry regiment. Administrator Hawken interjected. It appears this is directed at the tulip domain. Count Kes has mobilized his forces before the autumn harvest, indicating his ambitions are substantial. If it were merely a minor raid, such a show of force would be unwarranted, especially against the Sakura domain. Indeed, this is an affront directed at me, Kes replied. My lord, I am willing to lead the charge. The renown of the tulip infantry is not mere boast. It has been earned through valor. A few years ago, we decisively defeated the infantry of Count Mandala of the Luma Principality, slaying 400 and capturing 800. Kerman and Sakine exchanged glances, their eagerness evident as they too stepped forward. We too wished to serve as vanguards. The tulip domain was famed for its infantry, primarily due to the martial training methods inherited from their ancestors, which allowed the manifestation of fighting spirit among even the least experienced warriors. Thus, the tulip infantry was not only comprised of skilled soldiers, but also benefited from their battle formations, rendering them nearly invincible in combat. The domain maintained 3 knightly orders and 1 infantry regiment. Apart from the White Tulip Knights stationed at the Iris territory with around 250 men, the Blue and Yellow Tulip Knights were fully equipped with 300 each, while the infantry regiment boasted 1,500 soldiers, with over 40% clad in armor and the remainder in leather. After a moment of contemplation, Kes declared, if Count Violet seeks a field battle, then let it be so. If he dares to mobilize his entire force, I shall not hesitate to do the same. Mashal, Sakine, Kerman, rally the soldiers and knights, and prepare the troops. Tomorrow, I shall review our forces. Administrator Hawken, prepare provisions for 20 days and enlist 500 serfs to transport the supplies. This time, I intend to capture Count Violet alive. He seeks trouble before the autumn harvest. He is courting death. Hawken expressed concern, my lord, in past conflicts. We have always been the aggressors against Count Violet's territory, never the other way around. This time, Count Violet must be well prepared. I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Kes turned to Baron Beg, inquiring, how many men remain in the Sakura Knights? Approximately 80, Beg replied. Then they shall form the 3rd unit as our reserve force. Baron Dawn, your knights will remain behind to guard the city. Understood, my lord. On the training grounds, Count Kes stood upon a raised platform, overlooking the soldiers of the infantry regiment clad in armor, arrayed in formation with pike men, shield bearers, and axe wielders. To the left stood the Yellow Tulip Knights, and to the right, the Blue Tulip Knights. The soldiers and knights were impeccably arranged, with an air of solemnity enveloping the assembly. Filled with a sense of pride, Kes proclaimed, for every knight and soldier, a reward of 50 silver coins shall be granted, with an additional 50 upon victory. Administrator Hawken felt a pang of anxiety. This would disperse 2,000 gold coins, while the Tulip Estate's annual revenue barely reached 3,000. At that moment, a prearranged voice from the crowd called out, with such generous rewards from our lord, we shall serve him with unwavering loyalty. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Thus, the morale of the troops was invigorated. The army commenced its march towards the northeastern Sakura domain, with Kerman leading the Yellow Tulip Knights ahead to scout, forming groups of 10, each led by a seasoned knight, spreading out to survey enemy movements up to 7 or 8 miles away. Thierry, a land knight of the Yellow Tulip Knights, had yet to be ennobled due to insufficient battle achievements, and this presented a valuable opportunity to earn his spurs. As a scout knight, the risks were considerable, yet the rewards were tangible. Capturing an opposing scout knight could yield 1 gold coin, and significant intelligence might even lead to immediate ennoblement. My lord, there is movement ahead, Thierry reported to his 4 companions. The other 5 had been dispatched to another direction. After deliberating, he resolved to take the risk. Fortune favored the bold. Let us proceed and investigate. Before long, 8 enemy soldiers appeared, seemingly on a reconnaissance mission. Thierry's heart sank. How he wished for the other 5 to be present. 2 land knights against these 8 would be more than sufficient. He grasped the throwing knife at his waist, knowing he had no choice but to fight. If he could eliminate the opposing land knight, there might still be a chance. The 2 sides clashed without a word, engaged in a fierce struggle. In such close quarters, retreat was no longer an option. It was a matter of either killing the enemy and gaining honor or being slain in turn, with no third path available. Better to die fighting than to be captured and endure torment. The knights of each side tangled with their counterparts, while the land knights engaged in a skilled contest of martial prowess. As an enemy spear lunged toward him, Thierry, relying on his formidable fighting spirit. Countered with a thrust of his own spear, willing to risk injury. It was a test of bravery, and the opposing knight clearly hesitated, calling for reinforcements. 2 accompanying knights joined the fray, turning the tide to a 3-on-1 battle, placing Thierry in a perilous position. Despite summoning all his fighting spirit, he sustained serious injuries. With the assistance of the 2 accompanying knights, the opposing land knight channeled all his energy into his spear, launching a relentless assault. Thierry found himself unable to defend against the onslaught. Suddenly, the enemy knight executed a swift upward thrust, disarming him of his spear. While the 2 accompanying knights seized the opportunity to stab at his abdomen, the Earth Knight, at the moment of his utmost exhaustion, found himself caught off guard as the flying dagger grew ever larger. He extended his left hand in a futile attempt to intercept it, but the dagger, with unstoppable force, pierced through his palm and drove straight into his neck. With a weak grasp, he fell to the ground. Thierry let out a sigh of relief and surveyed his surroundings. Although he had drawn 3 opponents to himself, the enemy still had 1 more than he did, leaving him with only 2 knights of his retinue against 6 adversaries. However, this discrepancy became inconsequential, as the remaining foes were mere rabble. Noticing that Thierry had sustained significant injuries, the 6 adversaries exchanged glances, deciding to take the risk. 2 of them continued to engage him in combat, while the other 2 charged towards him. With the 2 who had just joined the fray, a total of 4 opponents advanced upon Thierry. Unperturbed, he first withstood the thrusts of their spears, then seized hold of them, and, with a powerful yank, pulled both riders from their mounts. He hurled the spears with precision. The one thrown with his left hand went awry, but the one cast with his right sword true, empowered by his martial energy, and swiftly pierced the charging assailant. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted to 3 against 3. What ensued was a desperate chase and a struggle for survival. Thierry ruthlessly eliminated his foes, ultimately retreating with the 2 injured enemy knights in tow. With substantial rewards promised, Thierry was elevated to the rank of Knight Lord, overseeing 100 households. Kerman continued, "My lord, the Count of Violet is now less than 20 miles away. Marshal, notify the soldiers to don their armor and form battle lines," commanded Kais, summoning the messenger beside him. "Inform Commander Sakine that the knights should prepare for battle. We must brace ourselves for the impending arrival of the Violet army. Report to the Count, my lord. They are now less than 10 miles away." Meanwhile, on the Violet side, a report came in. "My lord, we have spotted the Tulip Family's infantry battalion. According to scouts, they number around 1,300, accompanied by 2 cavalry regiments totaling 500 men," reported the Red Violet Knight, Gaul. Upon comparing the gathered intelligence, the Count of Violet remarked, "Do you see how well-ordered the Tulip infantry is? Is there an opportunity for a surprise attack? My lord, the Tulip infantry has completed their formation. We can only engage them head-on now. Consider this their misfortune. Their previous arrogance will lead to their downfall. Are the heavy cavalry dispatched by the second prince prepared? My lord, they are ready, more than 30 strong, fully armored, all seasoned knights of the earth." Excellent. Since the Tulips excel in field combat, they shall be drawn out, rather than cowering within their city. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue, both armies took their positions, with cavalry flanking the sides. Kais commanded, "Marshal, beat the drums to signal the attack. Kerman, Sakine, engage the enemy cavalry and protect the flanks of the Tulip infantry." The mournful sound of drums echoed across the desolate land, as the Tulip infantry formed an unyielding battle line, their unified martial energy advancing like a tank. From his vantage point on the heights, Kais observed the 2 infantry forces clashing. His decision to reward his troops was not in vain, for the Tulip formation remained intact while the Violet infantry began to falter. The Tulip infantry pressed their advantage, engaging relentlessly, trading blows. "You strike me, I shall return the favor. If you have cultivated martial energy, we shall both suffer. If not, I shall wound you while you deliver your demise." Although their strikes lacked the potency of true martial energy, the Violet infantry was already paralyzed by fear, willing to turn on their comrades rather than face the Tulip forces. As the Tulip infantry advanced, the Violet lines quickly disintegrated into chaos. With a sigh of regret, Kais lamented, "It is unfortunate that we cannot deploy cavalry to cut them down. Otherwise, we could have claimed many trophies. For now, we must let them escape." Suddenly, the White Violet cavalry surged forth, disregarding the retreating Violet infantry, and charging fiercely at the upper left flank of the Tulip Battalion. All who stood in their way, whether retreating Violet soldiers or the orderly ranks of Tulip troops, were met with a relentless onslaught. Kais, initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. The Count of Violet must have lost his sanity to charge his cavalry against my fully armored infantry. The marshal instructed, shield bearers to the front, spearmen behind, and axemen to the rear. Move through the gaps in the formation. The seasoned Tulip infantry executed this challenging maneuver with precision as armored shield bearers held the line, while spearmen thrust their weapons through the openings, creating an impenetrable barrier. The Violet cavalry surged forward, undeterred, willing to gamble their lives. Sakine and Kerman inquired, "My lord, should we deploy the cavalry?" "No, wait a moment. Let us see them break before we act." The Violet cavalry remains untouched. At that moment, a small breach appeared on the left side of the Tulip infantry. "Hold the line. Do not be afraid," the marshal shouted. "Quickly, fill the gap. As long as we maintain our formation, a small breach is of no consequence. How many cavalry do you still have?" Truly, the renowned Tulip infantry proved their mettle, as the 500-strong cavalry could not even breach a small corner of their formation. The Count of Violet marveled, "It is remarkable, yet they will soon fall to the Countess' might." An 800-strong infantry against a 500-strong cavalry, the Tulip infantry remains unbroken. "What talk of victory or defeat can there be?" remarked the Count of Violet. "This battle will either lead to victory or death. We shall not concern ourselves with the roaming Tulip cavalry. All forces forward. The heavy cavalry shall lead the charge. Should we triumph, all will be well. If we fail, it is the end for us. As you command, my lord." Chapter 20. A devastating defeat. Lord Kess was perplexed. Another cavalry regiment of the enemy had been deployed. The Count of Kess found it rather irrational that Count Violet was so reckless as to commit even his forces meant for a safe retreat, displaying excessive confidence in his cavalry. However, the battlefield was a realm of rapid change, leaving little time for contemplation. Suppressing his doubts, Count Kess commanded, "Sakine, Kerman, heed my orders. Advance from the flank. Do not concern yourselves with their cavalry. Our objective is Count Violet. Capture him if possible, or—" He gestured a decisive motion with his hand. "Understood," responded Kerman and Sakine, retreating to organize their cavalry. On the front lines, waves of deathly charges had successfully breached a small gap in the upper left corner of the Tulip infantry's formation. For a moment, the Tulip soldiers were filled with trepidation, reluctant to fill the void. The war horses surged forward, slowed only by death, as knights bravely charged forth in a lethal exchange with the Tulip infantry. To hold this gap, over 400 soldiers had perished beneath the relentless hooves, only to meet their demise. Marshall understood that this could not continue. He personally rallied his troops, ordering Captain Gavin to seal the breach and maintain their formation. "If you can hold this gap, the credit for this battle will belong to you." The 1st Regiment originally comprised over 300 men, yet after a previous deployment, only half remained. Gavin led them through the spaces between the formations to the breach in the upper left corner. Gavin proclaimed, "The enemy approaches. Do not entertain thoughts of retreat. It is futile. On the battlefield, only by being more ruthless than them can you survive. Think of your wives and children. If you perish here, there will be a compensation. But should you flee, your wives may be taken as captives, and your children will starve." The soldiers fell silent, standing resolutely in their positions, shields braced at the front, forming a sturdy line. The earth trembled as the enemy cavalry prepared to charge once more. Marshall felt a sense of unease. The last time he encountered such a tenacious army was while pursuing Count Mandala. Back then, Mandala's personal cavalry, numbering less than 200, faced death without fear, ultimately collapsing only after a fierce struggle. Yet they had successfully delayed the enemy and ensured Mandala's retreat. Now he wondered what drove these Tulip soldiers to fight so fiercely, as if they were not to be underestimated. As the enemy cavalry closed in, clad in armor, Marshall's heart sank. It was heavy cavalry. He observed the leading 30 knights forming a wedge, a grave omen, for this was the famed wedge formation of the Duchy of Ardham, known for its unparalleled impact. A classic strategy of overwhelming force. How did Count Violet come to know this? Was there royal involvement? The town of Tulip was in grave danger. Marshall shouted, "Channel all your energy. Do not falter. Hold your ground." The frontline shield bearers, upon witnessing the cavalry, knights in robust iron armor, helmets on their heads, and their steeds adorned in protective gear, felt as though massive iron orbs were hurtling towards them. Doubt crept into Marshall's mind. Could they indeed hold their ground? If it must be, I shall die fighting in the front line. A powerful force surged before him, and he was propelled backward. Through his blurred vision, he could faintly see the shield bearers and pikemen collapsing like fragile tofu in rows behind him. Marshall cried out, "Soldiers, do not fear. If the horse is slow, they will await their doom. Hold your positions, do not waver." If it were merely these 30 heavy cavalry, their formation might be compromised but could still withstand the assault. However, the Red-Violet Knights surged through the gap, following the heavy cavalry, discarding their pikes to wield cleavers, driving the disarrayed Tulip infantry into chaos. From above, Count Kess observed. Initially, only a handful had scattered, but like a contagion, the number swelled to hundreds. Anxiety gripped Kess's heart, as if a hand were tightening around his throat, preventing him from breathing freely. If misfortune were to arise, regardless of how slim the possibility, it would inevitably come to pass. The fleeing Tulip infantry relentlessly crashed into the rear formations, quickly devolving into a full rout. In that moment, they were no longer the renowned Tulip infantry. They were merely a horde of panicked soldiers. Even the Violet infantry could pursue and slay them. Count Kess's gaze shifted to the knights. If he could capture or slay Count Violet, hope would remain. Yet the Red-Violet Knights were the elite of the Violet domain, with over 100 heavy cavalry among their 500. The previous charge had divided into 3 parts. The vanguard consisted of heavily armored knights sent by Prince Flod of the Sword Lily. The second part, led by Gallic forces numbering 300, aimed to disrupt the formation, while the third group of 200 served as reserves. At this moment, the fleeing Violet infantry had regrouped, bolstered by the third contingent of Red-Violet Knights, successfully blocking Kerman and Sakine's advance. Kerman and Sakine were anxious. If prolonged, defeat was inevitable. The tides had turned, and it was now their turn to charge the Violet infantry. The Violet Knights galloped through the throng, shouting, "Surrender at once. Your lord has fled. Surrender to escape death. Kneel and lay down your arms, or all standing shall be slain." Some, in desperation, were speared by the pursuing knights, while others knelt in hopes of preserving their lives. As time dragged on, more and more surrendered until the last standing Tulip soldier fell to a pike. The Tulip infantry was annihilated. Seeing the dire situation, the Tulip cavalry retreated from the battlefield, their horses allowing for an easier escape. By now, the sun had set, and darkness enveloped the land. As night approached, the Red Knights pursued briefly, capturing the serfs and supplies that Count Tulip had brought. Count Kaz of Violet commanded the serfs to clear the battlefield and prepare meals, while instructing Gallic to assess the casualties. Count Kaz did not pursue further, exuding confidence, as if the town of Tulip were already within his grasp. The following day, casualty reports emerged. The Violet infantry had lost 201 men and sustained 342 injuries. The White Violet Knights had 209 dead and 262 injured. The Red Violet Knights suffered 32 fatalities and 101 injuries, while the heavy cavalry sent by the prince lost 2 men and had 5 injured. Count Kaz surveyed the battlefield, stained red with blood, rewarding each member of the White Violet Knights with 5 gold coins for their valor, permitting them the first opportunity to plunder should they capture the town of Tulip. Their dedication in battle warranted this reward, as they fought valiantly, unafraid of death. Had it not been for their fearless commitment, the outcome could have been vastly different. Kaz commanded, after breakfast, break camp and advance towards the town of Tulip. The Tulip infantry had suffered a total annihilation, and with the veteran soldiers gone, rebuilding would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, the immediate priority remained the defense of Tulip town. Notably, due to the swift defeat, Baron Begg's Cherry Blossom Knights, serving as reserves, had suffered no losses. In the hall of the Tulip estate, a grim-faced Count Kess remained silent, while Baron Dawn and the statesman Håkon exchanged worried glances, seemingly awaiting Kess's words. At last, the silence was broken by Count Kess, his voice hoarse as he declared, "The Tulips have fallen. The Tulip infantry has been completely obliterated. My Lord Earl, the utmost priority remains the defense of the stronghold. For now, we must gather the scattered remnants of our defeated soldiers, enlist the serfs and free men within the town, and even the nobles' retainers and guards to form a reserve force. They can assist in the transportation of provisions and munitions, and in dire circumstances, they may aid in the defense of the city." Håkon glanced at the Earl's expression, noting its lack of change, and continued, "My lord, the virtue of nobility lies in resilience. The Tulip infantry can be reconstituted. and the humiliation of defeat can be redeemed through victory. Yet, you alone are the beacon that illuminates the tulip. Count Keith calculated in his mind. Although a trained knight's daily sustenance is approximately thrice that of a commoner, accounting for the provisions from the town's merchants, there remains enough to sustain us for 3 months, by which time winter will have set in. Baron Dance's nightly order comprises 300 men. By rallying the defeated soldiers, we might muster an additional 300. The nobles' guards within the town likely number over 300, though their recruitment will prove challenging, especially in these critical times when they are even less inclined to step forward. We can actively seek to gather over 100 from this group, and will need to conscript 500 robust men. As long as the town remains orderly, the stronghold shall undoubtedly remain secure. He commanded, inform the merchants of the town that they are prohibited from inflating the prices of provisions. Any who dare to raise prices shall face execution without mercy. Hakan nodded in agreement. As you command. In later years, as age caught up with him, the rise of bandits on the roads increased, tolls escalated, and trade became increasingly arduous. He ultimately disbanded his caravan, settling in Tulip Town, where he purchased several shops, trading in furs from barbarian hunts and selling grain and agricultural tools, thus achieving a measure of prosperity. My lord, I have heard that the Tulip Earl has suffered a defeat. What shall we do? If the town falls, we shall be in peril, one remarked. Cardoso, with an air of nonchalance, replied, there is no cause for alarm. The fortifications provide us with an advantage. They cannot breach our walls. Even if they do, does the Violet Earl not govern himself? Put your mind at ease. The shopkeeper, Bint, chuckled awkwardly and said, then, my lord, will there be a rise in grain prices? The edict has just been issued forbidding any increase. With troops at the gates and no one allowed in or out, the townsfolk began to riot for provisions. This presented a lucrative opportunity. Had it been 20 years prior, Cardoso would have seized the chance to profit handsomely. Yet now, he longed for nothing more than peace. He beckoned the shopkeeper closer and whispered, do not alter the grain prices. Previously, we sold 10 barrels daily. From now on, we shall only sell 8. Let the remaining 2 barrels flow into the black market. Remember, if any noble comes to purchase, do not concern yourself with the price. Their demands must be met. Go now and recruit additional guards. The town is not safe. Cardoso sauntered away, seemingly headed to another shop. As anticipated, upon seeing the gates closed, the townspeople surged towards the grain store, clamoring to seize provisions. Some sought to buy a large barrel, mixing in chaff, hoping to stretch their rations for 3 months. Bint observed the chaos across the street, where a shop was besieged with customers. Although his own store was sold out, the residents were not foolish. They watched as grain was carted away, sold out. Yet, across the way, the competing shop had vanished its stock without a trace. While selling on the black market could yield triple the profit, such wealth could prove perilous. As Bint pondered these matters idly, he noticed an armored cavalry approaching, over 20 riders, likely Baron Dance's knights. The crowd parted, creating a path amidst the throng. The knights dismounted, and their leader stepped forward, pointing at the store. Seal it. The workers approached, but the knight paid them no heed, shoving one aside, saying, this is your lord's business, not yours. Wise men would do well to depart. He then turned to the gathered crowd, saying, please remain patient. The magistrate will soon send someone, and provisions will soon be available at regular prices. Rest assured, the townsfolk will always have access to grain. The Earl shall not permit anyone to raise prices at this time. At this moment, a predetermined instigator in the crowd shouted, trust in the Earl. He has fought valiantly in many a campaign, and though he has faced a minor setback, rest assured. They urged the townsfolk to wait for the autumn harvest, when prices would surely fall. Purchasing now would only result in losses. Chapter 21. The siege approaches. Count Cass surveyed the towering 8-meter-high city walls, constructed from solid blue stone through the labor of generations of the Tulip family. The gates had been firmly shut, and the walls were lined with soldiers. Cass could vaguely make out the figure of Count Cass. My lord, the Violet infantry has assembled. Shall we commence the siege? There is no need. Such formidable walls would likely consume all our forces without yielding. Let us apply some pressure first. Send the captured serfs forward. Kaz, mounted and clad in gleaming silver armor, declared, offer them a glimmer of hope. Inform them that if they survive 3 assaults, they shall be spared. As you command, my lord. The Violet infantry began to drive the serfs towards the walls. Rather than a siege, it resembled a march to their demise, lacking siege engines and shield cover. The terrified serfs were pushed forward, their cries of anguish mingling with curses, yet they advanced helplessly, flanked by the armed violet infantry behind and the towering walls ahead. Above, armed tulip soldiers loomed, their bows drawn. Retreat meant certain death, while advancing promised a slim chance of survival. Father, these are the villagers from the nearby hamlets. Baron Dawn, suppress your pathetic sympathy. If you show them pity, the enemy behind will seize the opportunity to press further, becoming increasingly brazen. This will become your Achilles heel. Kiss gestured towards the crowd below. If you do not shoot them, how do you expect the violet infantry to mount an assault? Do not hesitate, Dawn. Remember, cold-heartedness is your first lesson in becoming a lord. But my lord, enough. Kiss seemed to foresee Dawn's thoughts and disregarded him entirely. Knight Commander Kerman, obey my command. Release arrows upon this throng of serfs, and let them know that the Tulip family shall never submit to the despicable. The knights atop the walls lowered their long spears and took up their bows, standing with feet slightly apart, knocking arrows. With a practiced motion, they drew, aimed, and released in one fluid action. The arrows flew like untethered stallions into the crowd. A sparse rain of arrows fell from the sky, striking the already tattered serfs, inflicting death or grievous injury. Some arrows struck chests, causing immediate suffering, while the harrowing cries of the wounded added a somber note to the unfolding tragedy. In the face of life and death, some serfs, overwhelmed with fear, turned to flee, only to be caught by the vigilance of the enforcers and dispatched mercilessly. As the casualties mounted, the Violet Count ordered a retreat to regroup, arranging for the serfs dispatched from Violet territory to set up camp. Gowl, lead the Red Violet cavalry to gather serfs from the nearby villages and bring them here. Kez then turned his attention to Alan. You shall lead 50 cavalrymen and 500 serfs to harvest the nearby wheat fields. Let us further wear down the defenders. When their loved ones appear below, we shall see if they can still bear to act against them. We must keep a watchful eye on the 400 captured Tulip infantrymen, controlling their rations. They may yet serve as our trump card. Understood. Both Gowl and Alan replied before departing. In the Tulip residence, Count Kiss sat in his study, absently rubbing a ring on his finger. It was neither a precious gem nor gold, merely an irregular stone, yet it was a cherished heirloom of the Tulip family. A knock echoed through the room, and his son, Baron Dawn, entered, appearing somewhat despondent. What is it that you wish to discuss? Indeed, they will capture the nearby serfs, harvest crops, and continue sending serfs to their deaths. Everything you fear will come to pass, so cast aside that pitiful demeanor. Kiss rose and approached the window, continuing. When I was your age, I had already accompanied my father to battle several times. Look at you now. It seems my efforts in your education have fallen short. Dawn remained silent, a stark contrast to his previous confidence in the Iris territory. Perhaps he excelled in noble affairs, but faltered in the art of war. In these tumultuous times, one must be ruthless to survive. Kiss's thoughts drifted to his youngest daughter. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest, Giddy Tulip, had married the crown prince, while his youngest, Fina Tulip, had just come of age. His sons and eldest daughter had inherited their mother's disposition, weak and adept at socializing. Yet mere diplomacy would not suffice. One must be skilled in warfare and decisive in action to ensure the family's survival in these chaotic times. 50 years ago, honor dictated a just cause. Now, battles erupted unannounced, and the chaos would likely only escalate. Regrettably, only his youngest daughter had taken after him, acting decisively and with clarity. If only she were a son, she could inherit the family legacy. Alas, she too would eventually be married off. At that moment, the steward Håkon knocked and entered. He stole a glance at Dawn before stepping forward. My lord, grain prices in the town have risen slightly, yet remain within residents' means. The inventory of armaments has also been compiled. 50,000 arrows and 2,000 spears. Kiss nodded. We have sufficient supplies. We must ensure that the residents do not face shortages. They must have food and water. Additionally, I have sent word to the Crown Prince. His forces cannot sustain themselves for more than 2 months. How tragic for those who remain unharmed by arrows. Once the enemy withdraws, they will languish beneath the walls, wailing until death claims them. Cullis felt numb, yet desperately wished to escape this place. Among the suffering crowd below, he recognized some faces from the market, now writhing in agony and despair, waiting for their fate. Unlike before, the Violet infantry did not retreat immediately. Cullis steeled himself as he observed the infantry driving the Tulip soldiers into battle, his comrades. He thought he saw his captain among them. Hesitation gripped him. Should he take action? The tulip infantry had progressed halfway into the fray, yet no arrows fell upon them. Gal turned to Count Cass. The morale of the soldiers atop the walls has crumbled. Once the tulip infantry reaches the base, we can initiate our assault. It seems we will not require. Count Cass interjected. No, Cass is a decisive man. He may occasionally be concerned with appearances, but in times of crisis, he would abandon even his own son without hesitation. He will not show mercy simply because they are tulip infantry. On the walls, Baron Dawn looked on helplessly at Count Cass, who personally seized a bow, channeling his energy. The arrow flew like a rocket, striking a bare-handed tulip soldier, its momentum carrying him several meters and colliding with others. Count Cass lowered his bow and shouted, "Behind us are our loved ones, our children, wives, and parents. If we show mercy to the tulip soldiers below, will the enemy spare our kin?" The soldiers turned to him. And Cass continued, "No, they will not. They will slaughter your parents and children, seize your wives, and steal your gold. They will show you no pity. Release your arrows and eliminate them. This is no fault of yours. The enemy is inherently treacherous if you do not act. They will seize the moment to storm the walls. You are protecting your loved ones, as well as the kin of your comrades below." As evening fell and the adrenaline faded, Kulla sat alone in his home. His parents had long since passed, and his wife had died in childbirth. Now, he had also shot his comrades, watching helplessly as his captain perished beneath the walls, crying out in anguish. What remained for him? He closed his eyes. His mind filled with images of his unarmed comrades being shot, the faces of the serfs. He truly did not know what he had left to cling to. He would have preferred to die on the battlefield that very moment. In the Tulip Mansion, Baron Dawn, Baron Sakura, Count K, Minister Haken, Knight Commander Kerman, and Sakin all gathered in the hall. Kerman broke the silence, stating, "Tonight, during my rounds, I found the soldiers' morale severely lacking. There have even been instances of suicide. 3 have been discovered so far. It was not just the soldiers whose spirits were low." Count K felt the weight of his own actions as he dealt a fatal blow to the tulip infantry he had painstakingly created. Although the orders had come from him, the burden of his decisions weighed heavily on his heart. Just moments ago, Baron Dawn had witnessed his father strike down a servant merely for delivering armor stained with a hint of blood. How could a father, who had battled across lands, be so sensitive? Alas, Count K realized a decision must be made. Otherwise, even if they managed to hold their ground, the soldiers would be of no use. He surveyed the room, noticing the despondency on everyone's faces, and finally sighed, directing his gaze toward Baron Beg. Baron Beg understood the unspoken message, suppressing his excitement, his expression betraying nothing. He stepped forward and said, "My Lord Count, I have brought over 80 knights from the Sakura domain." This seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. The soldiers' demoralization stemmed not from excessive enemy slaughter, but rather from having to kill their own comrades, brothers they had fought alongside. However, the men from the Sakura domain posed no issue. They were strangers, not from Tulip territory, and might even be emboldened by the devastation of their own homeland. Although the Violet infantry surrounded them on 3 sides, the primary thrust of the serfs was from the east. Count K commanded, "Baron Beg, lead the Sakura Knights to reinforce the eastern wall and take charge of shooting the serfs from the ramparts." Baron Beg inwardly cursed the old fool for not trusting him. Yet he wore a smile and replied, "As you wish, it is my honor to serve you, my lord." In the following days, waves of serfs came to their demise, and the knights of the Sakura domain stood resolutely on the walls, showing no mercy. Perhaps driven by a thirst for vengeance, their morale soared. Count Tulip felt a sense of relief as the soldiers gradually regained their composure. On the evening of the 5th day, in a restaurant, Beg's second daughter, Sadai Sakura, was dining and conversing with Noah, the Knight Commander of Dawn. Despite the looming threat of battle, Noah felt buoyant, having been entrusted with a vital role by Baron Dawn. Moreover, the young lady he had met at the Iris Flower Banquet, Sadai Sakura, had taken refuge in Tulip Town. Before him sat the enchanting young lady, her face like a peach blossom, her brows delicate as smoke, petite and exquisite, her white lace dress cascading to the floor, complemented by knee-high white stockings and dainty black shoes. Whenever their eyes met, she would always offer a gentle smile. Just days prior, she had been in tears, a victim of sudden upheaval at home. Seizing the opportunity, Noah had lavished her with attention, and mutual affection had blossomed. Now, she seemed to have found solace in his presence, even inviting him to dinner. "Why is this drink so potent?" Noah mused hazily, gazing at Sadai Sakura, who remained as beautiful as ever. A beauty akin to wine, intoxicating, indeed. It was no wonder he felt tipsy so quickly. As he collapsed to the floor, Sadai Sakura gently called out to him, but when he did not respond, she sighed in relief, descending the stairs. A servant dispatched by her father awaited her below, and she nodded. Her mission had been successfully initiated. Beneath the city gates, the Sakura Knights launched a premeditated assault on the defending soldiers. You dare! The betrayal of the Sakura Knights was evident. Hold the gates. Form ranks. They charged forth, flinging open the gates, with the Earth Knights leading the way. A sinister smile crept across Baron Beg's face as he wielded his spear, effortlessly dispatching 2 soldiers rushing toward him. The knights from the Sakura domain were well prepared, swiftly dispersing the few defenders at the gate and forcing it open. My lord Kaz, the gates are open. Kaz roared with laughter, the annihilation of the Tulip family imminent. He ordered, Alan, take a large contingent of knights to seal off the south, ensure not a single member of the Tulip family escapes. Gaul, secure the Tulip mansion. Remember, leave no one alive. The knights surged forward, pouring through the gates and into the town, converging on the Tulip mansion, while the Violet infantry began hunting down the defenders. In an instant, the town erupted in flames. Some residents hid in their homes, only to be slaughtered by the invading Violet infantry, while others dashed about like headless flies, impaled by the charging knights. Numerous local thugs seized the opportunity to loot, greedily snatching gold while committing murder and arson. In the Tulip mansion, the ground was littered with corpses. The Tulip family, once grand, was now reduced to Count K, who stood surrounded by knights, none daring to advance. Count K was encircled by a multitude of fallen bodies. The Violet Knights parted to create a path, and Baron Kaz of the Violet family stepped forward. Count K, his voice hoarse and breath labored, exclaimed, I never imagined you would become a pawn of the crown. What benefit does this bring you? Sooner or later, you will meet the same fate as I. Kaz sighed deeply, reflecting on their shared past when the Violet and Tulip families had once been partners. However, with trade routes severed and interests clashing, their relationship soured. He lamented, reopening trade routes is the mission of the Violet family, even if it leads to poison. I cannot refuse. Without trade, the isolated Violet family will slowly perish. Count K laid down his weapon and took a cup, casting a final glance around. His kin lay dead, unsure if they would become vengeful spirits. He hoped his sons would not harbor hatred for him. He reserved his last hope for his youngest daughter, who resembled him most. The Violet Knights regarded Count K with admiration, for regardless of allegiance, a warrior is always esteemed. Poison may not be immediately lethal, but the suffering would endure for long. Count K, silent, continued to support himself with his spear, ultimately succumbing to death, his body standing tall amidst the fallen. Chapter 22. The Iris Territory. Fina Tulip emerged from the dimly lit tunnel, closely followed by her father's devoted servant, Milton. Clutching the ring her father had pressed into her hand, she recalled his earnest admonition to safeguard it, for it was pivotal to the formation of the Tulip infantry. Fina felt a pang of confusion. Had not the Tulip infantry been trained through battle formations? Yet, the urgency of the moment had left her no time to voice her inquiries. No, she would never have the chance again. Miss, it is still unsafe here. We must retreat swiftly. Milton interrupted Fina's somber thoughts, attempting to lead her southward to seek refuge with her sister. No, Mr. Milton, we cannot head south. We must go north, to the Iris Territory, Fina Tulip replied, suppressing her sorrow. Miss Fina, do not jest. Only by fleeing to the royal city in the south can we ensure your safety with the crown prince. No, when the siege began, my father dispatched a messenger to inform the crown prince, yet now there is not even a trace of him. Fina's face clouded with melancholy as she gazed southward. If I were Count Violet, I would certainly station a strong force in the south. I suspect the messenger was either intercepted or the crown prince detained by the soldiers of Violet. In any case, we cannot venture south. But the north is also fraught with peril, Milton countered. The north holds only the Iris Territory, and we cannot predict how they may treat us, considering our family's ruin. They might even capture us and deliver us to Count Violet. Moreover, whether they can safeguard their territory is uncertain, for the old Lord of Iris has recently passed away. Milton persisted in urging Fina to flee south to the crown prince. Fina offered a bitter smile, declaring, Is the north dangerous while the south is not? Our family is shattered. In this vast world, where can we find safety? Where lies our choice? We can only take a gamble now, perhaps in this dire moment. My father entrusted me to cast Tulip precisely because of this. Very well, Milton conceded reluctantly. Mina reported, my lord. The village on the western edge of the market is under construction and is expected to accommodate 2,000 people. Furthermore, as per your orders, the widows of deceased husbands have been assigned to the lime workers, while another 100 households have been dispatched to the lime processing center, and an additional 100 to the horse pasture. The remaining individuals have been allocated to the blacksmith, leatherworker, and Wolf as servants. Mina continued, my lord. Wolf has mentioned to me more than once that those serfs are utterly inept. They cannot even recognize herbs despite his repeated teachings, which has greatly distressed him. Tell Wolf not to train them as doctors. They need only to utilize some simple herbs and be able to bandage wounds. Charles replied thoughtfully. Realizing that the territory lacked even a single physician, he added, in due time, we should recruit some children aged 6 to 8 and train them as doctors. Have there been any suspicious individuals at the lime processing center? Charles inquired. Not long ago, a group of knights was observed patrolling the area, and I subsequently dispatched several knights to investigate. No findings were reported. How is the road construction progressing? The road from the town to the 3 villages has been completed. Currently, the path to the newly established White Sheep village is still under construction, overseen by Brewer and Earl. Macau is busy erecting houses, while the relocated serfs are clearing the land, striving to plant an early crop of beans. Noticing that Mina hesitated to speak further, Charles prompted, is there anything else? My lord, from time to time, serfs are fleeing from the south. I inquired with a few, and they informed me that Count Violet has besieged Count Tulip and is currently capturing serfs en masse, declaring that he would pile them up with human lives if necessary. Do not worry about Tulip. Its walls are formidable, and serfs alone cannot breach them. Focus on our own affairs, Charles instructed Mina. We must ensure the safe settlement of the fleeing serfs and inquire whether any possess skills, be they blacksmiths, tailors, cooks, or butchers. Treat them well, and bring them to the town. At your command, my lord. Charles then turned his attention to Rocky, asking, was everything proceeding smoothly on your journey? After a moment of contemplation, Charles assessed the situation. The Iris territory was heavily militarized, and Count Kess could not afford to remain ensconced within the fortress indefinitely. It appeared that he had suffered a significant defeat. Relying solely on the citadel, it seemed unlikely that Count Violet could capture it. However, it was inevitable that he would take advantage of the situation to plunder. Whether he would march north to attack the Iris territory remained a concern for Charles. Although he hoped this would not come to pass, preparations were essential. Placing hope in Count Violet was akin to drinking poison in hopes of quenching thirst. The procurement of war horses, armor, and provisions is progressing adequately. We have secured 50 maras, 20 sets of armor, 10 carts of grain, 20 fine horses, as well as salt, sugar, and silk. Charles mentally calculated the losses. The Iris Knights had lost nearly 50 war horses but had captured 200. While only 150 were usable, the knightly order could still expand to 200. However, for a Countess territory, this number was woefully insufficient. It was imperative to form an infantry regiment. At times, Charles found it curious why the infantry was so scant. From his vague recollections of films and novels, a cavalry of 200 should typically be accompanied by at least 1,000 infantrymen. Sustaining a cavalryman required the resources of 3 infantrymen. Mina, how much food do we have remaining? My lord, due to the campaign against the Gloriosa territory, the autumn harvest of the Iris territory was somewhat affected, yielding 90 carts of grain. However, with the provisions you brought from Gloriosa, we now have nearly 190 carts. Charles understood the necessity of assessing the Iris territory's resources before determining their next course of action. With 2,000 serfs relocated from Gloriosa and an additional 2,000 captured serfs, they required sustenance for a year, estimated at 50 carts. While it would not provide ample nourishment, it would ensure they did not starve. The major upcoming expenses would involve laborers and knights. Laborers were to be paid 1 silver coin per month, yet the territory's gold coins were dwindling. Currently, they could only distribute 50 copper coins along with 50 measures of grain each month. Initially, when gathering serfs for sanitation work, they received 10 copper coins daily. However, as they transitioned to hiring workers from temporary to permanent positions, Charles reduced the payment to 1 silver coin monthly. Thus, the total monthly expenditure amounted to 4 gold coins and 50 silver coins, with 4 carts and 50 large measures of grain. The knights serving as retainers received 5 silver coins monthly, Charles provided them with 2 silver coins and 3 large measures of grain. A month would require just over 2 gold coins and slightly more than 3 carts of grain. The land knights earned 20 silver coins each month. Charles compensated them with 10 silver coins and 10 large measures of grain, resulting in a monthly expenditure of 1 gold coin and 1 cart of grain. In total, the annual requirements amounted to over 90 gold coins and 90 carts of grain. The territory currently faced a shortage of gold coins, and bartering was still prevalent in the market. To hope for the discovery of a gold mine within the territory was undoubtedly fanciful. The only way to address the scarcity of gold coins was to develop commerce or establish a trading convoy. While the territory still possessed an abundance of grain, recruiting 1,000 infantrymen and expanding the knightly order to 200 would provide a fighting chance against Count Violet. Chapter 23. The Transformed Iris Flower Domain. Miss Fina, do you see that sign over there? Let us approach and take a closer look. As Fina stumbled forward, her brow furrowed in pain. Each step seemed to be a burden for her. Milton, feeling a twinge of sympathy, suggested, "Perhaps we should rest for a moment, Mississippi." Despite her trembling, Fina reached the sign and halted, declaring, "Mr. Milton, I must acclimatize to this. I am no longer the pampered second daughter of the Earl of Kesber. I am merely a fugitive who has evaded pursuit. There is no one to shield me from the storms of life anymore, and I must learn to endure, even if it is excruciating." After speaking, Fina examined the wooden sign that bore the words Wheat Town prominently, accompanied by an arrow pointing ahead. Following the direction of the arrow, she saw a broad thoroughfare, which appeared to be a welcome sight after their recent trek through a muddy path obstructed by brambles. Milton joined her at the sign, observing, "Wheat Town lies to the south of the Iris Flower Castle. We are not far now." Taking heart from the newly constructed road, Fina's spirits lifted slightly, though she suddenly recalled something. "Mr. Milton, has my father entrusted the White Tulip Knights to the Iris Flower Domain? Can we trust their commander?" "The commander is Sir Cossin. Despite some minor flaws, his loyalty to the Tulip family remains unquestionable." "That is splendid news. It seems our chances have improved, Mr. Milton." "Indeed." Mississippi. As they proceeded along the freshly paved road, Fina Tulip and Milton arrived at Wheat Town, akin to a newcomer entering a grand garden of wonders. "Mr. Milton, I recall that in our Tulip Town, aside from the noble quarters, there was no place as immaculate as this. Why is it that this place lacks? Fina hesitated, her propriety faltering for a moment. "Excrement?" Milton shook his head, speculating uncertainly. "The new overseer is Charles Iris. I have heard he has been coddled and has spent all his time within the castle, never engaging in battle or attending feasts in Tulip Town. Perhaps he is a wastrel." Although Fina had not managed affairs directly, she had absorbed enough knowledge to recognize that maintaining such a lengthy and pristine road could not be attributed solely to a careless disposition. She pondered the purpose of removing waste. Perhaps cleanliness was simply a virtue. While they conversed, a well-dressed man approached, devoid of any patches on his attire, and inquired, "Pardon me, may I ask your identities?" This man was a servant dispatched by Mina to oversee the reception of serfs and verify their identities. Daldoni was not sent to greet them. He commanded 20 serfs, 2 squads of guards for security, and a contingent of knights for protection. Upon seeing Fina and Milton, despite their disheveled appearance, their clothing and footwear indicated they were not serfs, but rather a noblewoman and her guard. Hence, he personally attended to them. Milton nearly blurted out, "We are of the Tulip family," but was halted by Fina's restraining hand. She replied, "I am the daughter of Baron Morrow. Tulip Town has been seized, and the Knights of Violet have pillaged it extensively. My father, fearing for my safety, sent me through the tunnels." Seeing his confusion, she continued, "My father, Baron Morrow, is a merchant who was ennobled by the Earl of Kesber." "Ah, a merchant's daughter." Daldoni felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly reassessed. The fall of Tulip Town was significant news that required immediate communication with Lord Charles. "Forgive my departure," Daldoni said, hurrying away to summon knights, instructing, "Tulip Town has fallen. Convey this message to the young lord with haste." The knight's expression turned grave, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I shall ride swiftly. I can reach him within half a day." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped away. Milton felt a pang of shame. He had yet to adjust from being the Earl's personal servant to a mere fugitive. He was no longer in a position of esteem. He once held contempt for the Iris Baron, but now he was no more than a girl's guardian. The Lord had entrusted him not only with Fina's protection but also with her guidance. a task he had failed to fulfill. "No worries, I am Fina. And this is my guard, Milton." "What a lovely name, Miss Fina. Our lord, Baron Charles, wishes to ascertain the happenings in the southern tulip town. Might you be able to journey to Iris Flower Town?" "Certainly. Please wait a moment. A carriage will be dispatched to take you there." "That is exceedingly gracious of you." No, this is merely respect for nobility." Daldoni thought, if only she could remember him should she become a personal maid. Noticing their disheveled state, Daldoni ordered food and hot water to be brought forth, as instructed personally by Lord Charles, who emphasized the importance of consuming warm water to avoid illness. Daldoni was unsure of its efficacy, but since the Lord commanded it, they would comply. After warming themselves with the food and drink, they felt comforted, though Fina mused on the inconvenience of drinking water. "I heard that cool water is also acceptable. What difference could it possibly make?" The knight chuckled, understanding her implication. "Ah, I see. A beautiful woman with fair skin and ample form is suited for childbearing. I shall inform the steward." Daldoni, placing a hand to his forehead, sighed in exasperation. "Hurry up and set off. You truly lack a sense of humor." After dismissing the group, Daldoni recorded their details. Female, Fina, merchantess daughter, young lady. Male, Milton guard. Middle-aged. Excellent. He mused, having registered nearly 200 individuals in recent days, including 2 blacksmiths, 3 tanners, and a tailor, all of whom he had sent to Iris Flower Town. It was said he was performing admirably, and after this, Lord Charles would reward him handsomely. Chapter 24. A meeting at the castle. In the study of the Iris Castle, Charles commanded, "Mina, you shall no longer concern yourself with the castle affairs. From this day forth, you are appointed as the administrative officer of Iris Town." Initially, Mina felt a deep sense of fulfillment, yet a pang of uncertainty lingered as he contemplated leaving the castle. Finally, with a voice filled with excitement, he replied, "As you wish, my lord. Mr. Loki is aging. Eric, Kalen, you two must assist Loki in managing the castle. Soon, I shall recruit more servants for the castle. We cannot afford any disturbances." "As you wish, my lord." Both sighed with relief. They preferred the tranquility of the castle, devoid of numerous errands and the need to roam about, allowing them to relax. Since Mina had previously handled many affairs, several male servants had been dispatched by Charles to assist him, resulting in a shortage of personnel within the castle. Moreover, he needed a personal attendant. "Mr. Loki, I intend to increase the number of servants in the castle." "My lord, we have sufficient staff," Loki responded. "I plan to assign Mina elsewhere, and with many male servants accompanying him, the administrative officer of the territory cannot manage both castle and territory affairs simultaneously." The idea of formalization had always been on Charles's mind, primarily due to the impending threat from the gentleman's orchid and the lack of suitable talent, which had delayed its implementation. Recently, Mina had managed the serfs with remarkable efficiency, and now was the time for action. "Very well, my lord. How many do you intend to recruit?" 30 individuals, 20 males and 1 female servant, along with a personal attendant. "I believe Eric would be an excellent choice. He is quite clever. He single-handedly gathered intelligence last time." "Mr. Loki, I intend to hire a personal maid as well." Charles expressed his discomfort with having male servants in close proximity, stating, "It feels quite inappropriate. My lord, this could impact your marriage." Setting aside the initial impression it may convey, should the personal maid bear a child, it would create a significant issue. The household could easily descend into chaos, and it may deter potential suitors for marriage into the Iris family. "Mr. Loki, I am the last remaining member of the Iris family. The foremost duty of our lineage is to endure, is it not?" "Indeed, my lord, you are the sole heir. If anything were to happen, it would be unthinkable." Loki nodded, suggesting, "Perhaps we should consider a betrothal with the Caladium family. Baron Batty's second daughter is still unengaged, and he would surely welcome the match." "That won't do." At the banquet, Sir Reese and His Highness Caladium locked eyes in an instant. How could I possibly commit such an act of betrayal? Charles thought. Reflecting on his esteemed general, I must be out of my mind. What of the Sakura family? Absolutely not. I harbor a distaste for them. Very well, Loki conceded. Though initially reluctant, he later became more invested than anyone else, reminiscent of a panicked eunuch when the emperor was not anxious. Charles couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Fina, Tulip, and Milton arrived in Iris Town by carriage, where Loki awaited them at the town's entrance. As the carriage came to a halt, Fina and Milton alighted, and Loki regarded them with a keen eye. Her deep, enchanting gaze, silky hair cascading over her shoulders, and skin as pale as snow, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, revealed an undeniable beauty. Indeed, the very type that Charles would favor. Observing further, he noted her moonlit complexion and slender waist. She seemed well suited for motherhood. Loki smiled warmly, stating, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, allow me to escort you to the castle for some rest." Fina forced a smile, replying, "Thank you for your kindness." During their journey, she had overheard the serfs discussing the recent war, learning of the Orchid's assault on Iris territory and the complete annihilation of the White Tulip Knights. In that moment, she felt lost, uncertain of her next steps. Noticing her distress, Loki understood her plight. Coming as a refugee from devastation, her spirits were understandably low. He led the way with a cheerful demeanor. As Fina followed Loki into Iris town, she observed that, while it lacked fortifications, its size, population, and vibrancy were superior to her own town. The townsfolk wore expressions of joy, filled with hope for a better life. As they walked, Loki gestured to the left, saying, "Beyond this bridge to the north lies the town market, renowned for its delightful cuisine. You must indulge when time permits." He then pointed to the right. "And here are the soldiers' quarters, which my lord generously sold to them at a fair price." Fina followed his gaze to see rows of orderly houses, with no refuse in sight, and a fragrant aroma of flowers wafting through the air. Loki chuckled, withholding explanations, noting that, according to his lord, they were experimenting with a substance known as perfume, having harvested numerous blossoms, and occasionally tinkering with small items at the carpenter's shop. Upon reaching the castle, the guards at the grand entrance bowed respectfully. Loki pushed the door open, and Fina and Milton followed him inside. They were greeted by several maids and a male servant. "After your arduous journey, please refresh yourselves," Loki suggested. As Charles sat in his study as usual, affairs had been arranged, relieving him from direct involvement. He pondered the training methods for infantry, realizing that even Sir Reese was at a loss. They were currently navigating through uncertainties, akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones beneath their feet. Charles sketched ideas on paper. Drill practices are essential. Physical training can be overseen by Reese, and skills refinement may also be partially delegated to the knights. While it may not be entirely suitable, we must make do. He lamented the serfs' inability to distinguish left from right, contemplating that teaching them might be too cumbersome. Instead, he considered crafting mismatched shoes, black on the left and red on the right, simplifying directional cues. As he mused, a knock resonated at the door. "My lord, Miss Fina and Mr. Milton have arrived," Loki announced. Charles's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The defeat of Count Tulip was significant news. "Please ask them to wait. I shall be in the hall shortly." Loki smiled. "My lord, they have traveled far. I have arranged for them to refresh themselves first." "Very well," Charles replied. "I shall change my attire before meeting them. After all, I am a nobleman and cannot appear before them in my night clothes." A short while later, having donned an elegant ensemble, Charles entered the hall. Fina appraised him from head to toe. The upper portion of his tailcoat was crafted from sea silk, while the lower part consisted of white silk trousers, a typical attire for receiving guests. Though he lacked the striking looks of his elder and younger brothers, he could still be considered handsome, exuding a sense of valor and grace that they did not possess. Charles cast a casual glance at Fina, but their eyes met unexpectedly. He anticipated her to shy away, yet she held his gaze. Intrigued, he took his seat at the head of the table and inquired, what transpired in Tulip Town? Was the sturdy wall insufficient to hold against the siege? How did the defeat come so swiftly? Though he had never visited, Loki had described the walls as towering 8 meters, constructed from solid stone. Even if the Count had suffered heavy losses, it seemed unlikely that the defenses would crumble without the Violet Count's siege equipment. In truth, Fina had another reason for not seeking refuge with the Crown Prince in the south. Count Case had informed her that the war bore the influence of the royal family. Though it may not have directly involved the Crown Prince, stepping unwittingly into the royal city and its ensuing turmoil was perilously risky. However, she did not voice these concerns. The Count had suffered a devastating defeat, resulting in the complete obliteration of the Tulip infantry. Subsequently, the Violet Count had advanced to their gates, and the Baron of Sakura's betrayal had opened the city gates, facilitating a coup. No wonder the betrayal caught her off guard. She pondered the strength of the Violet forces. It is said that the infantry must consist of 500 men, with an equal number of knights. Including the serfs, the total boasts a formidable 5,000. Sharon let out a sigh, remaining silent, seemingly contemplating how to respond. Chapter 25. Reform of the Military System. Young Master, it is time to rise. Today you are to inspect the Iris territory, stated Felena Tulip as she entered the room, placing the wash basin upon a chair and gently rousing Charles. Charles, with bleary eyes and a touch of morning irritability, replied, "No, please inform the servants to prepare breakfast. I shall sleep a little longer." With that, he covered his head with a blanket, retreating into obscurity. Felena, seemingly prepared for this response, smiled and said, "Young Master, breakfast is already prepared in the kitchen, and the dining table in the hall is set. Mr. Mina and Sir Lace have also arrived." "Very well. Next time you summon me, do not prepare so thoroughly," Charles replied with a hint of resignation. Like a patient with paralyzed limbs, he allowed himself to be led and, after a brief while, emerged from his personal quarters, washed and dressed, and made his way to the hall. Mina and Lace both inclined their heads in greeting, saying, "Good morning, young master." Officials Mina and Sir Lace. "Please take a seat," Charles replied as he approached the head of the table and settled into his seat. He turned to his devoted maid, Felena, and instructed, "The kitchen may serve the meal now." Having been in the Iris territory for 10 days, Felena recalled how the steward, Rocky, had shown her around Iris town on her first day, subtly hinting at the castle's need for a personal maid. With nowhere else to turn, Felena decided to take up the role temporarily, hoping to gauge Charles's character, which had led to a quarrel with Milton. "Miss Felena, you are the daughter of the Earl of Tulip. Although the Earl has passed and Tulip Town has fallen, no one can strip you of your right to inherit the Tulip title," Milton stated, his face flushed with humiliation. "How could you serve a baron as a personal maid? He might tarnish your reputation. But we have nowhere else to go, do we? Once the search by Count Violet concludes, we can seek refuge with the Grand Prince." Felena retorted, "Seek refuge with the Grand Prince, bearing the title of a count, only to be used as a bargaining chip in marriage to a stranger? I have lost interest in romance. For the sake of my family's revival, I would marry anyone. But I shall not become a pawn in someone else's schemes to usurp the Tulip title. This title is all I possess. It is my only bargaining chip. The Tulip family cannot perish. Otherwise, my father's efforts in sending me away would be in vain. Miss, please, do not argue further." In the hall, after breakfast, Charles, Mina, and Lace sat in their chairs. "Young master, do you have a plan for which village to visit today?" Mina inquired. "Let us first go to the newly established Ares village," Charles suggested, glancing at Mina. "Has Ares village begun sowing?" Mina hesitated but ultimately spoke, "Young master, can we truly allow those who have been expelled to return and partake?" Mina and Lace exhaled deeply, realizing why Charles spent so much time in the study. His knowledge extended beyond mere literature, encompassing matters such as fertilization and statistics, among other topics. Were Charles aware of their thoughts, he would likely have been compelled to confront them. However, oblivious, he remarked, "Afterward, we shall head north. I wish to inspect the lime processing center, then visit Wheat Village, Wild Grass Village, and Stone Village. We must traverse them all. Young master, a single day may not suffice for all this." "Not a concern," Charles replied, focusing his attention on Lace. "How goes the recruitment of soldiers?" "Young master, the Knight Corps is fully staffed, yet the infantry remains short by 300 men. "Very well. For the infantry, we shall first instruct them in physical conditioning, how to harness their fighting spirit, and the use of polearms. We shall also teach them horsemanship. Mounted infantry can prove advantageous for mobility. As you command, young master." Lace appeared to ponder something before asking, "Young master, will the infantry's military structure mirror that of the Knight Corps? However, there are only 9 Earth Knights in our territory. To call those who have cultivated their fighting spirit Earth Knights would be misleading. The disparity is too great," Charles explained. "The current military structure is far too rudimentary. It necessitates reform. Strength must not be directly correlated with rank within the military. Young master, would it not be absurd for a retainer knight to command an Earth Knight?" "No, Lace, you misunderstand my intent. The prowess of a soldier is a prerequisite for their appointment. However, one should not ascend to captain merely for becoming an Earth Knight. They must earn their promotion through merit. The Iris Infantry Corps shall consist of 1,000 men per regiment, subdivided into 10 battalions, each led by a battalion leader. Each battalion shall contain 10 squads, each led by a squad leader, with 10 men per squad. Additionally, we shall appoint a vice commander, vice battalion leaders, and vice squad leaders. Except for the vice squad leaders, who may be appointed by the squad leader, All other appointments must be made by the next highest officer. I will appoint the commander and vice commander. In the event of battle, should the commander fall, the vice commander shall assume command. If the battalion leader falls, the vice battalion leader shall take over. Moreover, we shall establish ranks based on the soldiers' capabilities. Those capable of lifting 100-pound stone above their heads shall be designated as 1 star, 200 pounds as 2 stars, 300 pounds as 3 stars, and 500 pounds as a son, thus termed as elite soldiers. The soldiers' remuneration shall correspond to their ranks. 1 star receives 1 silver coin monthly. 2 stars receive 2 silver coins. 3 stars receive 3 silver coins, and a son receives 5 silver coins. In this era, where weightlifting is not specialized, those capable of lifting 500 pounds are typically those who have cultivated their fighting spirit. As you command, young master. Currently, there are too few individuals in the territory who have cultivated their fighting spirit. I shall temporarily assume the role of commander, and no one shall ascend to battalion leader without achieving at least a son rank. Understood, young master. And what of those ranks above a son? Those capable of lifting 700 pounds while armored and capable of marching 10 miles shall be designated as warriors, earning 10 silver coins monthly. Those who can lift 1,000 pounds, march 20 miles, and engage immediately in battle will be designated as fighters, earning 50 silver coins monthly. Yes, young master. It is unfortunate that there are not enough literate individuals in the territory. Otherwise, we could establish a propaganda branch in each battalion, informing them that they fight to protect their homeland and secure a better life. This would not only enhance the combat effectiveness of the army, but also bolster their loyalty during times of war. Charles rose from his seat, declaring, "It is time to inspect the Iris territory." "Yes, young master. I shall instruct the knights to prepare at once." Since the tragic incident where Madel Iris was slain by bandits, Lace had conducted a thorough self-reflection, ensuring that every time Charles ventured out, he would be accompanied by a formidable contingent of knights for protection. Chapter 26. Inspection of the Iris Flower Territory. A contingent of over 50 individuals exited through the western gate of Iris Flower Town. The knights, adorned in armor and wielding long spears, formed a protective circle around Charles, with Knight Leo leading the way. Initially, the path was navigable, but as they progressed, the unpaved areas presented significant challenges. Reese remarked, "My lord, these warhorses are accustomed to well-maintained roads. Traversing this rugged terrain is quite inconvenient, and their hooves are prone to injury. If they are not harmed by the enemy, they cannot take to the battlefield. It is indeed regrettable." Upon reaching the newly established White Ram camp, the serfs, having been notified in advance, lined the sides of the path to greet them. As Charles emerged from the knightly ranks, the serfs knelt, their faces betraying palpable fear. Charles felt a twinge of helplessness, though everyone resisted the idea of fertilization. He understood its benefits and could not refrain from advocating for it, ultimately imposing this burden upon the captured serfs. The residents of Iris Flower might grumble, but the serfs, taken from the region of the gentlemaness Orchid, ought to be grateful for the Lord's provision of food. Instead, they dared to make demands. Underestimating the sharpness of the knights' lances, the camp leader, Donador, approached. "How is the construction in Goat Camp progressing?" Charles inquired as he dismounted. "My lord, the serfs' accommodations are still lacking. They are barely managing to squeeze in, so they are not exposed to the elements," Donador replied. "Ensure that every household has proper housing," Charles instructed, surveying the surroundings. Noticing several serfs covertly observing him, he felt uncomfortable being scrutinized like a spectacle. "Let them disperse. Guide me to inspect the cultivated lands." "My lord, this way," Donador responded as he led Charles southward. Shortly thereafter, they encountered vast fields of neatly arranged farmland. "The plots have been allocated, I trust?" Charles queried. "Yes, they have been divided. The records will be delivered to the castle by tomorrow," Donador affirmed. "Excellent. Remember to take good care of these individuals, ensuring they can settle comfortably and have food to eat," Charles instructed. "Yes, my lord," Donador replied. Looking to the north, Charles observed the mountains, which were unsuitable for farming but ideal for grazing. He had originally planned to procure sheep from Tulip Town to graze here, providing not only milk and meat for the soldiers, but also improving the lives of the serfs. Unfortunately, with Tulip Town having fallen, this plan was shelved, and he now had to worry daily about whether Count Violet would attack the Iris Flower territory. With the infantry regiment newly formed and the knightly order recently expanded, their combat effectiveness was minimal. If Count Violet chose to assault, Retreat to Iris Flower Castle was their only option. In the afternoon, Charles and his companions arrived at the lime processing center, which currently employed 140 workers. Including their families, the total population there was about 400. While the existence of lime might be exposed, the method of its production remained confidential. The center was bordered by mountains on 3 sides, with knights patrolling the southern perimeter. And the lime workers were under strict management, such that not even a mouse could escape. Mina, the road from the lime processing center to Iris Flower Town is too narrow. Widen it by at least double, Charles commanded. Yes, my lord, she replied. Charles then returned on horseback, taking a cursory glance at Wild Grass Camp and Stone Camp, but focusing on Wheat Camp, situated south of Iris Flower Town and north of Tulip Town. In the event of an attack by Count Violet, Wheat Camp would be the first to suffer. As he approached the camp, he saw the camp leader, Brent, along with his attendants, standing at attention. As Charles entered, the serfs again knelt. But this time their expressions conveyed curiosity rather than fear, akin to encountering a beloved idol in the street. Accompanied by Brent into the camp, Charles noted the streets were remarkably clean. Though this may have been a superficial effort, he felt heartened by the evident spirit of the serfs. With a smile, he inquired, "Are the serfs in Wheat Camp well fed?" "My lord, they enjoy black bread at every meal. The workers toil outside while their wives and children tend to the fields, and they live comfortably, even able to purchase meat at the market each month," Brent replied. Charles chose not to follow Brent further, but strolled through the camp. The streets here, while not as immaculate, suggested that Brent was inexperienced with superficial improvements. If the streets had been excessively clean, it would have surprised Charles. When the soybean harvest arrived, the benefits of manure would be apparent, simplifying street maintenance. In his study, Charles leaned back in his chair, fatigue weighing upon him after a day of traversing the territory. He felt as though his body might crumble. Yet he still needed to contemplate the training methods for the Iris Flower Infantry Regiment. The looming threat of Count Violet hung over him like the sword of Damocles, ready to strike at any moment. Currently, Charles devoted all his energy to training the Iris Flower Infantry. Even the distillation apparatus was merely briefly described to the carpenter, who was left to ponder its purpose on his own. Nevertheless, there was motivation. A reward of 1 gold coin would be given to each individual who successfully devised it. At that moment, he felt a cool sensation at his temples. He looked up to find his personal maid, Filna, standing silently behind him, almost unnoticed. Charles closed his eyes, adjusted his position, and savored Filna's massage. "My lord, what shall we do if Count Violet attacks? Should we surrender?" Filna asked softly. "I have vanquished one of his knightly orders and defeated his brother-in-law. He would not dare demand my surrender," Charles replied assertively. In the dictionary of the Iris Flower family, there is no such word as surrender. Even if it comes to a bloody battle until the last moment, I will not yield. But what if Count Violet comes? Even Count Tulip was defeated. Can we withstand the onslaught? Filna pressed. Since she would remain in Iris Flower Town for her entire life unless Charles took her with him, he felt no need for suspicion. As you can see, the territory is currently mobilizing soldiers and preparing to form a 1,000-strong infantry regiment. While we may not be able to defeat Count Violet, we will certainly be able to defend the castle. Charles's thoughts returned to training. He needed to lead by example, ensuring the soldiers understood who provided their wages and to whom they owed their loyalty. The army he had created would undoubtedly be loyal. Once the troops were assembled, their footwear would be ready as well. The morning would be spent practicing formations, while the afternoons would be dedicated to physical training and honing their skills. The learning of horseback riding could be postponed for the time being. Count Violet, I hope you enjoy your time in Iris Flower Town, and may you forget me entirely. Chapter 27. The Knights Brigade in the Grand Hall of the Tulip Mansion. Has the second daughter of the Tulip Count been found? The search continues. The knights in the south have uncovered no trace and are now scouring the north. Those knights who missed the plunder will each receive a gold coin, sighed Count Cass. How have the craftsmen in the town fared? My lord, the soldiers caused chaos upon entering the town. Some craftsmen were killed, others fled or hid, and very few remain to be found. We must gather them as best we can. Tulip territory is rich in iron mines, and capturing even a portion of the blacksmiths would be advantageous. Gaul expressed confusion, asking why, in such circumstances, the Lord does not seize Tulip Town outright, but instead allows for pillaging. Although we have the support of the Second Prince's heavy cavalry, I cannot guarantee victory. I can only bolster the soldiers' morale through plunder. Moreover, I hold no interest in Tulip's wealth. I would not mind if it were given entirely to the soldiers, as long as the Violet territory can reopen trade routes. Everything else is of little concern. However, Tulip's iron mines and its blacksmiths cannot be overlooked. Are we to cede Tulip Town to Baron Beg, that despicable traitor? While Beg Sakura assisted them in breaching the city gates, who would regard a man who betrays his own? What harm is there in allowing him to take it? The Northern Iris territory possesses valuable gold mines, and the Eastern Calla Lily territory has numerous iron mines. If I can conquer these two lands and seize the blacksmiths from Tulip Town, what does it matter if he claims Tulip Town? Count Kes scoffed, remarking that merely suppressing those loyal to Tulip will be enough to give him a headache. He is hardly a threat. Have we discovered the training methods of the Tulip battle formations? From the Tulip infantry, we have garnered only the formation techniques. Yet the soldiers have attempted numerous times with little effect. Even after severe torture of the Tulip family members, only the formation methods were revealed. A battle formation is not merely a simple arrangement. There must be something else to it. The second prince refuses to divulge any details, and those heavy cavalry have not demonstrated their methods either. Therefore, our only option is to capture the second daughter of the Tulip Count. Remember, take her alive and do not disgrace her. As commanded. At that moment, a male servant entered, announcing, "My lord, the lord of the Gladiolus territory, Hamis, and the knight commander, Lamar, have arrived." Quickly, Count Kes smiled at Gaul, saying, "It seems the Iris territory has also been taken. Now we only lack the Calla Lily territory. Truly, my lord, your foresight is remarkable. The Tulip Count has triumphed many times. Yet you need only win once for the Tulip family to be obliterated." After a while, Lamar and Hamis arrived, and Count Kes's heart sank. He observed Hamis's armor, battered and marred, and Lamar limping as he walked. "What has transpired?" he inquired. "My lord, the Lord of Iris is treacherous and vile. He deceived the White Tulip Knights into a desperate struggle, leading to their complete annihilation. Yet, the Iris Knights took advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack. Knight Commander Lamar fought valiantly, but ultimately could not maintain the formation. Kes suppressed his fury, asking, what were the casualties? In that dire moment, the knights dismounted to fight on foot, resisting fiercely, but ultimately, they could not hold out. "Are you implying the entire army has been wiped out?" Kes bellowed, "Incompetence! Incompetence! To suffer such a catastrophic defeat." Fueled by rage, Kes nearly drew his sword to strike the two men, but suddenly, the image of Sophia's frail visage flashed in his mind, recalling how she would weep and plead for him to treat the Gladiolus family with kindness. Kes stifled his anger, but upon seeing the two disheveled figures, his temper flared once more. He kicked them both to the ground, cursing, "I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, bring your heads to me." "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." Kes turned to Gaul and declared, "The soldiers have rested sufficiently. Organize the troops for an expedition against the Iris territory in 3 days. Summon Beg Sakura. He will take the lead this time." Outside Tulip Town, in a small village. "Father, what should we do? Should we not confront them?" In a small room crowded with 20 people, including 7 or 8 sturdy men, the rest were women and children. "Alas, let us go. Is it not better to forge for someone than to be idle? But they have slain our kin and friends. How can we continue to forge for them? Would we not become despicable creatures? At worst, we die. Let us fight." Diley stepped forward and slapped his son, saying, "Did I bring you into this world for you to seek death? Our entire clan is here. Do you intend to lead us all to our doom, leaving us as wandering spirits?" Outside the door, the Violet infantry observed that many villagers remained in the village, and upon their entrance, all hid within their homes. A sly-looking man proposed, "Shall we have some fun? There are no women left in Tulip Town. They have all been taken." Ha ha. At that moment, outside the village, the roaming knights brigade had approached, and the guide, Indum, stated, "Beyond this village, continue south, and you shall reach Tulip Town." Someone approaches. "How many?" "Estimating a dozen or so. They are on foot and appear to be capturing someone. The individuals they are pursuing are those we intend to rescue. Let us defeat them. And remember to leave one alive." The Earth Knights led the charge, followed by the Squire Knights, leaving 2 riders to patrol near the village to prevent any escape. The village streets were unsuitable for cavalry charges, so the knights dismounted and engaged in combat. The battle quickly concluded. It was a one-sided massacre. Though the knights fought on foot, the 4 Earth Knights led the charge with ease, dispatching their foes effortlessly. Even a few cunning individuals who sensed the danger and attempted to flee were intercepted and slain by the knights stationed outside. What are you here for, my lord? I asked if you would spare my life. Why all this chatter? If you claim to be here to relieve yourself, would that earn you mercy? Indem charged forward, stabbing the man in the thigh, demanding, speak quickly. If your words are useful, I may yet spare you. My lord, we were sent to capture craftsmen. We heard they would be taken to the Violet territory. What plans does your lord have? Yesterday, a knight left the city to gather our infantry, rumored to be preparing to attack the Iris territory. When do we depart? My lord, I have only heard rumors. I do not know the exact date. At that moment, Barley emerged from the house, panic evident in his voice. Who are you? We are Knights of Iris. Who are you, and why are these men pursuing you? We are the blacksmiths of the town. These men are like demons from hell, storming into the town, killing all in sight, looting homes, and seizing women. We fled in terror. Head north. That leads to Iris Town, where our Lord, Baron Charles, has sent us to protect the residents of Tulip. Indem turned and summoned 2 squire knights, saying, they will escort you on this journey. The bloodied spear, the battered armor, and the corpses lying on the ground seemed to convey a singular message. There was no room for refusal. Barley could only respond helplessly, thank you, my lord. We shall depart at once. Have the Violet soldiers made any movements? Recently, there were numerous Violet soldiers venturing out for leisure, but their numbers have diminished significantly. Chapter 28. Confession. Engaged in a serious discussion with his companions, Indem turned to Yarden, Zamail, and Toru to deliberate their next course of action. Toru expressed his concerns, stating, this is exceedingly perilous, should you be discovered. Indem replied, having been a knight of the earth for many years, I can safeguard myself even in danger. Besides, I have traversed this path before with the steward. I am well acquainted with the route. As for you, be wary of losing your way without my guidance. Toru reassured him. Do not fret. I have memorized the route and shall not falter. Indem concluded, then it is settled. We shall proceed immediately. Remember, do not linger here too long. Once the Violet soldiers mobilize, they will undoubtedly dispatch a battalion of knights to investigate, and that would spell danger for us. In the Iris town, within the confines of the Iris castle, Filna leaned against the window, gazing into the distance with a hesitant expression, as if grappling with a daunting decision. Following her gaze, not far from the castle, a wide expanse of land was occupied by an orderly formation of Iris infantry, standing resolute and silent. The Iris knights, mounted upon their steeds, clad in armor and wielding long lances, charged towards the infantry, their hooves thundering against the ground, raising clouds of dust, with the sharp tips of their lances aimed at the soldiers. Yet, the Iris infantry remained unfazed, the front line lifting their large shields while those behind raised their spears at an angle, the entire scene enveloped in a solemn silence. Captain Les observed the impeccable military formation and remarked, in merely a few days, they have undergone a remarkable transformation. The young master is truly a prodigy. At that moment, the deputy commander approached and inquired, Commander, what training will follow? The command was given. All units, about face to the left and march swiftly towards Wheat Village. Understood, Commander. Subsequently, each battalion departed in succession, resembling a gathering storm cloud. Deputy Commander Andre, personally selected by the captain, was a former laborer from Wheat Village. After hearing of the conscription, he left his job to enlist, perhaps due to innate talent or the strength developed during his laboring days. He soon cultivated combat energy and became the first soldier in the Tulip infantry to achieve the rank of a solar warrior. To motivate the troops, Shar elevated him to deputy commander. Having previously served as a squad leader during his laboring days, he now carried out his role as deputy commander with distinction. I shall take my leave to freshen up. Please fetch my attire. Of course, young master. After refreshing himself, Shar, feeling invigorated, partook in dinner and, as customary, retreated to the study for a moment of solitude. Shortly after entering, Filna followed him in. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Shar smiled and asked, What brings you here? Without hesitation, Filna took a seat opposite him and declared, Perhaps we can collaborate, Baron Shar. Shar found this peculiar. Although her maid was not of a delicate disposition, this stark contrast was striking. What could we possibly collaborate on? In other words, what qualifications do you possess to engage in such an alliance? Though he refrained from voicing this thought, it lingered in his mind. On my own, I deceived you. My full name is Filna Tulip. Observing Shar's astonishment, she continued, Indeed. I am the sole representative of the Tulip family who escaped from Tulip Town. Shar quickly regained his composure and pondered. Marrying the eldest daughter of the crown prince would strip her of any claim to her family's legacy, thereby placing the title of count squarely in the hands of Filna Tulip before him. How can you prove your identity? I possess the Tulip family's insignia, and my very visage serves as evidence, Filna elaborated. When my sister wed, I accompanied my father to the royal city and attended numerous banquets, even encountering the current king. Most critically, I am well versed in the training methods of the Tulip battle formation, which serves as the most indisputable evidence of my lineage. Shar rested his chin on his left hand, his right index finger gently tapping the table, deep in contemplation regarding his next steps. Keeping her would invite retribution from the Violet Count, who had obliterated the Tulip family, and the knowledge of the battle formation training might attract the royal family's covetous gaze. To eliminate her, to extract information, or to surrender her. Ultimately, Shar resolved that the threats posed by the Violet Count and the royal family were overshadowed by the potential to become a count himself and the knowledge of the battle formation. Wealth is often found in perilous ventures, and thus he decided to proceed with the alliance. As for her death, it would render the Tulip title void. Despite his assimilation into this era, his past life's principles remained difficult to breach. If it were easy, they would not be principles. What is it that you desire? A piece of land for the Tulip family to inhabit. And what can you offer? The title of the Tulip family, the training methods of the battle formation. And if you wish, my very being. Such an imbalanced exchange seemed to Filna an assured deal, yet she was met with the response, "Your terms are unacceptable." Furious, she retorted, "You are nothing but a greedy devil. This is my final offer. Otherwise, you shall gain nothing from me. Why not consider my terms?" Shar began, "I wish to take you as my wife." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I appreciate your goodwill, but preserving the Tulip family is my sole mission. I cannot yield to you. Would it be so unacceptable for your offspring to bear the Tulip name?" Filna stood frozen, finally managing to stammer. "You would allow your child to be named Tulip instead of Iris? To be precise, that is contingent upon you. I would be willing for my second son to carry the Tulip name, provided he reaches adulthood. If I have a third son, he too may bear the name. Assuming I have that many sons." Shar, having come from another world, was not particularly concerned with such matters. "Why would you agree to such a condition? That is my question for you. Are you willing? If you doubt my sincerity, I can proclaim my vow before my loyal knights in the territory." Noting her silence, Shar urged, "Whether you agree or not, at least respond." Filna regained her composure, rising to lunge across the table, attempting to drown Shar in a sea of white. Whispering softly, "A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold coins. The night has fallen outside. This is a study," he protested. Stop. Chapter 29. The reappearance of the divine stone the following day, within the confines of that very study, the essence of the Tulip battle formation's training methodology was unveiled. Indeed, the crux of the Tulip's formation lay in this. As Fina spoke, she produced a ring entrusted to her by her father. Charles casually accepted it, only to discover that it was a divine stone. A warm sensation engulfed his palm as the small stone transformed into a pool of black liquid, seamlessly integrating into his being. Much like the previous occasion, his internal energy surged forth from his cells, causing his entire body to resonate like a finely tuned engine. The energy crystallized and refined repeatedly, ultimately merging with the surface of his skin. This phenomenon expanded from Charles to encompass the entirety of the iris flower territory. As boundless fortune coalesced from every direction, gravitating towards Iris Flower Town. If one were able to perceive the flow of fortune, they would observe that the densest populations corresponded with the richest fortunes. Yet, apart from Charles, none could witness this spectacle. The residents of Iris Flower Territory merely felt a refreshing breeze pass by, while the inhabitants of Iris Flower Town experienced it more acutely. Most notably, those warriors honing their physiques felt the fortune sweep through them, erasing the lingering effects of their previous exertions. Simultaneously, three insights emerged in Charles's mind. He could sense individuals who posed significant threats or benefits, suggesting that those blessed with fortune instinctively gravitate towards advantage while avoiding peril. The second revelation was his newfound ability to forge and contain fortune, ensuring prosperous weather as long as there was sufficient fortune available. Charles surmised that this was tied to the goodwill of the local populace. If he could win their favor, he could establish a grand vessel to maintain favorable conditions. This was of paramount importance, not only saving the labor of waterworks, but also ensuring sustenance for his serfs and free citizens, thereby greatly reducing the likelihood of rebellion. The third insight imparted knowledge of the training method for the battle formation. The formation itself functioned as a path, with fortune acting as the vehicle traversing it. Both elements were indispensable for directing the internal energy along its course. By assimilating the divine stone into his being, he gained control over the flow of fortune. And with the addition of a formation, he could master any battle array. "Shouldn't you hurry and wash up? You smell quite unpleasant," Fina remarked, noticing the dark impurities surfacing on Charles's skin. Although he felt as if only a moment had passed, considerable time had indeed elapsed. Setting aside her numerous inquiries, Fina instructed a servant to prepare warm water. Once Charles completed his ablutions, Fina, brimming with anticipation, raised the empty ring, inquiring, "Are you feeling well? How did the stone from this ring become part of you?" Charles, equally intrigued, had perused every book in the study without uncovering any mention of the divine stone. The name had materialized in his mind naturally after the absorption. He pondered the arduous process of strengthening his physique, enhancing his internal energy, and the tantalizing prospect of refining his organs with that energy, an endeavor documented to extend one's lifespan by 50 years while significantly amplifying bodily functions. Fina smiled lightly, aware that probing further would be unwelcome, and remarked, "Just don't act like you did last night." Charles felt a rush of embarrassment. It was indeed the first time for his body, and who could have anticipated her fervor in wanting to become a knight? Now he wished to decline, having entered a state of sagacity and with more pressing matters at hand. The last fusion with the divine stone had summoned numerous earth knights. This time, he anticipated an even greater number of warriors capable of harnessing their internal energy. Charles was determined to assess the situation thoroughly, for the impending battle loomed large. Victory must precede any further discussions. On the training grounds, a large-scale assessment for military rank advancement was underway. Soldiers formed long lines, each stepping forward to lift the meticulously polished stone locks. Some succeeded, while others faltered. A table stood nearby to record the names and ranks of those who successfully advanced. Deputy Commander Andal approached to report, "Commander, we currently have 483 individuals holding 1-star ranks, 197 with 2 stars, 52 with 3 stars, 17 with 1 sun. And I myself hold 2 suns, while 250 remain unranked." Charles clapped Andal on the shoulder, praising, "Excellent work, truly commendable, as expected from my personally selected commander. Summon the company leaders and the deputy commanders. I shall outline the next training methods." At once, Andal responded before departing. At that moment, Rice approached, stating, "Young master, 186 members of the Knight Order participated in the assessment. 82 hold 1-star ranks, 45 hold 2 stars, 37 hold 3 stars, 12 hold 1 sun, 8 hold 2 suns, and 2 hold 3 suns." Rice appeared elated, adding, "It seems we require higher ranks." Charles was also in good spirits, noting, "With internal energy refining the skin's surface, soldiers can achieve near invulnerability. 1 sun rank will cost 1 gold coin per month." Charles had tested this theory. 1-star soldiers could withstand a long iron spear, while 2-star soldiers could inflict deeper wounds. 3-star soldiers posed a considerable threat, and those with 1 sun rank, if they launched an attack while he remained still. He mused he could become akin to a candied hawthorn, skewered upon the weapon. Given the veteran status of the Knight Order, their ranks typically surpassed those of the infantry. Charles was curious if, having absorbed the divine stone, he could control fortune to the extent that the tulip infantry's formations could be applied to the cavalry. If he could incorporate the steeds into the formation, it would be tantamount to gaining an additional advantage, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Dust swirled on the training grounds amidst the thunderous sound of marching feet and clattering hooves, creating a cacophony of activity. Charles had divided the iris flower infantry into 5 battalions, 3 for the front lines, 4 for the center, 1 for each flank, and 1 for the rear. From his vantage point on the platform, he observed the immense formation advancing slowly, reminiscent of a colossal cross, halting every few hundred meters to realign. Charles had assigned 20 knights to the iris flower infantry as communicators, 2 for each battalion, facilitating coordination. He frequently convened meetings with the battalion leaders to summarize their experiences during marches and strategize unified maneuvers. He understood the necessity of empowering mid-level and junior officers, for they were the executioners of his plans, ensuring that the infantry grew rapidly, as if catalyzed. As for the iris flower cavalry, Charles refrained from extensive interference, merely imparting the modified tulip infantry formations to them. With another month of training and a taste of battle, he harbored confidence that, despite their rudimentary equipment, they could decisively defeat Count Violet. Alas, life does not adhere to scripts, and events did not unfold as Charles had envisioned. Chapter 30. The deployment in the grand hall of the Iris Flower Castle. The atmosphere was tense. Charles turned to Fina and instructed her to inform the steward, Loki, to summon Deputy Commander Andre, Knight Commander Lace, and Civil Affairs Officer Mina for an urgent discussion. Charles calculated that if Count Violet were to deploy troops from Tulip Town, it would take them 3 days of normal marching to reach Wheat Town, and an additional day to arrive at Iris Flower Town. Having endured a taxing journey, Charles called for a male servant to assist him in refreshing himself. Shortly after, Knight Commander Lace, Deputy Commander Andre, and Civil Affairs Officer Mina arrived in unison. Lace spoke first, inquiring about the nature of the matter. Charles, with a grave expression, announced that Count Violet was preparing to mobilize troops. Lace pressed further, asking when the deployment would occur and the number of soldiers involved. Yarden interjected, stating that the specifics were uncertain, but it was likely that all the Violet infantry marauding near Tulip Town would be summoned, indicating a full-scale mobilization. The troop numbers would likely be similar to the previous encounter, as Count Violet could not recruit soldiers from the ravaged Tulip Town, and even if he did, they would be too intimidated to be of any use, merely cannon fodder for a siege. Mina cautiously suggested that a portion of the Iris Flower infantry be dispatched to Wheat Town to bolster its defenses while gathering the troops near the castle to ensure its protection. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, casting their gazes upon Charles, seemingly awaiting his decision on whether to strike proactively or adopt a defensive stance. Charles observed the expressions of those present. Mina appeared somewhat fearful, suggesting a pacifist stance, while Lace seemed neutral. As for the newly appointed Deputy Commander Andre, he was visibly eager, embodying the spirit of a hawk. Charles sensed an intense gaze upon him and turned to find his future wife, Fina Tulip, watching intently, shaking her head in disapproval. Though she bore a vendetta for her family, Fina recalled her father's teachings that the paramount duty of their lineage was to endure, not to seek vengeance. She suppressed her anger and sorrow, believing that as long as Charles defended the castle and sent word to the king, both the Iris Flower and Tulip families could be preserved. This was the most prudent course of action. Charles shook his head in response to her and turned to the assembly, stating, "We can defend the castle this time, but what of the new Iris Flower Town, White Sheep Town, and the previous Wheat Town, Stone Town, and Wildgrass Town? With fewer serfs in the territory, how shall we sustain such a large force? Should Count Violet attack again, how will we respond? Shall we seek the king's aid? No, we cannot rely on others for our territory's safety." He directed his gaze at Andre, asking, "Which town do you hail from?" "Commander, I am from Wheat Town," Andre replied. "If Count Violet's forces attack, Wheat Town will be the first to fall. Are you prepared to watch your family and friends perish?" Charles pressed, "Commander, I fear not death. I joined the army to hone my body, learn martial skills, and cultivate my fighting spirit. It would be far more agonizing to witness my homeland being pillaged from within the castle," Andre declared. "A true man dies defending his homeland. That is a death worth having." Mina, arranged for 10 days' worth of provisions to be sent to Wheat Town. Lace, gather the knights. Andre, rally the infantry. Tomorrow, I shall review the troops. This battle, I intend to face Count Violet with honor. Understood, my lord. Understood. The following day, on the training grounds, the Iris Flower infantry and knights assembled. Charles ascended the platform and surveyed the ranks below. To the left, the Iris Flower infantry stood in orderly formation, silent and solemn, clad in tattered armor and leather gear, some without any armor at all, armed with cleavers, large shields, and wooden spears. To the right, the Iris Flower Knights appeared slightly better equipped. Seasoned veterans donned leather armor. With a 60 armor coverage, their steeds whinnied, the atmosphere thick with anticipation of battle. At that moment, a coffin was hoisted onto the platform beside Charles, accompanied by several large chests. The soldiers below exchanged puzzled glances at this unusual spectacle. Charles addressed them, saying, "In just a few days, Count Violet will launch an assault on the Iris Flower territory. Some have suggested we remain within the castle walls. Count Violet's forces comprise just over 1,000 men, and we too number over 1,000. Defending the castle should be manageable. However, I refuse to accept this. Should Count Violet fail to breach the castle, he will unleash his soldiers to plunder freely, slaughtering your parents and children, and seizing your wives. The prosperous life we have built together cannot be allowed to perish. From the crowd, a voice called out, "No! If they dare touch my wife, I will slay them. I wield a blade. I will not stand idly by while my family is threatened." This sentiment resonated throughout the ranks, igniting a fervor. "No. Let them come. I will fight them. Brave sons of Iris Flower, what is there to fear?" Charles declared, taking the cleaver handed to him by Lace. With a decisive swing, he severed the lock of one of the chests, which had clearly been overburdened, spilling forth a cascade of gold coins. "Do you see this coffin beside me? In this battle, there are but two outcomes, victory or death. These are the total gold coins of our territory, 1,200 pieces. Each of you shall receive one coin, which will be distributed shortly. Tell me, warriors of the Iris Flower family, are you willing to safeguard the honor of the Iris Flower family and protect your homeland with your blood and lives? Damn it, if I must lose my head, let it be so. I will fight for my home, and if I perish on the battlefield, my children and wife shall survive with this coin. I fear nothing with a blade in my hand." The atmosphere transformed, the simple yet powerful chant rising, "Kill, kill, kill." Charles established the tone for this battle, to bear arms with the resolve of life and death. Chapter 31. Wheat Village. The Knight Commander, Lays, led the order of knights as the vanguard. From a distance, he spotted Brent, the village head of Wheat Village, who had already assembled the able-bodied serfs to greet him. As they drew nearer, Head Brent approached and said, "My lord, all the young serfs from Wheat Village are here. Do you deem them sufficient?" Lays waved his hand. Ever since the young master ascended to the rank of baron, he had ceased to conscript serfs as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. The serfs served as auxiliaries, assisting with the transport of provisions and setting up camp. This time, the supplies had already arrived at Wheat Village, and the battlefield was likely to be in the vicinity. Their services were not required. "Let them disperse. The young master has decreed that there shall be no conscription of serfs this time." "My lord, this is not my command." They learned of Count Violet's impending attack and rushed here, claiming they wish to protect this place. "The young master's army is just behind us, and it shall be his decision to make." Lays pointed to the knights behind him and instructed, "Prepare some food and fodder. We must continue to scout for enemy movements shortly. The provisions and fodder are already prepared. Please follow me." The crowd parted to create a path, and the knights formed a long column, clad in armor and wielding long spears. The sound of their horses' hooves echoed, and in the envious gaze of the serfs, the knights held their heads high, unabashedly displaying their valor. An army must not only engage in battle, but can also serve to promote the territory. The knights gathered in small groups, engaging in casual banter. "These horses eat better than I do. They must not be starved, as if catering to a lord. Haha, on the battlefield, you must rely on this lord. Without him, where would you be, you scoundrel? Go away, Shu." Meanwhile, Lays convened a meeting with the knight captains. He realized that the young master's innovation of holding meetings was truly beneficial. By sharing his thoughts with the captains and helping them understand the rationale behind their actions, the ensuing operations became much smoother. "Do we need to further divide our squad into smaller groups?" "No need. We already know the direction of the Violet infantry and do not need to spread out so much." "Understood." Before engaging in battle, they dispatched knights to scout the surrounding terrain and gather intelligence about the enemy, including, but not limited to their precise location, the number of knights and infantry, the number of serfs they brought, and an estimate of their provisions. Furthermore, they were to delve deep into enemy territory to search for the supply routes. There was no doubt about this. The knight captains had no questions and promptly complied. Captain Rao, distinguished with 2 sons on his insignia, led his squad of 20 knights southward along the newly constructed road by the young master. Recently injured in a skirmish against the Orchid territory, he had missed the subsequent campaign against it and the formation of a knight squad to scout the Tulip Heartland. Now that he had recovered, he eagerly chose this route, hoping to encounter the Violet scouts and confront them. "Captain Rao, there are sounds ahead." "Toru, what is happening? Why are only you and a few others with them?" Rao gestured towards the 20 or so civilians without horses. "To save this group, we took some time, and the Violet scouts discovered us." Toru pointed to the group, which, like Daily, consisted of fathers and sons, along with several uncles, forming a small family of blacksmiths. "What news? Not only is Count Violet present, but also Baron Cherry Blossom and Baron Orchid." The Cherry Blossom Knights are leading the charge. I estimate there are over 100 knights, accompanied by a throng of serfs, likely numbering 300 to 400. Behind them is Count Violet's main force, with 500 to 600 infantry, the same number of knights, and 2,000 to 3,000 serfs. Rao called another knight over, saying, "Remember this well." "Understood. Go report to the young master. The rest of you, follow me to assist Captain Indum and Captain Zamail." "Understood." Ahead, the situation for Indum and Zamail was dire. Utilizing their knowledge of the local terrain, they had managed to evade their pursuers for a while. However, despite the horses' explosive power, their endurance was lacking, allowing the Cherry Blossom Knights, mounted on 2 steeds each, to close in rapidly. "Stop and surrender. You still have a chance at life." The Cherry Blossom Knights shouted, their voices growing louder as they attempted to lure the Iris Knights to a halt. Worse still, before them lay an expanse of open land, flat and ideal for a knight's charge, yet a disaster for the Iris Knights in their current predicament. Indum declared, "Toru is likely nearing Wheat Village now. Knights, our mission has been accomplished. It is time to demonstrate our bravery." The Tulip soldiers, once surrendered, became mere fodder, their families ruthlessly slaughtered by the Violet soldiers. The Iris Knights understood that they had but one path ahead: fight to the bitter end. On the plain, a dozen Iris Knights, mounted on a dozen slightly weary steeds, faced over 20 Cherry Blossom Knights, their 40 powerful horses ready for battle. The two sides were separated by 700 or 800 meters, their gazes locked, only the occasional whinny of the horses breaking the silence. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue upon the Iris Knights, painting their armor and mounts in crimson. The knights squinted against the glare, appearing as if they were blinded by the dying light. With a thunderous roar, the Cherry Blossom Knights charged, their hoofbeats echoing like rolling thunder. The Iris Knights, too, spurred their horses forward to meet them. The two forces clashed, devoid of grandiose displays of skill, relying instead on simple thrusts and slight evasions of each other's long spears to avoid fatal blows. Indum looked around, counting only 4 of them, alongside 8 unmounted horses grazing on the ground. The Cherry Blossom Knights continued to shout, "Surrender swiftly, and you shall be spared." The 4 exchanged glances. Their wives and children were in Iris Town. If they surrendered, would they not suffer the same fate as the Tulip infantry, with families torn apart and lives shattered? No, they would rather fight to the death. Rao shouted, "Gather the horses, switch mounts. The enemy scouts are nearby. Follow them and locate their main force." "Understood." The Iris Knights swiftly changed mounts, each taking 2 steeds and pursuing the fleeing Cherry Blossom Knights. Although regrouping took some time, the Iris soldiers, mounted 2 to a horse, were considerably faster than the Cherry Blossom infantry, closely trailing them. The Cherry Blossom Knights relentlessly cracked their whips, showing no concern for their horses' endurance, desperate to put distance between themselves and the Iris Knights behind them. Chapter 32: The Great Defeat of Baron Sakura, the eldest son of the Sakura family, Sakuragi Sakura, addressed his father. "Father, we have triumphed in the grand gamble of the Sakura family, securing the Sakura territory. If we can capture Tulip Town, we shall ascend to the rank of Count within 3 generations. Baron Beg Sakura, in a jovial mood, replied, "Alas, the Iris family has plundered Tulip Town, leaving the wealth amassed over the years in their hands. What a pity about the precious gold mine of the Iris family. As the eldest son of the Sakura family, you must constantly remind yourself never to let greed cloud your judgment. Do not covet what does not belong to you." Baron Beg glanced at his son, who was short yet astute. Satisfied, he continued, "Our next mission is to assist the Violet family in vanquishing the Iris and Kala families." "But father, do not these 2 territories belong to Count Violet?" questioned Sakuragi. "Do you recall the family motto? In times of weakness, one must maintain unwavering loyalty," Beg instructed. "The task ahead for the Sakura family is to seize the remaining Tulip lands. Should we succeed in annexing them, the number of serfs in our family will multiply tenfold. This is our objective for the coming decades." As twilight descended, he instructed the serfs to set up camp. "I understand, father. I shall attend to it at once." Just as the humbled Sakuragi lifted his head, he exclaimed, "Father, look over there. It appears to be our knights." Baron Beg turned to see what seemed to be figures in pursuit, knights from the Iris family. Cursing under his breath, he wondered how they had managed to close in on them. "Form ranks. Prepare for an enemy assault." The knights, however, were unarmored, having left their lances and steeds with the serfs for feeding. In a state of disarray, They scurried about like headless flies in search of their gear. The serfs responsible for their equipment fled in terror. The Sakura knights approached and shouted, "Enemies are upon us," only to tumble forward when their exhausted steed collapsed beneath them. At that moment, the unspoken thought among all was clear. The enemy was near. There was no need for further warning. The Iris knights surged forward like ferocious tigers descending upon a flock of sheep. Though they outnumbered the adversaries, over 50 knights and 300 serfs, the unblooded serfs and unarmed knights became mere lambs before the fully armed and charging Iris knights. Disdaining their lances as cumbersome, the Iris knights unsheathed their heavy sabers, wreaking havoc among the crowd. The serfs, panicked, scattered, trampling over their own comrades. Countless lives lost in the chaos. Over 400 souls, none dared to raise a weapon in defense, yet they turned on their fellow serfs and knights, carving a brutal path for themselves. "Captain Rao, what shall we do with the captives? Have we apprehended Baron Beg?" No sight of him. He vanished as soon as the battle commenced. What a shame. Capturing Baron Beg would have brought us great joy. Rao sighed, instructing, "Tell these serfs we are from the Iris family, and will escort them back to Iris territory for their protection, sparing them from Count Violet's grasp." Meanwhile, Charles led his infantry regiment to Wheat Town. He recognized that training and reality were distinctly separate. The two should never be conflated. Originally, they planned to march 60 miles in a day, departing in the morning and arriving by afternoon. However, not long into their journey, the formation became disordered, compelling Charles to revise his plan and slow their pace. Finally reaching Wheat Town by evening, Charles instructed Mina to disperse the serfs. As they would not be needed for transport this time, it was better to face the enemy without them. Although their numbers were advantageous, untrained serfs would falter at the first sign of conflict, disrupting the infantry's formation, which could lead to dire consequences. In the most luxurious wooden house in Wheat Town, provided by the town chief Brent, Charles gathered the company commander and deputy commander for a meeting to discuss marching strategy, maintaining formation, and expediting their march. This was the first real engagement, exposing numerous issues. With a lack of talent within their territory, Charles intended to cultivate military prowess through these experiences. At that moment, a report arrived. "Commander, the Iris Knights have reported that the enemy's vanguard is nearing, likely arriving tomorrow. It is the Sakura family, with about 100 knights and 300 to 400 serfs, followed by Count Violet with 500 to 600 infantry and knights, and 2,000 to 3,000 serfs. Excellent. We shall eradicate the treacherous Sakura family and give our soldiers a taste of battle," Charles declared. Deputy Commander Andre remarked, "Count Violet brings so many serfs. Is he here to harvest the wheat? Yet, Iris has already completed the harvest, so his assistance is unnecessary. If he intends to engage us, even with 10,000 serfs, our Iris infantry, armed with wooden spears, will leave them in ruins." The atmosphere shifted as the tension dissipated into a lively banter. Charles observed with amusement as the men joked, some even suggesting they should capture Count Violet's wife to serve Charles as a maid. Raising his hand to quell the noise, Charles cautioned, "We may underestimate our foe strategically, but we must never be careless in actual combat. Gather your sergeants and discuss thoroughly. We must prepare diligently." "Yes, my lord." Andre had no regrets about joining the military. He learned much from Charles, including new terms such as discussion, meeting, and tactics. No wonder Charles spent so much time in the study. His words often contained unfamiliar phrases, yet one could infer their meanings. He was determined to learn diligently. After the battle, Fina dismounted and nestled beside him, abandoning her fierce knight persona. "I have given you everything. I know your intentions, rest assured. I will not weep or protest your decisions on the battlefield. I will remain in the castle, awaiting your victory, anticipating your return to Tulip Town. If we capture Baron Sakura, may I have the honor of delivering the final blow? Fear not. When the time comes, you shall be in Tulip Town, amidst the displaced residents, as you sever the head of Baron Sakura." Unexpectedly, the situation ignited a fervor within Charles and Fina, leading to yet another intense exchange between knights. Chapter 33. Engagement. The second piece of news brought great joy to Charles, as Rao had decisively defeated the vanguard of the Sakura family. Although it was somewhat regrettable that Baron Sakura had escaped capture, the initial victory greatly boosted morale, especially considering the capture of over 300 serfs. Charles, standing in the position of the Tulip Count, was there to accept the inheritance of the Tulip family. These 300 serfs were emblematic of Charles's close ties to the residents of Tulip Town. Once he captured Tulip Town, he would launch an extensive campaign to win the hearts of its people. Charles summoned his squire, Lake, whose primary virtue was his literacy, having also learned the Arabic numerals. Charles proclaimed, "In this battle, Captain Rao is to be commended, granted an additional 100 households and a reward of 10 gold coins." Rao, already a Night Lord with his own fief, although lacking actual control over it, still benefited from its tax revenue, ensuring that his descendants would have ample provisions for 3 generations. With the addition of another 100 households, Rao planned to procure armor, a lance, and a warhorse for his youngest son. Rao bowed and said, "I thank you for your lordship's generosity. It shall be done." The Tulip infantry, a wave of vibrant irises, converged from all directions, forming an elongated line that resembled a great serpent winding its way forward. Meanwhile, on the side of Count Violet, the annihilation of the vanguard had a significant impact on troop morale. With the vanguard gone, the Violet Knights had to be dispatched to scout the terrain, maintain vigilance, and search for enemy movements, which dramatically slowed their march. Count Violet laughed heartily, saying, "This ignorant youth, so full of hubris after a single victory. Does he think that by mustering 1,000 serfs he can contend with my 500 Violet soldiers? I shall make him understand the distinction between a standing army and serfs, and the price for his arrogance will be the lives of his entire family." Hommies echoed, "My lord, he ought to consider a discount, given that he is now left with but one survivor." Both armies had detected each other's presence, and although not far apart, they tacitly set up camp, preparing meals while sending knights to stand guard on the periphery. The challenges of a field battle were immense, and the soldiers, along with the serfs, were generally afflicted by night blindness. They could lose half their number in mere miles. The next morning, thick clouds loomed ominously over the flat expanse of the wilderness, where animals had long since fled, leaving only the wind to occasionally wail, as if lamenting its unease. The Iris soldiers ate in silence, filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension as the imminent clash approached. This was their first battle, yet it was a fight for survival. They glanced at the coffin placed in the center, prepared by their lord for himself, and their taut nerves eased slightly. If their lord feared not death, what was there for them to dread? Furthermore, their lord had offered a gold coin, enough to secure their lives. After breakfast, the soldiers ceased their long march. The enemy lay before them. The Iris formation was established as they advanced slowly across the open fields. They could now see the Violet army. As they drew nearer, less than a mile apart, both sides began to shift their formations into battle array. Orders flowed from Charles's lips to the 10 captains, who relayed them to the 100 sergeants, the entire army functioning like a well-oiled machine, precise and efficient. Count Violet observed the Iris soldiers. No, they were mere serfs, and mocked, "This group lacks even leather armor, wielding wooden spears. The Iris Baron cannot even afford a proper semblance of an army and dares to come forth to face death. What ignorance." Baron Sakura chimed in. "That boy probably thinks this is a game, believing sheer numbers can win the day." Count Violet disdainfully shot a glance at him, as if to say, "You, a defeated foe, dare to speak, especially after your 400 were routed by 20. Ellen, take 300 Violet Knights and disrupt their formation. Sekar, lead the Violet soldiers forward. At your command." On the silent fields, the thunderous sound of drums reverberated as both armies advanced slowly, pausing every few hundred meters to reassemble their ranks. "My lord, the Violet Knights are on the move. It appears they intend to charge," Charles observed. Seeing the knights emerging from the flanks of the Violet infantry, "Count Violet truly underestimates me and the Iris infantry. Let us teach him a lesson." Charles directed, "Enter. Instruct the soldiers to halt and prepare for battle." The messenger darted between the front, middle, and rear divisions, conveying commands. The leading front halted, followed by the middle, flanks, and rear, creating a substantial gap to prevent collision as the ranks adjusted. At that moment, the Violet Knights, fully armored and brandishing long lances, charged towards the Iris infantry, clearly intending to pierce straight through their center rather than harass from the sides. Charles summoned the energy of the mystical stone within him, drawing forth a steady stream from Wheat Camp, Iris Town, continuously flowing between the ranks. The soldiers' fighting spirit ignited, coursing through each soldier. As the Tulip battle formation was solidified, the sentiments of the people were firmly aligned for this battle. Chapter 34. Capturing Baron Cherry Blossom. The Iris soldiers suffered significant losses. Some were directly knocked away by the Violet Knights, while others fell to the ground, pierced by long spears. The Violet Knights, taking advantage of their speed, recklessly swung their weapons amidst the throngs, aiming to instill terror in the Iris soldiers, causing them to scatter and flee, thus disrupting the formations behind. However, even as their leader fell, the deputy took command, and when the battalion commander perished, the vice commander stepped up. Although initially stunned, the Iris soldiers exhibited remarkable resilience. Groups of 3 to 5 began to retaliate under the guidance of their leaders, some tasked with dispatching horses, others with feigned attacks, and still others with direct assaults. The Iris soldiers rapidly matured on the battlefield, turning the Violet Knights into targets ensnared like fish in a barrel. Despite the early devastation, as the speed of the Violet Knights diminished, the Iris soldiers found their rhythm, and casualties among the Violet Knights began to mount. The infantry of the Violet Regiment pressed forward, but the front lines became disorganized. With 3 battalions and 300 men, they managed to withstand the onslaught of the opposing cavalry, much to Charles's delight. He commanded, the front lines withdraw, the center advance, and both flanks feign an attack. The messengers swiftly relayed the order to the front lines. Upon receiving the command, the front lines did not immediately disband. They fell back through the gaps between formations, adhering strictly to their training and ensuring they did not stray into other regiments. Zechariah had no time to ponder why this peasant army was so formidable. Pausing now would only result in disarray and a defeat without battle. He ordered the Violet soldiers to press forward. The following Iris soldiers remained undeterred, resolutely preparing for the Violet soldiers' charge. As the two sides clashed, the formations became dense, with soldiers shoulder to shoulder. With every thrust and slash, they were compelled to face the onslaught head-on, testing the soldiers' mental fortitude. Zechariah dispatched a striking force of over 100, all robust and fully armed, charging towards the Iris center. From above, Charles observed as the striking force plunged into the heart of the center, but before they could expand their gains, they were encircled by 2 battalion commanders and swiftly eliminated. Some members of the striking force questioned why their strikes could not fell the unarmored foes, while a wooden spear could pierce through their armor. Those who relied on their equipment found themselves outmatched. A chill gripped Zechariah's heart, yet he dared not command a retreat. A withdrawal now would equate to a rout and inevitable defeat. They could only hold their ground a little longer to buy time for the Earl's reinforcements. The battle-hardened Iris soldiers seemed no longer content with merely holding the line. They surged forward, clashing head-on with the Violet infantry. Observers from above would note that the Iris infantry's left and right flanks advanced, gradually forming a U-shape that encircled the Violet soldiers. Charles commanded, Knight Commander Lace, lead the Iris cavalry to attack the supply lines at the rear. Obediently, Lace set forth. Charles understood that the Iris cavalry would likely be intercepted before reaching the supply lines, but that was not his objective. His target was the Violet infantry. Under Charles's command, the Iris soldiers shouted, "Your gold has been seized by our knights. You scoundrels, your wealth belongs to us now." Seizing this opportunity, the center pressed forward, and the flanking regiments launched fierce assaults. The unsettled Violet soldiers faltered, their formation collapsing as some turned to flee, prioritizing the retrieval of their plundered riches. The disintegration of the front lines spread throughout the entire army, and the Violet infantry was in retreat. Led by their leaders, the Iris soldiers formed groups of 10, pursuing and driving away the Violet soldiers. "My lord, what shall we do? If only the prince's heavy cavalry were here." Gallus expressed his worries. "What else can we do but retreat? Otherwise, we will be trapped," Count Kars replied, his expression grim. He could not fathom why his infantry regiment had been so soundly defeated by a mere peasant army. Unlike his previous encounter with Count Tulip, where he understood the stakes, he now felt that something must have gone amiss, allowing Baron Iris to gain the upper hand. He resolved to regroup and seek vengeance later. The Violet Knights, having already been dispatched, engaged in a tactical retreat, while Kars's personal knights escorted him away from the battlefield, as the fleeing peasants scattered in all directions. "Your Earl is already dead. Surrender now, and you may yet preserve your lives." The Iris knights galloped through the throngs, repeatedly calling out, prompting the Iris soldiers to echo, "Surrender, surrender, surrender. My lord, we have won. Indeed, we have triumphed at last." Charles gazed up at the sky. The dark clouds had dissipated, and sunlight streamed through, bathing his face in a golden glow. While the Violet Earl safely withdrew with his knights, Baron Cherry Blossom was not so fortunate. The Violet Earl had no time to concern himself with him, and the Cherry Blossom cavalry had suffered heavy losses, leaving only 7 or 8 riders. Closely pursued by a squad of Iris Knights. Change mounts, keep chasing. They are but a single horse, they cannot escape. Rao exclaimed passionately, remember, we must take prisoners of the Cherry Blossom family. The others are of little worth, their lives are inconsequential. The other Iris Knights felt a surge of excitement. This was their chance for glory. Following Captain Rao into battle, despite the frequent risks of being isolated, they understood that great achievements rarely came without danger. Baron Cherry Blossom, disheartened, felt the Iris Knights closing in. His own cavalry were exhausted, their spirits crushed, likely bereft of the courage to face the enemy. One by one, they were overtaken and slain, until only Baron Cherry Blossom and his eldest son remained. His daughter, meanwhile, was still in the supply train, likely facing her own peril. The Baron raised his dagger, contemplating seppuku, yet he could not bring himself to do it. Ultimately, the pursuing Iris Knights knocked the dagger from his hand. Chapter 35. The cleansing of the battlefield under the command of Charles. The Iris soldiers were divided into 3 groups. One to gather the warhorses, another to capture the fleeing Violet Serfs, and the last to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. All weapons and armor collected from the battlefield were to be surrendered. Charles, accompanied by Deputy Commander Andrew, entered the field hospital, where the ceaseless wails of the injured created an atmosphere of profound sorrow. The care of the wounded was entrusted to physicians trained by Wolf's servants, who possessed only rudimentary skills in bandaging and staunching blood flow. The rest was left to fate. Amidst the chaos, Charles recognized a familiar face, Captain Ossiel of the 2nd Battalion. Ossiel's breaths were labored, a clear indication of his precarious condition. Noticing Ossiel's lips moving as if attempting to speak, Charles leaned closer, straining to hear. Commander, can you find someone to honor my passing? I do not wish to. Ossiel struggled to articulate each word. Charles addressed the wounded soldiers, reassuring them, fear not, soldiers of the Iris family shall not wander as forlorn spirits without a proper farewell. Should you lack kin or children, I shall find some to adopt in your name. None shall be left without remembrance. Ossiel's face momentarily reflected relief, but soon fell silent, as if clinging to life by sheer will. Feeling a sense of melancholy, Charles exited the infirmary, reflecting on how Ossiel might have been a commendable leader had the Violet Count afforded him the time to prepare. They faced formidable foes with the most rudimentary of equipment and were fortunate to claim victory. Alas, many among them need not have perished, nor should they have met such a humble end here. Charles lamented this tragic loss. At that moment, Knight Commander Les approached, announcing, My lord, we have captured Baron Beg Sakura. Which knight accomplished this? He shall be duly recognized, Charles inquired. It was Knight Rao, who led the effort to capture Baron Beg Sakura and his eldest son, Les replied. Charles's spirits lifted as he chuckled. Indeed, Knight Rao is my fortunate charm, achieving 2 significant victories in succession. Let us go and greet Baron Beg Sakura. Bowing his head, the Baron looked up as Charles approached, though his stature limited him to gazing upward, seemingly attempting to assert his noble defiance. However, Knight Rao showed no leniency, delivering a swift kick to the Baron's leg, sending him crashing to the ground as he berated, You traitor, what are you so proud of before my lord? Kneeling, Baron Sakura pleaded, Charles, I have not betrayed you. On the contrary, you have reaped numerous benefits. We can negotiate, can we not? I am willing to acknowledge you as Count and assist you in vanquishing Baron Bardi Kala, thereby allowing the Iris to supplant the Tulip. You would then be the sovereign of this territory. My lord, no, Count. I have a daughter of exquisite beauty who could serve you as a maid. Our only humble request is for the preservation of the Sakura family. Though the Sakura family had already been condemned in Charles's heart, he found amusement in toying with Baron Sakura. I have vanquished the Violet Count. Do I not deserve your respect and recognition? As a noble, you must understand that your bargaining chips do not equate to your demands. Consider what further value you might offer me. Noticing the Baron's pallor, Charles surmised he had little of value left to share. Take him away, he commanded, as 2 soldiers stepped forward to escort Baron Sakura and his son. Les reported, My lord, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleansed, and a significant number of the enemy's serfs have been captured. As evening descended, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the camp. Soldiers who rarely enjoyed such fare found themselves feasting on fragrant meat soup, bread, and generous portions of horsemeat, relishing the moment. As the soldiers dined, they occasionally glanced up to see Charles, Deputy Commander Andrew, Knight Commander Les, and Captain Rao gathered around a small table laden with the same sumptuous offerings. Surrounding him were officers and soldiers, seated and indulging in their meal. "How fared our cavalry?" Charles inquired, putting down his soup and turning to Knight Less. "My lord, we lost 23 knights and 47 were injured, with 13 grievously so, unlikely to survive. Additionally, 17 sustained injuries to their limbs, rendering them unfit for knighthood henceforth." Charles nodded solemnly before shifting his gaze to Deputy Commander Andrew. He mused that if they could save half of the Iris infantry, it would be a fortunate outcome. His spirits sank. Victory in battle did not equate to a life free from worry. The fate of the wounded could not be ignored. Neglecting them would dissuade any from risking their lives in future conflicts. Moreover, there was the matter of claiming the Tulip territory and reporting to the king regarding the succession of the countship. Perhaps this was the burden of triumph. "Upon capturing Tulip Town, I intend to establish a martial academy where wounded soldiers can impart their skills, and I shall allocate lands to them." Andrew and Les exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the necessity of land distribution when ample unclaimed wilderness lay beyond, wondering if he sought the already cultivated arable fields. Chapter 36. Letters. Firstly, the local situation was rife with debts. According to Charles's understanding, the taxes in the Iris territory were likely based on a head tax. Historically, they would estimate the amount of grain needed for the year, send agents to the localities to collect, and then the town chief would allocate it to each household. Without needing to think, Charles knew that there would certainly be some individuals lining their own pockets. While the Iris territory could still manage under such circumstances, now that it had transformed into the domain of the Count of Iris, it needed to gradually become more systematic. In truth, if Charles were to turn a blind eye, he could likely continue to sit comfortably, for most nobles exhibited similar behavior. Moreover, a soldier trained in combat could easily overpower 30 famished and emaciated serfs. 100-strong knightly order could quell a riot of 10,000 serfs. Yet, the most critical factor was that the hearts of the people could generate fortune, which represented a form of productivity and value. Therefore, tax reforms were imperative. It could not all be based on head taxes, but needed to incorporate a land tax to alleviate the burdens of the serfs. Never mind. He would ponder this further upon reaching Tulip Town. Charles continued to inquire about the outcomes of the battle. The last offensive by the Orchid family had resulted in the capture of over 100 knights. Altogether, there were nearly 400 captives, which could form a regiment. This was an opportune moment to promote the sergeants of the Iris Infantry Division and integrate them into the corps leadership, ensuring stability. Thus, Charles, embodying a figure of compassion, remarked, "Is it not enough that these violet soldiers have robbed Tulip of its possessions? Must they also resort to murder and arson? Why must the residents of Tulip endure such suffering?" Les, discerning the underlying implication, hastily responded, "My lord, we cannot execute the captives, who would then surrender to Iris in the future. What fault lies with the residents of Tulip? While the violet soldiers may have had no choice, the officers of Violet are undoubtedly culpable. We must identify them, bring them to Tulip Town, and I shall personally execute them to avenge the residents of Tulip." Upon hearing this, Les immediately grasped Charles's intent and concurred. Indeed, these individuals have forgotten the virtues of knighthood. They can no longer be regarded as human. To be candid, Les's statement was rather exaggerated. 20 years prior, knights and nobles still held these values in esteem, but now the standards of knighthood and nobility had plummeted. Charles chose not to expose this and continued, "Inform the Violet soldiers of the details. Let them understand that we shall only capture the deeply guilty officers and prevent them from inciting rebellion." "Understood, my lord," replied the deputy commander, Andre. "My lord, we have completed the tally of the grain and gold seized. My lord, we have a total of 120 carts of grain, 756 gold coins, 889 long spears, 400 longbows, and various other weapons and knives." Charles stood up, exhilarated. With nearly 2,000 long spears, along with the captured armor and leather gear, the armament issues for the Iris soldiers were effectively resolved. Furthermore, with such a substantial amount of money, he could embark on significant infrastructural projects and post-war reconstruction. Standing before his feasting soldiers, Charles declared, "Brave soldiers of the Iris family, your valor on the battlefield has safeguarded the honor of our lineage." As he surveyed the room, all the knights and soldiers who had been sitting at the table rose, their gazes fixed upon him. With fervor, Charles proclaimed, "Quartermaster, bring forth all the wine from the camp. Tonight, I shall drink to our soldiers of Iris. The rear camp was a logistics unit, and since no serfs had been requisitioned this time, they were responsible for managing the supplies. In truth, this batch of wine was a strategic resource that Charles had prepared, hoping for an opportunity to employ some clever stratagems. However, it seemed he had overthought the situation. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! The soldiers chanted excitedly. In this era of scarce resources, wine was a precious commodity, something they might not experience even once a year. Meanwhile, Charles had already retreated into his tent, where a small table stood beside a flickering candle. By its light, he diligently penned a letter, revising it multiple times before finally inscribing a few succinct lines. In the study of Iris Castle, Fina leaned against the window, clad in a black lace gown, her skin as pale as snow. Golden locks cascaded over her shoulders, and her clear, deep-set eyes bore a hint of melancholy, suggesting some unspoken worries. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on her face, accentuating her sorrowful demeanor. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie, and a middle-aged maid entered, carrying a tray of food. Miss Fina, you haven't eaten properly in several days. If this continues, your health will be compromised. Thank you, but I truly lack an appetite. Please leave it there. I shall eat it later. Rest assured, I am fine, she replied. Observing Fina still leaning against the window, gazing toward the south, the maid noted that her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. With a sigh, she placed the food on the table and quietly departed. After a while, another knock was heard, and Fina turned to see Mr. Loki entering. He approached her side and presented a letter with a joyful expression. A letter from the master. It is for you. Upon delivering the message, Loki lowered his gaze, his thoughts turning to his earlier rounds through the castle, checking that doors were locked and candles extinguished. While passing by Charles's room, he had heard the sounds of life and conflict, the clashing of knights in battle. From that moment, he had informed the castle's servants that Fina held a higher status than them, and that none were to treat her with disrespect. After a moment of silence, curiosity overcame Loki, and he was about to inquire what the master had said when he noticed a smile on Fina's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "Did the master win?" Fina, startled back to reality, realized she was not alone. She closed the envelope, folded it neatly, and tucked it away, her face radiating a sweet smile. The master has won, a resounding victory. He has sent word for us to go to Tulip Town. Wonderful news. The master has triumphed. Loki exclaimed, filled with joy. I shall prepare immediately. We will depart at dawn. As for Fina's tears, Loki cared little. It was of no concern to him. The master's victory was the only matter of importance. Having served as a steward for many years, Loki had learned to suppress his curiosity and to refrain from meddling in matters that did not concern him. Chapter 37. Entering Tulip Town, Fina gazed upon the scene before her. Thick, dark clouds obscured the sun, casting a somber shadow over the land, which was stained crimson with blood. The once pristine stone walls had been rendered charred and blackened by fire. As she stepped into the town, the streets lay devoid of life, with burnt homes and scattered debris painting a grim picture. Tulip Town had transformed into a veritable ghost town. As she stood there, Charles approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Fina reciprocated, her heart heavy with sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes. At last, she resolutely declared, I must visit the Tulip Mansion personally. It is my responsibility to address the aftermath for the Tulip family. Perhaps due to the temporary residence of Count Violet, the Tulip Mansion retained much of its original appearance, save for the lingering scars of flame and the eerie silence that unmistakably conveyed the horrors that had transpired. Charles, I wish to remain here in quiet contemplation for a while, she said softly. Very well, he replied, leaving a contingent of knights to protect her from any ill-intentioned individuals before turning away. The devastation in Tulip Town demanded his attention elsewhere. Charles summoned Mina, instructing, arrange for the captured serfs of the Violet territory to commence the cleanup of Tulip Town. The burned houses must be demolished, and the debris scattered across the ground cleared away. We must first ascertain whether anyone remains in those dilapidated structures before proceeding with their destruction. Post a notice that is straightforward and comprehensible, conveying the essence of our message. The Count of Violet has been driven away, the traitors apprehended, and we, the soldiers of the Iris territory, shall not inflict harm upon you. In 10 days, those Violet soldiers and traitors who have plundered shall meet their end outside Tulip Town. But sir, the townsfolk have fled, and the buildings are largely in ruins. It may take decades for Tulip Town to recover its vitality. Then let us demolish everything. This will facilitate reconstruction. Furthermore, post another notice to recruit the residents and serfs of Tulip Town, offering 1 silver coin per month. Strong men and women are welcome, with no limit on numbers. The more, the better. Sir, that would incur significant expenses. Charles had already contemplated this. The residents of Tulip Town cannot go without sustenance. The prices at the 4 bakeries can be lowered, enabling the residents to save some coin while they rebuild homes, repair roads, and cultivate the land. Ultimately, we shall offer them preferential treatment in purchasing houses. If funds are insufficient, they may pay a portion up front. Understood, sir. I shall attend to this immediately. Carroll was a resident of Tulip Town, his brother serving in the Tulip Infantry. He had made a modest living selling trinkets at the market. But everything changed when the Violet soldiers invaded. They first plundered the town's supplies. Then, armed with knives, they ransacked homes. Some even dragging women out for their vile amusement. Truly a pack of beasts. Fortuitously, Carroll's family possessed a cellar, allowing them to evade the initial onslaught. However, when their provisions ran low, he ventured out to discover the town vacant. The enemy had already retreated. Quickly, Carroll led his family towards Wild Horse Town to the west. Carroll, have you heard? Soldiers have returned to Tulip Town. No, it is the Baron of Iris from the north, who reportedly engaged in a fierce battle with the Count of Violet, driving him away and subsequently claiming Tulip Town. Why don't they annihilate one another? Not a single soldier is to be trusted. It was that Cherry Blossom family who opened the gates to the Violet soldiers. They deserve a fate worse than death. Their bodies left to rot in the fields. That would barely quench our thirst for vengeance. The two quickly gathered their belongings, bidding farewell to their family, taking along some provisions before setting off along the uneven country paths. After 3 days, they arrived at Tulip Town. Outside the city gates, a steady stream of people flowed in and out, bearing charred wooden beams as they departed from Tulip Town. The two watched this scene with curiosity. At that moment, a passerby remarked, "You are here to witness Baron Charles of Iris executing those traitors and beasts, are you not? It is said to take place 2 days hence at the East Gate. What is the purpose of these people?" Carroll inquired, intrigued. "These are the serfs captured by Baron Charles. They are serfs of the Violet territory. The Baron deemed it a waste to execute them and commanded them to clean up Tulip Town. Those wooden beams come from the charred houses." The passerby continued with pride. "If one is a resident of Tulip, like us, they can seek employment in the town, earning 1 silver coin a month. They can repair roads, build houses, and transport goods, just like those people. Are there any requirements? Do you think men like us could secure a position?" "Certainly. The Baron is benevolent. Even those with injuries can find work, let alone able-bodied men like you. Moreover, the bakeries in town are affordable. 3 loaves of dark bread cost only 1 copper coin. For someone like you, finding work to support your family should be no trouble." The two exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility of securing jobs and bringing their families over. They then entered the town, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although still devoid of the bustling life it once knew, the atmosphere was vastly improved from the desolation they had fled. To their astonishment, everywhere they looked, people were hard at work, some tearing down the ruined houses, others transporting debris outside the town, and Carroll even spotted individuals constructing new homes. In just a few days, Tulip Town had experienced a profound metamorphosis. Carroll marveled. "I've made up my mind. I shall seek employment here and bring my wife and children over in a few days." Chapter 38 Execution at the Tulip Mansion. "My lord, if we continue to exhaust our resources in this manner, the remaining provisions will scarcely last until autumn next year. Do not worry. I have already dispatched individuals to gather the autumn harvest from various regions of Tulip," replied Charles, unfurling the map of the Tulip territory seized from Count Violet. Tracing his finger across it, "Tulip Town will serve as the nucleus, and we shall expand it. The former Tulip Town, now designated as the inner city, will henceforth be known as Tulip City. To the left lies Mustang Town, to the north, Iris Town, and to the south, Flower Town. We shall also establish a new settlement in the Cherry Blossom territory, which we shall call Cherry Blossom Town. The administrative divisions of Charles's territory will be organized into towns and villages, adhering to the traditional layout of market, noble district, and residential area. However, the mineral deposits surrounding Tulip Town are rather scant, with iron mines predominantly located near the Calla Lily and Cherry Blossom territories. Therefore, Charles plans to relocate the blacksmith shop to the Cherry Blossom territory for iron extraction and weapon forging. As for the precious metal mine in Iris territory, he intends to establish a mining operation to extract and transport resources to Cherry Blossom for processing. Nevertheless, these matters are not pressing, as he has recently acquired a supply of arms from Count Violet, alleviating immediate concerns. Additionally, Charles darkly contemplated that if Baron Barley of Calla Lily were to perish, a new settlement could be established and craftsmen from Calla Lily could be welcomed. This was not mere conjecture. Baron Barley was currently besieged by Barons Harmon and Vasha, struggling to withstand their assault, and had hastily sent for aid from Count Tulip. However, upon arrival in Tulip Town, the messenger was met with despair, as Tulip Town had fallen, and Count Tulip had perished. Whom could they turn to for salvation? Fortunately, after a few days, Charles achieved a significant victory against Count Violet, reclaiming Tulip Town. It seemed the messenger had found his resolve and hastily sought assistance. Naturally, Charles could not refuse. As a noble of admirable virtue, kind-hearted and compassionate, how could he not come to Baron Barley's aid? The primary reason, however, was the presence of the esteemed Knight Commander Lays, who harbored aspirations of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. Lays remained a loyal knight without a wife, and Charles could not deny him this opportunity. The two barons likely commanded over 200 well-trained knights, along with 700 to 800 serfs. Charles dispatched the Iris Knights, confident that while they may not triumph in battle, they would undoubtedly succeed in the rescue. My lord, shall we construct a castle here? Unnecessary. I intend to build a wall around Tulip City, creating an inner and outer city. Tulip City must accommodate at least 20,000 inhabitants. My lord, might that be excessive? Not at all. In recent days, during skirmishes with the formidable Demonis Fina, Charles had experienced minor victories and gained insights regarding Count Tulip's domain. According to Fina, Tulip's territory harbored approximately 30,000 inhabitants, with Mustang Town housing around 3,000, Flower Town approximately 4,000, and the former Tulip Town boasting 5,000. The remaining population consisted of scattered hamlets and villages, primarily surrounding these three towns. Fina approached and remarked, My lord, the execution is about to commence. Minna, inform Deputy Commander Andre to escort Baron Beg of Cherry Blossom and the officers of Violet to the eastern gate of Tulip. At once, I shall proceed. With that, Minna turned to leave. Charles embraced her, declaring, The Cherry Blossom family will be the first. I shall ensure Count Violet pays in blood for his transgressions. Yes, I understand. Outside the eastern gate of Tulip City, a large crowd had already gathered, pressing in from all sides, many perched atop the shoulders of others, eager to witness the execution of these marauding fiends. The gate creaked open, and several individuals were thrust forward, with Baron Beg of Cherry Blossom at the forefront. The once elegant Baron now appeared disheveled and desperate, shouting, Baron Charles, I am willing to acknowledge you as my lord. I beseech you to spare the Cherry Blossom family. We shall serve as slaves for generations to come. A cold voice pierced through the air. Are you the treacherous lapdog, Baron Beg? Baron Beg turned towards the sound, recognizing the familiar visage of the second daughter of the Tulip family. He realized why they had succumbed to a peasant army, and why Charles had perpetually offered false hope without resolution. It was all an act of vengeance. It is Lady Fina of the Tulip family. She yet lives. The Tulip lineage endures. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, and Fina raised her hand, urging silence. I have wed Baron Charles of Iris. From this day forth, I am his lady, and the title of Tulip shall be bestowed upon my husband. I stand here today to avenge the Tulip family and execute this treacherous wretch. Beg and his accomplices fell to their knees, facing the city gates they had once besieged. Fina could no longer contain her fury. She thrust her spear forward. Yet Baron Beg, having cultivated his battle aura, evaded her strike unscathed. Knowing his fate was sealed, Beg mockingly exclaimed, Truly, you are the second daughter of the Tulip family, inheriting your father's cowardice and timidity, relying solely on others like a parasitic vine. Unfazed by the gravity of the situation, he spewed forth his vitriol. Charles refrained from intervening, signaling Fina to continue. He had anticipated this very moment. Having previously endured a similar ordeal, he had secretly administered a mild poison to Baron Beg, one that would hinder the flow of his battle aura. Seeing this, Fina lunged forward once more, her spear striking true towards Beg's forehead. As he looked upon her with arrogance, his expression shifted to sheer terror, and he cried out, You dare. But before he could finish, the spear pierced him, ending his life. Charles then issued the command for execution. The remaining captives needed no further action from Fina. The tulip soldiers, armed with blades seized from the violet soldiers, swiftly dispatched them. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Truly, she is the second miss of the tulip family. Long live Iris. It was evident that this spectacle had been orchestrated by Charles. You certainly would not act through another. Yet what if you failed to slay him? Would that not bring shame upon the tulip family? I merely provided him with a touch of poison, as you have witnessed, Charles remarked with a smile. Therefore, tonight. Before Charles could finish his thought, Fina interjected, Tonight, we must reward you well. Could we not postpone this? I wish to rest tonight. Are you not a man? I, a frail woman, fear not. What do you have to dread? Charles inwardly scoffed. Are you referring to the frail woman who beheaded a man? His countenance bore the solemnity of one heading into battle. Fina playfully urged Charles forward, her face alight with mirth, secretly hoping to bear him a son. Chapter 39. Wild Horsetown. Baron Gillis serves as the mayor of Wild Horsetown, although this territory is not his fief. He has been appointed by Count Keith Tulip to oversee the town, which, as the name suggests, is abundant in wild horses. Subsequently, Count Keith dispatched individuals to capture horses and transported a batch to establish a stud farm, breeding war horses that yield over 100 steeds each year for the Count. My lord, the envoy from Baron Charles has arrived, inquiring about this year's grain and war horses, speaking with an air of arrogance, reported a servant. Gillis pondered for a moment before responding. Send him 50 carts of grain and 50 war horses, and let us observe Baron Charles's reaction. My lord, Baron Charles has just defeated Count Violet and captured Baron Begonia. Is it wise to provide him with such meager offerings? Although Wild Horsetown primarily focuses on horse breeding, it is surrounded by numerous villages and towns, with a population exceeding 10,000. This year alone, they harvested nearly 200 carts of grain and over 200 war horses, with close to 800 pack horses. To offer so little could be perceived as a dangerous provocation. I have already communicated with Baron Peter of Flowertown. Should it be Count Keith Tulip himself making the demand, I would comply without hesitation. However, Baron Charles, a mere baron, dares to flaunt the might of a count. How ludicrous! Providing him with this grain and these war horses is already a significant concession. Let us hope he does not overstep. Gillis's personal servant, Sorrel, chuckled lightly. Should the Count arrive, you would comply entirely. From what I gather, even half of that would be commendable, as the remainder is likely pocketed by you. Nevertheless, Sorrel masked his amusement with a worried expression. But my lord, he has defeated Count Violet. Is it prudent to offend him? Sorrel's implication was clear. Count Violet had annihilated the entire Tulip family, and now Baron Charles, having vanquished Count Violet, could be a precarious adversary. Gillis, enraged, retorted, a mere baron wishes for me. Baron Gillis, to bow in submission? He has just emerged from battle. Does he possess the capacity to engage in another? Furthermore, Baron Peter of Flowertown will surely side with us. Seemingly unsatisfied, he added, a mere baron, a barbarian from the north, relying solely on his fleeting bravery, lacks any noble refinement, much like a monkey adorned in lavish garments. Truly laughable. My lord, I shall proceed at once. And do not forget to inform the lady. A banquet will be held in the castle tonight. Understood, my lord, Sorrel replied, feeling quite helpless. The gold earned from the sale of grain and war horses mostly transformed into splendid garments for him and his lady, hosting feasts daily to exhibit their opulence. At the granary, a messenger from Iris shouted, What? Only 50 carts? Who do you think you're fooling? The young master had previously informed him of the usual grain requisition by Count Tulip, which was no less than 100 carts. To receive only half was utterly unacceptable. Sorrel bowed his head and smiled apologetically. Alas, Count Keith Tulip has faced defeat, and Count Violet's troops have ravaged our supplies. The 50 carts we offer are all that our baron has managed to provide for Baron Charles. Sorrel aimed to lower his stance while subtly indicating that both their lords were barons, and the amount given was a courtesy extended in light of Baron Charles's status. He did not wish to engage in direct conflict, explaining, when Count Tulip dispatched individuals to gather autumn grain, our baron hastily harvested a considerable amount, estimated at 100 carts, all of which were seized by Count Violet's forces. The 50 carts we now offer represent the entirety of Wild Horsetown's supply. Any further requisition would leave even our lord, Baron Gillis, without sustenance. At that moment, Baron Gillis's eldest son, Ricard, approached with a companion, addressing Sorrel. Where have you been? Hurry and prepare the food. Tonight's banquet is about to commence. The messenger scrutinized the two, eager to hear their excuses. Rickard continued, "Who are you? What business do you have here? Sorrel, you must prepare the food. We have many guests tonight, and if you delay, it will be too late." The messenger glanced at the sky, the sun still high and bright, indicating that nightfall was still far off. "How many guests do you expect? And how much food will you need? Is this what you call running out of grain?" "I am here on behalf of Baron Charles to collect grain," Sorrel replied. "Do you mean to say that your lands are devoid of supplies? Such audacity." In Wild Horse Town, Rickard stands as the epitome of the aristocratic youth. Having inherited all of his father's virtues, raised in luxury and flattery, he exuded arrogance, saying, "A mere baron from the north, demanding grain? You should be grateful for the 50 carts we offer. You ought to shake your head and express gratitude for our charity. Your so-called Baron Charles lacks even the basic decorum of nobility." Chapter 40. Marching into Mustang Town, Sorrel slapped his forehead in exasperation, lamenting the peculiarities of the two eccentric father and son duo. The elder was vain, while the younger was blissfully ignorant of the world's harsh realities. He feared they would ultimately lead to their own demise. Hastily, he offered an apology. "This is our Lord's young master. He is still quite young and lacks understanding. I implore you, dear messenger, not to hold it against him." Rickard's female companion scoffed, and Rickard, realizing he had lost face, retorted in a fit of anger, "Sorrel, do you truly believe this barbarian's messenger is worthy of your subservience? You have completely shamed my father. If you do not desire these provisions, then be gone." Sorrel inwardly grumbled, thinking of their military prowess. Surely, if only their resources were directed towards the army, they could achieve much. He quickly turned to the messenger again, offering yet another apology. Meanwhile, Charles strolled alongside Fina in the city of Tulip, flanked by a small contingent of knights for protection. This made Charles quite uncomfortable, for he had already infused his fighting spirit into his very skin. He questioned everyone nearby, seeking someone capable of besting him in a contest of strength. However, the Iris family had learned from past experiences. Every member agreed that Master Charles required protection when venturing out, and they had been indoctrinated with the notion that should he find himself in peril, they must sacrifice themselves for him, with their families promised generous rewards. If they dared to flee, their families would face dire consequences. "Master, are you planning to establish a marketplace here?" someone inquired. "Is it not already known that you are to be addressed as Charles from now on?" This prompted Charles to recall Loki's reaction upon discovering that Charles's personal maid was a countess. The expression on Loki's face had shifted from shock to elation, and finally to a hint of trepidation. The transformation was quite amusing. With pride, Charles declared, "Within a year, Tulip City shall flourish more than ever before. Observe these buildings. They are intended for wealthy patrons and military families. The homes between the inner and outer city are designated for the laborers. Mustang Town will evolve into a city capable of accommodating thousands." Fina felt a surge of happiness. No one wished to see their hometown reduced to ruins. Charles's considerable efforts in revitalizing Mustang Town moved her deeply. "Charles, you are exceedingly kind to me." In the Grand Hall of Tulip Manor, Charles summoned Deputy Commander Andrew and Officer Mina. "What has transpired, my lord?" they inquired. The messenger dispatched to Mustang Town added embellishments, reporting, "My lord, Baron Gillis of Mustang Town has refused to cooperate, offering merely 50 carts of grain and 50 war horses, exhibiting an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. His words were laced with insults towards you, especially from his son, who derided us as northern barbarians devoid of noble virtues, claiming that the 50 carts of grain were fit only for dogs." Charles, grounded in reality, felt no anger towards the Baron's insults. Rather, he was invigorated. This provided an opportunity to reform the tax system, as the Baron had unwittingly handed him a weapon to wield. "No, I shall lead the expedition myself." In the days that followed, the Iris Infantry Regiment had completed their preparations. In the previous clash with Count Violet, they had suffered 354 casualties, with 30 severely injured and unable to remain in the Iris Infantry. Subsequently, Charles gathered the knights captured during battles with Baron Hames and Count Cass, totaling nearly 400 individuals, and integrated them into the Iris Infantry Regiment, restoring its numbers to approximately 1,000. Charles continued, "Tulip City stands at a pivotal moment of reconstruction. There are also over 2,000 serfs from Violet. Andrew, you shall oversee the defense of the city while I am away. Mina, you will manage the affairs related to the reconstruction of Mustang Town." Mina, You have two tasks. The road from Iris Town to Tulip City must be repaired, and sufficient housing must be constructed for the laborers to survive the winter. Understood, my lord, Mina replied obediently. Days later, 600 Iris infantry clad in armor and leather, wielding spears, pikes, and sabers, marched in formation out of the western gate of Tulip City. The streets were lined with Tulip's workers, who found solace in the disciplined presence of the Iris soldiers, their imposing demeanor instilling a sense of security. They watched in admiration as the Iris soldiers marched away, disappearing into the distance. While it was impractical to don armor for the march, the display served a dual purpose, showcasing the valor of the Iris soldiers and providing a sense of safety and belonging to the recently displaced citizens of Tulip. Charles, mounted on a majestic steed, surveyed the lengthy procession stretching 2 to 3 miles behind him, comprising 600 Iris soldiers and 800 serfs, advancing towards Mustang Town. A swell of pride filled his heart. From humble beginnings with a knightly retinue of fewer than 100, he had come to this point. Soon, he would firmly grasp Mustang Town, Flower Town, and Cherry Blossom territory in his hands. The Tulip territory housed merely 30,000 inhabitants, yet Charles suspected there were discrepancies in the reports. He estimated at least 40,000, and with the addition of Iris and Cherry Blossom territories, the total could easily reach 60,000. He had already dispatched a battalion of Iris soldiers and Loki to reclaim Cherry Blossom territory. The Iris territory was his home. Only Mustang Town and Flower Town remained. Charles turned his gaze eastward, contemplating the potential of a Calla Lily town. Once the population was clarified, with 60,000 residents and a ratio of 1 soldier for every 30 citizens, he could muster 2,000 soldiers. The Iris infantry could swell to 1,500, and the knightly order could expand to 500, yielding an approximate total of 3,000 men. However, factoring in the furs provided by the northern barbarians and the potential for distilleries to bolster commerce, Charles estimated the army could grow to 5,000 soldiers. Turning his attention southward, he considered the capital city of the Duchy of Ardum, Pella, hoping for a smooth succession for the Count. Charles had dispatched Mr. Milton and a battalion of Iris infantry, armed with 2,000 gold coins and Fina's personal letter, to meet with the Crown Prince in hopes of facilitating relations, as they were, after all, connected by marriage. Chapter 41. The predicament of Baron Batty in the study of the Calla Lily Castle. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room where several candles flickered. The interplay of moonlight and candlelight cast an enchanting glow, enveloping the entire Calla Lily domain in a serene tranquility. One could certainly savor the moment with a glass of red wine, leaning against the window, relishing the moon's beauty, creating a unique charm. The Calla Lily Castle, albeit modest, is broadly divided into 3 sections: the main castle, the inner fort, the courtyard, and the outer curtain wall, the outer fort. Currently, the outer wall has been breached, and the courtyard has been occupied, leaving Baron Batty Calla Lily and a handful of men confined within the main fortress. In such a dire situation, it seemed implausible for Baron Batty to indulge in moon-gazing. He surveyed the study, ultimately fixing his gaze upon his family: his wife, Isabel Calla Lily, his eldest son, Libby Calla Lily, his youngest son, Bim Calla Lily, and his unmarried daughter, his Calla Lily. Aside from his married eldest daughter, all of his kin stood before him. His eyes then slowly drifted to the remaining 3. Libby had matured significantly in recent days, while Bim and Hiss appeared anxious, clearly affected by the constant fear they had endured. A hoarse voice broke the silence in the room, declaring that the Calla Lily Castle could no longer be held. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, and Libby Calla Lily exclaimed in disbelief, "Father, how can this be? The main castle stands over 10 meters tall. Even if they breached the main gate, they would have to ascend layer by layer. With their dwindling numbers, how could they possibly penetrate the main fortress?" The other 3 cast worried glances at Batty, seemingly hoping he was merely jesting. While it may seem impossible for the enemy to breach the castle, the reality of dwindling supplies within the inner fortress shattered any unrealistic hopes. Batty would never make light of such a grave situation. Isn't the first floor a storeroom? The provisions stored there should suffice for at least 2 months, and we've only endured for a mere 10 days, he argued. Batty Calla Lily shook his head and replied, "I have removed a portion of the stored grain to make space for this year's autumn harvest. But who could have predicted that Baron Harmon and Baron Vasha would attack together, coinciding with the harvest season?" With a heavy sigh, Batty seemed to lament the misfortunes of the calla lily family. "Father, how much grain remains?" Libby inquired. "The remaining provisions are insufficient to feed everyone for 10 days. If we reduce the night's rations, we might extend it to a month, but that is hardly a feasible plan. The only ones I can count on to remain loyal after the supplies dwindle are the commander and one other knight. As for the rest, if they learn of our shortage, it would be a miracle if they do not immediately surrender. Thus, the night's rations must remain unchanged, and the news of the food shortage must not leak. Otherwise, they may not endure even 10 days. Panic ensued as everyone turned their gaze towards Baron Batty, hoping he might devise a solution to extricate them from this predicament. Yet, even the most skilled of cooks cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. What options did Batty truly have at this juncture? There was only one, albeit not a solution: an escape. "There are 2 tunnels within the castle. I plan to divide you into 3 groups. As Batty spoke, he approached a bookshelf, casually manipulating it until it slowly parted. He knocked on a hidden door and said, "Libby, you take your personal servant and go this way." The 2 tunnels had been assigned, yet his calla lily was anxious about her father's arrangements. However, if he had not planned for her, he would not have summoned her at such an hour, and she fixed her gaze intently on Batty, awaiting his instructions. "In a few days, I will arrange for a group of knights to assist your escape," Batty assured, directing his gaze toward his wife and daughter. "But what about you, Batty?" Isabel could not suppress her concern, noticing that he had arranged everything except for himself. "I shall lead the knights in a counteroffensive. I will draw their attention while you make your escape. Remember, the quicker, the better." Batty turned to his 2 sons, advising them, "If you manage to get out, head straight to the royal city. Do not attempt to seek aid from Tulip Town. The messenger has been gone for nearly a month, and Lord Tulip has yet to send reinforcements. He may well be in peril himself." Indeed, when Baron Batty Calla Lily learned of the joint assault by the 2 formidable barons, he had dispatched a messenger to plead for assistance from Lord Tulip. Considering the delays along the journey, help should have arrived by now. Yet, the absence of any reinforcements indicated that troubles must have arisen at Tulip's end as well. The dual assault by the barons only solidified Batty's suspicions. Fearing that his sons might foolishly cling to notions of honor, Batty felt compelled to reiterate, "Remember, the foremost duty of our family is survival, followed by restoration. Never seek vengeance when you are weak. I send you away not to perish alongside the enemy, but to ensure the survival of the Calla Lily lineage." "Yes, father, we shall remember," Libby and Bim replied, their voices tinged with humiliation. Batty felt a pang of guilt. His arrangements were indeed tinged with personal motives. In the coming days, he would boost morale, open the main gates of the castle, and initiate an offensive, while also dispatching a party of knights to escort his wife and daughter to safety. Yet, since his wife and daughter could not ride, he would need to arrange a carriage. When the time came, the enemy would not discern the occupants of the carriage, likely assuming that his sons were hidden inside. In that moment, he and his wife and daughter would serve to divert the enemy's attention, ensuring the safe retreat of his 2 sons. Batty sighed heavily, hoping his daughter would not harbor resentment. After all, only males could inherit the Calla Lily family name, while daughters, once married, would adopt their husbands' surnames, rendering them unable to carry on or restore the Calla Lily legacy. Chapter 42. The eve of battle. At this moment, several miles away from the Iris Flower Castle, the knights of the Iris Flower had long since found rest. The entire camp was enveloped in a serene stillness, with the horses exhausted to the point of silence. Sir Lace felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety within him as he raised his gaze toward the east, where the Iris Flower Castle lay, as if he could instantly reach it just by looking. Yarden approached and sat beside Lace, offering words of comfort. "Do not worry. We shall arrive at Iris Flower Castle by tomorrow. Alas, we have only traversed a little over 20 miles today. Had we pressed on, we could have reached the castle. The mountains seemed to mock our weary steeds, and Lace was increasingly restless. Throughout the day, he had managed to suppress his emotions with reason. Yet in the tranquility of the deep night, his feelings surged uncontrollably. "Wasn't it you who issued this command? We are on the brink of battle and must ensure our horses are well rested. Today, as slow progress has allowed our steeds to conserve their strength. After a hearty breakfast tomorrow, we shall march swiftly and, by noon, we should arrive at Iris Flower Castle. Indeed, while our war horses may appear fierce in charge, their endurance is quite lacking. Without a proper rest period, how can we expect to engage in battle?" Endem smiled but remained silent, gazing into the distance alongside Lace. After a moment's pause, Lace could no longer contain himself. I wonder how things are faring at Iris Flower Castle. Endem had come to console Lace, knowing that instability of emotion on the battlefield is a grave misstep. Despite Lace's years of experience as a seasoned warrior, the nature of war demands utter caution. Rest assured, the castle is a bastion of strength. It will not be easily breached. Just as Lace was about to speak, Endem seemed to anticipate his thoughts. I have been to Iris Flower Castle. It is unlike Tulip Town, where, despite its lofty walls, once breached, there is little to defend. Iris Flower Castle is a true fortress of war. Though modest, it comprises both an inner and outer keep. Even if the enemy were to breach the outer walls, the inner keep remains steadfast and will not fall easily. Furthermore, since we received our orders, we set off immediately. Considering the time lost with the messenger, it has been less than a month. Even if Baron Batty faces twice the enemy forces, he will not succumb so readily while fortified within the castle. I have been overly anxious. Having fought for half my life, I should not indulge in such worries. Lace slowly rose, the earlier gloom lifting as the resolute spirit of a seasoned warrior returned to his countenance. What are you off to do? To sleep. Tomorrow may bring a fierce battle. Fretting here serves no purpose. It is wiser to conserve our energy for the fight ahead. If we are to be defeated, it would mark the first significant loss since the young masteress succession. Now this is the Lace I know. Endem chuckled. You were quite the sight earlier, all mopey. Should you ever have children, I shall surely recount this episode to them. Endem also rose, the two having grown up together, their bond as familiar as kin. Go away. Lace laughed, playfully scolding him. At the fortress of Iris Flower, between the inner and outer keeps, vast stretches of land had been transformed by Baron Batty into a bakery, granary, armory, barracks, and reception hall. Following their conquest of the outer keep, Barons Hammond and Vasha occupied the fortress grounds, with the knights housed in the barracks while the serfs erected tents around the main gate of the inner keep. They had also seized a considerable amount of provisions. Inside the hall, Baron Hammond and Baron Vasha were engaged in conversation. Hammond, clad in oversized military attire that somehow appeared tailored to fit him, bore a chubby face that radiated a sense of earnestness. He spoke first. What shall we do next? Baron Vasha? Baron Vasha, with sharp features accentuated by a prominent hooked nose and piercing blue eyes, wore fitted attire that seemed more suited for a gentleman than a warrior. His gaze betrayed shrewdness and avarice. Fear not. We have secured the fortress grounds. Baron Batty is now confined within the main keep, which harbors scant provisions. If we lay siege for a few more days, they will crumble without even needing to attack. Baron Batty seems unwilling to charge forth with his knights as he did in the past. Instead, he hides within the castle, which is quite vexing. It turned out that Baron Hammond's territory bordered that of Baron Batty's, and although they were under different earls, they had engaged in numerous battles over the years, often arranging to meet at predetermined locations for grand confrontations. Vasha lamented that such honest men were now few and far between, and in his mind, he regarded the situation as a blessing. Vasha secretly mocked Hammond, considering him a fool of brawn without wit. Were it not for Hammond's martial prowess, Vasha would have no interest in collaborating with him. Hammond, send a squadron of knights to patrol the perimeter of the castle. Hammond's expression was one of confusion, as if to say, why patrol the outside when we have Batty cornered here? Vasha, exasperated, explained, there are surely escape routes hidden within the castle. Send a squadron to patrol and ensure that the Iris Flower family cannot flee. But where could these tunnels be? With such a vast area, wouldn't one squadron be insufficient? Vasha was left speechless. He retorted, where is the exit of your castle's secret passage? Dispatch men to search there. Only sending one squadron is precarious. The main keep still houses many individuals, and if our numbers dwindle, they may break free. Hammond, with a careless demeanor, summoned the knight commander, revealing the location of his own castle's secret exit, instructing the knight to search there. Though the knight commander was a noble and loyal knight, Hammond's trust seemed a bit misplaced, and he himself doubted such faith. Vasha couldn't help but ponder how advantageous it would be if Hammond's domain were not part of the Tulip fief, as then he could expand his territory. Now, being under the same Earl of Violet, even if he were to eliminate Hammond, the lands would not fall into his grasp, which was indeed a pity. With a shift in his gaze, he proposed, Baron Hammond, I have a scheme that may lure Baron Batty out. Splendid. Speak quickly. I am troubled by Batty's reluctance to emerge from the castle. Hammond patted his belly, continuing, perhaps Earl Kez has already breached Tulip Town. and hammers has decimated the iris flower family. It may now be just the two of us trapped here. Withdraw the troops. What do you mean? Such an obvious ploy. Would Baron Batty fall for it? He may not be deceived, but he will be compelled to emerge. The provisions in the inner keep will dwindle in a few days. He must either wait for starvation or seize the moment to break free. Vasha smiled, adding, if he waits, it is certain death. Taking a chance may afford him a chance at survival. By withdrawing, we grant him an opportunity to fight. Do you think he will refuse? Vasha too wished to conclude the affair quickly and then hastened to raid the heart of the tulip fief. While they may not seize territory, plundering food, serfs, and gold would suffice. Moreover, they had lingered here long enough. The iris flower family's lands were rich in minerals, and a significant portion of their wealth lay hidden within the inner keep. If Earl Kaz were to arrive, it was uncertain how much they could seize. Chapter 43. Breaking through. The following morning dawned clear and cloudless, an ideal day for battle. Father, Libby of the Calla Lily family, entered the study with exuberance, declaring that Baron Harmon and Baron Vasha had withdrawn their troops. Baron Batty, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe that they would retreat. He stepped out of the study and ascended the high platform to survey the scene below. At that moment, not a single enemy was in sight within the fortress. Baron Batty's gaze drifted towards the distance. Harmon and Vasha had indeed pulled back from the castle, while the serfs encircled the gate, with the knights regrouping in the rear. It was a ruse to entice him into a desperate fight. Libby, summon the knights, he commanded. Libby followed Batty's gaze and realized that the enemy's withdrawal from the castle did not signify a full retreat. He had rushed to deliver the news upon seeing the fortress deserted, only to find that it was a false alarm. Father, they surround the gate. Our knights can hardly muster their strength, and if we remain entangled with the serfs, we shall be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Libby, do we truly have any other options? Baron Batty replied with a bitter smile. We could hold ourselves up within the inner fortress, but once our supplies run out, we will lose all capacity to resist. He looked out at the empty fortress grounds and continued, we might also prepare for battle, at least within the fortress. We can reorganize our ranks. If all our choices are misguided, we must select the least foolish one, even if it comes at a heavy cost. With a sigh, he added, let today's provisions be as plentiful as they can be. Tears welled in Libby's eyes as he theatrically proclaimed, Father, I refuse to escape through the secret passage. I wish to break through alongside you. Yet he knew his father would not acquiesce. Baron Batty saw through the pretense. Libby had been diligently gathering jewels and gold the previous night, and now he feigned the demeanor of a dutiful son who would believe such an act. However, Batty chose not to expose him. After the Calla Lily family faced ruin, it was better to be cunning than foolish. Baron Batty gently stroked Libby's head, saying, My dear boy, I understand your sentiments. Do not mourn for me. Death is the fate we all must meet. For an old man like me, to perish on the battlefield, defending the honor of the Calla Lily, is far more noble than dying in bed. You are different. You are young and have a future. Do you intend for your immature brother to bear the burden of restoring our family? Remember, you will have no one to rely on. You must learn to be strong. With that, he patted Libby's shoulder and descended the stairs. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the table, featuring loaves of wheat bread, chunks of cured meat, and ale. The knights indulged in gluttony, stacking empty bowls one after another, while bottles of ale lay scattered everywhere, and the cured meat vanished without a trace. The knights seemed to have anticipated the impending fierce battle. Baron Batty entered the hall, his face alight with joy. Knights of the Calla Lily, our reinforcements have arrived. The enemy, fearing a pincer attack, has withdrawn from the fortress and taken position outside. Victory is within our grasp. They have ravaged our homes, their spears stained with the blood of your kin. Now that reinforcements are here, do they think they can simply walk away? Shall we allow this? The knights, having received the message through letters, responded in unison, no. The honor of the Calla Lily shall not be trampled upon. The atmosphere grew fervent, as a thirst for vengeance surged within the hearts of the knights, who cried out, no, no. Though Baron Batty appeared equally impassioned, a bitter taste lingered in his heart. This was akin to gambling the family's credit. When the knights realized they had been deceived, it would be a miracle if they did not collapse on the spot. The sun rose from the east, scorching the earth with its heat. The inner fortress gates creaked open, and over 40 knights emerged, spirited and filled with resolve. Exuding an aura of inevitable victory, Batty led the charge, mounted on a majestic steed, clad in shimmering silver armor that glinted in the sunlight. wielding a finely crafted golden lance made from sturdy white hardwood. Having shared a bed for decades, Isabel understood Batty's intentions all too well. She knew she was destined to attract attention, and that capture would lead to a grim fate. She did not wish to entertain dreams of escape. Since her husband had resolved to defend the honor of the Calla Lily family with his life, she was willing to alleviate his burdens. The Calla Lily Knights began to assemble in the open space, when suddenly, like thunder, a dozen riders surged forward, their hooves pounding the ground like a rolling storm. Following closely behind, over 20 fully armed knights charged towards the serfs. The initial riders, like a spear, burst through the gates. The serfs, stationed at the gates, were mere cannon fodder. Upon witnessing the galloping steeds, they scattered in fear. However, the crush of bodies made escape impossible. They managed to slow the advancing Calla Lily Knights, but at the cost of their own lives. Baron Harmon's knights had been waiting in ambush and struck fiercely at the Calla Lily Knights. Yet, the Calla Lily Knights, filled with fervor, engaged in a fierce clash at the city gates. Some knights were unseated by enemy lances, only to find themselves trampled by the very horses they rode. Others, clad in leather armor, were pinned down by the spears. The terrain was so congested that some horses collided, leading to mutual demise. Baron Batty, his expression stern, declared, "Notice only Baron Harmon's knights are present here. Baron Vasha's knights must be obstructing our reinforcements. Calla Lily Knights, give it your all. If we can break through this gate, victory is ours." With that, he charged forth, channeling energy into his golden lance. Its tip transformed into a lethal point as he galloped forward, the lance cutting through the air like a dragon. However, as they burst through the gates, they were met not by reinforcements, but by a barrage of drawn bows. The sparse rain of arrows was not particularly deadly, yet it struck a significant blow to their morale. There were no reinforcements. Their lord had deceived them. At that moment, a wagon also burst through the gates, guarded by none other than the son of their knight commander, Singh. Baron Batty shouted, "Knights of the Calla Lily, carve a path through the blood. We can fight our way out." Having already breached the castle gates, the Calla Lily Knights suppressed their resentment, steeling themselves as they charged towards the enemy. But this time, their momentum was far from what it had been before. Baron Vasha's knights stood ready, easily repelling their advance. Chapter 44. Victory. Baron Batty, the leader, was the primary target of the enemy. As the rain of arrows ceased, several knights who had mastered their fighting spirit surrounded him. Akin to cunning wolves encircling a fierce tiger, they cautiously probed, daring not to allow Batty the opportunity for mutual destruction. Inside the carriage, Gianna and Hiss, the two sisters of the He Yuhua family, clung tightly to one another, while outside, the sounds of galloping horses, clashing armor, and cries of battle resonated, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. They felt like lambs awaiting their fate, or rabbits ensnared by wolves. "Brothers, Lord Harmon has decreed that anyone who captures those within the carriage shall receive a gold coin as reward." The knights, fierce as tigers upon spotting their prey, surged forward eagerly. Under the command of the knight captain's son, Singer, the defending knights mounted a valiant counterattack, fending off wave after wave of assaults. Yet, the enemy numbers swelled, threatening to encircle them completely. The sinister laughter and battle cries of the adversaries infiltrated the carriage. Hiss clutched a dagger hidden within her sleeve, a gift from her mother the night before. She distinctly recalled her mother's sorrowful visage as she said, "This shall be your final dignity." In that moment, Hiss comprehended her mother's intent. As the tumult outside grew nearer, she gripped the dagger tighter, as if it could provide her with a semblance of security. Meanwhile, as they approached the He Yuhua castle, less than a mile away, the silhouette of the enemy became discernible. Knight Captain Les commanded, "Change horses." The Iris Knights mounted their steeds, armed with lances, preparing to shift from marching to a galloping charge. The war horses quickened their pace, drawing closer to the enemy. The adversaries, now aware of their presence, began to quicken their own mounts. Baron Vasha and Baron Harmon were taken aback. They had anticipated the arrival of Count Violet, but instead, reinforcements for Baron Batty emerged. They hastily devised a plan, driving the serfs forward to buy time for the knights. With the distance dwindling to less than half a mile, the Iris Knights tightened their grips, urging their steeds into a full gallop. The knights rose in their stirrups, launching their lances into the air. Over 200 lances arched through the sky, descending upon the enemy ranks. Harmon and Vasha felt as though the heavens had darkened momentarily, prompting them to order their knights to disperse, while the serfs scattered in terror. The Iris knights seized their lances, driving their horses forward, and the airborne lances struck fiercely into the ranks of the opposing knights. Although only 20 or so fell, many serfs were trampled in the chaos, and one unfortunate knight, who stumbled, met a grim fate beneath the hooves of his own comrades. Upon spotting the reinforcements, Baron Vasha contemplated retreat. The arrival of aid for the He Yuhua family indicated the defeat of Count Violet, prompting him to think of escape. Baron Harmon, initially organizing his knights to withstand the Iris Knights' assault, soon found himself overwhelmed and unable to flee. The Lao Knights surged to the forefront, intent on capturing this significant prize. Poor Baron Harmon, akin to a boar astride a wild steed, became ensnared by the Lao squad, who relentlessly bled him dry, ultimately culminating in his demise at the hands of a lance wielded with fighting spirit. Inside the carriage, the He Yuhua sisters held each other tightly, scarcely daring to breathe, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. At that moment, Gianna's husband, Singer, the knight captain's son, proclaimed, "The reinforcements have arrived. We are saved." With those words, relief washed over Hiss and Gianna as the sounds of battle began to diminish. Unable to contain herself, Hiss poked her head out of the carriage, her heart soaring as she beheld Knight Captain Les, the man she had longed for, come to her rescue. She had fallen for Les because he embodied the safety she yearned for, much like her father once did. Yet, the image of her father had crumbled in her heart, replaced by resentment for sending her to face death to ensure her brother's survival. She leapt from the carriage into Les's embrace, her voice trembling with emotion as she lamented, "Les, I have no home left." Les placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, replying, "We shall build a new home, our own home." He sighed in relief, having finally caught up, just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Yadin, urging Les to save his beloved, led the knights in pursuit of the fleeing enemy. However, from above, one might observe Yadin circling the castle as if searching for someone. He glanced at his brother Les, recalling the words entrusted to him. "Yadin, can I trust you? My lord, I am a knight of the Iris family, sworn to uphold its honor, even if it involves your brother, Les." "My lord, what has befallen Knight Captain Les? His loyalty to you is beyond question. He is unscathed, but should the opportunity arise, let the He Yuhua family disperse like the wind." His lord had changed since the defeat of Count Violet, his gaze now imbued with a domineering ambition. Where once they could share a jest, Yadin now felt too intimidated to meet his lord's eyes. Ultimately, Yadin reluctantly acquiesced. Yet he began to ponder the implications. Les was the knight captain, bound to a union with the He Yuhua family, while both his lord and Baron Batty were barons. Would Batty accept this? Would his lord be at ease? For the sake of his dear friend's future, it seemed necessary to ensure a few more casualties on this battlefield. Yadin summoned his loyal squad, whispering his orders. Meanwhile, outside the castle, young Libby pondered, "It seems that my father has triumphed over Harmon and Vasha." A few moments later, several Iris knights rode past. Libby approached them, inquiring further, only to learn that indeed reinforcements had come, and they had emerged victorious. The knights departed, leaving Libby filled with joy. Victory meant no more fleeing. Just then, more Iris knights approached, asking, "Are you Libby He Yuhua?" "Yes, I am the eldest of the He Yuhua family." The knights surveyed their surroundings and drew their lances. Chapter 45. The banquet at Wild Horse Town. Even the most splendid of dramas requires an audience, and the most exquisite garments demand admirers. Baron Gillis hosts intimate gatherings every 3 days and grand feasts every 5. It has been 5 days since he dispatched his messenger, and with his mind momentarily at ease, he once again begins to plan an extravagant banquet, commencing around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The gates of Gillis Castle are flung open, welcoming a steady stream of guests. The servants spring into action, transporting hunted boars, hares, deer, and goats into the castle. In the kitchen, the staff diligently prepares a rich broth, incorporating various meats, salt, sugar, and fruits. How could a noble's repast possibly lack soup? Delicate white bread, crafted from fine wheat flour, sits alongside unadorned dark bread on the dining table. As the sun descends towards the horizon and the air cools, the guests gather, and the servants kindle a bonfire, roasting an array of game. The outdoor dining table brims with sumptuous fare. It is at this moment that Baron Gillis and his wife make their grand entrance, albeit fashionably late, having merely lingered within the inner fortress. adorned in a tall black hat and a black tailcoat. With a patterned waistcoat beneath and brown trousers below, Baron Gillis holds a jeweled cane that glistens in the light, though it does not touch the ground. His right arm is entwined with that of his wife, who boasts radiant golden locks, a sparkling headdress, and a low-cut white gown cinched at the waist with a ribbon, her slender figure accentuated by a voluminous skirt and black stockings that envelop her calves. The couple's exquisite attire captivates the admiration of the assembled guests. Baron Gillis and Lady Gillis, you both radiate brilliance tonight, praises the administrative officer, Seema. With a slight elevation of his cane, Baron Gillis proclaims, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this evening's festivities." His words unlock the enchantment of the banquet, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere. Acquainted guests congregate, initiating conversations that often begin with the weather. The servants, impeccably attired with platters in hand, navigate through the crowd, offering assistance where needed. A group of noble women encircle Lady Gillis, extolling, "When I was in the royal city, the queen donned a gown of similar fabric. Your attire is truly breathtaking. Such material is exclusive to the Duchy of Ruma. You must have procured your dress from there. My goodness, garments from Ruma are not inexpensive. That ensemble must cost 100 gold coins," another noblewoman marvels. The Duchy of Ruma resembles a merchant republic, where merchants hold significant status, often doubling as nobility. Its textile industry thrives, making Ruma's garments synonymous with luxury in the eyes of the Duchy of Ardham. Your last gown was also from Ruma, wasn't it? Every time you attend a banquet, your attire changes. It seems Baron Gillis truly dotes on you. Indeed, just a mere 199 gold coins, Lady Gillis boasts. I told Gillis that I have enough dresses, yet he insists on purchasing even more, leaving me in a quandary each day over what to wear. Baron Gillis truly loves you. I wish my husband were as generous, a plain-looking noblewoman chimed in. Despite Lady Gillis's lack of social finesse, she cannot resist the flattery, especially given her husband's status as the mayor of Wild Horse Town. The atmosphere grows increasingly animated. Not far from this group of noblewomen, Baron Gillis stands with his eldest son, Ricard, along with Seema and the captain of the Wild Horse Town Knights, Yodi. However, these titles are largely honorary. Baron Gillis is merely a mayor, and Seema merely assists with administrative tasks, though Gillis enjoys the pretense of grandeur. Conversations shift from the evening's weather to the most pressing topic of the moment. The young master of the Iris family is remarkably talented. Who would have thought he could defeat the Count of Violet? Indeed, who could foresee that a mere baron, recently bereaved of his father, would vanquish the Count of Violet? The slayer of the Count of Kays? I hear that young Master Charles is of similar age to young Ricard. Truly a youthful hero, someone remarks. Ricard, displeased by this, scoffs, "That Charles fellow is nothing but a coward. Just days ago, he came to Wild Horse Town begging for grain like a dog, out of pity. I ultimately sent him 50 carts of grain." Baron Gillis's personal servant, Sorrel, smirks inwardly, recognizing the irony. Those 50 carts of grain had been surreptitiously sold by Ricard, who now pretends to have generously given them away. Like father, like son, Sorrel muses. The father sells horses behind the Countess' back, while the son sells grain behind his father's. The administrative officer, wishing to avoid offending the peculiar son of Baron Gillis, jokingly suggests, "Perhaps young Baron Charles seized the opportunity while the Counts of Kays and Violet were preoccupied with their duel." This jest is merely meant to amuse Ricard, yet he takes it to heart. "Isn't that right? Given the chance, I would charge in with 30 knights and shatter the Count of Violet's cavalry. That Charles wouldn't stand a chance." The guests stifle their laughter, yet Baron Gillis cannot mask his embarrassment. He is mortified by his son's antics. Though he privately shares his son's indignation, he is acutely aware of his son's limitations. Ricard continues to boast, "If only that Charles would come here, I would show him the might of Lord Ricard." Indeed, young Baron Charles has indeed gained an advantage, though how formidable he truly is remains debatable, concurs Clevy, the largest grain merchant in Wild Horse Town. He harbors resentment towards Charles, as the influx of residents fleeing from Tulip Town had allowed him to raise grain prices fivefold. He had anticipated a lucrative windfall, only to have his plans thwarted by Charles, who not only won but also distributed money and grain among the destitute, resulting in a drastic plummet in grain prices, a loss of threefold profits. The remaining guests, seeking to maintain decorum, echo their agreement. Baron Gillis, having fathered a son in his old age, refrains from reprimanding his beloved offspring, thinking it merely a matter of banter among friends, not a significant concern. Chapter 46. The Slaying of Baron Gillis. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached Baron Gillis, breathless with alarm, exclaiming, "My lord, an army has arrived outside the castle." The once jubilant atmosphere of the banquet instantly dissipated, leaving the guests exchanging anxious glances. Could it be Baron Charles? Yet, I provided him with provisions, mused Baron Gillis, as he hastily ascended the battlements of the outer castle. There, he beheld soldiers densely packed near the castle gates, ominously brandishing a massive log, poised to crash against their entrance. The dying sun cast a blood-red hue upon the soldiers below. Unease gripped Gillis' heart. "Let them witness the might of my young master, Rickard," he declared, as the boisterous Rickard stepped onto the walls. Gazing down, Rickard observed the neatly arranged ranks, their iron spears standing like a forest, advancing in perfect unison. The soldiers at the forefront, bare-chested and resolute, carried the great log, inching closer to the castle gates. The rhythmic thudding of their march resonated in their hearts, each beat echoing the rising trepidation within. Rickard felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the parapet. However, none mocked him. The grim atmosphere of impending doom rendered them all preoccupied with their own dread. Charles wasted no time. As confusion enveloped them, the leading soldiers smashed through the gates. A wave of Iris infantry surging into the castle like a school of fish, yet the scene remained orderly and controlled. Charles, observing this unfold, understood that assaulting a castle at dusk was fraught with peril. He recognized that revealing his identity might lead Baron Gillis to surrender, opening the gates to welcome him in. However, his intent was to eliminate Gillis and seize Wild Horse Town, and a surrender would hinder his execution of justice. Thus, he launched a direct attack, denying Gillis any opportunity for capitulation. This castle lacked the twin towers that would safeguard the gates, nor did it possess any formidable towers. It was likely devoid of soldiers. Even though Charles had arrived at dusk, he felt no need to delay the siege until dawn. He intended to sleep within its walls that very night. As Charles stepped into the castle, the Iris infantry had already established control, forcing Baron Gillis and his companions to kneel before him. "My lord, we are unaware of any offense we may have committed against you." Charles waved dismissively as the messenger from his previous visit to Wild Horse Town emerged, stating, "The master dispatched me to collect the autumn harvest from Wild Horse Town. Yet you refuse to provide the grain and dare to insult our lord. Have you a death wish?" Gillis glanced incredulously at his loyal servant, Sorrel, as if seeking confirmation. "Did I not instruct you to deliver 50 carts of grain?" Sorrel, shrinking in fear, explained, "At that time, young Master Rickard arrived, speaking arrogantly and offending the messenger." "And the subsequent grain?" Gillis pressed. "The master sold it," Sorrel replied. Gillis felt a pang of despair. If he were in modern times, he would surely exclaim, "Is this not a betrayal?" Tentatively, he raised his head and said, "Young Master Charles, it is my son's folly that has led to this misunderstanding. We have prepared 100 carts of grain, awaiting your arrival." Charles laughed heartily, and the Iris soldiers joined in the mirth. "Baron Gillis, should I consider you naive or merely pretending to be oblivious?" Charles' demeanor shifted, becoming grave. "Bring forth the verdict. Baron Gillis and his family, for their arrogance and refusal to comply, for embezzling the autumn harvest, shall be hanged." "My lord, I am innocent. It is my ungrateful son who has wronged you. I beseech your forgiveness." Charles ignored him. Perhaps according to the current noble code, Gillis' sins did not warrant death. But he had foolishly drawn attention to himself. In aiming to secure Wild Horse Town, he could not afford to show mercy. In this new realm of tulips, or rather the domain of Iris, Charles would not indulge the games of the great nobility. He alone was the sovereign of his lands. The lords and knights he appointed could only claim the rights to the taxes of the territories, yet the methods of collection remained solely at Charles' discretion. Seeing Charles unwavering, the surrounding Iris knights restrained Gillis, slowly retreating. Baron Gillis, panic-stricken, shouted, "Charles, you barbarian from the north, with your tainted blood, what right do you have to execute me? You merely seized an opportunity, a mere baron, cloaked in the airs of an earl. You revel in feasts within your castle, indulging in pleasure, seemingly oblivious to the loyalty that should define your family. My wife is Fina Tulip, after the defeat of Count Violet. You should have sought my allegiance rather than indulging in revelry. Is this the honor bestowed upon your family by the Tulip Count?" Charles stepped closer, replying, "Rest assured, I am indeed a barbarian from the north. I may not be skilled in insults, but I am proficient in slaughter. A disloyal family has no place in existence. Today, all members of your household shall perish." As his words faded, the Iris Knights began their grim search throughout the castle for Gillis' daughter, her husband, Gillis' eldest son, his wife, and all those closely associated with him. Baron Gillis cursed vehemently, "You filthy beast, demon from hell, I curse you to a wretched fate. I curse the women of the Iris family to be harlots. Execute them all, leave no bodies intact," Charles commanded, stepping forward to gaze down at the kneeling Baron Gillis. "You shall never know my fate, but I assure you, your family shall cease to exist henceforth." With a gesture, Charles signaled for the execution to commence. The Iris infantry, resolute, drew their prepared blades, and with one swift stroke, Gillis' venomous curses were silenced forever. The surrounding noblewomen shrieked in horror, and Charles turned to see them covering their mouths, as if such an act could render them unnoticed. This treachery required a blood-stained lesson. Their bodies would be displayed outside the castle. A captain beside him nodded, dispatching several Iris soldiers to carry out the grim task. Chapter 47 Post-War Statistics. The government official Sema, Commander Yodi of the Knights, grain merchant Clivy, and several other merchants from Wild Horse Town gazed at Charles with trepidation, as if awaiting the verdict of fate. Baron Gillis was merely the mayor dispatched by Count Case, and Wild Horse Town was certainly not his fief. The Knights of Wild Horse Town owed him no allegiance, and since he had only resided there for a decade, the loyalty of the servants within his hastily constructed castle was questionable at best. Take Sorrel, for instance. Even his personal attendant had betrayed him. However, Charles intended to spare his life, utilizing him to govern Wild Horse Town. The traitorous Sorrel would thus have no choice but to pledge his loyalty to Charles. Charles sighed, contemplating the monopoly of knowledge held by the noble class, realizing the scarcity of capable individuals in various fields, particularly those adept at managing affairs of state. Especially after he had ascended to the title of Baron, executing the government official, defeating the Junzelin family to the east, and vanquishing Count Violet to the south. He had now occupied the territory of Tulip, yet the pool of individuals qualified for governance remained woefully inadequate. Sorrel, summon the servants of the castle, prepare provisions, and bring forth the wine and meat to reward the soldiers of Iris, Charles commanded. At once, young Master Charles. I shall attend to it immediately, Sorrel replied. Charles turned his gaze towards the remaining individuals, pondering. As for the rest of you, the men quickly knelt before him, their eyes filled with desperation. Who is the leader of the knights in Wild Horse Town? Before Yodi could respond, he realized that everyone around him had stepped aside, leaving him isolated. What is your name? Young master, I am Yodi. How many members does the Wild Horse Town Knights have? Over 50, Yodi answered. You shall henceforth serve as a squad leader in the Iris infantry. Do you have any objections? Although phrased as a question, the tone was undeniably authoritative. I would consider it an honor to serve in the Iris infantry, Yodi replied, his desire for survival evident. Charles then shifted his attention to the others, stating, As for you, I have but two requirements. First, maintain order in Wild Horse Town. Second, return what has been illicitly taken. Name your figures and make amends. Charles summoned several Iris soldiers, instructing, separate them and take them for individual interrogation. Identify who embezzled and the amounts involved. With a smile, Charles regarded the men, adding, Should your accounts not align, your families will join Baron Gillis in his company. These words, softly spoken, pierced like a cold wind. The men exchanged glances, their cunning and self-preserving instincts evident as they lamented and divulged astonishing figures. In total, over 4,000 gold coins astonished Charles, equaling the accumulated wealth of the Tulip family over generations, a most unexpected windfall. He surmised that this sum included not only the stolen warhorses and grain, but also the family's prior accumulations. Unconcerned with the details, Charles gestured for the Iris soldiers to take them away for further questioning, anticipating even more surprises. At that moment, Leek, a former servant from Iris Castle, approached, presenting a roasted hare he had personally prepared, assuring Charles of its safety. Charles accepted the offering, his hunger acute after a day of marching. His meals were now overseen by the Iris contingent, strictly sourced from their territory and tasted for safety. He had no desire for misfortune in that regard. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the land. The Iris soldiers feasted on meat soup and skewers, accompanied by unseasoned black bread, while the captains enjoyed white bread. The castle's rooms were insufficient, and the serfs were tasked with setting up camp, anticipating their share of the remaining meat soup, though the skewers would be out of reach. Nonetheless, The ample unseasoned black bread was a feast for them. After finishing his meal, Charles entered the inner fortress, discovering its exquisite and opulent decor. In contrast, his own Iris castle resembled a barbarian's dwelling. But what of it? Barbarians could fight, and this castle was still his. Leek approached Charles, reporting that there were 30 carts of grain in Baron Gillis's castle, with an additional 60 in the town's warehouses, along with 800 gold coins. Charles furrowed his brow, interrupting Leek. Why is there only this amount of gold? Why is the grain not even 100 carts? Young master, a portion of the grain is in the hands of Merchant Clivy, about 110 carts, Leek explained. And the gold? How can there be so little? Those individuals provided over 4,000 gold coins. How does Baron Gillis's castle possess so little? Young master, that is all there is in Baron Gillis's castle, Leek continued. The castle is filled with artworks, exquisite decorations, and upstairs, rooms adorned with luxurious garments made of fine silk and lace. The warehouses also hold refined salt and white sugar. Baron Gillis cannot possibly have more gold. What shall we do with these items? Those garments are made of the finest silk. Should we not find it somewhat regretful? The Iris soldiers deserve this honor, Charles replied sternly, primarily because he had no inclination to wear garments meant for the deceased. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Charles emerged from the castle, accompanied by the Iris infantry, and under Sorrel's guidance, they headed northward. Their destination was the horse farm. As they progressed north, they first traversed vast tracts of cultivated land, followed by woodlands, ultimately arriving at a meadow. What type of grass is this? Charles inquired, summoning Sorrel. It seemed Sorrel had come to understand his predicament, realizing that his only route to salvation lay in aligning himself with young Master Charles. Are those individuals serfs or free men? What are they engaged in? Young master, they are serfs, harvesting alfalfa, Sorrel elaborated. Each household tends to a mare and several foals. With winter approaching, they are gathering the last batch of alfalfa. Chapter 48. Census and Standardization of Measurements. Seeing that Charles was not particularly informed, Sorrel continued to elucidate. Master, by harvesting more alfalfa and storing it, the horses will consume less bean cake and wheat bran during winter, thus making their winter more bearable. Observing the vast pasture, Charles could not help but inquire, how many mares are there in this horse farm, and how many war horses can be produced each year? Master Charles, there are 2,023 mares here, along with 2023 serf households, totaling approximately 8,000 individuals. Each mare gives birth once a year. So it is estimated that these more than 2,000 mares can yield over 2,000 foals. Charles asked, how many of them survive each year? And how many can be trained as war horses? He was overjoyed, for he had not anticipated the excellent management of Baron Gillis' horse farm. If only he could confront Gillis. He would undoubtedly express his grievances. After all, he could distinguish between a laying hen and its egg. Charles contemplated in his mind the possibility of relocating the small horse farm near Iris Flower Castle and implementing a formal equine policy. The current owner of the small horse farm, the servant Bart, seemed a commendable candidate for management. Though he might lack experience with such a sizable establishment, loyalty was Charles' foremost priority. With no relatives or kin, he could only rely on the servants he had raised since childhood. At your command, Master Charles. I assure you the horse farm will encounter no mishaps. Excellent. Should you perform well, generous rewards await you. It is not inconceivable that I might appoint you as the mayor of another town. Charles casually drew a grand vision. Sorrel nodded gratefully. Having offended everyone in Wild Horse Town, he was now under the protection of his master, ensuring he would not meet a grim fate in the streets. Yet, he dreamed of escaping this perilous situation. Gather all the literate individuals in Wild Horse Town. I have 2 tasks for you. First, to ascertain the population of Wild Horse Town, and second, to accurately document the landholdings of each serf household. Sorrel's expression turned troubled. Master, with the current population of Wild Horse Town, we scarcely have enough manpower, and this will require considerable time. Rest assured, I will have the Iris Flower Infantry assist you. And I have ample time. If we do not seize this opportunity to thoroughly organize Wild Horse Town, then my efforts in eliminating Gillis will have been in vain. The standardization of measurements was something Charles had long wished to implement, and with this land survey at hand, he could not avoid the matter. He instructed the Iris Flower soldiers nearby to fetch a gold-cutting knife. This gold mine had originally been extracted by the White Tulip Knights from the Iris Flower territory, eventually coming into Charles' possession. After taking over the blacksmith in Tulip Town, He acquired the capability to process the gold ore and crafted several cutting knives and spears. They indeed sliced through iron as if it were clay, providing substantial enhancement to the soldiers who had cultivated their combat energy. Channeling his energy into the exquisite blade, Charles forged a new edge on its tip, and with a few swift strokes against a massive stone, he shaped it into a rectangular prism. Sorrel watched in confusion, and Charles meticulously continued to refine it until one edge was perfectly straight. Master Charles, what are you doing? All measurement units within the iris flower territory must adhere to this standard. Anyone found guilty of forging or tampering will face execution. At your command, Master Charles. I shall proceed with this task. Sorrel had become an unwavering servant, and whether this endeavor was reasonable or useful did not fall within his realm of consideration. Kaleem, a tanner in Wild Horse Town, sometimes crafted leather armor from animal hides and occasionally dabbled in tailoring garments. His life in Wild Horse Town could be deemed prosperous. As dawn broke, the sun's rays filtered through the windows, dispelling the shadows. Kaleem opened his door, just as his neighbors, the Stan couple, stepped outside. Upon arriving at the open space, they found it crowded with people, as today's gathering was to account for the residents of Wild Horse Town. Most were dressed, though some children ran about in the nude, growing too quickly to keep up with clothing and shoe changes. Those from poorer households often opted to wait until the children grew before crafting properly fitting attire. Kaleem had intended to engage in conversation with familiar faces, yet he noticed everyone lined up in orderly fashion. Scanning his surroundings, he observed several armored soldiers wielding long spears, some marked with dark crimson stains, presumably remnants of blood. The desire to join in conversation waned, and he quietly instructed his wife to keep the children calm and avoid attracting the soldiers' attention, to which she complied fearfully. Soon, it was Kaleem's turn. At a long, sturdy wooden table, a well-dressed, middle-aged man scrutinized him. Kaleem recognized him as the tax collector for their street. What is your name? And how many people are in your household? My name is Kaleem. I have 5 family members, my wife and 3 children. What are your names? And what does your wife and children go by? I am Kaleem, my wife is named, and my children are named. What is your occupation in the town? I am a tanner, typically crafting leather armor to sell to the armor shop, and I occasionally sew clothing. The middle-aged man noted his occupation on a sturdy piece of paper, then instructed him to step aside, saying, "You may go over there to collect your bread." Kaleem nodded in agreement, took the bread with his family, and departed. He thought this matter concluded, but several days later, a knocking resounded on his door early one morning. Kaleem was puzzled. Who could be visiting at such an early hour? He had not recently taken any tailoring orders. His wife was busy preparing soup, prompting him to rise and see who it was. Upon opening the door, he was met by a soldier from Iris Flower, clad in leather armor, a foreboding sign. Kaleem cautiously inquired, "Sir Knight, is there something you need?" The soldier chuckled, "I am not a knight." Being of serf origin himself, he reassured Kaleem, "Do not worry. It is nothing serious. Just follow me." With that, the two made their way to the small square of Wild Horse Town. Though it was termed a square, it was merely an open space. Along the way, Kaleem noticed many others in a similar situation, particularly as they passed the armor shop, where its patrons were also being escorted out. His anxiety eased. It likely was not a grave matter. Upon arriving at the square, several individuals were already waiting. Kaleem scanned the crowd and recognized many familiar faces as they gathered to converse and speculate on the purpose of their summons. "I suspect it might pertain to the new lord, Charles, issuing some decree," mused a man with a thick beard, confidently stroking it. "Do you think we might be sent somewhere else?" chimed in a smaller man, likely a tailor. "It should be nothing serious. We won't be harmed," replied an elderly bachelor, the sole survivor of his family, typical of one who eats well while the rest go hungry. Suddenly, the chatter ceased, and a hush fell over the crowd as 3 or 4 iris flower soldiers entered, carrying a rectangular stone, which they gently set down. Sorrel followed closely behind, stepping onto the platform that had been erected in advance. "You may be curious about why you have been gathered here and the purpose of this stone," he began. "Master Charles has noted the chaos surrounding your measuring tools and has devised a solution for you. Have you noticed this stone before you? Its smooth and level surface measures precisely 1 yuan chi in length, and 10 yuan chi constitute 1 yuan mi. Do you all comprehend this? To ensure adherence to the rules, I specifically propose to Master Xiar that anyone who fails to comply should face severe consequences. I suggested that I would take their life. However, the kind-hearted master deemed such a punishment too harsh. Nevertheless, If any of you dare to disrupt this order, I shall take your life without hesitation. Even if I am reprimanded by the master, I shall accept it. You, however, must recognize the gravity of this warning." Upon concluding, Sorrel turned to the captain of the Iris Brigade, his fierce demeanor softening, and said kindly, "Please distribute the rulers crafted by the master." The Iris soldiers began to hand out the rulers among the crowd. Kelly Moo also took 2 for himself. The lengths of both rulers were precisely measured. Featuring 10 prominent divisions known as Yuan Li aligning the 2 rulers, Kelly Moo was pleasantly surprised to discover they exhibited no discrepancies whatsoever. He mused to himself that this was truly splendid. He could discard the many rulers at home, thus avoiding the need to procure one from this leather shop and another from that one. This newfound convenience was remarkable. Amid the crowd, discussions erupted. For all present were craftsmen with discerning eyes, and praises flowed freely. Naturally, there were also a few grumblings and complaints. Chapter 49. The turmoil in the royal city. Inside the study of Baron Gillis's castle, Sorrel knocked on the door and entered, bowing respectfully to young Master Charles. "With the assistance of the Iris Infantry, I have compiled an overview of the population of Wild Horse Town and the land holdings of each household." Charles extended his hand to receive the document and examined it closely. Wild Horse Town comprises 963 households and 812 individuals, including 30 blacksmiths, 121 tanners and tailors, and 60 cobblers. Surrounding the town are 3 settlements, one in the north for horse breeding and the other 2 for grain cultivation, totaling 235 individuals. While these figures may contain slight inaccuracies, they are generally reliable. The serfs engaged in horse breeding are exempt from taxation, while the others either pay taxes or monetary contributions if they do not farm. Approximately 12,000 individuals would be required to contribute around 200 carts of grain annually. The land was measured in iris acres, with 100 iris square meters, and the current yield indicates that a typical iris acre can produce about 50 dough of grain. A household of 5 or 6, managing over 20 iris acres, can barely make ends meet, often teetering on the brink of starvation. Although the entire iris domain remains sparsely populated, making people considerably more valuable than land, Charles still intends to leave a loophole for land taxes, with the majority of the revenue still derived from head taxes. Sorrel. Each individual is required to pay 100 dough of grain per year, while each iris acre incurs a tax of 10 dough. Sorrel nodded in agreement, estimating that this is a reduction from previous levies, which were nearly double. "Remember to post a notice and issue another decree allowing the serfs in the iris domain to gather firewood and hunt in the forest," Charles instructed. "It must be written clearly and simply enough for those who can read to convey it to others. From now on, they shall be the subjects of the iris domain, permitted to hunt and gather firewood in the forest. The entire territory belongs to the Lord. The serfs, land, rivers, and forests are all his property, and most of the forests are off limits to serfs for foraging and hunting, as are most rivers for fishing. My lord, you are so benevolent and kind. Your glory shall surely illuminate all of Wild Horse Town, which shines brightly under your leadership," Sorrel praised. Charles, unflustered, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall leave a regiment of Iris soldiers to assist you. Ensure the prompt sowing of soybeans and manage the horse ranch effectively. Wild Horse Town must not encounter any disturbances. Thank you for your generosity, and my gratitude extends to the soldiers of Iris. Rest assured, I will manage Wild Horse Town with utmost diligence." Charles then led the remaining 4 regiments of Iris soldiers and 50 knights from Wild Horse Town, accompanied by 600 serfs, marching southward towards Flower Town. Simultaneously, he dispatched a messenger to urge Flower Town to quickly gather provisions, lest they meet the same fate as Baron Gillis. Charles had received word that a substantial force was assembling in the southern region of the Cosmos domain. He estimated that they would reach their destination in a matter of days. A piece of news shattered the tranquility of the royal city, the downfall of the Tulip family. The previously simmering tensions within the royal city erupted into a tempest, with all eyes fixated on the northern territory of the Artem Duchy, the Tulip domain. If there is anything of utmost importance to the nobility, it is undoubtedly land. With land comes people, grain, and knights. The nobility's insatiable thirst for land is deeply ingrained within their very essence. The reason for the delayed military mobilization was to ensure that the spoils were appropriately divided among themselves. The first order of business was to expel the lesser barons. leaving only Count Gaetner Corioperses and Count Rhonda Camilla, along with the Crown Prince. Logically, the Crown Prince should be the most suitable heir to the Tulip domain, as the Tulip family has been eradicated by Count Violet, with only the married eldest daughter surviving, making his claim reasonable. However, in the face of land, reason often takes a back seat. After all, the eldest daughter of the Tulip Count has since been renamed Kitty Aquinas and lost her rights to inherit the Tulip domain. The nobles engaged in heated debates over a mere fragment of territory, ultimately delineating the Tulip domain into 3 sections. They had already tacitly accepted that all barons of the Tulip domain were deceased. If any were still alive, they would be of little assistance. As for the war, it was likely that they had met their demise by stray arrows or succumbed to fear. Count Rhonda Camilla, bordering the Tulip domain to the west, claimed Wild Horse Town and the Northern Iris domain. The Tulip Town and Sakura domain were granted to the Crown Prince, who justified his claims simply by stating that his wife belonged to the Tulip family. Thus, Tulip Town could not be ceded to outsiders. Traitors must be dealt with by him personally, which also justified his acquisition of the Sakura domain. This reasoning resonated with Count Gaetner Corioperses and Count Camilla. As they too hailed from the Tulip lineage, it seemed entirely reasonable for them to acquire Tulip Town, given their noble virtues. Meanwhile, in the southeast, Count Gaetner Corioperses, who bordered both the Tulip and Violet domains, seized Flower Town and the Calla Lily domain. Once a consensus was reached, they began mobilizing troops towards the border. However, another significant piece of news arrived, causing a startling turn of events. Count Violet had been defeated, and astonishingly, he fell to a mere baron. While the Tulip family had not been entirely wiped out, one daughter had escaped. Count Gaetner Corioperses, filled with reluctance, remarked, "This sudden emergence of someone claiming to be the daughter of the Tulip Count must surely be a scheme by Baron Charles to annex the Tulip domain." Count Rhonda Camilla and the Crown Prince remained silent, recognizing that Baron Charles's victory over Count Violet demonstrated his cunning intellect. After all, the conferral of a countship requires a personal visit to the royal city. Thus, this daughter is likely the biological offspring of the late Count Tulip. Yet, if they could eliminate Charles and the so-called daughter before he was formally granted the title of Baron, all of this could be rendered false, and this daughter would no longer hold the status of Count Tulip's child. Count Gaetner Corioperses aimed to sway the other two, believing that as long as he could ignite their ambition, all would unfold in his favor. Chapter 50. The stubbornness of Gaetner. The elder prince shook his head and remarked, "Let us wait until he is officially enfeoffed in the royal city, to ascertain whether she is truly the daughter of the Count of Tulip. The genuine cannot be false, nor the false genuine. Loyalty and virtue are the hallmarks of nobility. The king has 3 adult sons. The elder and second princes share the same mother, though the queen tragically passed away during the birth of the second prince. The third prince is the offspring of the new queen. The second prince wields considerable power, his wife being the eldest daughter of Count Camilla, and he has also secured the allegiance of the Violet family. In the eyes of Count Gaetner Corioperses, the elder prince is honest and kind-hearted, while the second prince is rather arrogant and overbearing. Neither seems fit to ascend the throne. However, he finds it remarkable that the two were once close, only to part ways as adults, severing all ties, with the second prince now resorting to lethal measures. Perhaps it is the allure of the throne that drives this rivalry, for the current king indeed favors the second prince, who possesses substantial strength. Yet, it is widely understood that fratricide and patricide are long-standing traditions of the Aquinas family. Every king has ascended over the corpses of their kin. In particular, the reigning king, having outlived numerous brothers, is left the sole survivor. The late king had no choice but to pass the throne to him. How could the current king possibly favor the honest and virtuous elder prince? Truth be told, had he not resembled him, he might have doubted his paternity. Count Gaetner Corioperses, however, holds a more favorable view of the third prince, who enjoys the queen's clandestine support. His character is one of patience and resilience, marking him as a potential dark horse. Should he ascend to the throne, the Corioperses family would reap considerable benefits. Opportunism is woven into the very fabric of the Corioperses lineage. Their ancestors rose from mere merchants to earls through shrewdness and strategic positioning, adhering to the principle of risk and reward. The second prince stands a strong chance of becoming king, yet the third prince is not to be underestimated. Aligning with the second prince seems less advantageous, given that 2 earls have already pledged their support. In contrast, the prospects with the third prince appear more promising. Count Gaetner Coriopusis shifted his gaze towards Earl Landa Camilla, as if silently inquiring whether she is indeed the count's daughter. If she is, they shall seize these lands. If not, they shall eliminate them. Subconsciously, Gaetner has already claimed Flower Town and the Calla Lily territory as his own, a manifestation of the age-old tradition of greed within the Coriopusis family. The history of the Camilla family traces back to the establishment of the Duchy of Ardum, where Randall Camilla aided Vera Aquinas in founding the duchy. To this day, the other noble families that once supported Vera have long since vanished, leaving only the Camilla family to flourish. The family motto of Camilla is to speak cautiously and act prudently, a principle that Randall inscribed to ensure future generations do not forget. This has been their enduring strategy. Should the elder prince forge an alliance with them, they could indeed seize these territories. However, with the elder prince's acknowledgement of the Countess of Tulip's daughter, Earl Landa Camilla would naturally withdraw, feeling a sense of trepidation. A baron has bested a count, and who knows what hidden cards he may hold. Count Gaetner Coriopusis is undeterred, for his sights are set on Flower Town and the Calla Lily territory, pursuing a vendetta against Charles' ancestral home. Earl Landa Camilla expresses concerns about the risks involved, pondering the potential consequences should something go awry. At Count Gaetner Coriopusis's estate, his eldest son, Ernie Coriopusis, voiced his discontent. "Father, shall we allow Baron Charles to engulf the entire Tulip territory?" Unlike the venerable Camilla family, steeped in depth and heritage, the Coriopusis family is a rising force with limited lands. Allowing such a prime opportunity to slip away would be a source of eternal disgrace for Count Gaetner. Ernie, prioritizing land over the hostility of the potential Count Charles, proclaimed. Ernie promptly informed Sir Osmond to lead the Pansy cavalry and the Pansy infantry to march on Flower Town. Elated, Ernie replied, "Father, I shall see to it at once." It is said that the Coriopusis family has gleaned insights into the Persian battle formations, enabling rapid marches. With serfs in tow, they could cover 40 miles in a day, and should the soldiers travel light, up to 80 miles. However, only the direct descendants of the Coriopusis family are privy to the truth behind this prowess. Their ancestors discovered a mystical stone near the Pansy fields. Ernie's personal servant, equipped with provisions and 3 horses, galloped from the royal city towards the Pansy domain. In the northern town of Fusen, Osmond commanded 400 knights and 500 infantry, poised to advance northward upon Count Gaetner Coriopusis's command to seize Flower Town. At long last, the awaited day arrived. Ernie's servant conveyed the order to Sir Osmond, and the march on Flower Town commenced. Had a mere stranger delivered the message, Osmond might have hesitated, yet, given that it was Ernie's trusted attendant, it spoke volumes. That very day, Osmond summoned his knights and infantry, mobilized the serfs, and prepared provisions. The following morning, he led an imposing force of 2,000 soldiers forth. Despite the presence of over 1,000 serfs, Osmond managed an impressive 60 miles on the first day, though he lost several men along the way. Had it not been for the serfs, he would have commanded a march of 100 miles. Recent reports from his scouts indicated that Baron Charles was departing from Wild Horse Town. Time was of the essence. Previously, Osmond had patiently awaited the arrival of the serfs, knowing that while men could endure hunger, warhorses are precious. As they neared Flower Town, Osmond abandoned the serfs, hastening directly towards their destination. Upon witnessing the low walls, closed gates, and scattered soldiers atop the ramparts, Osmond exhaled deeply and smiled. At last, we have arrived first. He dispatched a messenger to Baron Peter within, urging immediate surrender. Osmond added, "I have heard that Baron Peter is timid. Let us intimidate him, for should he refuse to surrender, we shall execute his entire family upon breaching the town." From the crowd emerged a tall knight, who called out from beneath the city walls, "Surrender at once, and you may yet spare your life." Chapter 51. The occupation of Flower Town in the grand estate of Baron Peter in Flower Town. The imposing figure of Baron Peter stood in stark contrast to the weathered visage of Sir Hardy, the commander of the Flower Town Knights, whose face bore a deep scar, a testament to his many trials. The two men remained silent in the study, the air thick with unspoken tension. Although Baron Peter had aides to manage the affairs of state, he had not appointed any official to oversee them. Thus, their gathering consisted solely of the two of them, one tasked with the governance of Flower Town and the other with its military affairs. At last, Baron Peter broke the silence. Speaking cautiously, What plans does Sir Hardy have in mind? They faced a daunting choice of surrendering to either the ruthless Baron Charles or the formidable Sir Osmond. Initially, they had intended to capitulate to Baron Charles, mindful of the fate that befell Baron Gillis, and Sir Hardy leaned more towards that option. However, the arrival of Sir Osmond, the knight of Count Gaetner Corioperthus, had thrown their plans into disarray. Typically, towns seldom built fortifications. Yet Flower Town was surrounded by low walls erected by Baron Peter for protection against marauding wild men, individuals who evaded taxes, including runaway soldiers, impoverished serfs, and criminals. These outcasts often banded together to cultivate barren lands and occasionally resorted to banditry. Years prior, during a severe drought, they had stormed into Flower Town at dawn, leaving an indelible mark of fear on Baron Peter's psyche and prompting his decision to construct the walls. The funding for such endeavors came from the noble privilege of appropriating a reasonable portion of tax revenue, a practice Baron Peter executed deftly, garnering no ire from Count Keith Tulip. However, assembling his own order of knights as a baron without land, while embezzling tax funds, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Observing Peter's fortifications, Count Keith Tulip had dispatched the trustworthy Sir Hardy, choosing to overlook the situation, having deemed the walls inadequate against an assault from a well-equipped adversary. As fate would have it, a messenger from Baron Charles arrived in advance, having already transported this year's autumn harvest. This messenger had only recently set out, having already recruited the serfs just days prior. Given Baron Charles's notorious ruthlessness, Baron Peter dared not offend him. Caught between two potential foes, Baron Peter's singular desire was to survive this tumultuous period, to preserve his lineage. The fate of Flower Town and his position as mayor were of little concern. Survival was paramount. As for Sir Hardy, appointed by Count Keith Tulip, he had risen from humble beginnings as a mere serf, and his loyalty to the Tulip family was unwavering. Yet, he spoke slowly, "We may surrender to Sir Osmond, but the Flower Town Knights must remain intact under my command." His fidelity lay with Count Keith Tulip, and regardless of Baron Charles's purported union with the Tulip family heiress, whether true or not, he would choose loyalty to his current allegiances. In the face of life and death, he would opt for surrender to Baron Charles, had Sir Osmond not arrived first. The two men swiftly agreed to dispatch their personal attendants to negotiate with Sir Osmond. "Sir Osmond," one of the attendants began, "my lord has two conditions. First, the Flower Town Knights must remain intact under Sir Hardy's leadership, and second, Baron Peter must retain his position as mayor of Flower Town. If you can agree to these terms, we shall surrender immediately." Baron Peter was met with incredulity. "Do you jest? I command 500 knights and 1,000 infantry. While how many knights and armored men could there possibly be in Flower Town to negotiate with me?" Carlyle had anticipated this response, having rehearsed with Baron Peter multiple times to prepare for such an eventuality. "In my view, the numbers Sir Osmond claimed do not align with reality. The soldiers outside number no more than 1,000. Where, then, do 500 knights and 1,000 infantry come from?" The messenger chuckled derisively. "Moreover, Flower Town is home to thousands. Even if there are but a handful of knights, the advantage of the walls can provide several days of defense. Does Sir Osmond truly have the luxury of time to lay siege?" It was important to remember that Baron Charles was also en route, and the situation could change dramatically. Sir Osmond's expression darkened, attempting to intimidate Carlyle, but upon seeing him unfazed, he feigned resignation, stating, "I can at most guarantee the safety of Baron Peter. I possess no authority to decide the fate of the mayor or the knights of Flower Town. The best I can offer is to maintain the current situation. However, once inside, I must take complete control of Flower Town." Carlyle contemplated this offer, recognizing it exceeded Baron Peter's minimum requirements. He nodded in agreement. Baron Peter's desire to retain his position was not driven by greed for power. Should Count Gaetner later question his authority, the worst he might face would be dismissal, which would be a far better outcome than a public disgrace. The low gates of Flower Town gradually swung open, and Sir Osmond strode in, radiating triumph, followed closely by his knights and infantry, who marched in formation to the sound of flowers and applause. Baron Peter and Sir Hardy greeted them with smiles. Yet Sir Osmond did not linger in the superficial splendor for long. Dismounting, he joined Baron Peter and Sir Hardy. "How much grain remains in Flower Town? How can it be so little?" Sir Osmond glared at the two men, incredulous that a town of over 10,000 could yield so scant a harvest. "Sir Osmond, Baron Charles recently sent a messenger demanding the autumn harvest," Baron Peter replied cautiously. You are aware of Baron Charles's merciless reputation, having just executed Baron Gillis and his family. How could I dare defy his orders? You are the mayor appointed by Count Tulip himself. Why fear a mere baron? Your nobility should not be so lacking in valor. Baron Peter, Sir Osmond chided, unable to contain his frustration. Though Sir Osmond too was influenced by the Corioperthus family, adept at opportunism and profit-seeking. He did not place great stock in maintaining appearances and disliked belittling others. Yet this was beyond his expectations. He had marched in haste, only to find that much of the grain had already been carted away. Chapter 52. The calculating parties. The grain has been on its way for several days. Peter silently scoffed to himself. I am the mayor appointed by the Tulip Count, yet I still find myself surrendering to you. Surely, you cannot be more fearsome than that murderous Baron Charles. However, he displayed no sign of dissent on his face, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect. There are thousands of serfs and hundreds of carts transporting nearly 100 loads of grain towards Tulip City. The thought of pursuit suddenly flickered in Osmond's mind. Baron Charles, leading several hundred men from Wild Horse Town to Flower Town, intended to engage him in a skirmish. Yet, Osmond was not inclined to confront Charles directly. Attacking with a force of 1,000 against 400 was folly, as even a fool would know the necessity of defense. Osmond had no desire to recklessly assault a large camp, uncertain of his chances of success. Instead, he planned to lure Charles out, striking when least expected. However, the first order of business was to rest for a few days. After all, the knights and infantry had endured a relentless march, their bodies and spirits weary. Under Osmond's command, Baron Peter began to summon cooks from the town to prepare meals for the knights and infantry who had subsisted on hardtack for several days. The cooks brewed meat broth, combining pork, lamb, and salt into a hearty soup, while fresh bread was baked for the knights who had grown tired of their stale black bread. A messenger from Wild Horse Town arrived with news. Count Gaetner Coriopsis had dispatched a mixed force of cavalry and infantry to seize Flower Town. The rapid advance of this army took Charles by surprise. He had anticipated that someone might act, but he had not expected it to occur after he had organized matters in Tulip City and Wild Horse Town. This oversight stemmed from Charles's failure to account for the time it took for news to travel from Tulip territory to the royal city, then to the ear of the various counts, and finally to action. Frustration was futile now, yet it unveiled a persistent flaw in Charles's strategy. The camaraderie of the Iris family was confined to Tulip territory, lacking a means to gather intelligence throughout the entire Duchy of Ardham. The notion of establishing an intelligence network crept into Charles's mind. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to the present. At this moment, he had 400 Iris infantry and over 50 knights from Wild Horse Town. Reports indicated the enemy force was approximately 1,000 strong, moving with remarkable speed. There was no chance of escape. The journey from here to Tulip City would take about 10 days. Thus, confrontation was inevitable. The question now was whether the enemy would strike at him directly or target the grain and serfs. Charles chose a small hill where there was access to water, ensuring a reliable source. He ordered the establishment of a camp, instructing his men to dig trenches, mound earth for fortifications, construct wooden barriers for walls, and set up obstacles and pits for defense. Within the encampment, a watchtower was erected, offering an unobstructed view from the hilltop. Latrines were also dug to prevent unsanitary conditions that would create an unbearable stench and potentially contaminate the water supply. Charles mandated severe punishment for anyone caught relieving themselves indiscriminately within the camp. As the forces settled in, the messengers from Wild Horse Town were dispatched to various locations. Life without knights was unbearable, akin to being blind. Of the 50 knights, more than 10 were sent out as messengers, while the remainder were tasked with gathering intelligence near Flower Town. Days passed, and the messengers returned with news that the enemy had mobilized, targeting the grain-carrying serfs heading towards Tulip City. Charles summoned four captains for a meeting. The enemy has moved out, seemingly towards the serfs in the east, he began. Talib, a former serf with a competitive spirit, interjected, Captain, we must protect these serfs. If they secure the grain, they could hold out for an entire year within Flower Town. This was a valid point. If the enemy only aimed to seize 50 carts of grain, winter would necessitate further supplies. The heavy northern snow could be deadly, leaving many serfs to perish from the cold due to inadequate clothing. Another captain, Ural, countered, that is not right. If their sole intention was to capture the grain, they wouldn't need to rest for several days. It appears their true target is us. If we abandon the camp without knights, we will be vulnerable. The other two captains echoed this sentiment, and Charles felt a sense of accomplishment at their recognition. Indeed, the enemy is coming for us, he affirmed. It is said their leader is named Osman, and his forces are roughly equal parts cavalry and infantry. He stepped closer to the captains, then posed an unexpected question. Why do we have such precise information about their movements? If he sent out knights to eliminate those sent by Charles to gather intelligence, Charles would be rendered blind. Yet, Osman had not taken that route, leading Charles to suspect it was a deliberate choice, allowing him to know that Osman intended to seize the grain and challenge him to respond. Noticing the captain's confusion, Charles clarified his point, and three of them began to praise him, quickly voicing their agreement. However, Talib felt a sense of discontent, unsure of what reasonable suggestion he could offer regarding their offensive. Suddenly, Charles shifted the conversation, producing a map and pointing to a narrow passage flanked by mountains. I intend to play into his hands and move out. This terrain had historically been a site of miraculous events. Captain, the enemy will surely send a large contingent of knights to scout. They will not fall for such a ruse, one captain cautioned. Osman is no fool. He wouldn't simply charge into such a terrain without reconnaissance. Yet Charles was resolute. He had already devised a cunning plan. He confided in the four trusted captains, explaining his strategy. But sir, is this not too cruel? Ural asked, a look of sorrow on his face. Talib stood, declaring, in war, death is inevitable. If we aim to triumph against superior forces, there is no flawless method. Besides, should they perish, the captain will provide for their families. We all hail from serfdom. Death is not to be feared. As night fell, Charles gazed at the bright moon, feeling a profound change within himself. He had once been incapable of taking a life, yet he had learned the art of killing. He believed he treated his subjects with kindness, but now he too had transformed. If war was a foul game, he was gradually becoming a foul player himself. Chapter 53. The City of Tulips. The City of Tulips gradually restored itself to its former glory, with spacious streets and bustling crowds. The remnants of burned houses now replaced by neatly trimmed wooden cottages and clean, straight paths, contrasting sharply with the previously haphazard constructions. A messenger from Wild Mustang Town expressed his astonishment as he followed the wooden signposts along the lime path towards the tulip estate. He urged his horse forward, shouting for pedestrians to clear a path. The bystanders hurriedly stepped aside, murmuring amongst themselves. Where has there been conflict now? I don't know, but it seems urgent. It was indeed an order from Charles, prohibiting galloping within the City of Tulips unless there was a matter of utmost urgency. The residents were filled with trepidation. Having once experienced the devastation of losing their homes, they fervently prayed for the safety and invincibility of Baron Charles. The messenger had no intention of lingering, and soon arrived at the tulip estate. After a brief exchange with the guards, he was ushered into the hall, where he was received by Fina Tulip, dressed in casual attire. Currently, she was the sole authority in the City of Tulips. As the steward Loki had gone to Cherry Blossom Town, and Charles was away at war. Apart from the servants and the Iris infantry stationed at the entrance, she was alone in the vast estate. Count Gaetner Coriopurse has deployed troops and occupied Flower Town, Fina murmured to herself, repeating the news with a hint of anxiety. She quickly inquired about the number of troops Gaetner had dispatched. The figures were merely estimates, subject to error. She summoned her servant, instructing, fetch Mr. Mina, the administrative officer, and Mr. Andre, the deputy commander of the Iris infantry. The messenger, recognizing the need for discretion, stepped aside. Moments later, Mr. Andre entered, clad in military uniform, likely just returned from training the Iris infantry. He bowed respectfully before standing silently to one side, his head downcast. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Mina arrived, dressed casually and sweating slightly, hastening into the hall and adopting a similar stance of silence. Their demeanor reflected their respect and admiration for Charles. Fina suppressed her worries as she reiterated the messenger's words, though her tone betrayed a note of despair. Both men were taken aback, their hearts racing as they asked, where is the young master stationed now? On a hillside near Flower Town, Andre replied gravely, we must mobilize the troops swiftly. The young master is in a perilous situation, and we cannot afford any delays. Mina nodded in agreement, fully aware that their honor was tied to Charles's fate. As a castle servant and a former serf elevated by Charles, both men felt a deep loyalty. We must also inform Commander Lays to depart immediately, Andre suggested, familiar with military matters through his frequent consultations with Charles. Without cavalry, We will be at a severe disadvantage against the enemy. Charles has already dispatched a messenger to Commander Lays. Our task now is to gather supplies and strike quickly to assist Charles, Fina declared resolutely. Everyone must depart. Leave no one behind. Let Mr. Baron oversee the guards in the city of tulips. But who will ensure your safety? Mina asked, concern etched on his face. Fina, as the rightful heir of the tulip family and a beacon of hope for Charles, was of utmost importance. Can the Iris soldiers not protect me? Fina countered, her gaze unwavering. I must accompany the troops. Madam, the young masteress situation is extremely precarious. This march will be swift, covering nearly 60 miles a day, and even the well-trained Iris infantry may struggle to keep pace. Andre hesitated, finding her request somewhat absurd. He wished to dissuade her from joining the march, for she was the young masteress' wife, and any misfortune could lead to irreparable consequences. As Charles's wife, I must share his fate, Fina asserted. Moreover, Sir Hardy of Flower Town was appointed by my father. I do not believe he would betray the tulip family. I must persuade him to surrender. With no choice left, Andre reluctantly agreed, and once the trio reached consensus, the city of tulips began to operate like a well-oiled machine. The recently unloaded provisions were reloaded, and the residents rallied together to assist in the logistics, having lost faith in other noble armies after the plundering by Count Violet. The Iris infantry sought out craftsmen to repair damaged weapons, for these were essential for survival in battle, and any flaw was unacceptable. As preparations concluded by evening, they would typically rest for a day before departing at dawn. After all, marching at night could decimate a 500-man contingent by morning. However, despite their serf origins, the Iris infantry enjoyed ample rations since their enlistment, and under Charles's orders, they received animal livers every 5 days, significantly alleviating their night blindness. As the Iris infantry set out under the cover of night, the moonlight bathed the earth, and the wind whispered through the trees. They marched slowly, torches in hand. The once silent forest path now imbued with an unnameable tension, as if it were the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The Calla Lily family faced a grievous tragedy. All male heirs entitled to inherit the title had met untimely ends. The despicable Barons Harmon and Vasha had not only murdered Baron Batty, but also his 2 sons. The valiant Sir Lays arrived too late, managing to rescue only his Calla Lily and Gianna Calla Lily. Now, they were the only ones left to inherit the title. Chapter 54, The Coming Battle His. How can you marry less? If you do, the He Yuhua family will cease to exist, Gianna He Yuhua anxiously implored, her intention being for her sister to find a husband who would take her name, thus ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Les, as the Knight Commander of the Iris territory, had a promising future ahead. It was inconceivable that he would become a part of the He Yuhua family. Gianna, you haven't even taken on a new surname yet. Why not inherit the He Yuhua territory and let Singer adopt our name? I don't care. I want to marry Les, his retorted. You know that Singer's father has passed, and his brother is also dead. His family consists of him alone. How could he possibly change his name to He Yuhua? This inevitably invoked a noble's unwritten rule. Only the aristocracy was worthy of a surname. Singer's family had once been barons, but after their lands were ravaged, they had become wandering nobility. Later, they settled in the He Yuhua territory, becoming Knight Lords. Yet their name was no longer acknowledged by other nobles. The aspiration of the Singer family had always been to reclaim their title of baron, possessing their own lands. How could he possibly inherit the He Yuhua name and let his family vanish? I do not care about the fate of the He Yuhua family. I will marry Les, his declared nonchalantly. How can the He Yuhua family produce such an ungrateful wretch? Our father died on the battlefield, and our brothers perished as well. You are the sole survivor. Will you allow their sacrifices to be in vain? Can you truly face the memory of your departed kin? Their father sent him into the fray only to meet his demise. She was merely a sacrificial pawn to draw attention. However, his He Yuhua refrained from voicing this thought, silently turning away. Upon reaching Les, she tearfully confessed, Les, I have decided to abandon my claim to the He Yuhua family. You must not let my decision be in vain. I have nothing left now. Les, enveloping her in a tender embrace, reassured her, do not worry. I will establish a family of my own, and it shall be named Laishi. How does that sound? In her moment of utter helplessness, her hero appeared, perhaps unbeknownst to her. Les gradually supplanted her father, providing her with immense security. Les was fond of this vivacious girl, and thus this couple, despite their age disparity, became intricately entwined. with no one to inherit the He-Yuhua family. Shortly after Loki had announced the Iris family's notice regarding the Sakura territory, he hurried to reclaim their lands. Days later, a messenger dispatched by Charles arrived at the He-Yuhua territory. In the hall, Loki and Les convened. "How many members does the Iris Knights have now?" Loki inquired. "Over 230, Les elucidated. "We have incorporated some knights from the He-Yuhua family, as well as a few captives. The noble knights appointed by Baron Harmon and Baron Vasha are, of course, beyond our reach, yet the lower-ranking knights still in service can be persuaded to join. Has our strength diminished?" Loki continued, aware that in warfare, sheer numbers did not guarantee victory. The knights' synergy and coordination were equally pivotal. "I will immediately summon serfs and prepare provisions. You shall set out tomorrow." "Very well, I will gather the knights and arrange for our departure," Les replied before turning to leave. Time was of the essence. The day following the messenger's arrival, Les set out under his watchful gaze. 500 Iris infantry advanced southward from Tulip City, while over 200 He-Yuhua knights and 400 serfs marched westward. The 50 Iris infantry from Wild Horse Town headed east. Charles, leading 400 Iris infantry, abandoned the main camp and directed his troops toward the northern part of Flower Town, which lay south of Tulip City, to rendezvous with the supply serfs. Osmond's army also moved toward the northern part of Flower Town, aiming for the supply serfs. The great battle was imminent. Report. A reconnaissance knight approached Osmond, stating, "Sir Knight Commander, Baron Charles' infantry has deployed, seemingly intending to join forces with the supply serfs." I knew he could not resist. "If I can capture nearly 100 carts of provisions, Lord Gettner can reinforce his troops without needing to draft more serfs," Osmond chuckled. "It appears Baron Charles is unaware of his own strength, believing himself invincible after defeating Count Violet. Your wisdom is truly remarkable. Shall we proceed to attack them?" A knight clad in armor queried. "At your command, Sir Knight Commander." All units advanced slowly. "We shall wait for Baron Charles." The surrounding knights erupted in laughter, echoing, "Let Baron Charles hasten. Perhaps he will scatter without us needing to strike. Move at the same pace as the serfs. Let us wait for Baron Charles." Ha ha. Osmond's army, akin to a hunting leopard, stealthily crept forward, yet do not mistake them for sluggish tortoises. They awaited the perfect opportunity to pounce and deliver a fatal blow. Charles' 400 Iris soldiers and 600 serfs, however, moved like a tortoise, cautiously advancing toward the supply serfs. Charles refrained from adopting a linear formation, lacking sufficient knights. Should Osmond draw near, a mere 100 knights could obliterate his ranks, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Reports from messengers sent to Osmond's army flooded in, confirming that Osmond was indeed advancing towards the supply serfs at a decidedly slow pace. Charles surmised that Osmond had no intention of attacking him, opting instead to wait until he and the serfs could join forces to deal with them collectively. If anyone were to suffer the most in this battle, it would likely be the 1,000 supply serfs, who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, trudging toward Tulip City, unaware that they were at the very heart of this impending conflict. Yet, they remained blissfully ignorant, their surroundings devoid of reconnaissance knights, merely a long caravan progressing slowly northward. Yet, danger had already set its sights upon them. Not far ahead of the supply serfs, two mountains rose abruptly, winding southward. The leaves atop the mountains had turned yellow and fallen, the slopes littered with a thick carpet of withered leaves. A chill autumn breeze stirred the fallen foliage, rendering the tranquil woodland eerily desolate. Even the beasts had vanished, as if foretelling ominous tidings. Between the two mountains lay a narrow, winding passage, barely wide enough for 3 to walk abreast, just sufficient for the supply wagons to pass through. The path was uneven, with protruding, sharp rocks dotting the cliffs, posing a constant threat of injury. The supply serfs advanced slowly, covering merely a dozen miles each day, inching ever closer to their fate. Osmond's reconnaissance knight returned with news. Baron Charles had quickened his pace, finally shedding the tortoise-like slowness. Osmond sighed in relief. Baron Charles was finally approaching, and his restless heart could barely contain itself. If he could eliminate Baron Charles in one fell swoop and capture the heir of the Tulip family to present to Lord Gettner, his title and lands would be secured. Osmond straightened his lance, preparing to charge, as if this action could quell his agitated heart. Nevertheless, Osmond's army maintained their previous pace, though a leopard strikes swiftly. It lacks endurance. Before hunting its prey, patience is paramount to avoid alarming the quarry. News flowed incessantly. indicating that Baron Charles was advancing with remarkable speed, leaving the serfs trailing behind. Now, only 400 Iris infantry hastened towards the supply convoy of serfs, while the bulk of the serfs remained far behind. Osmond calculated quietly. Considering the time it took for the knights to relay the message, it was likely that Baron Charles was already nearing the serf supply troops. Osmond summoned his deputy commander, Kalial, and instructed him, "Take 200 knights, each mounted on 3 horses, and traverse this mountain range to block him at this exit. If we can intercept him, it will be worth the sacrifice of any number of horses." Osmond's prolonged march over recent days was a strategic maneuver to trap him within the narrow gorge between 2 mountains. He understood that the Iris family relied solely on Charles. Eliminating him would resolve all issues at once. Kalial nodded and withdrew. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of knights emerged from the lengthy line. Although not numerous, their presence exuded a formidable spirit, 200 men and 600 steeds, stirring up clouds of dust in a spectacular display. Osmond commanded, "March swiftly, brothers. We ride to earn our glory. The city of Tulip, claimed by Count Violet, must also be seized by us." Nothing invigorates the morale of the lower ranks like the prospect of plunder, for looting entails not just wealth, but also women and the primal urges that can be unleashed. The soldiers of the Persian Daisy were agitated, some even brandishing their weapons, contemplating how to relish the impending assault. "Curse them. Let us annihilate them." Into the city, to seize the women. With the prey in sight, the leopard awakened. Osmond's army surged forth towards Baron Charles, following the path cleared by the serfs, significantly increasing their pace. By the following afternoon, Osmond ordered the entire army to prepare a meal and set up camp. The knights dispatched had already spotted the supply convoy of serfs, now less than 10 miles away. Osmond pondered. If Baron Charles dared to rendezvous with the supply serfs, he must have some form of support. Unwilling to take risks, Osmond decided that after 2 days of rapid marching, the soldiers could not immediately engage in battle and needed a day to recuperate. It was the last meal before combat. The cooks, no longer trembling, provided ample provisions, with generous portions of meat visible in the broth, unlike the usual minuscule bits. Premium black bread was served without limit. After all, war is a physically demanding endeavor. One must be well fed to wield swords and guns effectively. In the early morning, dew clung to the nearby wild grass and the leaves in the forest, while the autumn breeze whispered mournfully, as if lamenting for them. Osmond led his troops into motion. The soldiers trod upon the rustling leaves. The plains had long been cultivated. Osmond's army had no qualms about trampling on crops, especially since they had already been harvested. The open expanse revealed no hiding trees, and Osmond could already discern the figures of the supply serfs. With a scoff, Osmond remarked, "This 1,000-strong band of serfs, with numerous wagons, will find it difficult to traverse this gorge. Perhaps those in front have crossed, while those behind have yet to depart. Our Lord is wise. By blocking Baron Charles here, even if he had wings, he could not escape." With urgency, he commanded the rear knights to don their armor and prepare for a charge. The remaining 200 knights halted their steeds, as their attendant knights assisted them in donning armor. The earth knights adorned themselves in full plate, while a few attendant knights, with the help of others, fitted themselves into their ancestral, albeit worn, armor. The rest donned leather armor. Long spears were handed to them by nearby serfs, and the knights were soon fully assembled. Osmond observed the enemy forming ranks. It seemed Baron Charles was determined to protect every grain from the wagons, daring to array his knights instead of relying on the protection of the wagons. Truly, he was unaware of the gravity of his situation. The knights charged forth, fully equipped. They mounted their galloping steeds, initially approaching at a brisk trot. As they neared, the horses accelerated, their hooves thundering against the ground like successive crashes of thunder. The fully armored earth knights led the charge, followed by the attendant knights, extending their long spears, slightly raising them, their tips glinting with a cold gleam. Chapter 56. The Death of Baron Charles. The infantry of the Persian Daisy had completed their formation, transitioning from a column march into a square formation. Clad in leather armor, the soldiers advanced with their iron spears standing like a thicket, the surrounding area devoid of any beasts, while birds circled overhead, refusing to descend. The sun ascended high in the sky, casting its warm rays upon the earth, revealing a landscape bathed in a deep crimson hue. The serfs transporting supplies surged towards the narrow gap, with wagons scattered nearby. Although referred to as wagons, Most were pulled by the serfs themselves. Kill! 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 The two sides had already engaged in close combat. The front row of spearmen thrust their weapons forward, piercing through the gaps in the shields and into the men behind. The sharp spears tore through the leather armor, plunging deep into the hearts of the Irish soldiers. Yet, as a look of triumph crossed his face, one Irish soldier was swiftly dispatched by another's spear. The opposing forces were in close quarters, with the crowd behind them pushing them forward. All were seasoned soldiers, their skills relatively equal, relying on sheer bravery to prevail. Although the Irish infantry fought valiantly, they were gradually pushed back, as the infantry regiment led by Osmond slowly advanced. Inching forward, dispersed their formation at the forefront. Osmond commanded, "Whoever can breach their lines and slay Baron Charles will be rewarded with knighthood." Even if one were to enter and fail to kill the Baron, merely striking down the standard-bearer would be considered a significant feat. Osmond's anxious heart settled slightly. If the Irish infantry were merely a faade, they would collapse in battle. Yet, it appeared that the Irish soldiers were brave and capable, even managing to gain the upper hand against him. However, he had the advantage of numbers, and the scales of war gradually tilted in his favor. Count Gaetner Corioperz had long coveted the Tulip Duchy, or rather, the entire Duchy of Artem, for its abundant iron mines. Concentrated near the regions of the Calla and Cherry Blossoms, close to his own territory, Gaetner had been eager for ownership. Yet the renowned Tulip infantry deterred him from making a move. The vanguard donned the few pieces of iron armor available within the Persian Daisy infantry. Although it was iron armor, it was merely chainmail, offering little protection against spears compared to the plate armor of knights. Armed with large swords suitable for slashing, the vanguard charged forward. The impact of their assault was palpable as they clashed with the Irish infantry. Faced with the tall, chainmail-clad vanguard, the Irish soldiers struggled to withstand the onslaught. Perhaps filled with doubt, the Irish soldiers wondered why the fierce formation from the last battle had dissipated. Gradually, the Irish infantry began to falter and flee, particularly those in the center, who, not yet having seen the enemy, turned and ran, unlike their comrades engaged in the fray. "My lord, the standard of Baron Charles has fallen. He has been defeated," reported a soldier. Osmond nodded, reiterating the rewards promised for the Baroness' capture. The morale of the Persian Daisy infantry and knights surged as they cried out, "Slay Baron Charles! Glory awaits us! Charge!" The fleeing Irish infantry rushed towards the narrow gap. Yet as more and more poured in, many found themselves trapped outside, some even abandoning their weapons. Baron Charles had retreated within. "Pursue him!" The Persian Daisy soldiers cut down the Irish soldiers blocking the entrance and surged inside. The deeper they ventured, the more the Persian Daisy soldiers pressed on after Baron Charles. Simultaneously, the Persian Daisy knights who had flanked the enemy dismounted and charged into the narrow gorge, which now overflowed with people, supply serfs, food, Irish infantry, and Persian Daisy soldiers and knights all jostled within. After all, Baron Charles was at the far end, and the Persian Daisy soldiers were determined to defeat him with their own hands, having witnessed his retreat. Meanwhile, Osmond stood outside the gorge, a sense of dread washing over him, as if foreseeing impending disaster. The entire Persian Daisy infantry and knightly order had descended into chaos, all rushing into the gorge. He glanced around, noting only a handful of trusted confidants nearby, their expressions eager for action. Inside the gorge, Baron Charles had reached the center, flanked by Persian Daisy soldiers closing in. With no retreat left, the soldiers, believing Charles had resigned to his fate, grew increasingly frenzied. They mercilessly struck down anyone in their path, be they serfs or Irish soldiers, each one eager to claim the Baroness' head. Charles, with a visage of relief, gazed up at the sun, silently reflecting, "My lord, my mission is complete." It was then revealed that he was not Charles at all, but Tulip, who had donned the Baron's attire to impersonate him. At that moment, a rain of torches fell from the sky, igniting the supplies and swiftly spreading flames that engulfed the masses. In such a tightly packed crowd, escape was nearly impossible. The wheat, dried for storage, caught fire in the autumn breeze, further intensifying the blaze, the flames dancing like spirits, leaping from the food to the people, gradually consuming all. The fire ruthlessly incinerated everything, and with the autumn wind aiding its spread, the inferno surged amidst the cramped conditions, further exacerbated by the falling torches. The crackling of flames was soon drowned out by the screams of the crowd. "This is disastrous," Osmond thought, his face contorted in rage. as if the searing flames were consuming him. Why are there people on the hillsides? Indeed, there were, and his knights and soldiers were trapped inside. Osmond's brow furrowed, his eyes wide with terror, blood rushing to his head, veins bulging, as he masked his unease with fury. Baron Charles possessed a heart of stone. The narrow gorge was crammed with at least 1,000 souls, and if even 100 could escape, it would be a miracle. The wails from within incessantly prodded at Osmond's psyche. Suddenly, a sound echoed from behind. Osmond turned to see, to his utter horror, over 100 fully armed Irish soldiers charging towards them. The synchronized sound of their march struck his heart like a hammer, causing it to race erratically. My lord, what shall we do? What else can we do? We must flee. Osmond, inheriting the cunning of the Corioperths, naturally also bore their cowardice. He surveyed his surroundings. Only a dozen of his trusted knights remained, and the Irish soldiers had not yet encircled them. They could still escape, but soon it would be impossible. Break through. Osmond turned his horse towards the flank of the Irish soldiers. His loyal knights followed suit without hesitation, though they numbered only a handful. The Irish soldiers were also limited to a mere 100, compelled to maintain formation and prevent their escape. The few knights left behind a couple of corpses as they fled in disarray. Chapter 57. Post-war, the Irish soldiers blocked the exits on both sides, and the fortunate few who escaped from the narrow gorge were predominantly the pursuing chrysanthemum knights and infantry. This conflict diverged from the battles against the Gladiolus family and Count Violet. The Irish soldiers were entrenched deep within, likely facing total annihilation, while the serfs would suffer heavy casualties. This blood debt could solely be attributed to Count Gaetner Caryopsarthus. Those chrysanthemum knights and soldiers who narrowly evaded death found no time to rejoice before encountering the Irish infantry, poised and ready, their blood-red eyes fixed upon them, revealing unmasked hatred. Just as they emerged, they were impaled by long spears. The despair deepened as the chrysanthemum soldiers realized that even surrendering would lead to their demise at the hands of the Irish soldiers. They fought back valiantly, yet their weapons lay abandoned within, and against the orderly ranks of the Irish infantry. They despaired, finding no opportunity even to protect one another. The wails from within reached Charles's ears. After all, it was he who had issued the order, and he bore the weight of its execution. Any expressions of regret or mercy felt insincere, yet he discovered that maintaining the calm he envisioned was beyond him, as tumultuous waves raged within, battering against his heart. The Irish infantry had divided into two factions. Talib and another captain led 2 battalions of Irish soldiers, while an additional 200 serfs armed themselves and mingled with the ranks, hastening their march to rendezvous with the supply-laden serfs, serving as bait. This number had been the result of extensive deliberation. Too few might scatter during a rapid advance, or crumble under the impact of a nightly charge during the confrontation with Osmond. If Osmond did not take the bait, those lives would be lost in vain. However, an excessive number would stretch their resources thin, as someone would need to set fires on the slopes, and others would need to block any remaining chrysanthemum soldiers from entering. The remaining 200 Irish soldiers blended into the serf ranks. Osmond's knights scouted the slopes for ambushes and found none. After the Irish infantry merged with the supply-laden serfs, every movement was under Osmond's watchful gaze, leading him to overlook the serfs lagging behind. Charles surveyed the scene of victory with a complex sentiment. The lowly Irish soldiers would likely remain unaware of their role as mere bait, destined for obliteration, and the toll on the serfs and provisions was harrowing. Yet, should Osmond seize the supplies, the flower town would be irrevocably lost, and Charles lacked confidence in assaulting Flower Town on equal terms. After all, Flower Town had its walls, albeit dilapidated. To triumph against the strong without risk was impossible. Should the plan falter, Charles could retreat. Losing those 200 Irish soldiers would be a futile sacrifice. Next, he intended to launch an assault on the chrysanthemum territory. The gates were wide open, akin to an unadorned maiden. Not to pillage would be a disservice to himself and the fallen Irish soldiers. Charles summoned a messenger and instructed, "Inform Knight Lays that Osmond's army has been completely vanquished. There is no need for him to advance towards Flower Town. Instead, redirect south to Fusen Town to plunder its populace and provisions." Charles had no designs on further territorial expansion. Beyond a certain point, it would become a burden he could not bear. Time passed, and the Irish infantry extinguished the last of the fleeing chrysanthemum soldiers. Within the gorge, only the sound of flames remained, accompanied by a faint scent of charred flesh. evoking a deep sense of revulsion among the Irish soldiers. Ural, tasked with tallying the casualties, approached, stating, "Captain, the Irish infantry has suffered 235 fatalities and 27 injuries, while over 300 serfs brought from Tulip City have perished." Charles sighed deeply. A casualty ratio of nearly 1 to 9 was devastating. The selected 200 Irish soldiers were nearly wiped out, and the aftermath required careful handling, as the surviving Irish soldiers were watching. They could ascertain the identities of the fallen Irish soldiers. Each deceased Irish soldier would receive a compensation of 1 gold coin, and if they had sons, those would be allowed to attend the Martial Academy. "Captain, do you mean?" Ural appeared perplexed, perhaps due to his limited meetings with Charles, struggling to keep pace with his thoughts. Had Vice Captain Andre been present, he would have understood Charles's intentions and praised him, recognizing the wisdom that comes from education. The fallen Irish soldiers could not die in vain. Each family would receive 1 gold coin. The Martial Academy would teach combat skills, and the severely injured Irish soldiers who were forced to leave the ranks could serve as instructors, providing them with a purpose. Ural nodded in agreement. Though saddened by the deaths of the Irish soldiers, he harbored no resentment towards Charles. Talib was correct. They had emerged from the ranks of serfs, and exchanging a life for a gold coin was a worthy trait. Rumor had it that southern nobles could enlist a multitude of soldiers for a single coin, who would march to battle, knowing they might die without cause, let alone anything else. Young Master Charles genuinely cared for the serfs. Each household had 3 or 4 children, and by serving in the military, they would receive sufficient nourishment and warmth, ensuring their families would not starve. Upon dying in battle, the gold coin would suffice for the entire family's needs. Charles seemed to recall something. "I believe Talib has a son, does he not?" "Yes, young master." "Yes, young master." Whether it was a lapse in Charles's judgment or not, Ural had formerly disapproved of using the Irish infantry as bait. Yet he now felt an enhanced loyalty towards Charles. Chapter 58. The Southern Advance and the Convergence. The news of victory in war spread like ripples across a tranquil lake. The initial bearer of this momentous tidings being the Knight Commander of the House of Lace. "The young master has triumphed? How is that possible? He commands merely 400 men, and the knights number only in the dozens, many of whom are." Lace paused, confronted by the messenger from the Wild Horse Town Knightly Order. However, the messenger, displaying a keen sense of awareness, interjected. "Though I have never witnessed the valor of common soldiers on the battlefield, the young master has indeed achieved a resounding victory, nearly annihilating the enemy forces." Seeing Lace still harboring doubts, muttering phrases like "How can this be?" the messenger continued, "Knight Commander Lace, this is a matter of great military significance. I would not dare jest on such an issue, even with the utmost audacity." It was only then that Lace quelled his inner uncertainty and inquired, "What commands does the young master issue?" "The young master has ordered you to march southward and assault the prosperous town of Fosen in the realm of the Persian Daisy," the messenger explained. Sensing Lace's lingering skepticism, he elucidated further, "The primary objective is to pillage the populace and grain. Capturing the castle, should the opportunity arise, would be an added advantage." With this clarification, Lace's doubts dissipated. He summoned Rao and Yadin to convey the news. Both men exhaled deeply, as their recent forced march had been driven by concern for the young master's safety, given that the Irish family had but one heir. Should Sir Charles perish, they would be akin to rootless dandelions, lost and adrift. The directive to advance southward and attack Fosen was shared with the pair. Rao, with a rugged stubble reminiscent of a wild boar's bristles, disheveled hair, coarse skin, and eyes wide with determination, proclaimed, "Let us vanquish that Count Getner. He dares to linger in his domain while coveting the lands of the Irish family. He truly lacks prudence. Let us teach him a lesson." While Knight Commander Lace embodied a gentle temperament, favoring honorable combat, Rao was inclined towards audacity, akin to a blade thrusting into the enemy's gut. Their contrasting styles often led to disputes within the ranks, particularly after Rao had recently achieved several significant victories. "Rao, our first priority is to inform the knights to rest for a day. We have been marching relentlessly, and both steeds and riders are fatigued." Their differences stemmed merely from their martial approaches, yet their camaraderie remained intact. Rao heeded the command and disseminated the orders. The weary knights dismounted, while the accompanying serfs hastily set up camp and prepared meals. Some serfs led the war horses to graze on a mix of beans and hay, which was, ironically, superior to their own rations. However, The serfs also took a moment to breathe. The march towards Fosen had returned to a more manageable pace, allowing the knights to walk, with the steeds ambling leisurely, covering only 20 or 30 miles in a day. Meanwhile, Fiona observed from afar. The vice commander, Andre, admired Fiona's resilience as she walked alongside the troops. The rapid pace of the march had even challenged the seasoned Irish soldiers, yet Fiona persisted, opting to dismount and traverse on foot. Little did he know, the uneven, unpaved country roads had left her feeling as if she were on a roller coaster without safety restraints, jarring her entire being. What remained undisclosed to everyone, except perhaps Charles, who might have sensed it, was that Fiona had awakened her latent combat energy, an unusual phenomenon, as the prevailing wisdom on the continent dictated that one must attain a certain level of physical conditioning to unlock such powers. Yet, despite her self-awareness of not reaching that threshold, she had inexplicably transcended it, leading to a marked enhancement in her physical prowess. Recalling the moment when she had felled Charles, who then surrendered with a white flag, she felt an overwhelming surge of strength emanate within her. Fiona experienced a mix of joy and trepidation. She was elated to have shed her previously helpless state, now more formidable against Charles. Yet, she lamented the implications this would have on her future fertility. The continent's lore warned that the likelihood of conception significantly diminishes once one harnesses combat energy. If both partners possess such strength, the chances are virtually extinguished. Fiona felt a twinge of regret. Despite Charles raising the white flag numerous times, she had failed to conceive. She resolved to encourage him to yield not just once, but multiple times in a single night. Suddenly, a mounted messenger approached, appearing disheveled and frantic. Fiona's heart raced, and before she could react, Andre had rallied the troops to encircle the messenger. "What has transpired? The young master has emerged victorious," the messenger exclaimed, but before he could steady his steed, it knelt, throwing him to the ground. Scrambling to his feet, he continued, "The young master has achieved a monumental triumph." The crowd erupted in joy, especially Fiona, as if an immense burden had been lifted from her heart. The pace of the march slowed, with the most elated being the maidservants within the carriage, who had accompanied Fiona for her care. They eagerly disembarked, having grown weary of the jolting ride. Charles, having waited for Andre's arrival, now reunited with him. The valley's fire had long since extinguished, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Broken wheels, charred clothing, and carbonized corpses littered the ground, rendering it almost impassable. The blackened ashes and remnants of blood told a grim tale. The cliffs on either side bore long, dark marks, as if to narrate the horror that had unfolded. According to Charles's incomplete records, approximately 1,000 lives had been lost here. Some bodies remained identifiable, likely not victims of flames, but instead succumbing to smoke inhalation. The inferno raged until the following day before finally dying down. Charles had dispatched men to enter the scene, only to find that most provisions had been consumed by the flames, with no survivors except for a few unfortunate Persian Daisy soldiers who had perished. Before Andre could speak, Fiona stepped closer, nestling into Charles's embrace. Women possess a remarkable intuition. She sensed a hint of vulnerability in Charles, an unspoken need for comfort. Charles had lingered for several days, awaiting Andre's arrival, as the meager 200 Irish infantrymen were insufficient, especially with morale running low. Additionally, he intended to wait for the fire to extinguish before sending men to recover the bodies of the Irish soldiers. The honor bestowed upon the deceased serves as a tribute for the living. Ensuring these arrangements were made would embolden the troops to fight fiercely on the battlefield without fear of retreat, thus enabling them to withstand greater losses. Moreover, the armor and weaponry within would not vanish in the flames, particularly the armor, which was always of great value. "Commander," Andre inquired, "what are our next steps?" "We shall reclaim the town of Flower and exact a fierce retribution upon Count Gettner. Since he dares to extend his claws, I shall ensure he feels the pain of his folly. Indeed, Commander, we shall sever his claws and make him pay dearly." Chapter 59. Please return to Osmond. However, Charles and his companions had indeed miscalculated. Osmond remained in the town of Flowers, albeit compelled to do so. Knight Hardy and Baron Peter were fully engrossed, attentively monitoring the developments of the conflict. Hardy dispatched over 20 knights, each with 3 steeds, to gather intelligence, ensuring that once news emerged, it would reach him at the swiftest pace. The tidings arrived. Osmond's entire army had been annihilated. The two stood in the hall, their expressions drawn with concern as they deliberated their next course of action. Hardy, with a touch of admiration, remarked, "What a cruel heart Baron Charles possesses. He has incinerated over 1,000 souls in a single blaze." Baron Peter, his face clouded with apprehension, sighed repeatedly as he paced the hall. Upon hearing Hardy's praise, he confronted him, his brow knitted in worry. "Knight Hardy, rather than extolling Baron Charles, you ought to be more concerned for our own plight. With Osmond's forces devastated, Baron Charles's next target will undoubtedly be the town of Flowers." Noticing Hardy's statue-like stillness and his silence, Peter felt a surge of anxiety. He explained, "I am aware that the knights of the town of Flowers are seasoned veterans, unlike those from Wild Horse Town. Yet, with Osmond's 1,000 soldiers defeated, can these knights truly defend against the impending assault? Their resistance may only lead to their demise, potentially meeting the same fate as Baron Gillis, who lost his entire family." As Hardy gazed at Baron Peter, an overwhelming sense of injustice welled within him. It was common knowledge that Count Tulip had meticulously elevated him from serfdom. Yet none recognized the peril he had braved to procure intelligence, enabling the Count to secure a victory in a battle that should have been lost. It was through that endeavor that he earned the opportunity to serve as a squire. Yet, bereft of a steed and armor, armed only with a lance, he endured scorn and derision, labeled as a wretched commoner. He persevered, and later, in the service of the Count, he achieved significant military accolades. He vividly remembered that among his fellow squires, he alone had ascended to his current status. Others either remained as squires for life or perished on the battlefield. Knights were broadly classified into 3 categories: the Earth Knights, who had harnessed combat energy, donned armor, and were well provisioned by their lords, constituting roughly 1/10 of the knightly order. They commanded several to a dozen squires, who themselves were divided into those with leather armor and steeds, charging into battle alongside the Earth Knights, and those of lower status responsible for assisting others in donning armor. However, in recent years, the frequency of noble conflicts had escalated, demanding greater martial prowess from the knights. Individuals like Hardy, who began their journey with a mere lance, had become increasingly rare. Beneath Hardy's well-fitted attire lay countless scars, each one a testament to the battles he had endured. Even a seemingly insignificant circular scar represented a grievous wound inflicted by an enemy's lance during combat. Had he been a moment slower or had the injury been deeper, he might well have succumbed. He fought valiantly, striving for the title of Baron, even in the absence of lands. Yet, before him stood Baron Peter, a dispossessed noble who, despite contributing nothing to the Tulip domain, had ascended to the position of mayor, bestowed with a title by the Count. Though he repeatedly reassured himself that this was an era where one's fate was predetermined at birth, where even dispossessed nobles remained a cut above those born as serfs. He recognized that a serf could aspire to become a knight, but would reach the pinnacle of their ambition there. Such individuals were commendable. Countless had perished while cultivating lands, contributing to the expansion of human habitation. Naturally, such a lineage would bestow advantages upon their descendants. Even if territories were lost, they would still possess greater opportunities than serfs, their surnames serving as a ticket to nobility. Observing the frightened and timid Baron Peter before him, Hardy sighed, "Surrender." In that moment, it seemed as if Hardy's stoic demeanor faltered slightly. Surrendering to Osmond was one thing, but yielding to Baron Charles upon Osmond's defeat was another matter entirely. He recognized that he would never again have the chance to become a baron. Perhaps for the next 3 generations, his lineage would mirror his own, struggling for a chance at resurgence and establishing a family legacy. Perhaps the more one yearned for something, the more one cherished it. Hardy, desiring to become a noble, placed immense value on his image. Yet now, that opportunity had slipped through his fingers, or perhaps it had never truly existed. He had merely deceived himself. Baron Peter was undeniably terrified by Charles. The massacre of Baron Gillis's family was a grim reminder, compounded by the death of over 1,000 souls. If his mood soured, he might well decide to eliminate them all post-haste. Hardy sighed inwardly. Such ruthlessness was beyond his grasp. He was akin to a child attempting to navigate the adult world, appearing hopelessly clumsy. Throughout his life of conflict, he had learned but one lesson: the art of killing. Osmond regarded Hardy. The scars etched across his face resembled centipedes coiling upon his skin, his coarse complexion, enormous pores, and unruly beard framing his chin. After a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, Osmond averted his gaze, unable to withstand the piercing intensity of Hardy's stare. akin to that of a predator fixating on its prey. Osmond spoke first, as if to mask his own unease. He wondered what Knight Hardy was doing here. Had he not recently surrendered to him, only to now consider yielding to Baron Charles upon witnessing his defeat? At that moment, the autumn breeze stirred. Lifting a few fallen leaves, the warhorse, startled, raised its front legs high before crashing them down. Osmond reached out to catch a leaf, continuing, like the leaves falling in the autumn wind, drifting without roots. Virtue is the root of nobility. Thus, they are like great trees, deeply anchored in the earth, able to endure the seasons. No matter how tumultuous the winds may roar, they stand tall and resolute. Chapter 60. Surrender. It was no secret that Sir Hardy aspired to ascend to nobility, as evidenced by his enthusiastic participation in banquets and his ostentatious attire befitting a nobleman. However, the virtue of nobility lies in benevolence. While they welcomed Sir Hardy's presence, they privately regarded him as nothing more than a farcical, barbaric monkey in finery. Osmond wished for Hardy's resolve to embrace nobility to be more steadfast, at least sufficient to endure the day. "No need," Hardy replied. "I am en route to Fussin Town." "Are you planning to seize me for your own glory?" "Sir Hardy, I recall that loyalty is a virtue common to both knights and nobles," Osmond remarked, feigning nonchalance. Yet his own inner turmoil simmered just beneath the surface, ever prepared for confrontation. As the warhorses advanced step by step, Hardy remained motionless. Osmond released a sigh of relief. His apprehension easing, it appeared that Hardy, in his quest for baronhood, was not shameless enough to turn against him immediately. Yet, Osmond felt a tightening in his chest. He pressed his horse forward, intending to charge past Hardy while he was still unprepared. Hardy had brought along over 20 knights, while Osmond had about a dozen. A fierce skirmish was inevitable. To think he could simply command Hardy to surrender was a mere folly. Osmond steadied himself, brandishing his lance, and thrust it toward Hardy's chest. His energy surged through the lance, and should Hardy fail to react in time, he would likely be impaled. To Osmond, Hardy's armor was but a piece of sturdy wood. Yet, he underestimated Hardy, who had risen from serfdom. For him, combat was as second nature as tilling the fields. Even with his eyes closed, he could respond instinctively. Hardy's energy flowed only to his chest, creating a small shield, as if he anticipated Osmond's target. True to form, the lance tip pierced the armor just enough to graze the surface. In retaliation, Hardy thrust his lance into his horse's belly, the energy within it expanding the wound instantly, causing the horse's entrails to spill forth, and Osmond was thrown violently to the ground. Bound. Hardy then directed his gaze towards the other knights, with a mere glance. His comrades encircled Osmond, seasoned warriors familiar with the battlefield, their camaraderie unspoken. As the two sides clashed atop their steeds, Osmond's knights relied on their youth and strength to initially suppress the morale of Hardy's faction. However, the knights of Hardy's order, seasoned and cunning, struck with precision, exploiting the seams in their adversary's armor for lethal blows. Though Osmond's knights possessed brute force, most of their efforts resulted in only superficial injuries. Before long, the battle subsided, leaving Osmond's loyal followers slain, none escaping. A number of the Persian Daisy knights attempted to flee, but exposing their backs only hastened their demise. Meanwhile, on Charles's side, the Iris infantry, having rested, began their march towards Flower Town, with the Iris infantry from Wild Horse Town arriving shortly thereafter, nearly 800 strong. As evening fell and camps were established, Charles summoned Andrew and the others to deliberate their next course of action. Spreading a map across the table, Charles pointed out that to the south of Flower Town lay Fussin Town, a military fortress supported by surrounding villages. The first question was whether to capture this stronghold. The garrison within was scant, as Osmond had led most of the troops away. This presented a rare opportunity to seize the fortress. Indeed, Andrew concurred. If we capture the fortress, we can use it as a base to extend our reach into the lands of the Persian Daisy. Not so fast, Andrew cautioned. If there are 100 men inside, they could hold the fortress effectively. Moreover, should we become bogged down, Count Gaetner Corios Persis will rally his forces to attack, putting us in a precarious position. Ural agreed. Quite right. Even if we managed to take the fortress, the Iris infantry would suffer heavy casualties. How would we contend with Count Gaetner's subsequent assault? What is the point of engaging in battle without risk? The debate raged on until all eyes turned to Charles, which was precisely his intention, to foster a spirited discussion, allowing everyone to recognize the shortcomings of their individual perspectives. In recent months, We first defeated the Orchid family to the east, then vanquished Count Violet, eliminated Baron Cherry Blossom, and reclaimed the Tulip territory, culminating in our advance towards Flower Town. From a mere barony, we have transformed into a countship, with our domain and populace expanding nearly tenfold. Our current objective should not be further territorial expansion, but rather the integration of our new holdings. The Tulip lands still harbor vast swathes of unclaimed territory, and the mines urgently require serfs. What we need now is not land, but people, serfs, and provisions. Thus, in our incursion into the Persian Daisy lands, we shall leave 2 battalions of Iris infantry to besiege the fortress. The remainder will split into 2 groups to scour the Persian Daisy for population and supplies. Charles aimed not only to instruct them in action, but also to guide them in method, aspiring to cultivate them into independent commanders. Despite his own lackluster teaching skills, he believed that the harsh realities of war would inevitably foster growth in some. After the others departed, Fina entered, and Charles, curious, inquired, "What brings you here?" It appeared that Charles and Fina were not sharing a tent, but were instead separated into 2. This was not due to fear on Charles's part, but rather a desire to maintain the purity of the military ranks. The presence of women within the camp was permissible, but such conduct would not be tolerated. Fina seemed to sense Charles's discomfort and chuckled softly, "Rest assured." Charles exhaled, visibly relaxing. "What is it?" "I have penned a letter," Fina said as she handed it to Charles, a missive of persuasion addressed to Sir Hardy and Baron Peter, composed in the voice of the Tulip family. "Charles, you should cease this relentless slaughter, otherwise, the nobility will no longer tolerate you." This predicament was largely a consequence of Count Violet's precedent, having initiated a campaign of total annihilation. While Charles's actions against the Cherry Blossom family could be justified, the extermination of the entire Gillis family seemed excessive. As Charles gazed towards the setting sun, its golden hues gracing the earth, he reflected that even the sun at its zenith must eventually descend. Perhaps he too should endeavor to integrate himself into the nobility of the Duchy of Artem, rather than remain an outlier. He accepted the letter with a nod, recognizing this as his first step towards assimilation into the nobility, learning the art of compromise, granting others a means of retreat. Charles had initially intended to transform Flower Town into a mere reflection of Wild Horse Town, yet he now resolved to offer them a chance. Chapter 61. The Flower Town on an autumn morning. The air still carried the remnants of last night's dew, crisp and refreshing. The early sunlight, refracted by the moist air, cast brilliant, rainbow-like rays that adorned the clear sky with a vivid hue. Outside the low city walls, a throng of people had gathered since dawn, forming a dense line on either side of the grand entrance, their chatter resonating with a lively clamor. Adorned with a belt crafted from black bear skin, its meticulous stitching and gilded ribbons complemented his black riding trousers and newly polished boots, which seemed to announce that this was their inaugural outing. According to reports from the Knights of Flower Town, Baron Charles was to arrive today, prompting Baron Peter to take no chances. He had arrived early, accompanied by Knight Hardy, to await the Baron's arrival. Peter's heart brimmed with gratitude towards Miss Fina and Baron Charles. To his surprise, not only had they preserved their lives, but also their dignity. Upon learning that the Tulip family still had a surviving daughter, and recalling Count Tulip's kindness, they pledged their loyalty to Fina Tulip and apprehended the treacherous Knight Osmond, who had attempted to ambush her. They claimed to embody the noblest virtue of loyalty, their fidelity to the Tulip family, as exquisite as precious gems. As noon approached, a knight from Flower Town rushed in with news. Baron Charles was nearing. Baron Peter straightened, a smile frequently gracing his features as if practicing to present the most charming visage upon Charles's arrival. Birds soared from the mountains, their calls echoing, yet they remained reluctant to land. Peter craned his neck, straining to listen, and faintly discerned the sound of marching footsteps. Before long, Charles's army emerged from the forest. Entering the plains, Peter was the first to catch sight of the banner of the iris flower, its trapezoidal shape towering 8 feet high, with fluttering tassels beside it. The banner bore a sparse display of red and prominently featured the character for Iris in its center. As the Iris soldiers advanced, Peter could begin to discern the figures of the frontline soldiers. At that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. The free citizens and serfs of Flower Town held their breath, the only sound being the synchronized rhythm of marching feet, which grew louder in Peter's ears until he felt as though the earth itself trembled. The Iris soldiers approached, and the overwhelming aura of bloodlust seemed to surge towards him like a beast ready to pounce. He stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing, but was steadied by Knight Hardy's supportive hand. At that moment, Peter spotted Charles emerging slowly from the ranks. With his fears somewhat assuaged, he grasped Hardy's arm and approached with a facade of cordiality. "Baron Charles, do you have any instructions? Bring forth the food and drink of Flower Town. I wish to reward the Iris soldiers with a grand feast." "Yes," Peter replied eagerly, following closely behind Charles and signaling a nearby servant, who, understanding the cue, hurried away. Peter continued to smile ingratiatingly, saying, "My Lord Charles, Knight Osmond is currently visiting Flower Town. I'm uncertain how best to handle him. If Knight Osmond were present, he would undoubtedly berate Baron Peter for treating guests in such a manner, killing their personal guards and binding them." Peter hastily moved to lead Charles, aware that Osmond was not in a dungeon. After all, he was a knight of nobility, albeit bound and guarded by several fully armed knights. Before long, Charles encountered Knight Osmond, who sat in a chair surrounded by armored knights, his expression one of despair, his unkempt stubble indicative of neglect, although his attire remained intact. Osmond recognized Charles instantly, despite their prior unfamiliarity. "You demon, destined for hell, you have burned thousands, sparing not even your own subjects. Knight Osmond, I bring you unfortunate news. I have yet to receive a ransom for my conquests." Charles scoffed, dismissing the notion. Had Count Gaetner not intervened, Charles might have cared for his reputation. However, Gaetner was unworthy now. "What do you mean?" Osmond inquired, bewildered. "Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to spare Count Gaetner some gold." Charles waved a hand towards Deputy Commander Andrew, instructing, "Take him away. I shall personally execute him before the Iris infantry." Osmond's mocking demeanor faltered, becoming ludicrous as he realized the gravity of his situation. "But I am a baron, Charles, you." Two Iris soldiers stepped forward, seizing Osmond and dragging him outside. It dawned on Osmond that Charles truly intended to kill him, and he lunged towards Charles, attempting to grasp his leg, though his bindings rendered him a pitiful sight. In the face of death, Osmond was not the fearless warrior he pretended to be. Charles elegantly stepped back, allowing Osmond to fall short, while the two Iris soldiers swiftly subdued him. As Osmond was dragged from the hall, anguished pleas echoed behind him. Charles appeared unaffected, his countenance calm as he smiled at Peter. "Baron Peter, what do you think of Wild Horse Town?" "Good. Excellent," Peter exclaimed, though his voice trembled like a blade piercing his heart. He forced a smile, on the verge of tears. In his eyes, Charles had become synonymous with the butcher. Chapter 62. The execution of Osmond. Listen to this. Does this sound like the words of a rational person? Saving gold coins for the Count, without ever receiving a ransom. Listen to that tone. Baron Charles has not spared a single baron since the beginning of his campaigns. Baron Peter hastily set aside his fleeting hopes. "Next spring, you shall take up the position of mayor in Wild Horse Town. Do you have any objections?" "And no objections. I have long heard that Wild Horse Town is a splendid place. I have always wanted to visit, but never had the opportunity. No objections at all." Baron Peter wiped the cold sweat from his brow, smiling obsequiously. "That's good. No objections are welcome. If you have any, feel free to voice them. I shall assist you in resolving them properly." Charles paid no heed. Baron Peter had no soldiers, no power. Even if he harbored resentment, he had to swallow it and smile before Charles. Baron Peter felt a tightening in his chest and quickly shook his head. He feared that this resolution might very well lead to his own demise. He dared not express any dissent. "This year, you must accomplish two tasks. Thoroughly investigate the population of Flower Town and the nearby villages, ensuring every household is recorded, and tally the land owned by each household in Flower Town. As for the length of your measuring devices, it must adhere strictly to the standards set by Wild Horse Town. In essence, whatever Wild Horse Town has done, you must replicate. Is that understood?" The tone left no room for question. Though Charles wore a smile, Baron Peter wagered that the very next moment, he might turn hostile and resort to violence. He quickly replied, no problem at all. If there is anything unclear, seek out Captain Like." Understood. Rest assured, Lord Charles. There will be not the slightest mistake." Charles had no time to waste, and that very afternoon, he executed Knight Osmond outside the town. After a day of rest, he set off the following day. Charles left a regiment of Iris Flower infantry to guard Flower Town. He had no desire to follow in Osmond's footsteps and risk losing his homeland in the event of a great defeat. However, Andrew etched this scene into his memory forever. Outside Flower Town, Master Charles ascended the prepared platform. He made no demands of the Iris soldiers, most of whom had formed strong bonds of camaraderie, having risked their lives for one another, and they gathered together to engage in casual conversation. As the drums sounded from the platform, he joined the Iris soldiers in a fervent chant. Kill, 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 Osmond shouted. Charles, what power do you possess to execute me? According to the noble war code of the glorious continent, you have no right to kill me. I have surrendered. Only if I lack sufficient gold coins may you slay me. The noble war code was established to prevent incessant conflict among the nobility, avoiding the senseless vendettas that resulted in entire families being exterminated. If a noble surrendered, they could not be executed. There were numerous regulations designed to provide a safety net for defeated nobles, ensuring their lineages were not obliterated. However, in recent years, nobles had grown increasingly cunning, often orchestrating the accidental demise of their enemies' entire families during warfare. The Earl Kaz of Violet had set a dreadful precedent by openly exterminating rivals, bringing such actions to the forefront. Yet, for someone like Osmond, who had already surrendered, public execution was an even more heinous act, likely leading to further chaos in the future. Knight Osmond, as far as I am aware, the Noble War Code stipulates that battles between nobles cannot commence without declaration. Your surprise attack on Flower Town is a direct violation of this code. As a result of your ambush, how many Iris subjects and soldiers have suffered casualties? They are merely serfs, while I am a noble, a baron. Charles, I am a baron personally bestowed by the esteemed Count Geithner. Andrew observed that Master Charles paid no attention to Osmond, instead addressing the soldiers. They are all subjects of Iris. Anyone who offends Iris must pay in blood. With a swift stroke, Master Charles severed Osmond's head, which rolled from the platform to rest at Andrew's feet. With wide-open eyes, it seemed Osmond could not fathom that Charles would truly act. As he beheld the Baron's head at his feet, Andrew realized that nobles were not so different after all. They, too, had but one head. When slain, they too would perish, revealing no greater nobility than the common folk. Adrenaline surged through Andrew's body. He could hear the pounding of his own heart, blood rushing to his face, which flushed crimson. He finally began to grasp the significance of his military service, dignity, rather than serving as a lowly slave. However, at that moment, Charles experienced a different sentiment. He had expected the Irish soldiers to be particularly spirited and resolute, greatly invigorating their morale, yet the outcome was less than satisfactory. Though there was some effect, it was not pronounced. Perhaps distributing a silver coin to each soldier would yield more immediate results, potentially leaving a deeper impact on some. Yet overall, they remained woefully ignorant. A different approach was likely necessary. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Iris Knights led by Rhys had entered the realm of the Persian Daisy, preparing to discuss their next course of action. Rhys, accompanied by several attendants, ascended a small hill to survey the castle of Fosen Town from a distance. It was a standard military fortress, its entrance protected by twin towers, complete with towers and walls constructed of stone, standing approximately 6 to 7 meters high. The castle was built on a slope, with walls slightly inclined to thwart knights like himself from scaling them easily. In such a fortress, one could either sacrifice lives without regard for casualties or prolong the siege until the provisions within were exhausted, at which point the occupants would likely surrender. However, this could take years, especially if the castle had cultivated fields within its grounds. Some fortresses had even cleared land for farming, extending the duration of the siege further. I believe we should wait for the young master to arrive and join forces with him. Our objective this time is to plunder food and captives. After all, we are knights. Rhys sought a cautious approach. Attacking the castle was impossible, as they would perish without achieving their objective. If they bypassed the castle to raid, they would not be able to carry away many serfs and provisions, rendering their efforts futile. Yadin concurred, noting that venturing deep into the heart of the Persian Daisy was perilous. If they brought along a large number of provisions and serfs, they would be burdened by their journey. With a light troop, they could only carry enough rations for a few days, alongside some feed for their steeds. They could endure hunger for a few days, but horses could not thrive solely on grass. Once provisions ran out, and their steeds could no longer move, they would be left to await their demise. That's not wise, Knight Rao interjected, turning to address the two. This time, we must catch Earl Geithner off guard. By the time he reacts and gathers his forces, it will be too late. How many troops can he muster? Osmond's entire army has been annihilated. How many infantrymen and knights can he still command? If we unite with the young master, With over 300 knights and 700 to 800 Iris infantry, more than 1,000 men, how many troops can Earl Geithner gather? Not to mention whether he can even defeat us or if he dares to engage. If his army were to face total annihilation again, his position as Earl would be jeopardized. No, Knight Rhys, this time Master Charles intends to plunder captives. If Earl Geithner gathers over 1,000 soldiers and watches us closely, how much food and how many captives can Master Charles truly seize? I plan to lead a contingent of knights beyond Fosen town and delve into the heart of the Persian daisy to draw their attention. Rhys hesitated. It was far too dangerous. If one were trapped, they would be left with no choice but to await their demise. Fear not. Where is there no danger? It is settled then, especially with your support behind me. Chapter 63. The Knight Rao delves deep into the heartland. The Knight Rao, accompanied by 9 knights who had cultivated their fighting spirit, 7 of whom held the rank of 1 son and 2 of 2 sons, ventured forth. As for Rao himself, he bore the rank of 3 sons. In total, they were 100 strong, comprising 10 small teams and 200 steeds. My Lord Rao, ahead we have spotted a supply convoy. It appears to be transporting autumn grain to the town of Grell. Grell is the epicenter of Persian daisies and the domain of Count Geithner. Each year, a portion of the harvested grain is retained for local reserves, while the majority is destined for Grell. After setting aside a portion for the king, the remaining grain is organized by Count Geithner into merchant caravans bound for the northern tribes. Count Geithner, with his roots in commerce, operates several trade caravans and maintains connections with the nobility of the Ruma Principality. Following the deterioration of relations between the Artem and Ruma principalities, Count Violet severed maritime trade ties with Ruma. The Persian Daisy territory, adjacent to Ruma, gradually became a hub for smuggling, as the nobility of Artem remained enamored with Ruma's luxurious goods. Crucially, prior to the fallout, the nobility had hoarded considerable silk and fabric, which has now been depleted. Meanwhile, the southern Ruma Principality has introduced new styles of jewelry and apparel, inciting a longing among the noble women, including the queen, who could not resist the allure of Ruma's offerings. Beyond clothing, Ruma's artistic creations, sculptures, exquisite spices, fine salt, and sugar surpass anything from Artem, making it impossible for the indulgent nobility to resist. Especially during feasts where Ruma's opulence serves as a status symbol. Knight Rao surveyed the knights around him. Their eyes were fixed upon him with trust and obedience. Unlike the more verbose Sir Rhys, who favored discussing plans with his subordinates, Rao preferred to issue commands, earning their loyalty through successive victories. Eliminate them. The knights swiftly complied, mounting their horses and donning their armor. The knights of the Iris Flower, lacking iron armor, did not immediately mount. Instead, they assisted their leaders in donning their gear. Once everyone was equipped, they mounted their steeds and donned their leather armor. The knights pursued the convoy, as the supply train was minimally guarded, attended only by a few hundred peasant laborers, likely delivering grain from a distant hamlet. Thus, the knights pursued with abandon, no longer constrained by the need for conserving horsepower for a final charge. The Iris Flower knights quickly caught up to the laborers, and the skirmish was swiftly concluded, leaving only a handful of corpses strewn across the ground. The soldiers escorting the grain dared to offer slight resistance, while the laborers fled in terror. Many trampled in the chaos. Rao did not command the pursuit of these fleeing laborers. He allowed them to escape. My Lord Rao, approximately 20 carts of grain remain. Set them ablaze. If we cannot take them, they are of no use left behind. He had previously argued with Sir Rhys that his mission was to draw Count Geithner's attention and buy time for his lord. It was better to incinerate the grain than to leave it for Geithner. As the flames roared to life, Rao and the Iris Flower knights vanished into the woods, appearing like phantoms around the town of Grell, occasionally surfacing to strike. In Count Geithner's castle, the Count shattered the last exquisite vase in the hall, sending porcelain shards scattering across the woolen carpet. The only sound in the grand hall was the Count's heavy breathing, while servants cowered in the corners, holding their breath, fearful of attracting the Count's ire, particularly during his fits of rage. A low, ominous voice echoed, akin to a chilling breeze or the ominous clouds preceding a storm, clearly indicating Count Geithner was struggling to suppress his fury. What led to your complete annihilation? Sir Marcus raised his head slightly, recounting how they had been lured into the valley, ultimately succumbing to flames. However, through Marcus's embellishments, it appeared that Sir Osmond had been an arrogant fool, recklessly leading his men to disaster. Osmond, that imbecile. Even a pig would outperform him. How dare he venture into the valley? Can he truly be so foolish? Are the members of the alive family birthed from swine? In a fit of rage, Count Gaetner berated Osmond, escalating to insults directed at his family. Clearly, Gaetner was infuriated, for he would not have unleashed his wrath upon Osmond's family otherwise. Yet, Osmond was the most accomplished among the Alai, with no noble relatives to intercede on his behalf, leaving them to endure the Count's vitriol in silence. At that moment, a young servant rushed into the hall, bearing an expression of dread. He felt utterly desolate. Having taken the opportunity to distance himself from the Count's wrath, he had wandered outside the inner fortress. However, misfortune had a way of finding him. As the guards at the castle gates had no authority to enter the inner keep, and news could only be relayed by the male servants. Now, being the closest to the castle gates, fate had drawn him back. Outside Grell, a band of roving knights is wreaking havoc, pillaging villages, and burning homes and grain, committing unspeakable atrocities. The servant's heart sank at this news, but he dared not withhold it, and reluctantly made his way to the inner fortress hall, already anticipating Count Gaetner's wrath. What? There are knights outside, and you have no idea where they are? Gaetner's laughter was unervingly out of character. Those familiar with him understood that his rage had reached its zenith, even instilling fear in Sir Marcus. Next time, will you only discover the enemy when they are at the castle gates? Will I have to wait until they are inside before knowing that a band of knights from the Persian Daisy territory has arrived? Please, no. We beg you, implored the servant and Sir Marcus in unison. Chapter 64. Charles enters the Peony territory. Gaetner felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, finding it immensely tedious. Venting his wrath upon those caught in the fray proved futile, so he merely waved his hand, signaling the two to depart. He instructed his personal attendant, Arnell, to summon Sir Georgie, the knight commander. The very fact that Gaetner dispatched Sir Osmond to lead the troops hinted at Georgie Bain's questionable lineage. "My lord, how may I be of service to you?" Georgie inquired, his smooth, fair complexion and long, willow-like brows framed by a golden-trimmed top hat. Clad in a tailored black tailcoat, khaki trousers, and polished black riding boots, he appeared less like a battle-hardened knight and more akin to a delicate nobleman engaged in cosplay. Gaetner sighed, acknowledging that while Georgie might excel at charming noble women, sending him to hunt down a band of knights seemed precarious. In truth, Georgie had indeed taken to such pursuits. As the knight commander under Count Gaetner, attending banquets daily and courting the noble maidens and matrons of the Peony territory. Perhaps it was his father, Count Riel Baines, who intended for him to fulfill this role. The true authority within the knightly order lay with Georgie's deputy, Emre, appointed by Count Gaetner, for Georgie, being a bastard, was shrouded in secrecy, lacking even the right to inherit the Baines name. Nevertheless, Count Riel doted on this illegitimate son and made a request to Count Gaetner on his behalf. This brings us to the Duchy of Ruma, which adheres to the doctrines of the Church of Light, one of which mandates monogamy. Thus, even the king of Ruma has but one queen, leading to intermarriage among the nobility, perhaps rendering the entire noble class of Ruma as relatives. Sir Georgie, a band of roving knights has appeared outside the town of Glur. I command you to lead the knightly order to disperse them. The Peony territory boasted 2 fully manned knightly orders of 400 each, and the roving knights outside Glur numbered at most 100, making Gaetner confident of a manageable situation, especially with Emre's assistance. "Yes, my lord," Georgie replied, fully aware of Gaetner's general assessment of him. Since he dared to send him forth, he felt emboldened. There was little to fear, and if necessary, he could leave everything to Knight Emre. There were no clear boundaries between territories, particularly in the Duchy of Artem, located in the northeastern part of the Radiant Continent, where the climate was cooler, allowing for barely one season of wheat and a second of soybeans each year. The Duchy of Artem was characterized by its vast lands and sparse population, with wilderness abounding and a shortage of cultivated serfs. Aside from skilled artisans such as blacksmiths and leatherworkers, Charles intended to reduce the rest to serfdom. They currently resided here, with homes and food. But if Charles were to burn their houses and relocate them to the Iris territory, their loyalty to the Iris would be questionable. Given this, Charles had no further expectations and decided to put them to work in mining and land reclamation, tasks fraught with danger yet essential, using them as expendable labor. "Master, we have discovered a Peony village ahead. Restrict the soldiers from wanton slaughter and indiscriminate killing. The serfs are valuable laborers, and my territory is in dire need of them. Regardless of the number, we can accommodate them. The mines and unclaimed wilderness are in need of laborers. Of course, there was also the expansion of the military and infrastructure. But these matters were destined to be irrelevant to the peony serfs. Most critically, Charles dared not employ them. Even when considering the Irish subjects, he would lean toward those serfs with families. Such individuals had ties and were more easily swayed. Very well, master. Enough. I shall go see for myself. Had it been when his forces were newly formed, Charles might have had the confidence to restrain them, but now, uncertainty loomed over him. A battalion of Irish soldiers encircled the village, completely blocking its exits. The serfs within the village, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated into their homes, locking doors and windows, leaving the streets eerily deserted and the village enveloped in silence. Charles signaled to André, who promptly ordered the men to methodically clear each house, compelling the inhabitants to gather in the village square. An elderly man, likely the village chief, approached, appearing to be in his 50s, a remarkable age amongst serfs, whose average lifespan barely exceeded 40. Trembling, he fell to his knees and implored, "My lord, I beseech you, spare our lives. Help him up." In this world, there existed a measure of respect for longevity. "Rest assured, all of you shall be spared, provided you heed my commands. My lord, we have lived here through generations. Might we?" Nearby, an Irish soldier interjected harshly, "The merciful young Master Charles has already granted you your lives. Do you dare make further demands?" The village chief stole a glance at Charles, noting his impassive demeanor, ultimately resigning with a sigh. In truth, Charles had been remarkably approachable, perhaps influenced by remnants of his past life. Although he had undergone considerable change, certain aspects remained immutable. He recognized that the nobility constituted a privileged class, while serfs were mere slaves, and during his conflict with Osman, he had used serfs as bait, resulting in many casualties. Yet, there were subtleties he failed to grasp. A native noble would hardly deign to converse with a serf. The dirty serfs were unworthy of such discourse. However, out of respect for the old man's age, the benevolent nobleman would not hold it against them. Had the individual been younger, it would have been a slight to the noble's honor, and receiving a beating would be deemed a leniency, with execution not uncommon. Charles, in his interactions with the lowly serfs, felt no weight of consequence. However, when faced with those of higher status, such as earls or kings, his actions could easily sow the seeds of his own downfall. Chapter 65. The plunder of the Persian Daisy territory. The serfs of this village were organized into two teams, their hands bound by ropes. While the Irish soldiers stood guard on either side, the village's grain had been thoroughly plundered. During the looting, it was inevitable that some soldiers would surreptitiously pocket valuables. This could be regarded as a perk for the Irish soldiers. As long as no lives were lost, the baseline set by Charles was considered met. It would be unrealistic to expect serfs-turned-Irish soldiers to resist the temptation of gold coins, much less to voluntarily turn them in. However, tools like farming implements, especially iron ones, were required to be surrendered, though there were hardly a few to be found in a single village. Upon entering the territory of the Persian Daisy, the pace of the Irish soldiers slowed considerably, advancing through village after village like a comb through hair. Under Charles's strict oversight, only a few dozen serfs lost their lives, most of whom were hunters who fought fiercely in resistance, injuring some Irish soldiers in the process. Charles, however, showed no mercy. He had personally burned over 1,000 individuals, and the number of those who perished on the battlefield due to his actions reached as high as 2,000 to 3,000. People can change. Ever since his father was murdered, Charles was compelled to fight for survival and mature, gradually becoming more cold-blooded. The hunters, along with their families, were executed by Charles as a grim reminder to the serfs not to harbor any illusions of hope. The journey covering these dozens of miles took Charles over 10 days. As they approached within a few dozen miles of Fussin town, the density of villages increased, causing Charles's march to slow even further. Yet, the spoils were substantial. Before reaching the castle of Fussin, his force had grown from over 100 knights and nearly 800 Irish infantry to about 4,000 men and more than 100 carts of grain. At last, after a prolonged wait, Charles led the Irish infantry, arriving belatedly in the presence of Knight Rhys. Rhys eagerly stepped forward to greet him, as nearly 2 months had passed since he had taken the knightly order to rescue the Calla family. During these days, the influx of grain and serfs had put Charles in high spirits. Observing the flourishing Rhys, he jested, "The old tree has finally borne fruit." Beside him, André laughed in agreement. Rhys, unperturbed, replied, Young Master Charles, my little wife has abandoned the title of the Cala family and has been demanding a title from me. It seems it will fall upon you, young master. Having served the Iris family for 2 generations, Reese's loyalty during Charles's time of need placed him in a unique position in Charles's heart compared to others. While such a request for a title might seem out of place coming from anyone else, Reese's words carried weight, as those beneath him had long awaited such advancement. Opportunities will come. It all depends on the king's grant. After all, only when Charles receives the title of Earl can Reese and Rao ascend to become barons. After the light-hearted banter, it was time to address matters at hand. Charles ascended a mound, gazing at the castle before him, and inquired, "Reese, what is the current situation?" A few days prior, the castle gates had opened, and most residents and serfs of Fussin Town had sought refuge within its walls. Just 2 days ago, it seemed that the castle was filled to capacity. The gates had since closed, and no one had emerged since. André could not contain himself and asked, "When the castle was wide open, did you not attempt to charge? Perhaps they would be caught off guard, and the castle could have been taken, as the defending soldiers likely number less than 100. A swift charge would have resolved everything. That would not have worked. Look at how the castle is situated on a hill. There are no nearby forests to obscure visibility. As soon as the Iris Knights appeared, the defenders inside would have seen them. Even if the Iris Knights charged at full speed, they would not reach the castle before the gates fell." Clearly, Reese had already considered this strategy. This touches upon the knowledge of knights. André, having never been a knight, was merely influenced by his time with Charles. Yet, in practical scenarios, one might easily err. Charles, observing the castle before him, had also abandoned the idea of an assault. Even if Osmond had summoned all the soldiers from Fussin Town, the mayor would likely muster a batch of militia to defend the castle. Moreover, he lacked artisans to craft siege equipment. However, the residents near Fussin Town numbered in the thousands, while only a few hundred could fit within the castle. The remainder had either fled to the countryside or stayed in Fussin Town, particularly some craftsmen. Over these days, the Iris soldiers had become quite adept, first sealing off the main routes of the town, with each group of Iris soldiers responsible for specific households, who would knock on doors, who would search for goods, and who would supervise. This process had become second nature to them. Before long, the residents of Fussin Town were herded into an open area, where they were organized by the Iris soldiers of the supply camp and assigned to various units for oversight. A few hundred remained in Fussin Town, with a significant proportion being craftsmen. After all, skilled tradespeople like blacksmiths are difficult to relocate, and they are always in demand, no matter who their lord is. They will not face hardship, especially those capable of forging armor, truly invaluable assets. After the plunder, Charles did not linger excessively in Fussin Town. He left 2 regiments of Iris soldiers stationed there to prevent the castle's garrison from cutting off their retreat. Charles then led his army southward. He was far from satisfied with these gains, recalling how Hamis the Gladiolus had foolishly attacked him during the autumn harvest. He had defeated Hamis and plundered over 2,000 people from the Gladiolus territory. Now, facing the Earl of Gaetner, he expected at least 8,000 serfs to satiate his appetite. Charles's expectation ranged from 8,000 to 12,000. Beyond that, food supplies would dwindle. In truth, the grain from the Iris territory was already becoming insufficient, especially since nearly 100 carts had been set ablaze. Fortunately, he had seized a considerable amount of grain from the Persian Daisy territory, and the extent of his plundered population would depend on how much more grain he could acquire from there. However, as Charles delved deeper into the territory, he found his returns diminishing. Surrounding Fussin Town, there should have been village after village, yet upon his arrival, he often discovered that the majority of villagers had already fled. The serfs of the Persian Daisy were not fools. After all, it had been over 10 days since Charles entered their territory, and news had spread. Many serfs had already gathered their belongings and sought refuge in the forests. To expedite matters, Charles divided his forces into 2 paths. His deputy, André, led 400 Iris infantry and 100 knights southeast, while he took the remaining Iris infantry and knights southwest. The 2 parties communicated through knights, marking Charles's first experience in organizing a split force operation. Additionally, this would serve as a test of André's capability to command independently. There was another reason for this division. The growing number of serfs had made their ranks increasingly unwieldy, not only slowing their pace, but also making management more challenging for Charles. Each morning, he faced the daunting task of catering to thousands of mouths. Although these captured serfs were undoubtedly lacking in loyalty, Charles could not allow them to starve, as they were destined for mining and land reclamation. Daily marches without sustenance would render them useless. There were also insufficient cooks, compelling Charles to requisition a group of serfs skilled in culinary arts to ensure that everyone was fed, although the meals prepared would solely be for the serfs. While the Irish soldiers' provisions would be managed separately, Charles was not foolish enough to have the captured serfs cook for his Irish soldiers. Originally, the serfs defecated indiscriminately, and the entire encampment was permeated with a foul odor. However, Charles could only attend to his duties, ensuring that the Irish soldiers' quarters remained tidy and that their provisions of food and water were clean. After splitting his forces, Charles advanced for another 10 days, capturing over 500 serfs and more than 30 wagons of grain. At this point, he commanded 400 Irish soldiers and 200 knights, while the number of serfs had swelled to 4,000. The rations provided to the serfs were just sufficient to stave off starvation, leaving no surplus for additional sustenance. Given their overwhelming numbers, Andrew's army fared somewhat better, with only 2,000 serfs, yet due to his lack of experience in commanding troops independently, he found the task quite arduous. Charles dispatched knights to inform Andrew to withdraw immediately and regroup in the town of Fussin. As Charles gazed upon the lengthy procession stretching for 7 or 8 miles, the front consisted of a battalion of Irish soldiers clearing the way, followed by a line of bound serfs arranged in an orderly fashion, guarded by Irish infantry wielding long pikes. A convoy of wagons laden with grain trailed closely behind, while the rear was secured by another battalion of Irish soldiers to prevent any escape attempts. The knights had already scouted the area several miles ahead. The length of the line and the multitude of serfs posed a significant risk. Should an enemy force appear unexpectedly, the entire assembly could easily disintegrate. Thus, Charles had stationed knights within a radius of several miles around him, tasked with the crucial role of intercepting any potential threats approaching too closely. Chapter 66. Reflections on launch. It is evident to all that, as a novice in the realm of novel writing, my work is fraught with imperfections. I sincerely hope for your understanding. Due to my inexperience, I only became aware of the launch this afternoon, and I have been quite occupied lately, leaving me with no pre-written material. What you read today has been composed in real time. Lastly, I humbly implore you to subscribe and offer your support. As this is my inaugural novel, I assure you it shall not be abandoned. Chapter 67. Apologies. Chapter 68. The helplessness of Georgie. On a rustic path outside the town of Grell, a band of Dahlia knights was making their way. Where could these knights possibly be headed? Georgie vented his frustrations to Emre beside him, declaring that if he could capture them, he would rid the world of their kind. They were akin to cowardly rats, scurrying away into the woods. Where was their supposed bravery as knights? They were nothing but craven fools, evading confrontation. His mud-stained boots thudded heavily against the ground, shaking off the hardened clumps of earth to reveal their original black sheen. Georgie's once fair complexion had darkened considerably, and his hair was disheveled. Although daily marches did not necessitate armor, he donned a cuirass for safety, a decision that left him uncomfortable as sweat mingled with the metal. Bathing was an unattainable luxury, and the dust on his face testified to the fact that even washing his face seemed extravagant. Georgie felt a tearful despair. Everything was just as he had imagined, void of danger. Indeed, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the enemy. What peril could there be? Perhaps the only threat was the risk of falling from his horse. Rumors of raids drifted from the villages surrounding Grell, but by the time they arrived, the perpetrators were long gone. They wandered aimlessly, akin to headless flies. However, they had garnered some knowledge. At least they understood that their adversaries were the Irish knights. Emre, we cannot continue in this fashion. We have yet to even catch sight of these ruffians, Georgie asserted. He clearly understood his role. Though he was the commander of the knights, his contributions amounted to mere words and opinions. He was but a mascot in the relationship. Otherwise, Count Gatner would not have placed him at the helm of a knightly order. He was content to be a noble lord from the Duchy of Ruma. After all, it was common knowledge that the nobility of Ruma were paragons of elegance. The aristocrats were all interrelated and preferred to resolve disputes through negotiation rather than the brutality of warfare. Why then was the martial spirit of the Duchy of Ruma so depleted? This could be attributed to the state of affairs within Ruma. Located in the southeastern part of the luminous continent, Ruma fared significantly better than the Duchy of Adam. Firstly, the climate favored agriculture. In Ruma, wheat could be harvested twice a year, and the yield per acre was substantial. Unlike Adam, which primarily cultivated staple crops, Ruma boasted a diverse array of produce, including beets, grapes, and various fruits. Even so, Ruma's grain output surpassed that of Adam by a considerable margin. Secondly, Ruma's population was dense. A larger populace meant a greater pool of soldiers, laborers, and taxpayers. Unlike Adam, which had vast tracts of unutilized land, Ruma had cultivated every arable piece of land within its fiefdoms. Consequently, the boundaries between territories were delineated with greater precision than in Adam. Within Ruma, everyone was family, and the spoils of victory were meager. One could not hope to seize land following a defeat. The most one could expect was a scant financial compensation. Thus, the nobility of Ruma gradually favored negotiation over warfare, as battles proved costly, while discussions bore no financial burden and often culminated in festive gatherings. With internal expansion proving futile, funds initially allocated for military endeavors were redirected towards the indulgent lifestyles of the nobility, inadvertently fostering commercial growth. In pursuit of ostentation, goods were increasingly elevated in quality. Brown sugar derived from beet processing was refined into a mere morsel of white sugar, merely to satiate the nobility's desire for display at banquets, while warhorses were repurposed for pulling carts. Fortunately for the royal family of Ruma, they had not entirely succumbed to complacency. Although their martial prowess may have waned, the duchy was affluent, maintaining a standing army of 12,000 men. Setting aside the question of combat effectiveness, even this number was sufficient to instill fear. However, the actual number of soldiers was uncertain. Estimating around 8,000 would be optimistic, considering Ruma had not engaged in warfare for over a decade. Minor skirmishes may have occurred, but no wars between nations had transpired, leaving the standing army without opportunity for deployment. Emre was well aware of Georgi's nature and held no expectations of him. Though Georgi did not lead troops, he wielded the ultimate authority. However, since assuming the title of commander, the morale of the knightly order had visibly plummeted. As the saying goes, a bear of a soldier produces a den of bears. With such a commander, the knights had largely grown apathetic. Faced with this predicament, Emre found himself at a loss. He had initially intended to closely pursue the Iris Knights, reasoning that if they could be delayed for a few days, the knights would exhaust their provisions, becoming trapped like caged birds. Yet the outcome was precisely the opposite. To effectively blockade the Iris Knights, their numbers were insufficient, and Emre worried that dividing their forces would blur the lines between hunter and prey. Attempting to pursue them proved futile. The Iris Knights, agile and lightly equipped, left no trace. The reconnaissance knights dispatched by Emre were no match for their prowess in skirmishes, leaving them essentially blind. Ultimately, the outcome mirrored the present situation. They were the ones being worn down, while the Iris Knights could resupply at will. With the harvest just gathered, every household had stores of grain. In a small village of just 100 inhabitants, the Iris Knights could strike and withdraw in less than an hour. Emre sighed, stating, "We must seek assistance from the Count, organizing the serfs to flee to nearby strongholds, where Dahlia soldiers can be stationed for defense, and muster a batch of militias. This way, the Iris Knights will crumble without a fight." Chapter 69. The commencement of the elite Knights Order. The effects were indeed immediate. Although the serfs of the Persian daisies lacked considerable resolve and had retreated into the town, they began to form militias. Many villages also started to unite spontaneously, rendering Lord Rao's plundering efforts increasingly arduous. The time consumed grew longer with each raid. "Lord Rao, the Knights of the Persian daisies are drawing closer. Just 2 days ago, during our raid on a village, their scouts nearly caught up with us. Fortunately, we managed to shake them off in recent days. Lord Rao, what shall we do next? Many of the villagers have fled, and those who remain are in large villages, each harboring at least dozens of militiamen. Resupplying has become increasingly challenging." Rao shook his large head, causing leaves stuck in his hair to fall away. His rugged face was coated in dust, and his beard had become matted, indicative of a prolonged lack of cleanliness. He spoke slowly. "We can still sustain ourselves for a few days. Lord Rao, we can hold out for 7 more days. Lord Rao, we should retreat." Not only were the knights fatigued, but even the horses were suffering. It had become impossible for 2 knights to share 3 horses. This dismal place was strewn with small stones, easily damaging the horses' hooves. Time was of the essence, and they had no choice but to put down any that could no longer continue. Rao felt no remorse. His objective was to draw the enemy's attention. Setting a fire could cause significant trouble for Count Gatner, so why not do it? However, it was also time to withdraw. He had been circling with these Persian daisy soldiers for nearly a month, and he suspected Sir Charles was nearing the end of his own endeavors. As Rao opened his mouth to speak, the surrounding Iris Knights turned to him in unison, their eyes filled with conviction. They exhibited signs of a formidable force, demonstrating exceptional discipline and endurance. Although they appeared weary, a few days of rest would undoubtedly rejuvenate them. But first, we must shake off this group of fools behind us. We have circled around them for a month. They haven't even caught a glimpse of us. What else could they be but fools? Laughter erupted among the Iris Knights, invigorating their spirits considerably. They possessed a fearless determination, albeit tinged with fatigue. While evading the Persian daisies, Rao had often divided his forces to bewilder the enemy, a tactic the Iris Knights had grown accustomed to. With each of the dozen Iris Knights riding 3 horses, while the Persian daisies Knights could hardly manage 2. Their chances of a safe withdrawal remained promising. The Knights led by Emre pursued from the south, observing that the majority of the Iris Knights were heading eastward. "I am quite confident," declared Jorge, feeling emboldened by his recent penchant for strategizing. He believed he was experiencing rapid growth, perhaps even hinting at a latent military genius within him. Emre nodded. "Indeed, it appears this group hasn't gone far. Pursue them." Years of experience indicated that these knights were likely retreating north, as it was evident that the eastern group was merely a decoy. However, Emre intended to feign ignorance, for his incompetence had already been established. Even if he captured that group, it would alter little. Furthermore, should he recklessly engage in battle with the Iris Knights and annihilate them, the Persian Daisies Knights would suffer considerable losses, resulting in even harsher retribution from Count Gatner. It was wiser to consume the bait. Although small, it posed no threat. As Jorge confidently deduced the whereabouts of the group, Emre decided to adopt his insights. When the Count inquired later, he could always pretend ignorance. The battalion of Persian Daisies Knights then began to turn, following the trail deliberately left by the Iris soldiers. Some seasoned Persian Daisies Knights might harbor suspicions but dared not voice them. After all, the Iris Knights were formidable, having taught them a harsh lesson when they had been scouts. Those who recklessly pursued would not face punishment, so it suited them to remain oblivious. After 2 days of pursuit, they found themselves unable to catch up with the Iris Knights until they encountered dead horses along the way. They felt a momentary uplift, akin to a thirsty person spotting a plum. Yet, after several more days, an occasional dead horse crossed their path, but the Iris Knights remained elusive. "Emre, why do these people disregard their war horses so? These are fine steeds, yet they have succumbed to exhaustion. Such a waste," lamented Jorge. The southern duchy of Ruma was ill-suited for horse breeding, and with the deterioration of relations between the duchy of Artem and Ruma, strategic resources like horses were scarce. Most steeds in Ruma originated from the duchy of Sukal, but those horses were delicate and ill-adapted to Ruma's climate, dying within 2 years. Ruma preferred the more robust war horses from Artem. Although some would perish, they fared significantly better than those from Sukal. Thus, every smuggled war horse fetched a handsome price in Ruma. While the nobles of Ruma rarely formed knight orders, the demand for war horses was substantial. Typically, even lesser nobles required at least 2 war horses for transportation, not to mention the burgeoning demand for racing horses. In contrast, the situation in the Duchy of Artem was quite different. Every earl maintained a dedicated stud farm for breeding war horses. In Artem, even a fine bow could surpass the value of a war horse, although the price of steeds remained steep, as 1 horse could equate to the cost of 3 infantrymen. Each year, the smuggling operations of every earl roughly controlled the trade of dozens of horses. The Equianakos family was not to be trifled with, for almost every king in the Duchy of Artem had ascended the throne through familial bloodshed. The earls dared not overreach, lest they attract the ire of the Equianakos family. The souring relations between the Duchy of Artem and Ruma severed trade routes, impacting the Violet family most significantly, followed closely by the Campos family, which bordered Ruma. After the king issued his decree, the Campos family publicly complied but secretly opposed him. Within a month, the entire Campos family was exterminated by the then king of the Duchy of Artem. Subsequently, Count Gatner seized the opportunity to rise to power, claiming a portion of the territory once held by the Campos family. Chapter 70. The Advancing Baron Peter as dawn broke. The melodious and resonant crowing of roosters stirred the slumbering town of Flower. The dilapidated doors creaked open, and the serfs gradually made their way onto the streets. In no time, the narrow thoroughfare was bustling with activity. The reason for their gathering today was the decree issued by Lord Peter, who had ordered the streets to be cleansed to level the mounds of excrement that had accumulated. From this day forth, it would be strictly forbidden to relieve oneself in public. Each household was mandated to dispose of their waste into designated buckets, which were to be discarded outside. Those caught failing to comply would face a hefty fine of 50 copper coins, a staggering sum for these serfs. At that moment, a servant of Baron Peter approached. The Baron had employed a number of these servants, not to cater to his whims, but rather as grassroots administrators, akin to minor officials. The management of flour and the annual autumn harvest relied heavily upon their efforts. However, their numbers were insufficient for a comprehensive census, which would likely take months to complete. It was then that the contingent of 100 Irish knights, left by Charles, proved invaluable. With their assistance, the tasks could proceed smoothly. "What are you idling about for, you lazy lot? Hurry up and start cleaning," the servant exclaimed, covering his nose with one hand while waving his other arm dismissively, as if to shoo away the foul stench. In truth, he had long since grown accustomed to the odor, barely noticing it. After all, one does not react strongly to what one has been steeped in for so long. Nevertheless, Lord Peter had been adamant about the matter, proclaiming the streets to be filthy with filth and excrement, a disgrace to noble dignity. Thus, he felt compelled to adopt a similar demeanor in front of the serfs. "What are you still doing here? Rush inside and gather your tools. Lord Peter has generously offered each of you a silver coin." "That's right, a silver coin each. If I catch any of you dawdling, I'll see you swinging from the gallows," the servant continued, while patrolling the area. "Lord Peter has decreed that no one is permitted to throw waste onto the streets anymore. Anyone caught will be fined 50 copper coins, and if you cannot pay, you will be whipped." As autumn deepened, the trees stood bare, and the ground was frozen solid beneath the refuse. To exert force, the serfs hunched over, resembling wriggling worms. "Why has Lord Peter suddenly decided to clean up the waste?" "For decades, since my birth, we have been throwing it here," a frail serf pondered, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "Who knows? It's none of our concern. That's the business of the nobles. We just need to earn our keep," another chimed in. "Indeed, it's all about the nobles. Our only duty is to obey. As long as we can fill our stomachs this year, that's enough," they agreed. The servant, realizing these serfs dared to discuss noble affairs, rushed forward, delivering a kick to each of them. "You wretched scum, how dare you speak of the nobility? You have the audacity of a rabid dog." He spat. The fallen serfs struggled to kneel and confess their wrongs. Why did they not resist? The question of their strength loomed large. Despite their numbers, they were all of slight build, their stature short and skeletal, their bones easily felt beneath their skin. The servant, though not well fed, managed to eat enough each year, partaking in a few meat meals, thus growing taller and stronger than the serfs. The latter, on the other hand, could barely fill their bellies, surviving only on meager rations, and during harvest time, they might eat well for a few days, but on non-working days, even half a meal was often a luxury. Moreover, they lacked any consciousness of rebellion. From birth, they had been governed by the nobles, their fathers instilling in them the lesson to heed the nobles' commands, to kneel in their presence, lest they face punishment for offending the gentry. Growing up under such constraints, they continued to bow low even before the nobles' lackeys. Their life's ambition was merely to have enough to eat, perhaps to raise a few sons, ensuring they could be nurtured to adulthood. If pressed to articulate a dream, it would be to become free men, for that would lessen their tribute and allow them to have more children, ensuring they could eat well and dress adequately, without the threat of being conscripted into war by the nobles. The servant, finding the situation dull, waved his hand, signaling them to return to their work and cease their idle watching. "Today, I am in a good mood, and I shall spare you. But if I hear you gossiping about the nobles again, I will whip you to death. Stop staring and get to work. The silver coins Lord Peter has given you are not for idling about," he barked. In the streets of Flower, Baron Peter donned a coat made of wool as he made his way to the baronial estate, occasionally stamping his feet to keep warm. Although he was short of stature, he boasted a rotund belly and a ruddy complexion, embodying the image of a wealthy nobleman. While the serfs struggled to find enough to eat, those who attained such girth were undoubtedly affluent nobles. Upon nearing the baronial estate, the flesh on his face jiggled as he forced a sycophantic smile at the Irish soldiers guarding the entrance. "Could you please inform Miss Fina that I have arrived?" he asked, discreetly slipping a gold coin from his sleeve as he did so. The Irish soldier glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then quickly accepted the coin. "I will notify her right away." It turned out that Fina had not accompanied Charles to the military encampment, but had remained in Flower, residing within the baronial estate of Baron Peter. The Baron had hastily relocated his family to another residence in Flower, seeking distance. He had narrowly survived and wished to prolong his existence. Baron Peter followed a servant into the hall, where a wave of warmth enveloped him, courtesy of the blazing fireplace. A cool voice interrupted his moment of comfort. "Baron Peter, what brings you here?" The Baron stepped forward, placing his left hand on his chest, removing his hat with his right, inclining his body slightly, and performing a most proper noble greeting. "Miss Fina Tulip, I have come to request assistance from the Iris Infantry. The cleansing of waste in Flower is nearing completion, and the efficiency of the Iris soldiers is commendable, a testament to Baron Charles' training. However, Baron Charles has ordered me to conduct a census of the population in Flower. The census has concluded for the town itself, but there are numerous villages and hamlets scattered around it that I still need to assess. I require several detachments of Iris soldiers to aid me." Upon finishing, Baron Peter raised his head slightly, only to behold Fina seated elegantly beside the fireplace. As she turned, her hood fell away, revealing a cascade of golden curls that shimmered like jewels. The Baron quickly bowed his head, mindful of the maidens who had emerged from Charles' castle. "The population census of Flower has been completed? What is the total count?" he inquired. "Miss Fina, Flower boasts a total of 1,063 households and 6,012 souls," the Baron replied. Another directive from Charles had been to standardize weights and measures, and Baron Peter had intended to send someone to Wild Horse Town for instruments. Without hesitation, he dispatched one of his servants along with a few others. "Not yet, but based on the distance, they should return within a few days," he added, his spirits lifted. He bowed once more, exclaiming, "I shall ensure it is completed on schedule." After speaking, she exited. Once Peter had departed, Fina bent down to retrieve her hood, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Her petite face, illuminated by the morning light, appeared extraordinarily radiant. Gently cradling her porcelain-like full moon, she gazed through the hall's window into the outside world, seemingly lost in contemplation, before suddenly letting out a sigh. Upon exiting, Baron Peter encountered a servant approaching. "My lord." There were no issues whatsoever. The perfectly hewn stone was transported from Wild Horse Town without a single scratch. When it was set down last night, it had to be laid on a blanket, lest it be damaged. "That is reassuring. Quickly, lead me to see it." Chapter 71. The Baron Peter misled by illusions having spoken, Baron Peter followed the servant to the square of Wild Horse Town. The square, having undergone renovations at the hands of Baron Peter, had been completely revitalized. The previously accumulated filth had been entirely cleared away. Instead of transporting soil from outside the town, Baron Peter decided to utilize the abundant stone materials left over from the construction of the town walls to pave the square. He had discerned a hint of the peculiar preferences of Baron Char, who seemed to possess a certain obsession with cleanliness. He had learned that Baron Char enjoyed maintaining the roads and ensuring that excrement was removed from the village. To Baron Peter, this could only be perceived as a form of obsessive cleanliness. However, one might argue that it is not unusual for a lord to exhibit eccentricities. Noblemen often have a variety of peculiar habits. From what he understood, there were many who were far more eccentric than Char, though most of these quirks were mere personal interests, such as a taste for performance art or an inclination towards younger men. Yet, Char was his immediate superior, the kind who might ruthlessly eliminate entire families, which made him rather formidable. Thus, he resolved to cater to Char's preferences by paving the roads of Flower Town entirely with stone slabs. The impoverished districts of Flower Town were equally unappealing, with houses built in grotesque shapes that resembled a caterpillar, crooked and unsightly, detracting from the town's aesthetic. Therefore, he planned to demolish and rebuild them next year, ensuring they were constructed in a neat and visually pleasing manner. In the center of the square stood a large, square stone, sturdy and imposing. Baron Peter approached it, stretching on his toes to barely touch its surface. He extended his right hand to gently caress the uneven texture of the stone and declared, "Summon all the blacksmiths, cobblers, and anyone else who requires a ruler. Baron Char has decreed that we must standardize our measurements. All must use the same ruler." "Yes, my lord," came the reply. After gathering all the craftsmen in the town, Baron Peter began by extolling the greatness and benevolence of Baron Char, recounting the considerable efforts Char had expended to bestow glory upon the Iris family. He made a brief mention of his own contributions before emphasizing the importance of the matter at hand, insisting that everyone must adhere to the measurements established, warning that any deviation would result in severe punishment. Once the matter of standardization was settled, Baron Peter vanished from Flower Town, personally leading his servant and Iris soldiers into the countryside to conduct a census. He had heard that Sorrel from Wild Horse Town had meticulously recorded the landholdings of each household, and he could not afford to fall behind. As a bureaucrat, Baron Peter was sufficiently competent. After all, knowledge circulated primarily among the nobility. Despite the invention of paper in this world, merchants daring to sell books faced execution. Whether in the relatively enlightened Duchy of Ruma, the more uncouth Duchy of Artem, or the rigidly traditional Duchy of Sukail, the dissemination of knowledge was strictly prohibited. Only the nobles understood that their power was not inherent. Knowledge was their most formidable weapon. Thus, within the entire Iris domain, few could surpass Baron Peter in governance. Even Baron Shar, though possessing a long-term vision, faltered in implementation. A baron who embodied both knowledge and practical experience, Baron Peter's emerging capabilities were astonishing. Accompanied by dozens of Iris soldiers, a handful of clerks, and several apprentices borrowed from the merchants of Flower Town, he managed to ascertain the population of all nearby villages in just over 20 days. He meticulously cataloged the number of individuals per household, distinguishing those serfs with skills. During his census, Baron Peter even recorded the proportions of bachelors to married individuals, as well as the ratios of boys to girls. Believing that Baron Shar would be most pleased upon reviewing these findings, initially resembling an inflated balloon, the rigors of these past weeks had allowed him to shed some of the trappings of nobility. He now bore a more compact and vigorous appearance, with bright, penetrating eyes, a slightly receding hairline, and a face marked by the weariness of rural life, as conditions in the countryside significantly differed from those in town. Baron Peter had unwittingly discovered a new inclination within himself. After traversing all the villages surrounding Flower Town and grasping the demographic landscape, he found a peculiar beauty in the process. He perceived the management of Flower Town as akin to a toy in his hands. He was well acquainted with the population dynamics, noting the larger settlements and their inhabitants. His only regret was his ignorance regarding the extent of the land they possessed. He keenly recognized that if he could ascertain the landholdings of the serfs, the yield of crops per acre, and the sustenance required for their survival, he would be able to calculate precisely how much grain he could levy, a prospect he found exquisitely elegant. Baron Peter lamented his previous lack of such insight. The taxation system in the Duchy of Artem primarily operated on a fixed tax model, wherein the count was required to remit a sum to the king annually, and barons owed their counts a similar tribute, often in the form of grain. As a town leader without a fief, the amount he owed to Count Tulip was predetermined. Any surplus could be retained, while any shortfall had to be compensated by him. Baron Peter had always managed to collect a little extra, though he was careful not to overreach, particularly with Knight Hardy watching closely. Collecting his thoughts, Baron Peter realized that Baron Shar would be arriving soon, and he needed to prepare to greet him. With a tinge of sadness, he noted that most of his old garments no longer fitted. In a rush, he hastily selected a few articles of clothing and donned them, hurrying out of town. Fina had long since gathered a group outside the city, awaiting his arrival. Dressed elegantly, Fina exuded poise, her high nose and playful golden locks framing her fair complexion, complemented by a black lace gown that radiated a mature allure. Eagerly, she looked on. Having not engaged in battle with Shar for 2 months, she stood on her toes, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Iris banner. Convinced that this would hasten Shar's approach, the Iris soldiers, silhouetted against the sun, marched towards Flower Town from the distant horizon. Shar, astride a magnificent black steed and clad in gleaming silver armor, stood out vividly among the throng. Naturally, he donned a different suit of armor for battle. Otherwise, he would be but a target in the crowd, a perilous situation. Fina struggled to restrain herself from rushing forward, for the past 2 months had been arduous, especially for someone like her, who had recently awakened to the pleasures of intimacy. The wait was almost torturous. Meanwhile, Baron Peter envisioned a different scenario. If he could muster 1,000 serfs, he could establish another settlement north of Flower Town, effectively connecting the surrounding villages. With 5,000, he mused, he might even be able to create a new town between Flower Town and Tulip Town. After a brief exchange of glances with Fina, Shar turned his attention to Baron Peter, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now resembling a frail old man, he was swallowed by oversized garments that looked rather unseemly. making him appear as a different person from their initial encounter. Baron Peter, you have worked hard, Shar acknowledged. Master Shar, here is the census report for Flower Town. Everything has been thoroughly investigated. With that, Baron Peter stepped aside, secretly admiring Shar's eloquence. Despite being a barbarian from the north, his words were remarkably well chosen. Easily comprehensible even to Peter, who was hearing them for the first time. The parchment of Charles drew the gaze of the Baron, ensnaring his attention with its vivid clarity. A stark contrast to the dismal accounts he received from Sorrel in Wild Horse Town. Had Peter been privy to Charles' contemplations, he would undoubtedly ponder the absurdity of a mere servant daring to be compared to a baron. Alas, he remained oblivious to the fact that Charles meticulously scrutinized the demographic report of Flower Town. The town comprised 1,063 households and a population of 6,012, which, when including the surrounding villages, swelled to approximately 30,000. Furthermore, Peter had noted that the majority of households boasted 5 or 6 members, with a ratio of bachelors to married men approximating 1 to 3, and he had diligently catalogued various trades and artisans as well. Indeed, splendid work, Baron Peter. Stepping forward, he performed an aristocratic bow and proclaimed, "It is my honor to serve the Iris family." Excellent, for I happen to require your assistance with a matter, should you succeed. I shall ensure the preservation of your baronial title, and you may even acquire your own fief. In former times, Peter might have instinctively rejected such a proposition, yet now he felt a flicker of anticipation. Regardless of his internal musings, he donned a facade of delight and inquired, "What task do you have in mind?" "My lord, I intend to merge Cherry Blossom Town with Calla Lily Town into a singular settlement. Do you believe you possess the capability to undertake this endeavor?" Charles contemplated establishing a town, envisioning it as the epicenter for military machinery production under the aegis of the Iris domain. Peter's heart raced at the prospect. After all, to create a town from the ground up according to his vision would be immensely gratifying. The allure of unlocking another passion captivated him. Charles then revealed his grand strategy. "Fear not, this will become the heart of military equipment fabrication for the Iris territory, and I shall dispatch Iris soldiers to safeguard its security." Peter was stirred, unable to contain his excitement. "What shall it be named, Master Charles? As the architect of this new settlement, you hold the privilege of bestowing a name upon it." Peter was no longer merely excited. His heart nearly leapt from his chest at this fortuitous opportunity to proclaim his family's legacy. Even if he were to construct this town upon a bed of knives, he felt confident in his abilities. "To serve the Iris family is my utmost honor." Chapter 72. The king of the Duchy of Tatum in the opulent castle of the Aquinas family, within the city of Pella, Bardas, the personal servant of the reigning king, gently tapped on the door and stood silently beside it. Bardas appeared to be in his 50s, his face a waxy yellow adorned with a multitude of wrinkles, and the irregular brown spots scattered across his visage rendered him rather unsettling. He was clad in a black tailcoat, split at the back, resembling the tail of a swallow, an attire typically reserved for formal dinners within the Duchy of Tatum. Yet, Bardas wore this garb perpetually. His lower half was adorned with fitted black trousers and knee-high black boots. The tailcoat flared slightly at the back, revealing a hint of the white shirt beneath, adding a touch of brightness to his otherwise somber ensemble. At that moment, a weary and aged voice emanated from within, bidding him to enter. Bardas pushed the door open, revealing a pitch-black interior devoid of light, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the crisp autumn air was invigorating. However, Bardas hesitated not a moment, stepping inside and gently closing the door behind him. The study contained no windows, resembling a dark box with not a sliver of light penetrating its depths. Enveloped in utter darkness and silence, Bardas had long since acclimated to such surroundings. He alone was deemed worthy of entering this sanctum, a privilege denied even to the king's own son. "Bardas, how many years have you been by my side?" The voice belonged to Dominic Aquinas, who continued, "Each prince's personal servant is an orphan, nurtured from the ground up by the Aquinas family, ensuring both loyalty and capability." 50 years, indeed. I recall 50 years ago when my father would come alone to this room, forbidding anyone else from entering. I deceived my siblings, diverting the guards at the entrance to sneak inside. The sunlight streamed in then, and I beheld my father's remorseful visage for the first time. He, who was usually so valiant, seemed impervious to grief, now quietly mourning. Bardas stood silently, offering no words. He had served Dominic Aquinas for 5 decades, possessing a deeper understanding of him than even the current queen. He required no consolation, merely an audience. In that enveloping darkness, where one could not see one's hand before one's face, only the murmurs of Dominic Aquinas broke the stillness. My father was a cruel man. I anticipated a whipping. Yet he confined me here for 3 days. Those were the most indelible days of my memory. Boundless darkness and chilling silence engulfed me. Regardless of my cries, my father remained indifferent. Upon my release, perhaps I was already mad. In revenge, I slaughtered all his sons. His favored youngest and his most illustrious third son, all perished at my hand. He had to fear the throne passing to me. I yearned for him to grieve, to rage, to chastise me. I longed to see that look of remorse once more. Yet, I vividly recall his utter calmness. A tranquility so chilling that when I confessed my deeds, he merely smiled. A smile that seemed to signify my fate rested within his grasp. To demonstrate my superiority, my wisdom, and my valor, I waged a western campaign, subduing the Duchy of Sukkel, thus securing a maritime outlet and a salt production site for the Aquinas family. Once, the Duchy of Lima exchanged extravagant garments for a multitude of armor and steeds from the Duchy of Tatum. Now, we need only smuggle a few horses to receive vast treasures in return. They must also deliver 500 carts of grain annually to ensure our non-aggression. The Aquinas family's dominion has doubled under my stewardship. Our military has expanded from 3,000 infantry and 2,000 knights to 5,000 soldiers and 3,000 knights, including 300 heavy cavalry and 700 light armored riders, alongside 2,000 leather-clad cavalry. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor broke the silence as Dominic navigated the darkened room with ease. He lit a candle, the faint glow revealing the contours of his aged face and stooped figure. Bardas sighed. The king of Tatum, Dominic Aquinas, had grown old. But I am old, and I have but a year or two left to live. Dominic seemed to sense Bardas's forthcoming words and raised a hand, saying, I am well aware of my condition. My brothers have not been gentle, and I have done well to reach this age. But upon my demise, which of my 3 sons can shoulder the weight of the Duchy of Tatum? Without a multitude of wolves, how can we find a true wolf king? It seems my father was indeed superior to me. I have heard that the Iris family has produced a capable young man named. Bardas interjected promptly. I believe he is called Charles, currently a baron. However, he has already sent envoys to the city to forge connections. It appears he aspires to become an earl. If only he were my son, capable, ruthless, and a warrior. My remaining 3 sons. The eldest is infertile, the second disinterested in kingship, and the youngest is both foolish and malevolent. What am I to do? Who among them can assume the throne of Tatum? Bardas remained silent, and Dominic gently tended to the candle's flame. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. I do not have the luxury of waiting for them to resolve their rivalries. This conflict with the duchies of Sukkel and Lima shall be entrusted to them. Inform them that whichever of the 3 performs admirably in this war shall inherit the throne. Bardas nodded. As you command, my lord. This Baron Charles is a fledgling tiger, and such individuals are perilously dangerous. Extend goodwill towards Count Violet and Count Getner, subduing this Baron Charles, ensuring he remains loyal to the Aquinas family, serving as our sentinel. Understood, my lord. I shall take my leave. Bardas placed his left hand upon his heart, removed his hat with his right, inclined his body forward at a 90-degree angle, then turned and retreated slowly. As he opened the door, he faintly heard Dominic's murmurs, questioning who among them might survive. Bardas hesitated momentarily before stepping out. He understood that action was now imperative. Essentially, every king of the Aquinas family maintained a network of spies, with Bardas at the helm. The rationale was simple. He was the sole survivor of those who had accompanied Dominic from prince to king. The battles of yore had been fiercely brutal, and Dominic had not only 3 sons. Meanwhile, in the distant flower town, she remained clad in yesterday's black lace gown, her delicate feet emerging from the lace hem. Her petite toes, enveloped in white stockings, resembled 10 tiny pink petals. The pristine, glistening surface of her feet, when pressed gently, revealed faint blue veins, inviting a caress. After a 2-month respite, Charles had returned, transforming from a mere peasant into a master, successfully reversing his fortunes and vanquishing the formidable Fina. However, one must remain vigilant. The current triumph rested upon his consecutive victories over Count Violet and Count Getner. Should he suffer even a single defeat, all would be lost. Even a parvenu like Count Getner, losing 1,000 soldiers, would merely be significantly weakened, not enough to destabilize his reign. Every town must maintain a security force of at least 100, not only in the town itself, but extending down to the villages. Each village ought to have a minimum of 10 guards. This would ensure the foundational control of Wild Horse Town, Flower Town, and the forthcoming establishments in the regions of Calla Lily and Cherry Blossom. Moreover, there is an urgent need to expand the military forces. Should the Count of Violet and Count Gaetner unite in their next assault, the current number of soldiers would be utterly insufficient for defense. Although it is likely that they would muster a significant number of new recruits, their tendency to remain cooped up within their encampment could pose considerable challenges. Assaulting a well-fortified encampment presents difficulties comparable to besieging a modest castle. Furthermore, with the existing troop strength, it is impractical to divide forces against both counts simultaneously. Thus, the Iris soldiers must be augmented to 2,000, with the knightly order divided into 2 contingents of 200 each. Consequently, the food supply for the Iris territory will become exceedingly strained this year. The prospect of procuring supplies externally is virtually impossible, as the Counts Gaetner and Violet would be most reluctant to sell. Acquiring provisions from Count Landa is also unrealistic, while securing a few carts might be feasible. Such a meager supply would scarcely suffice, barely covering the consumption during transit. This year, the only recourse will be to remit gold coins. The tax system implemented by the Duchy of Artem mandates that each year, the Count must present 1,000 gold coins to the king. This, however, is utterly unattainable, as the annual revenue of the Count's domain barely reaches 500 gold coins, supplemented by some trade and smuggling, which at most could total over 1,000 gold coins. It is inconceivable that the Counts would acquiesce to such a substantial increase in tribute, and even the king would have to concede some ground in the face of united opposition from the Counts. Thus, any tangible contributions would incur a discount. From Fina, Charles gleaned the approximate annual tribute of Count Kess, which includes 50 excellent warhorses, 100 carts of grain, and an estimated 500 gold coins, bringing the total valuation near 700 gold coins, an amount the Counts could reluctantly accept, for the Aquinas family is not to be trifled with. However, if Charles intends to expand his military this year, he will certainly face shortages of both food and horses, resulting in a significant outflow of gold coins. As for why he does not feign ignorance of his current status as merely a baron, there is no necessity for him to pay such a sum. It is highly likely that the Counts would also choose to overlook this matter, as within the circle of Counts, he has no allies, save for those he has enmity with, and the remainder are mere acquaintances. Thus, he must align himself with the king's side. Chapter 73. Prospects for the new town. As Charles entered the hall, Baron Peter, who had been waiting for some time, greeted him with a broad smile, his face radiating curiosity. "Young master, what did you mean by assembly line work yesterday?" "Gathering a group of apprentices, each of whom need only master one specific forging process," Charles explained. "During the forging, each individual will be responsible for the step they have learned." He pondered for a moment, surprised that his casual mention of the concept had piqued Peter's interest. Although it was merely a passing remark, Charles had resolved to implement assembly line production. The rationale was straightforward. The apprentices he had sent to the blacksmith shop had shown little visible progress. This was to be expected. Nurturing a competent blacksmith typically required several years of dedication, particularly if the apprentices possessed a modicum of intelligence. Many apprentices ended up toiling away, unable to even craft basic agricultural tools. In an era where weapons and armor were painstakingly handcrafted, the status of a blacksmith was significant. Particularly, those skilled enough to forge full suits of armor held a position superior to ordinary freemen, comparable to the Earth Knights who had mastered combat energy, and only slightly below the Lord Knights. From what Charles understood, most blacksmiths in Tulip City operated within families of 7 or 8, with skills being passed down through generations. Even when there were other apprentices, they generally performed menial tasks, learning only enough to create basic farming implements. The intricate art of armor making was beyond reach, and opportunities to observe weapons being forged were rare, a privilege granted only by particularly benevolent masters. Charles had dispatched a group of apprentices to learn, and although the blacksmiths dared not openly resist, they certainly engaged in covert disobedience. The apprentices typically began by refining ores, tending the fire during smelting, using bellows to fan the flames, followed by processes like hammering cast iron and forging. Charles struggled to find fault in their approach. After all, It was entirely normal for apprentices to endure several years of arduous labor. The apprentices he had sent were fortunate, having access to a hammer within just a few months. Baron Peter's expression shifted, his mouth agape in astonishment. Young Master Charles, your idea is truly remarkable. Your wisdom is like a beacon in the iris flower territory. By dividing the forging processes, each serf would need to master only one step, and within months, no, even mere days, they could learn it. I can already envision a warehouse brimming with armor. However, young master, I have a question. How can we ensure that the items produced by one apprentice will be compatible with those crafted by the next? I do not mean to question your decision. Peter faltered, his face flushing as he struggled to find the right words, gesturing as if to illustrate his point. Compatibility, Charles exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by Peter's immediate grasp of the issue of measurement after he had proposed assembly line work. This demonstrated that Peter was indeed a genius of his time. Charles scrutinized Peter closely, noting the few stubborn strands of hair framing his face. His once plump visage having thinned considerably, yet the timid demeanor remained unchanged. The once round belly had also shrunk, losing its former joviality. Baron Peter was undoubtedly a rare talent. While he had a steward, Rocky, to manage finances, what he truly lacked were numerous capable junior officers for military affairs, not the leaders themselves. There were the daring Knight Rao, the mature and composed Knight Lace, and the recently discovered Knight Hardy, all experienced in warfare, thus completing the final piece of his newly established officer corps. What Charles needed most was someone to assist him with governance, someone capable of managing affairs independently. Mina could handle the administration of a small town, but expanding that capacity to encompass the entire Tulip territory was no small feat. Charles had determined the direction for development. While he could draft plans for territorial advancement, he required someone to implement them effectively, a person capable of ensuring the territory operated smoothly. He recognized this potential in Peter. Baron Peter, momentarily taken aback, struggled to regain his composure. After a pause, sensing Charles's impatience, he ventured tentatively, "Young master, she is already in her 30s. Having given birth to a daughter and a son." Charles, noticing Peter straying further from the point, interjected swiftly, "Stop. I meant Knight Rao. His wife passed away years ago, and he has yet to find a suitable partner." Fearing that Peter might be displeased, he added, "Knight Rao has continuously distinguished himself in battle. I plan to confer upon him the rank of Baron." Rao's wife had died during childbirth, and since then, he had remained unmarried. Charles found it curious, considering Rao's elevated status in the iris flower territory. Despite being over 30, he could easily attract a young bride. Upon his arrival in this world, Charles had discreetly inquired with Lace, discovering that Rao had a preference for women slightly older than himself and showed little interest in those young enough to be his daughters. However, women in their 30s, particularly those of noble birth, could be alluring and well-maintained, while those from peasant families, Charles doubted Rao would even consider them. "Of course, young master," Baron Peter replied, eager to accept the olive branch Charles had extended. Knight Rao was indeed a promising candidate, highly regarded by Charles, indicating that he intended to place significant trust in him. As for his eldest daughter's opinion, it was of little consequence. Noble daughters, accustomed to the comforts of their status, were seldom granted the autonomy to choose their spouses. If a ruler standardizes the measuring instruments, ensuring they are all of uniform length, and if the apprentices utilize these identical rulers to forge armor and weapons, predetermined dimensions can resolve any discrepancies effortlessly. Unified measurements, standardized weights, Peter murmured, suddenly enlightened. "Young master, your foresight surpasses that of anyone in the Duchy of Ardham. Even the current king pales in comparison." Charles recognized that Peter's praise was heartfelt, his sincerity palpable. Not only must the measurements of rulers be standardized, but also the containers used for the annual tax harvest, such as the bushels, small barrels, large barrels, and carts, must adhere to a uniform standard. I intend to ensure that every serf in the iris flower territory contributes an equal amount of grain, without the disparities in container sizes leading to any serf being disadvantaged. Charles's intentions were not as noble as they appeared. Varying sizes of containers for tax collection could create opportunities for tax collectors to line their pockets, manipulating the system with tricks of large bushel in, small bushel out. If Charles were to issue a decree, it would undoubtedly lead to accountability. However, he saw no need to pursue past grievances through regulations that had not existed before. What he needed to do was standardize the containers and order everyone to refrain from using others. When they inevitably returned to their old tricks, he could justifiably deal with them. To dare profit from him in that manner would be sheer folly. Young master, your vision is simply... Peter struggled to find words for further praise. Charles waved his hand, signaling for him to refrain from such formality. How are the vests being sewn at the tailors' and cobblers' shops? The style has already been conveyed to them. Yet the sheer volume of over 2,000 garments cannot be sewn together in a short span. Although the animal pelts required for crafting these vests are less than that needed for a full garment. The current supply of pelts in Flower Town is insufficient for such a large order, unless some linen is employed. This is not an option. These vests are intended for the Irish soldiers to endure the winter, and linen cannot be utilized. Fortunately, there is still a considerable stock of animal pelts in Tulip City, which I shall arrange to have delivered shortly. We shall produce as many vests as the pelts allow. Thus, Charles does not intend to remain idle in the castle, merely to weather the winter. The vests crafted from animal pelts are preparations for the winter expansion and training of the Irish soldiers. Additionally, he plans to establish a small town in the Cherry Blossom and Calla Lily territories, focusing on iron smelting and forging to equip the Irish soldiers with weapons and armor. Consequently, the serfs captured from the Persian Daisy territory cannot be left idle. Winter mining is perilous. Therefore, Charles intends to commission another batch of vests made from linen, offering them a glimmer of hope and boosting their morale. If they work diligently for a year, they can attain the status of farmers in the Irish territory and escape the mines to cultivate the land. Prepare yourself, Baron Peter. We shall set off to the Cherry Blossom territory in a couple of days. This winter, your first task is to construct a large blacksmith shop to facilitate assembly line production. Of the over 7,000 serfs I gathered from the Persian Daisy territory, 3,000 will toil in the mines, 2,000 will serve as laborers for the town's construction, and the remaining serfs will establish a settlement in the newly formed town and Tulip City. Master Charles, I am ready. I envision tons of iron ore flowing into the town, transforming into spears, armor, arrows, and machetes, filling the warehouses to capacity. Excellent. Your confidence is reassuring. As for Fina, she will remain in Flower Town. With Baron Peter's departure, Charles struggles to find a suitable replacement and thus appoints Fina to oversee Flower Town, providing her with a regiment of Irish soldiers and the former male servant, Leek, to assist her with administrative matters. With the autumn harvest concluded, the focus now shifts to the soybean yield and the production of the vests. Chapter 74. The prince who accepts payment without action as the autumn wind howled. The serfs from the Persian chrysanthemum territory, clad in linen tunics, trudged forth laden with timber and stones from the forests, heading towards a clearing by the riverbank where they would deposit their burdens. This clearing was already heaped with wood and stones. Yet an incessant stream of serfs continued to arrive, bearing more supplies for the construction of houses and blacksmith shops. They dared not pause. The moment they set down their loads, they hurried to rise again, acutely aware that a moment's hesitation would invite the crack of a whip. The eyes of the Irish flower soldiers, armed with lashes, were as sharp as a wolf's, their hearts as unyielding as steel. These industrious serfs moved back and forth like a swarm of ants, as the small town rapidly took shape, bringing a momentary sigh of relief to the Irish flower soldiers. It had been decreed by Charles just days prior that the town must be completed before winter, with at least the blacksmith shop finished, though the daily provisions were sufficient, allowing the serfs to eat their fill and the temperatures were not cold enough to threaten life. The urgency of the work rendered the possibility of avoiding fatalities impossible. This urgency stemmed from a messenger's arrival a few days earlier. After inspecting the castles in the Sakura and Calla Lily territories, Charles noted that most were situated near rivers for easy access to water and fertile land, resulting in the congregation of serfs and free folk around the castles to form villages. However, this clustering brought challenges. While blacksmiths settled there, the distance to the mines was considerable, and the current transport capabilities strained both manpower and resources. Blacksmiths, as skilled artisans, required supporting facilities near the mines. Otherwise, they would not toil in the wilderness. They were not serfs bound to a lord, but free men. Yet, establishing taverns, inns, brothels, and bakeries necessitated a substantial population, which in the remote forests posed a significant challenge, especially regarding water procurement. Thus, the establishment of such a community was nearly impossible without coercive measures. Consequently, Charles resolved to select a new location for the town. The primary considerations for the new site were proximity to the mines, as the town would focus on armament production, and access to a river for water and hydropower. Following this line of thought, Charles chose to build the town at the junction of the Sakura and Calla Lily territories, where it was conveniently located near both territories' iron mines and had a suitable river flow. Despite the late autumn chill, the serfs had ample food, and once winter arrived, they could order a batch of linen vests from the flour town. With 2,000 serfs laboring, Charles was confident that he could sustain at least 1,500 of them. Indeed, as Charles had anticipated, the serfs were well fed, and with the temperatures not excessively low, the number of fatalities during the construction had remained in single digits over the past 10 days. However, a messenger from Tulip City shattered Charles's plans. Upon hearing the messenger's account, Charles's fury erupted. He clenched his fists and pounded the table, splintering the once sturdy surface. The messenger, trembling in fear, nearly collapsed at the sound. Observing the cringing figure, Charles waved his hand, dismissing him. There was no point in venting anger at a mere messenger, especially one from Tulip City. The emissary dispatched by the Grand Prince was still in Tulip City. The messenger, relieved, hurriedly exited. After his departure, Charles instructed his loyal guard to summon Sir Lace, Sir Rao, and Deputy Commander Andre of the Iris Flower Infantry. The guard nodded and left. Standing in the modest wooden hall, anger surged within Charles, as if searing his heart. He detested two types of people, those who sought to force him to kneel, and those like the Grand Prince, who took money without delivering results. 2,000 gold coins had been swallowed without a peep, followed by a dismissive remark about it being insufficient. It seemed they intended to continue extracting money from him, treating him as a fool. Before long, Rao, Lace, and Andre entered the humble wooden structure. The autumn sun hung low in the sky, casting a blood-red hue upon the room. "My lord, what has transpired?" Lace inquired, perplexed. Suppressing his rage, Charles replied in a low voice. "Milton has sent word that the titles have yet to be confirmed, and the gold is inadequate. 2,000 gold coins. Not only is it enough to inherit several titles, but it could also suffice for a nominal title. It appears someone is causing trouble to obstruct our ascension to nobility," Lace articulated clearly. Rao's face flushed with indignation, and he exclaimed, "It must be Cass. The Count of Violet and Count Gaetner are scheming against us. Next time we march, I volunteer to lead the charge and bring them before you to atone for their misdeeds. Let us see if they dare to play tricks again." Lace and Rao, both noble knights of the Iris Flower family, alongside Andre, whom Charles had personally promoted from serf status, were bound closely to him. Unlike ordinary knights, should Charles fall, they would find no refuge in surrender. If Charles's countship remained uncertain, their baronial titles would stand even less chance. Their expressions reflected profound outrage. It wasn't just about honor, but also their personal interests. Rao, in particular, was fiercely loyal, having just been matched with a wife by Charles. He was eager to rush out and slay the Count of Violet. Not only the Count of Violet, but nearly all counts would instinctively resist him. Charles had anticipated this, for the structure of the Duchy of Artem was akin to a pyramid, with King Aquinas's family at the apex, followed by various counts, then barons, and subsequently free folk and serfs. The resources of the entire duchy were fixed, and upon the death of the Tulip Count, there would be a scramble for the Tulip family's resources, alongside efforts to prevent the emergence of a new Tulip Count. Yet, having defeated Count Gaetner and Count Violet, whether they acknowledged it or not, Charles had already secured his ticket to nobility, coupled with his familial ties to the Grand Prince. He was naturally an ally in the Grand Prince's bid for the throne. Thus, he had dispatched Milton, the close servant of Count Tulip, with 2,000 gold coins to establish contact with the Grand Prince, intending to convey goodwill, fully expecting the arrangement to be secure. Yet, an unexpected turn of events had transpired. Charles's desire for control intensified, and this unforeseen complication disrupted his carefully laid plans, fueling his ire. He looked upon the three men before him and said, "Regardless of who is behind this, it matters not. We must prepare for the worst. We must expand our forces. The expansion must be completed this winter, and the newly established town must be ready before I travel to the royal capital. I want to see the weapons produced here. Lace, you will recruit soldiers in Tulip City. This time, the Iris Flower Infantry will be fully staffed at 2,000 men. The Iris Flower Cavalry will be divided into the 1st and 2nd Cavalry, each comprising 200 men. The recruits must stand at least 0.7 Iris meters, approximately 1.65 meters, tall, prioritizing serfs or free folk with family ties, homes, and land. Lace stepped forward, placing his right arm across his chest and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, performing the feudal loyalty oath, and solemnly declared, "I swear by my life to fulfill the order for soldier recruitment." Young Master Charles dispatched him to recruit soldiers, indicating the trust he placed in him. Charles then turned to Knight Rao and said, "You shall take on the mantle of commander of the Iris 2nd Night Brigade. If Commander Lessa's Iris 1st Night Brigade serves as the sword of the battlefield, I hope that under your leadership, the Iris 2nd Night Brigade shall become the dagger that strikes at the enemy's heart." This further elucidated Charles's forthcoming military strategy. The 1st Night Brigade, led by Les, would primarily engage in frontal assaults, and Charles would equip them with full heavy armor, even ensuring that their steeds were armored as well. The 1st Night Brigade would be a standard heavy cavalry unit, albeit supplemented by a contingent of light cavalry. Commander Rao stepped forward alongside Les, both performing an oath of fealty. He declared, "I swear by my life to safeguard the honor of the Iris family with my spear and sword." Charles also harbored distinct ideas for the Iris Infantry Brigade. Firstly, it was imperative to equip the Iris Infantry Brigade with a battalion of light cavalry to serve as scouts, for it is exceedingly disconcerting to traverse the battlefield blind. Charles envisioned that every battalion would include knights, even the supply troops responsible for transporting provisions. The longbows obtained from Tulip City would serve a vital role, and the Iris Infantry Brigade would be further augmented with 3 battalions of archers for ranged assaults. Additionally, 3 battalions of Iris soldiers would be designated as the vanguard, with a minimum rank of 2 stars and at least 1 piece of leather armor, tasked with breaching the enemy lines during infantry engagements. Aside from 2 battalions of supply troops, the remaining 11 battalions of Iris infantry would consist entirely of combat soldiers, categorized as shield bearers, pikemen, and axe fighters. Thus, the entire Iris Infantry Brigade would be divided into 6 segments, 6 battalions in the center, 3 battalions each in the left and right flanks, 4 battalions in the front, and 3 in the rear, with the cavalry battalion standing apart. Consequently, a new military rank was established, with the company commander overseeing each brigade, although Andrew's rank remained unchanged. The expansion of the Iris Infantry Brigade from 1,000 to 2,000 troops effectively elevated his standing, as Charles remains the commander, and unless a 2nd or 3rd Infantry Brigade is formed, he is unlikely to lead an independent unit. Chapter 75. Iron Town. When Charles arrived at the Cherry Blossom and Calla Lily territories, he granted amnesty to all the miners in the local mines to win the hearts of the serfs, replacing them with serfs from the Persian Daisy territory. However, the fortune Charles had anticipated did not materialize. He speculated that the presence of the Persian Daisy serfs had influenced the local sentiment negatively. He felt uncertain about the Wild Horse Town and Flower Town, estimating that true loyalty would only emerge after the next autumn harvest, when the locals would genuinely notice a decrease in the grain they had to submit. Realizing that hunger would no longer be a threat, the miners from the Persian Daisy territory began to extract iron, ore, and charcoal from the mines, feeding them into a clay furnace to ignite a fire, which was initially intended to be fanned by hand. Now, it had been transformed into a bellows, a testament to Charles's ingenuity. Although he had a general idea, the skilled carpenters were instrumental in bringing the bellows to fruition. After a few attempts, they successfully created a functional device. The blacksmith apprentices exhibited a mix of anxiety and curiosity, fearing the furnace might explode, but they soon recognized its remarkable utility. After a while, the apprentices retrieved a block of iron from the furnace. The primitive iron smelting technique, combined with insufficiently heated charcoal, resulted in a porous and brittle iron block, speckled with numerous holes. However, the blacksmith spoke with pride, declaring that the invention of the bellows by their lord significantly improved the quality of the iron produced compared to previous efforts. Charles refrained from commenting on the rudimentary nature of their smelting process. He had hoped to elevate their technology to a higher level with blast furnaces. Although he only possessed a general understanding, he believed that with the assistance of these experienced craftsmen, the endeavor would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, all these plans were disrupted by the Crown Prince, igniting a sense of frustration within Charles. He estimated that establishing a blast furnace would take at least a month, potentially more if complications arose. He simply could not afford to waste time, especially with the newly recruited soldiers in Tulip City eagerly awaiting their wages. The fact that Les had the authority to recruit was a testament to the trust Charles placed in him. But the task of distributing wages and securing loyalty was solely his responsibility. Interrupting his scattered thoughts, Charles addressed the anxious blacksmith, Ralu, commending his efforts and urging him to manage the blacksmiths well. He emphasized the importance of sharing knowledge and fostering collaboration, ensuring that any blacksmith who contributed to the Iris family would be remembered. Charles recalled that Ralu's youngest son was now 12 years old and quite clever. He instructed Ralu to speak with Steward Loki about the boy serving as a page at the castle in the coming days. Ralu's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of his son's opportunity for social mobility in a rigid class system. Everyone knew that Charles favored employing young pages from the castle as administrative officials, and with Charles's ascension to count, Ralu's son might very well become a baron one day. The thought of his family potentially joining the ranks of the nobility, with the family name Ralu Hammer, filled him with exhilaration. "Yes, my lord," Ralu replied, determined to manage the blacksmiths without withholding knowledge. Charles nodded and departed, leaving Ralu in a state of elation. He summoned a group of Calla Lily serfs to serve as apprentices, ensuring that the blacksmiths would be able to devote themselves fully to teaching. He also recruited the most skilled blacksmith from Tulip City, Ralu, whose family was renowned as the largest blacksmithing clan in the area. His family had 5 members capable of crafting armor and 12 skilled in weaponry, alongside dozens of apprentices. Their instruction would focus on a specific craft rather than the entire process of forging armor and weapons, making it easier for the blacksmiths to accept. However, they needed to share their knowledge freely. Charles did not compel them, understanding that if they chose not to share, their sons would continue as blacksmiths. Once outside the blacksmith shop, Charles turned to Baron Peter and remarked, "The blacksmith shops in the town are beginning to take shape. Once these blacksmiths embrace the exchange of techniques, we can establish a larger workshop for collective forging rather than allowing each to operate in isolation." Baron Peter nodded, replying, "Your wisdom is truly commendable, my lord. With just a few pages from the castle, they will willingly divulge the forging techniques passed down through generations. This trust stems from the Iris family's reputation and my unwavering commitment to the Iris soldiers. Their sons not only serve as pages but may ascend to the role of administrative officials, and possibly even barons, if they excel." Charles understood that trust was reciprocal. He looked at Baron Peter with a smile, inquiring, "Have you decided on a name for this town?" Baron Peter surveyed the bustling scene, where carts laden with iron ore arrived at the expansive warehouses already overflowing with their cargo. Wooden beams were being carried in by the serfs, transforming into rudimentary wooden houses. Though the town remained in its infancy, a distinct form was emerging. Charles had retained all the Persian daisy serfs, which naturally expedited the town's construction. With a wry smile, Peter remarked, "All of this has been orchestrated under your direct supervision, my lord. Perhaps you should name it yourself. You have been the one overseeing the town's development, and I have witnessed your diligent efforts each day. Moreover, I promised you that you would have the honor of naming it," Charles replied, gazing into the distant sunlight and declaring, "The Iris family's promises shall never be broken." As Peter beheld Charles illuminated by golden rays, his shining hair and countenance exuded a sense of sanctity, causing Peter to instinctively take a step back. In that moment, he realized something profound. Initially, he had intended to name the town after his family, but now that thought faded, and he proclaimed, "Let it be called Iron Town. I hope it will forge tons of weapons to vanquish any invading foes." Agreed. The following day, Charles departed Iron Town with 300 Iris soldiers and 200 knights, setting his course for Tulip City. The morning light and autumn dew starkly contrasted the grand procession he had previously led. Now, the contingent dwindled to a mere few hundred, appearing rather desolate. Time was of the essence, and Charles could not afford to linger. Thoughts of water-powered hammers, blast furnaces, full armor, and horseshoes remained with Iron Town. The remaining 500 Iris soldiers and over 100 knights were tasked with overseeing the 7,000 serfs. Under Peter's orders, the Iris soldiers no longer directly supervised the serfs, but selected individuals from among the Persian daisy serfs to manage them. These chosen few, having elevated their status by aligning with Baron Peter, were determined to maintain their newfound power by exploiting their former peers. Chapter 76. The Recruitment Turmoil. Casil, the second son of Cardoso, was a tall and robust figure, his face adorned with a thick beard, and dressed in a linen tunic that left his chest exposed, radiating a fiery temperament. "Father, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Cardoso regarded his son intently and replied, "The Iris Flower Infantry Regiment is currently enlisting. Spend a few days attending to your affairs with the caravan, then join the regiment as a soldier." "Father, why must it always be me? You are clearly biased. Karit has inherited all your shops. What more does he need? Am I not entitled to even a modest caravan of my own?" Karit, as the eldest son of Cardoso, had been groomed from a young age in the etiquette of nobility and the art of mingling at high society gatherings. Meanwhile, Cassiu had honed his martial skills, enduring a life of hardship alongside stones, while his brother basked in the warmth of scholarly pursuits. Now, while Karit engaged in the leisurely activities of hosting banquets and managing relations with local officials, Cassiu traversed distant lands with a caravan, navigating the depths of dense forests. The chasm between their lives was insurmountable. After a moment of contemplation, Cardoso continued, "The officers of the Iris Flower Infantry are primarily of serf origin. I have learned that Lord Charles intends to abolish their serf status. And so what? It merely transforms them from serfs to freemen. Do you expect them to become barons?" Cardoso fixed his gaze on Cassiu until the latter could no longer bear it, turning his head away. In a low voice, Cardoso admonished, "Cassiu, never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Treat everything with maturity and reason. Such wisdom is your greatest asset." The soldiers of the Iris Flower Infantry, hailing from serf backgrounds, often enlisted without even decent weaponry, their frames gaunt and frail. "Are you truly afraid you won't rise through the ranks?" Cassiu scoffed, dismissing the notion. "What of it? He is merely a captain. The status of freeman holds no value for me. And on the battlefield, swords are indiscriminate. Even if I possess slightly greater strength, I am still but a resilient weed. It is said that Lord Charles will allocate land to the captains of the Iris Flower Infantry, private land. A fact you should comprehend the significance of." Cassiu fell silent, his lips pressed shut, eyes cast downward, yet his tightly clenched fists and trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. Cardoso resumed, "I had hoped you had matured, yet you remain woefully ignorant. Your brother Karit's fate is sealed, but before you lies an opportunity, one that could alter your destiny. Cassiu, know that such chances to change one's fate are scarce. Should you allow this to slip through your fingers, regret will be your only companion." Upon finishing, Cardoso paid no heed to Cassiu's response and staggered out, leaving his son in a desolate state. Outside the Tulip City, at the training grounds designated for recruitment, Cassiu arrived, fully armed and ready to enlist. The Iris Flower soldier responsible for registration was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone so thoroughly prepared. "Are you certain you wish to enlist?" The soldier, bewildered, wondered why anyone with sufficient means would choose a soldier's life over the comforts of home. "Of course. Is that not permissible?" "Yes, of course it is." After a series of inquiries regarding his reasons for enlisting and family background, Cassiu disdainfully observed the other serfs registering behind him, noting the stark contrast between their situations. At that moment, an Iris Flower soldier approached, seemingly by accident, colliding with Cassiu's horse. As if premeditated, he barked, "Are you blind? Pay for the damages. What sum do you desire?" Cassiu responded with crossed arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not much, just your armor looks quite impressive." The soldier replied, reaching out as if to touch it. "Perhaps you should find a mirror to behold your own reflection. Do you truly think you are worthy?" "Oh, I forgot. Perhaps you've never even seen a mirror. How pitiable." Cassiu taunted mercilessly. A crowd began to gather, encircling them, forming a makeshift arena. The soldier's companions added fuel to the fire. "Bige, surely you're not afraid of this inexperienced little brat? Bige, you truly are pathetic. Perhaps if you knelt and begged for a father, he might bestow the armor upon you." Laughter erupted, the mocking reverberating like hammers striking Bige's fragile pride. His face turned crimson as he shouted at Cassiu, "Do you dare to duel? Why would I shy away? I am eager to witness the so-called prowess of the Iris Flower soldier and whether it justifies Lord Charles's rewards." Cassiu declared boldly, feeling a surge of superiority over the emaciated serfs who sought to enlist. The onlookers, led by a few Iris Flower soldiers, laughed unabashedly. "Bige, did you hear? We are all cowards. You better not lose, or you'll truly be a coward." This only served to pierce Cassiu's pride. It was evident these soldiers regarded him as a mere joke. Cassiu dismounted, raised his spear with the tip aimed downward, and locked eyes with Bige. The laughter ceased abruptly, the atmosphere thick with tension as the crowd held its breath. Cassiu lifted his gaze, focusing on Bige, a lean man, approximately 165 meters tall, with a scar traversing his nose, adding an air of menace to his demeanor. Bige gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed on Cassiu, or rather, on his throat. Initially intending to shed his armor, he now felt a pang of anxiety. The Bige before him was a far cry from the flustered man moments ago. The atmosphere tightened around Cassiu like a vice, as Bige's predatory stare sent chills down his spine. Unable to contain himself, Cassiu shouted, charging forward with his spear raised. He propelled himself from the ground, using his left hand for leverage, channeling his energy into his body as his right leg launched him like a cannonball. To his surprise, Bige remained still, and a fleeting sense of triumph crossed Cassiu's mind as he thrust his spear towards Bige's chest. Suddenly, Bige sprang into action, sidestepping to catch Cassiu's spear with his right side, while his left hand lifted his own weapon, aiming for the vulnerable gap between Cassiu's helmet and chest plate. An unguarded target. It was over. Cassiu's heart sank. Suspended in the air, he had no means of retreat and could only brace for the impact. He was certain he would perish before his spear ever grazed Bige. In terms of skill and equipment, Cassiu had the upper hand, but in the harsh reality of combat, technique and courage were the decisive factors. The foes he had previously faced were ragged barbarians and wild men, with the only formidable adversary being a bandit clad in leather armor, a rare encounter, as most bandits were mere serfs laying down their tools. As for Bige, he was a seasoned veteran of the Iris Flower Infantry, a true soldier of the Iris Flower lineage, having fought since Lord Charles battled the Violet Count, mastering the art of killing with lethal precision. Moreover, brimming with courage, he confronted foes stronger than themselves, adhering to the principle of sacrificing for survival, mastering the art of sustaining injuries judiciously. Suddenly, Lord Lace appeared in the arena, channeling his entire energy as he swiftly positioned himself between the two combatants, deftly lifting his spear to disarm them both. Lord Lace, Cassius exclaimed in urgency upon witnessing the scene. Lace, with a discerning eye, immediately grasped the situation's intricacies. It was evident that Bijia coveted the fully armored ensemble. Unlike gold, armor was invaluable on the battlefield, a matter of life and death, hence his temptation was understandable. Cassius, I recall you are an old soldier. You ought to understand what is permissible and what is not. You shall receive 10 lashes. Let this be a lesson not to be repeated. Thank you, Lord Lace, Cassius responded promptly. Lace had evidently shown leniency. 10 lashes would merely confine even a serf to bed for a few days. Those dealing the punishment were his comrades, well aware of how to strike with an appearance of severity while inflicting minimal harm. As for you, Lace turned to Cassius, scrutinizing him intently from head to toe. Since you have arrived with horses and armor, you shall report to the reconnaissance unit of the Iris Infantry. Observing Cassius's robust stature, Lace recognized him as a promising candidate for military service, thus extending his assistance. Had he been assigned to the infantry camp without this intervention, his earlier words would have rendered him a target for the seasoned veterans of the Iris Infantry. Cassius bowed appreciatively, saying, Thank you, Lord Lace. Lace waved his hand dismissively. What are you all lingering here for? Do you have nothing to attend to? Go about your duties. Chapter 77. The Foolish Nobility. After several days of arduous travel, Charles finally arrived at Tulip City. Since departing from Flower Town, he had endured a life of hardship, with his stay in Steel Town being marginally more comfortable due to the presence of a house. Yet it paled in comparison to the lives led in Flower Town or within the castle walls. However, Charles remained indifferent. Even a life of ease in the castle was worlds apart from his previous existence, not to mention the profound differences in spiritual fulfillment. Riding a magnificent black steed, Charles, clad in black riding boots, straightened his posture and gazed ahead. Bathed in sunlight, Tulip City shimmered with a golden hue, and the bustling city gates had returned to their former glory. Squeezing his horse's sides, he urged it into a gallop towards the city. At the city gates, Mina had been waiting for some time, having received word of Charles' arrival. Alongside the various officials of Tulip City stood a group of elegantly dressed individuals, engaged in a heated debate. Among them, a rotund man, his pale skin reminiscent of a plump pig, spoke with a disingenuous smile plastered across his face. What a despicable peasant, Freud Ritter mused inwardly, yet his countenance remained amiable as he remarked, even the king lacks the authority to strip a noble of their lands. Does he not? The lands and titles of the treasonous Campus family were bestowed upon the Coriapurse family, merely because the eldest daughter of Campus married into their ranks. What of Count Casviolet, who has taken over Tulip City? Can he overshadow the king? As Charles approached, Freud's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. Mina, what is happening here? Charles inquired, his appearance somewhat disheveled from days spent in the wilderness, with remnants of dried yellow leaves caught in his hair. Before Mina could respond, Freud interjected, Esteemed Mr. Charles, I trust that your kindness and mercy will prevail in this matter. And who might you be, and what justice do you seek from me? Charles crossed his arms. Intrigued by the man before him, he surmised that Freud was likely a former noble of Tulip City, someone who had either fled through the tunnels beforehand or surrendered to save their own skin. Freud performed a formal noble bow, introducing himself, I am Freud Ritter, a member of the Ritter family. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with my lineage, so allow me to elaborate. The current king's tax collector is Bram Ritter, and I have been dispatched here as the tax officer stationed in Tulip City. Just months ago, I attended a banquet hosted by Count Rhonda Camellia. Alas, had we remained in Tulip City, we might have aided Count Keith in defending it. The cruel Count Violet slaughtered him and annihilated the entire Tulip family. It is you, esteemed Mr. Charles, who saved the Tulip domain, and I must commend your greatness for preserving it. At that moment, Deputy Commander Andrew and Knight Rao joined Charles. Standing resolutely beside him, Mina was about to counter Freud's claims when Charles gestured for her silence, saying, Mr. Freud Ritter, of the Ritter family. Your demands indeed seem reasonable, for the sanctity of noble property is inviolable, as established by the glorious continent property law of the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire encompasses the Duchy of Artem, the Duchy of Ruma, the Duchy of Sukalir, and the imperial capital. In the early days of its founding, the Holy Empire was modest in size, with the entire capital occupying half of its territory, and at that time, there were only a handful of duchies. Freud sighed in relief, esteemed Mr. Charles, your virtue rivals even that of the current Emperor Joseph Secor, and your brilliance illuminates the Tulip domain. Having heard rumors of Charles' intentions to abolish the serfdom of the Irish soldiers and bestow land upon them, Freud realized that Charles placed significant value on land, unlike Count Keith, who might end up profiting immensely. Charles, with a playful demeanor, replied, Mr. Freud Ritter, your requests are always so reasonable, and your demeanor so gentlemanly. However, the rumors circulating among the Irish infantry regarding my land distribution cannot be overlooked. I am unaware of the exact locations of your lands, and should I distribute them, it would be my fault. The mere existence of such gossip indicated Charles' tacit approval, otherwise it would not have spread. The Irish soldiers would not concern themselves with the veracity of the rumors. Should Charles deny them, they would perceive him as a deceiver. Trust, once broken, is exceedingly difficult to restore. As Freud's group of opulently dressed nobles surged forward, eager to claim their lands, they clamored, esteemed Mr. Charles. This is the land belonging to our family, and esteemed Mr. Charles, this area is our fiefdom. Freud Ritter furrowed his brow, observing the naivete of these unsophisticated country nobles, some even clamoring for gold. It was folly. Even gleaming gold would tarnish, while only land is a divine gift. Moreover, Charles had recently bestowed 2,000 gold coins upon the crown prince. How foolish these country folk were. Charles examined the map spread before him, densely marked with circles, revealing that nearly 2/3 of the Irish domain was claimed. To his amusement, he noted that even within the former Irish domain, some claimed fiefs. Were these individuals vassals of the Irish family? Laughing heartily, Charles' mirth was infectious, drawing laughter from those around him. Andrew, who understood Charles best, joined in the laughter. Mr. Charles, these individuals are not only blind but also dim-witted, truly beyond redemption. What insolence is this? Peasants have no place in a noble's discourse. Mr. Charles, you ought to rein in your hound. It reflects poorly upon you, interjected another elegantly dressed man from the crowd. Charles' smile faded, and he retorted, I fail to comprehend how you fools dare to lay claims upon me. Attending Count Rhonda Camellia's banquet? Such a fresh, naive perspective on surrender. How endearingly foolish you are. What do you mean, Baron Charles? Do you not realize that insulting nobility carries consequences? A sycophant beside Freud chimed in. The Irish family often dealt with the barbarians, having safeguarded the borders of the Duchy of Artem. No wonder they displayed such rudeness. Lacking even a grasp of basic noble etiquette, they were a disgrace to nobility. The elegantly dressed crowd murmured amongst themselves, with Freud Ritter neither mocking nor intervening, viewing them as simple country folk, believing that only the nobility of the royal city deserved the title. Suddenly, A throng of Iris soldiers surrounded them. If anyone understood Charles best, it was Andrew. Sensing the shift in Charles' demeanor, he signaled for the Iris soldiers to close in. I find myself perplexed by the audacity you all possess. Was it my elevation of petrol that bestowed upon you such courage, or was it some other factor? Yet now, your foolishness has extinguished my enthusiasm. Charles truly cannot fathom their actions. Could it be that his performance was simply too convincing? Observing the incessant prattle of the nobles before me, particularly one who boisterously jested about his father, I unsheathed my dagger, striking with precision, severing his right arm in a single motion. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, interrupted solely by the wretched cries of the wounded, while an unsettling atmosphere permeated the air. Those who had just insulted the Iris family and belittled its soldiers were all to be executed. Annihilate them completely. Rao, unable to contain himself any longer, charged forth. Ignited by the pent-up fury of the Iris soldiers who swiftly encircled the offenders, their pikes thrusting forth, transforming the once silver tips into a vivid crimson. Charles, how dare you lay hands upon me? I am of the Ritter family. His words barely escaped his lips before Rao's spear pierced him, silencing his clamor. The cacophony of insults gradually morphed into cries of anguish, pleas for mercy, and shouts of surrender, eventually fading into silence, leaving behind a grim tableau of fallen bodies. Minister Mina, you must understand that the Iris family never yields. Indeed, Master Charles, I shall remember this well. Chapter 78. The Hound of Char. As Char entered the vibrant city of Tulip, the bustling atmosphere significantly lifted his spirits, previously dampened by the foolishness surrounding him. The streets within the city were meticulously constructed, broad and even. Wooden cottages rose in orderly fashion, while the alleyways of the residential districts were distinctly laid out. With the aid of signposts, even a stranger could easily find their way. Consequently, the guide who had sought silver coins from the steward, Loki, was dismissed. Char proceeded along the main thoroughfare, and upon reaching the bustling intersection at the heart of Tulip, he was enveloped by the lively sounds emanating from the commercial district. The marketplace had regained its former glory. Despite the impending winter and a noticeable decrease in merchant caravans, the throngs of people remained undiminished. The inn once inhabited by Steward Loki had been rebuilt, now larger than before, as its ownership had transferred to Char. In truth, most properties and enterprises within Tulip now belonged to him. The individuals congregated at the city gates were primarily the former proprietors of these establishments. Yet they had vanished upon Char's arrival, presumably waiting for the opportune moment to reclaim their fortunes once he completed the reconstruction. Such aspirations were overly optimistic. In fact, Char had misjudged the situation. These nobles had either surrendered or fled when Tulip fell, and after Char vanquished Count Violet, he swiftly marched his troops toward Mustang Town. Why did they not reveal themselves when he first conquered Tulip? Perhaps in their final moments, they would curse Baron Peter, had it not been for his meddling. The situation might have remained stagnant since the annihilation of Baron Gillis. At that moment, Lace approached and reported, "Young master, the soldiers of Iris have been fully recruited." Char inquired, "How many have been enlisted?" "A total of 1,552, Lace replied. Char continued to question, "What is the composition? Are they primarily serfs? Are there many hunters among them, or those skilled in horsemanship?" The presence of hunters would greatly facilitate the training of archers, while those adept at riding could be directly incorporated into the cavalry, thus enhancing the military capability of the Iris infantry and knightly order. Unfortunately, the number of hunters was rather limited. Perhaps only a few dozen among the 1,000+ recruits could claim such skills. Moreover, the number of those capable of riding was even fewer, as many serfs would never have the opportunity to mount a horse. However, a few nobles and merchants had volunteered to serve, arriving fully armored and mounted. I personally assessed them, and they all exhibited developed fighting spirit and commendable horsemanship. Should we pay special attention to these individuals? Lace queried. Char chuckled. It seems some are placing their hopes in me. Verify their family connections. Are they among those who suffered outside the city? Nobles often engaged in covert betting, competing without openly clashing. This was a practice that had only recently begun to wane even in the most barbaric regions of the Duchy of Ardham. All of this could be attributed to Count Violet, for Char, especially, owed him a debt of gratitude. Should there be any who remain uninvolved, they would be assigned to the scout regiment. Given their horsemanship and fighting spirit, they could serve as scouts. In the Iris army, only those who have achieved military merit may hold officer positions. There are no exceptions to this rule. Understood, I shall arrange it at once. With that, Lace hurried toward the city gates, eager to ascertain which families had suffered. If any had kin within the Iris infantry, prompt action would be necessary. Char did not anticipate that his casual remark would lead Lace to such convoluted thoughts. Char's intention was simply that these affluent families, lacking in financial need, would require a far greater cost to win over compared to impoverished serfs. Thus, he had no intention of granting them preferential treatment. Since these individuals possessed horses, they would be utilized as scouts. The ethos of the military was one of meritocracy, where the capable rise and the inept fall, with all advancement pathways remaining transparent. These individuals were not deserving of any exceptions from Char. However, as Char's status rose, Lace and others became increasingly cautious in his presence, striving to interpret the intent behind each of Char's commands. In the Duchy of Artem, in the city of Pella, the weary voice of the old king echoed. What is Baron Char up to these days? Startled, Bardas paused before responding. Baron Char has recently established a small town in the former territories of Sakura and Kala, and I hear he is looking to expand his military. He appears to harbor significant ambitions. I recall he sent a close servant of the former Count of Kes Tulip to visit the Grand Prince. What is the current status? The old king inquired, tapping his fingers lightly on the arm of his chair as if contemplating something. Bardas quickly replied, after defeating Count Violet, Baron Char promptly dispatched envoys to the Grand Prince, accompanied by 2,000 gold coins. However, without your command, who would dare make a decision? The documents for Baron Char's elevation to Count remain stalled with Baron Ramesser. My eldest son has done nothing. He merely accepted the 2,000 gold coins. The old king's voice dripped with a sardonic edge, transforming what was intended as jest into a reprimand. Fortunately, Bardas had long since acclimated to such remarks. The inhabitants of the royal city were acutely aware that the Grand Prince was gentle by nature and reluctant to contend with others. Moreover, Baron Ramesser's actions were reasonable, prompting the Grand Prince to step back. A venomous serpent, if it perpetually masquerades as a harmless lamb, will it lose its fangs? Or will it sharpen them further to strike against its foes? Bardas refrained from replying, recognizing that the old king was assessing which of his sons might inherit the throne. He himself was solitary and childless, and the ascension of any king would bear little consequence for him. He would likely be tasked with guarding the old king's tomb in due course. Have the envoys from the duchies of Sukal and Ruma begun their journey? Where are they now? They have departed from Sukal and are nearing the borders of Artem. Should we? Bardas gestured toward his neck. No need. Let them come. I wish to see what they have prepared. Let them meet this old man and discern whether they possess the audacity to act, the old king asserted, slightly adjusting his posture. Gather the troops. At this winter's banquet, I shall review the military forces of the families. Inform Baron Ramesser to bring the documents regarding Baron Char's elevation to Count to the royal city for formal ratification. Bardas expressed concern, for he had received word from Baron Char that he possessed formidable ambitions. If left unchecked, his elevation to Count could lead to dire consequences. He cast a worried glance at the old king. To elevate Char Iris to Count, yet the next Count shall bear the name Tulip, the old king mused. His gaze distant, his thoughts delving deep into the recesses of his mind. He intended to use the military strength of the Equinas family to intimidate Char, making him acutely aware of the vast disparity in power. He would unite the other counts to confront Char, ensuring that the young baron understood that loyalty to the family was his sole option. The question of whether his progeny would inherit the name Iris or Tulip would serve as the most tantalizing bait for the next king, a means to keep Baron Char, the hound, on a tight leash. His current objective was to subdue this hound, compelling it to relinquish all its pride, courage, and abilities to illuminate the path for the Equinas family. Bardas nodded. I understand, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements. In truth, arrangements might not even be required. The various counts would likely resist him of their own accord. After all, compared to the newly affluent Baron Geithner, who boasted a deep-rooted noble lineage, Char was merely a parvenu, having risen to prominence upon the shoulders of others. After the departure of Bartz, the old king gazed vacantly towards the doorway, his thoughts once again drifting to his heir. He harbored no fear of death, having been shaped by his father throughout his life. Once he believed he had triumphed, only to now realize the extent of his devastating defeat. He came to the unsettling realization that he might continue to falter in the selection of his successor. The cunning fox, the venomous snake, the Na'vi wild boar. Who among them will ultimately endure? Chapter 79. The military parade in the training ground outside the Tulip City. 300 veteran Irish soldiers, 200 Irish knights, and 1,552 new recruits stood in neat formation. The expansive field, devoid of wind, seemed to come alive as the autumn breeze rustled the hems of their linen tunics. Yet, they remained undistracted, standing on tiptoe with eager anticipation. For they had heard that today, Lord Charles would bestow upon them their military pay. On the high platform, box after box of gold, silver, and copper coins was brought forth and opened. The shimmering hues of gold and silver, as well as the reddish-yellow glimmer, captivated the Irish soldiers, stirring within them a fervent excitement. After a brief moment, Charles ascended the platform, standing amidst the piles of coins, exuding an approachable demeanor. Soldiers of the Irish, it is your duty to uphold the honor of the Irish family, to safeguard its interests, and in turn, its glory shall illuminate your paths, he proclaimed. After uttering a few formalities, Charles descended the platform, accompanied by several male attendants carrying the soldiers' ledgers. Behind him followed a group of robust Irish soldiers, lugging boxes in his wake. As Charles approached a new recruit, the young man, though not emaciated, was far from well-fed, clad in tattered linen and patched trousers. The only commendable aspect was his brand-new black and red shoes, freshly issued to him upon joining the ranks. One of the attendants stepped forward and inquired, "What is your name?" The recruit glanced between Charles and the attendant, ultimately focusing on Charles, and respectfully replied, "My lord, I am called Rilke." The attendant swiftly flipped through the ledger, locating Rilke's name and residence. "Are you the Rilke from Cow Dung Village, just outside Tulip City?" The attendant continued. "Yes, my lord. My family resides in a village near Cow Dung Village," Rilke confirmed. With the verification complete, the attendant marked a check next to the name and looked towards Charles. Seeing the attendant's nod, Charles declared, "Rilke, your military pay for this month is 1 silver coin and a linen uniform. You may collect the uniform from the supply camp. The silver coin is dispensed now." With that, the Irish soldiers behind him counted out 10 strings of copper coins and handed them to Rilke. This was also Charles's command, for the visual impact of 100 copper coins was far greater than solitary silver coins. Rilke quickly knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you. By defending the honor of the Irish family on the battlefield, you shall earn greater rewards," Charles replied, moving on to the next soldier, continuing this cycle until every new recruit had received their pay. For the veteran Irish soldiers, the process differed. This time, it was not the attendant who inquired, but Charles himself who asked for their names. Their military pay was not merely 1 silver coin, but ranged from 50 silver coins to a linen uniform and a warm vest made of animal fur. The pay for these veterans comprised 2 components, the silver coins corresponding to their rank and a bonus for their valor in battle. While the former varied, the latter was relatively consistent across the board. The Irish officers received even more. The pay for a sergeant reached 70 silver coins, a corporal received 1 gold coin, a vice captain 1 gold coin and 50 silver coins, while a captain earned 3 gold coins. The deputy colonel, Andriel, received an impressive 10 gold coins. This was Charles's way of signaling that the higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. The promotion pathway within the military was transparent, and Charles believed this would undoubtedly inspire their enthusiasm. Furthermore, all officers were liberated from serfdom and granted land, while those who displayed exceptional bravery on the battlefield were similarly rewarded. Charles personally inquired and distributed these rewards, taking special care to commend the valorous actions of those ranked captain and above. Motivation, honor, these were essential. Charles firmly believed that without spiritual encouragement, the Irish soldiers might become solely driven by monetary gain. Thus, he aimed to foster a sense of honor among them, particularly for the mid-tier officers. Since his previous attempt to awaken the dignity of the Irish soldiers by eliminating Osmond in Flower Town had failed, Charles did not relent. Instead, he pondered why the results had been so disheartening. He understood that without investigation, one could not speak with authority. Thus, he began gathering the thoughts and desires of the lower-ranking Irish soldiers, what they thought and what they truly sought. In time, he realized that while the soldiers could now afford sufficient food, their families did not necessarily fare well. They wished to escape the shackles of serfdom. Yet the land belonged to their lord. If they were no longer serfs, they would have no land to cultivate. In essence, they desired both liberation from serfdom and the ownership of land to farm. This was the predominant demand of most Irish soldiers. Serfdom severely restricted their marriage, freedom, and property. Firstly, concerning marriage, the lord held the right of the first night, and at times would mandate that serfs of certain ages must marry. Charles was well aware of this right, which originated in the Duchy of Luma and was later adopted during its amicable relations with the Duchy of Artem. In Artem, it first gained traction in the domain of Count Violet. It was not that the Duchy of Luma coveted a serf's daughter, thus instituting the right of the first night. Such a notion would be absurd. A lord who desired a serf's daughter could signal his intent in the morning, and by evening, she would be prepared. Moreover, given the dire living conditions of serfs, it was unlikely they had beautiful daughters to begin with. Charles surmised that this right was likely a means for the Duchy of Luma to control the birth rate among serfs. However, he deemed it necessary to abolish this practice for a straightforward reason. The Duchy of Artem, particularly the Iris domain, was sparsely populated, and he sought to stimulate population growth rather than perpetuate such customs. Furthermore, abolishing the right of the first night would win him the favor of the people, potentially ushering in a wave of goodwill for Tulip City. Additionally, regarding freedom and property, the serfs were essentially the property of their lord. How could they claim ownership? Their freedom was entirely at the mercy of the lord. If the lord wished to repair the castle or engage in warfare, they were obliged to provide provisions. Under Charles's leadership, conditions had improved significantly, yet such deeply entrenched customs, rooted over centuries, were not easily overturned. Charles resolved to tackle this issue, igniting the fighting spirit of the Irish soldiers. He was convinced that no matter how he motivated or praised them, it paled in comparison to effectively addressing their concerns and providing tangible benefits. Once they ascended to officer status, he would then begin to cultivate their sense of honor. Merely abolishing serfdom was insufficient. Without land to cultivate, it was challenging for a single soldier to support their entire family. Moreover, without land, they could not find stability. Thus, he intended to reward them with land. However, Charles did not wish to implement the previous land policies that entailed a large lord subdividing land among smaller lords. The Holy Empire had already declined, yet the duchies it had granted land to were growing stronger. If one were to place Charles in a particular historical context, it would be akin to the Warring States period. Apart from the Duchy of Sucalier, which maintained the original feudal system, both the Duchy of Artem and the Duchy of Luma had begun to experiment with reforms. Rumor had it that private land transactions had begun to emerge in the Duchy of Luma. The land Charles intended to reward the Irish soldiers would consist of both cultivated and uncultivated land, allowing them private ownership and the freedom to buy and sell. However, they were strictly prohibited from maintaining any private serfs. They can employ serfs, and Charles will provide certain subsidies, making this price quite appealing to the serfs and these Irish soldiers. Of course, their lands will also be subject to taxation, although the tax burden will be minimal, roughly half that of the serfs. While this may seem harsh to the nobility, it constitutes a generous arrangement for the Irish soldiers of serf origin. At Charles's command, the prepared Bardam and his security team ushered in dozens of individuals onto the training grounds. Although these individuals appeared disheveled and in distress, their clothing and physique revealed their noble lineage from outside Tulip City. André seemed to have anticipated this moment. Upon seeing Charles' gesture, several veteran Irish soldiers stepped forward from the ranks and approached the platform with purpose. A keen observer of Charles's earlier rewards would notice that these individuals had been stripped of their serf status and granted land. "These lands are ours. Can we acquiesce?" shouted the veteran Irish soldiers. "Absolutely not. We shall never concede." Charles continued, "Then what shall we do? Eliminate them, exterminate them, defend the honor and interests of the Irish family." With a swift motion resembling a strike, the veteran Irish soldiers transformed into ferocious wolves, lunging toward their targets. Their combat skills were exceptional, each strike delivering death with precision. In no time, the group was annihilated. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, which began to coalesce into small streams flowing in all directions. Charles on the platform detected this odor, distinct from the acrid stench of battle. It was a blend of iron and sweetness. Compared to the unwavering demeanor of the veteran Irish soldiers, the reaction of the new recruits was one of horror. Whispers and retching began to ripple through the ranks as many were overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle. Among them was Rilke, who stood near the front, feeling the blood of the nobles pooling at his feet. His spirit trembled as he witnessed the most brutal scene of war. He involuntarily empathized with the slain and was gripped by a profound sense of dread, retreating a few steps, nearly losing his balance. He had intended to assist within Tulip City, but the positions had long been claimed by the locals, leaving outsiders like him, with no connections to those inside. to seek menial work, earning a pitiful sum of copper coins each day. Thinking of his emaciated child, Rilke steeled himself and forced his gaze upon the blood-soaked tableau. At that moment, Charles's voice rang out, proclaiming that these Irish soldiers had fought their way out of serfdom, having slain countless enemies for the honor of the Irish family, which now shone upon them. They had shed their serf status, acquired their own lands, and could receive several silver coins each month. Rilke couldn't help but wonder if he could become like the veteran Irish soldiers, for they too had once been serfs. Gathering his resolve, he planted his feet firmly, feeling the warm blood seep around him. Yet this time, he did not retreat. Chapter 80. The invention of the distiller within the confines of Tulip City. It is far simpler to transition from frugality to extravagance than the reverse. Upon awakening, Charles instinctively reached to his left, only to find an absence of familiar softness. Instead, his hand met emptiness. With a wry smile, he remembered that Fina had yet to arrive in Tulip City. Rubbing his eyes until the haze of slumber dissipated, he slowly rose. After completing his morning rituals alone, Charles entered the hall, only to discover that breakfast was not yet prepared. A young male servant hurried forward, flustered, and exclaimed, "I sincerely apologize, Master Charles. I shall instruct the chef to prepare breakfast immediately." He bowed awkwardly, his demeanor stiff and his actions clumsy in his haste. Curiosity piqued, Charles inquired, "Who recruited you to join us?" The male servants in his household were few, as most toiled silently in their duties. It was unusual for a newly arrived servant to present himself before him. Despite the amiable tone in which Charles spoke, it felt as if the sky had fallen to Taroka, the servant. He replied in a panic, "It was the butler who recruited me, sir. He mentioned that my father perished valiantly defending the honor of the Irish family. I heard it was you who specifically requested my presence at the castle as a servant. What is your father's name?" Charles inquired. "Sir, my father's name was Talib." Charles's mind drifted to the Battle of the Burning Osman. Recalling how Talib had risked his life by masquerading as Charles, ultimately deceiving the Osman army. He approached Taroka, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Your father was a courageous warrior who sacrificed his life for the honor of the Irish family. As his only son, I hope you will inherit his bravery." Charles continued, "You are rather thin, lacking in strength. This cannot do." At that moment, the butler Loki appeared, asking, "What has transpired, sir? Has Taroka made a mistake?" "Loki, take him to the armory to select a suit of armor and a spear. He must visit the Irish Military Academy daily to learn the art of combat. Look at him. He is nearly as tall as his father, yet far too frail. Arrange for the chef to provide him with special meals. He must have meat at least once every 3 days." Taroka fell to his knees, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." The words of a serf often fall short, but the fervor in his expression suggested that should Charles command him to perish, he would do so without hesitation. Charles continued, "The Irish family shall never neglect its own. I hope you will honor your father's legacy, achieving glory on the battlefield. That is your duty, not to weep here like a child." Yet, as he uttered this, he conveniently forgot the time he had leaned against the wall to exit his own chamber. Observing Taroka's mix of gratitude and trepidation, his awkward demeanor was undeniably awkward. Charles waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Hurry now and urge the chef. If breakfast is not ready soon, I shall surely starve." Taroka, as if on a sacred mission, replied with solemnity, "Yes, sir, I shall go at once." He dashed away from the hall. Watching his retreating figure, Charles expressed his concerns to Loki. "Remember to instruct the servants not to ostracize him. Taroka will serve as a testament to my benevolence towards loyal subjects." "Do not worry, sir. I am well aware of this matter," Loki assured him. Before long, breakfast was brought forth and placed upon the long table. The meal was simple, consisting of warm milk, white bread, ham, black pudding, white pudding, and a glass of wine. Typically, wine is not served at breakfast, but due to Charles's preference for it, the cooks had prepared both wine and milk, unsure of his choice. Seated at the table, Charles sipped his wine while Loki stood beside him. After finishing, he placed the glass aside and inquired, "Loki, where is Fina? Is she nearing Tulip City?" The Irish infantry regiment had expanded to 2,000 men, with many veterans receiving promotions. In each 10-man squad, approximately 3 or 4 veterans guided 6 or 7 new recruits. Furthermore, some veterans had been reassigned to the knightly order. Nodding in acknowledgement, Charles pressed on, "How many gold coins remain? And what of our food supplies? How many leather vests and linen tunics have been produced in Flower Town?" As the unwavering steward of the Irish domain, responsible for Charles's finances, Loki was well prepared. Sir, there are currently 756 gold coins in the Irish treasury, along with 392 carts of grain. The 123 carts are located in Irontown. Calculating in his mind, Charles recognized that much of this wealth was accumulated by the Tulip Count family and the nobles of Wildhorse Town, with a smaller portion coming from the nobles he had dispatched outside Tulip City a few days prior. Altogether, this amounted to nearly 10,000 gold coins. 2,000 had been sent to the Crown Prince to facilitate relations, around 1,000 had been distributed to the Irish soldiers, and a few hundred had reached the residents of Tulip City. However, food supplies were evidently insufficient. Unlike gold coins, which can endure for decades, grain must be consumed within a few years. Assessing the food needs of the territory, Charles noted that most serfs had surplus grain, alleviating immediate concerns. Only 3 groups required sustenance from him. The first was the military, with 2,400 soldiers in the Irish infantry and cavalry, if the cavalry were fully equipped. Their consumption would approximate that of 3,600 men. With 9 months remaining until the autumn harvest, they would consume approximately 150 carts of grain. The third group consisted of the serfs he had captured from the Persian Daisy territory, numbering around 7,000. By next year, they would likely dwindle to about 3,000, averaging around 5,000 individuals, necessitating roughly 130 carts of grain. With this calculation, he faced a shortfall of over 80 carts of grain. Further military expansion was unfeasible. He needed to swiftly exchange gold for food. Spreading out a map, he scrutinized the neighboring nobles. The Count of Violet and the Count of Gaetner to the east were his adversaries. To the west, Camellia and the Count of Violet were allies of the second prince. Though they had not attacked Wildhorse Town, it was unlikely they would trade grain with him. Very well, sir, I shall attend to it immediately. Moreover, draft a notice that is concise and easily understood, and send someone to communicate it to the serfs. From this day forth, the Irish domain abolishes firewood collection. All subjects may hunt in the forests, fell trees, and fish in the rivers. This must be executed promptly, and within 3 days. It should reach every village and settlement surrounding Tulip City. Understood, sir, I shall see to it. The training of the Irish recruits did not necessitate Charles's direct involvement. With the assistance of the veteran soldiers, André and a certain captain were more than capable. Moreover, this army was funded personally by Charles, ensuring their loyalty. He simply needed to make an appearance in a few days. Fina's golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, her alabaster skin exposed in generous swathes. Beneath her eyes lay a beauty mark, and a hint of moisture clung to her petite, delicate nose. Charles, unable to resist, playfully teased her nose with the tips of her hair. Fina awoke, swatting his mischievous hand away with her pristine little fingers. Although Charles initially wore a grin, he soon sensed something amiss as Fina's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. He quickly rose, but it was too late. Stop. I must visit the craftsman today to develop the distiller. After several days of endeavor, we are finally nearing a breakthrough. I must attend to serious matters. Charles's lengthy discourse was abruptly interrupted by a single, succinct remark. Are you incapable? Charles touched his nose, resigned to accompany his lord to the death today. His eyes carried a sense of helplessness, imbued with a tragic solemnity akin to a hero embarking on a perilous journey. After a fierce battle, Charles successfully unseated Fina. Watching her drift off into slumber once more, he tiptoed out of the room, leaning against the wall, feeling a slight weakness in his legs. It wasn't until he reached the hall and noticed the arrival of others that he released his grip on the wall and strode forth. However, a discerning observer might notice a slight tremor in his legs. After breakfast, Charles proceeded to the artisan's workshop, just as he had done with the blacksmiths. He established a forum for collaboration among the other craftsmen. Now, the renowned artisans of Tulip City were gathered here, accompanying Charles in the development of a distillation apparatus. My lord, this is the latest distillation device, improved according to your specifications. Charles inspected it closely, realizing it bore little resemblance to what he had encountered in his previous life. Having faced numerous failures, he expressed his uncertainty. You all try operating it. It won't leak like last time, will it? Rest assured, my lord, we have conducted multiple tests in advance. There will be no recurrence of the previous issues. Very well, let us proceed. Charles retrieved a bottle of malt liquor, its contents murky and laden with impurities. The craftsman took it, pouring it into the apparatus and commencing the heating process for evaporation. The vapors wafted into another container until the original malt liquor had completely evaporated. The newly distilled liquor emerged crystalline and fragrant, yet Charles hesitated to taste it. Given the poor medical standards, illness relied heavily on one's immunity. Bring a dog, Charles instructed, to ascertain whether this distilled liquor is safe for consumption. However, the eager Foster could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "My lord, such exquisite liquor should not be wasted on a dog. I shall partake." He seized the cup and downed it in one swift motion. Immediately, Foster's face flushed crimson, and he began to cough, yet he managed to declare, "My lord, this is truly fine liquor, potent and fierce." With that, he collapsed onto the ground. Charles was taken aback. Surely, it could not be poison acting so swiftly. In this world, a toxin that could kill within half an hour was already formidable. The interval from when Foster consumed the liquor to his collapse had barely been 5 minutes. The nearby craftsman quickly bent down, listening to Foster's heartbeat. "My lord, there is no cause for alarm. Foster has merely fallen asleep," one said, glancing at the cup that once held the malt liquor and licking his lips. Brewing alcohol consumes a substantial amount of grain. Ever since Charles's decisive defeat of Count Violet, a ban on brewing had been instituted. Aside from the nobility daring to brew in secret, most serfs struggled to procure enough grain for sustenance, let alone to use it for brewing. How long does it take to produce such a device? "My lord, once developed, the actual fabrication is not complicated. A skilled craftsman can complete a set in 3 days." "Excellent. All craftsmen involved in the development shall receive 1 gold coin." Observing the fervor of the artisans towards the cup, eager to partake in its remnants, it was evident they lacked both the means and the audacity to brew privately, yet held a modest fondness for spirits. Charles continued, "All craftsmen shall be rewarded with 5 bottles of malt liquor. Thank you for your generous bounty, my lord." Chapter 81. The crisis of the radiant continent. Winter has silently arrived. The biting cold wind ravages the iris flower territory. On the newly paved cement road leading to the steel town, a regiment of well-ordered iris flower soldiers marches in formation, followed by carriages laden with weapons manufactured in Steel Town. The long spears and swords used by the knights, the pikes, cleavers, and long axes wielded by the iris flower infantry, along with tightly bundled arrows, are all present. It is said that these pikes were crafted specifically for the iris flower infantry unit, with spearheads forged from exquisite gold, and the arrows, swords, and axes are all adorned with a layer of this precious metal. However, the long spears used by the knights are made of ordinary iron. When the knights charge, the tremendous impact from the long spears renders them essentially single-use weapons. Once they penetrate the enemy lines, the knights primarily resort to their sidearms, their long swords and cleavers. For the knights, the presence of exquisite gold is inconsequential, so Char opted to coat their swords with it. The road to Flower Town remains unpaved, and with the onset of cold weather, no one is willing to undertake the repairs. Consequently, the journey to Flower Town has become significantly more arduous, yet the living conditions there surpass those of Steel Town. Overall, he still prefers to be stationed in Flower Town, but this decision is beyond their control. Suddenly, Lyrk felt as though a warm current wafted by him, akin to the sunlight of spring penetrating his heart or a piece of candy from his childhood, capable of sweetening an entire year. He sensed a warmth spreading within him, dispelling the fatigue brought on by the day's march, even erasing the bruises from recent training. He perceived a surge of energy awakening within him, coursing slowly through his veins. Lyrk instinctively understood that this was the fighting spirit his captain had spoken of. He felt a surge of joy, realizing that he would now receive 5 silver coins each month. Unbeknownst to Lyrk, a significant flow of fortune was directed towards Tulip City. As winter settled in, the serfs and free people of the iris flower territory largely remained indoors. Families with better conditions built fireplaces, while those less fortunate had at least a fire pit. During this time, everyone utilized firewood gathered from the forests, and they genuinely felt the benefits that Char had brought them. The morale of the entire iris flower territory soared, particularly near Tulip City. The thoughts of the serfs were simple, devoid of notions of good and evil. If one had to categorize them, it would be that anyone who could provide tangible benefits and ensure they had enough to eat was undoubtedly a good person. Without a doubt, in their hearts, Char was a good man, a commendable lord. Char had long been prepared for this moment, having already settled into the bath. An endless stream of fortune flowed from the iris flower territory toward Tulip City. Char calmed his mind and began to attune himself to it. The villages around Tulip City contributed the most fortune, followed by Flower Town, then Wild Horse Town, with his hometown, Iris Flower Town, coming next. And finally the newly established Steel Town. This wave of fortune surged with incredible intensity, merging with his being, unleashing an infinite fighting spirit that began to wash over his body. Char distinctly felt a tearing pain, as if his body were being rent apart. Old cells perished while new ones were born, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of Char's physical constitution. This, he surmised, was what the books referred to as the refining of one's organs. In Pelra City, a momentous news spread throughout the realm. King Ashraf Aquinas had collapsed. This was a shocking revelation, as the heir to the throne had yet to be determined. If the aging king were to pass away now, Habib Bolton could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue. As the chief minister of the king, his immediate task was to calm the populace. Pelra City must not descend into disorder. The old king was being tended to by physicians, and no one was allowed entry. Only the king, the physician, and the king's loyal servant, Bardis, occupied the room. The queen, being alone, had devoted her life solely to Ashraf Aquinas. In light of Bardis' position as head of the secret police, coupled with a subtle threat hanging in the air, the queen chose to step back, embracing the vastness of the sea. A gasp arose from the physician as the old king regained consciousness. Bardis hurried over, inquiring, "My lord, what has happened? Why did you collapse?" The old king waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I suppose my sons can hardly contain their impatience. Have this physician leave, lest we create a spectacle." Yet, he could not help but recall the overwhelming fear that had surged within him moments ago, a boundless terror that appeared without reason and vanished just as inexplicably. Yet to combat it, he had expended considerable energy, ultimately leading to his fainting spell. Coincidentally, Esquil Asiri, the new king of the Ruma Principality, and King Briss Hensley of the Sukali Principality shared a similar sentiment. Beyond the radiant continent lay an endless darkness, a void seemingly devoid of life. Yet, within this emptiness lurked an infinite shadow, evoking a profound fear at a mere glance. Suddenly, the previously pitch-black radiant continent illuminated, not brightly, but akin to the faint glow of a candle. In the midst of darkness, even the slightest glimmer becomes exceedingly conspicuous. And how much more so a candle that continuously shines. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, a ripple seemed to awaken in the void. And the chilling darkness began to encroach upon the radiant continent, while hunters hidden in the shadows had long since memorized its location. At the center of a continent 10 times larger than the radiant continent stood a castle towering over 100 meters high. Its walls were adorned with sharpened wooden stakes reaching skyward, each laden with corpses, the stakes soaked in crimson blood. Above the castle fluttered several banners, emblazoned with a blood-dripping crown against a dark red background, exuding a distinctly Orcish flair. The castle's immense hall, soaring several meters high and extending over 100 meters in length, epitomized grandeur. The walls, rough-hewn from stone, bore no signs of polishing. Yet, this vast hall was nearly filled with beings, not merely people but Orcish creatures. Boarmen, minotaurs, leopardmen, centaurs, werewolves, elephant men, bear men, and tiger men. At the center of the hall sat the Orcish emperor, the behemoth emperor. The Orc Empire sprawled across vast territories and boasted numerous races. Yet only the larger clans could gain entry to the royal court. Not only must their population be significant, but their combat prowess must also be formidable. Races such as ratmen, dog-headed men, goblins, rabbitmen, catmen, and others, though plentiful, were not even afforded the chance to enter the hall. At that moment, a minotaur stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, and said, "Your Majesty, by rights, it should be our turn now. 2 continents have already been explored. The Elven continent is overseen by the bearmen and tigermen, while the newly discovered human continent is managed by the werewolves and centaurs. This newly found continent should also rightfully belong to us." The boarmen hastily echoed, "Your Majesty, we too seek our share." The behemoth emperor turned his gaze to the high priest beside him, an Orcish priest who bore a striking resemblance to an elf. Yet the dark skin and prominent tusks revealed they were no longer part of the original elven race. They were fallen elves. "Your Majesty," the high priest intoned, "within the boundless starry sea, a mature civilization has learned to conceal itself. This newly appeared continent possesses only 2 possibilities. Either it has just begun to develop, or it is a trap. Under your leadership, we have waged war against the Elven continent, and the human continent for over a century, yet no other empires have intervened, indicating that there are no powerful empires in the vicinity. Your Majesty, this is a new continent, brimming with untold treasures, innumerable slaves, and inexplicably precious curiosities. Much like the fairies of the Elven realm, it has granted our Orcish Empire the ability to cultivate our own sustenance, akin to the forging techniques of the human domain, which have bestowed upon our valiant orc warriors armor and weaponry. Upon finishing his declaration, the high priest bowed his head, and the vast hall was filled solely with the heavy breaths of the behemoth emperor. The emergence of this new continent may very well alter the current stalemate with the realms of elves and humans. Chief Lagu of the Tauren and Chief Fong of the Boars listened intently, ready to command their respective tribes, along with their subordinate clans, to invade this newfound land. They were cautioned to remain vigilant against the elven and human forces, who would undoubtedly seek to claim this territory for themselves. Lagu and Fong exchanged glances of excitement, affirming, "As you wish, esteemed Emperor Behemoth. We shall be the first to seize this new continent. The elves and humans will struggle to withstand the might of the Orcish Empire. Should they dare approach this land, I shall rend them asunder with my horns." The existence of an undiscovered continent signifies not only boundless wealth, slaves, but also longevity. Each conquest of a new land rewards them with tributes from the Orcish realm that enhance their strength and extend their lifespans, an irresistible boon for all orcs, particularly for the leaders of their tribes. Amidst the Orcish realm, a flurry of activity ensued as warriors from the Tauren and Boar tribes began to gather, accompanied by their subordinate Goblin and Gnoll clans. The High Priest remained by their side, tasked with constructing the portal. This portal required continual maintenance, with its exit solely positioned at the periphery of the new continent. Furthermore, each portal could transport only 1,000 individuals, and only after establishing a camp could they harness the fortunes of the new land to construct a larger portal. Meanwhile, the Radiant Continent remained oblivious to the impending events. Once the fortunes were renewed, Charles commenced his customary large-scale military rank assessments and organized a contingent to the royal city. Not long ago, the Crown Prince had sent a missive confirming his newly appointed title of Count, with the king set to bestow his formal recognition at this winter's banquet. Chapter 82. The domain of the Grand Prince. A grand procession departed from Tulip City, led by 50 knights clearing the way, all mounted upon elegant black steeds. The knights, tall and imposing, donned fur vests beneath their linen military attire, emblazoned with the insignia of the sun on the upper left. Following closely were several luxurious carriages. Unable to endure the jolting of the ride, Charles opted to dismount and ride alongside the knights. Within the foremost carriage sat Fina, while the subsequent carriages were occupied by their male and female attendants. Behind them trailed over 100 cargo wagons, laden with a tribute of 1,000 gold coins for the king, gifts for the Grand Prince and his wife, fine spirits destined for sale in the royal city, and dozens of empty wagons. Charles intended to procure a substantial supply of grain from the Grand Prince's domain. Bringing up the rear were the 3 battalions of Iris Infantry, commanded by Ural, the former captain of the Iris Infantry Corps. Under normal circumstances, these battalions would be assigned to the right flank in battle. Accompanying them were Knight Commander Lace of the 1st Iris Cavalry Corps and Knight Commander Rao of the 2nd Iris Cavalry Corps. It was indisputable that Charles was to become the future Baron of the territory. The vice-captain of the Iris Infantry Corps, André, did not accompany them, as the safety of the domain required someone to remain behind to safeguard it. At least one senior officer was needed, and André was an excellent candidate. Lace had served as Knight Commander for over a decade, while Rao, also seasoned, had recently achieved notable victories. Compared to them, André's experience was evidently lacking. Charles's journey would take him from Tulip City to Mustang Town and then to the royal city of Pella. He instructed that a messenger be sent ahead to notify Mayor Sorrel of Mustang Town to prepare for their arrival. At last, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Charles arrived at Mustang Town. Due to the frequent stationing of the Iris Infantry, a military camp had been established within the town, alleviating concerns over accommodations for the soldiers, who could enjoy a brief respite from the rigors of travel. Upon sighting Charles's arrival, Sorrel hurried forth to greet him. Dismounting, Charles regarded Sorrel, who lowered his head, and inquired, "Is the food prepared? The Iris soldiers have traveled all day and cannot go without meat broth." Sorrel, still bowing, replied, "Young master, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Warm meat broth and freshly baked black bread have already been prepared for the Irish soldiers. At that moment, Fina leaped from the carriage and approached Charles. Under Sorrel's guidance, they entered Mustang Town. Sorrel led Charles and Fina into an opulent residence, evidently their lodging for the night. The room was adorned with a feast: roasted chicken, stewed wild boar legs with mushrooms, white bread, a bottle of wine, and a large bowl of hot mare's milk. After taking their seats, Sorrel stood respectfully to the side. Charles discovered a novel application for the divine stone. He realized that it could be employed to discern food safety. Once, while dining in Iron Town, he had experienced a sudden palpitation just as a nearby guard was about to sample a dish. He had intervened, and indeed, the food was poisoned. Since then, he had dined with peace of mind. Often, he had poisoned others, and empathizing with their plight, he had worried about the possibility of being poisoned himself. However, with this newfound ability, he could now dine without trepidation. Charles did not adhere to the custom of silence while dining. After sipping the meat broth and swallowing a piece of bread, he asked, "Sorrel, how fares the situation at the stud farm?" "My lord, all suitable mares have been successfully bred. We expect foals to be born by next spring. Over 1,600 foals were born this year, and based on historical averages, we anticipate that over 1,200 will survive until next spring. The foals from 2 years ago have matured, and we estimate that we will have over 200 war horses and 800 pack horses by next year." Charles furrowed his brow. The number of war horses was still insufficient. With 400 knights, at least 600 war horses were necessary. But the current situation meant that even with the addition of 200 war horses, they could barely manage 1 horse per night. Mustang Town has over 2,000 suitable mares. Why can we only produce over 200 war horses each year? Charles inquired. "My lord, each mare bears but 1 foal per year. Many of the newly born foals succumb within their first 3 months, and another batch perishes during the first winter. From the remaining foals, we can typically select around 400 each year. Then why can we only yield 200 war horses annually?" Charles set down his knife and fork, directing a keen gaze at Sorrel. Sorrel, sensing the urgency, hastily replied, "My lord, the war horses require gelding. For instance, Count Gaetner to the south lacks a mature gelding method. From 100 horses, only about 30 survive. We managed to keep over 50 from 100, though we cannot compare to the Aquinas family. We are undoubtedly the best among the neighboring counts." This statement stirred a faint memory within Charles. It was known that war horses must be gelded before entering battle. Ungelded war horses were notoriously temperamental, particularly during mating season, which was a daunting prospect. Gelded war horses were significantly more docile. After extensive training, they would not bite or kick. These war horses possessed the strength of stallions coupled with the gentleness of mares, making them ideal mounts. However, gelding did not necessitate the complete removal of the testicles. It sufficed to remove just 2. If this were the case, the mortality rate among gelded war horses would drastically decrease, and post-operative disinfection could be achieved using distilled spirits. Charles held modest aspirations. If the annual yield could reach around 300 war horses, he would be satisfied. Charles relayed his preliminary thoughts, instructing Sorrel to procure 100 pack horses and 30 ungelded war horses for experimentation. Sorrel nodded in agreement. For Charles, the need for war horses was pressing, as he found himself ensnared in a vicious cycle. A significant portion of warhorse losses did not occur in battle, but stemmed from hoof injuries rendering the horses unserviceable. Charles was aware of the solution: horseshoes, a craft any blacksmith could easily master. However, he dared not implement this yet, as his military strength was predominantly infantry, and his cavalry numbers paled in comparison to other counts. Horseshoes were not particularly complex. Any blacksmith could replicate them with minimal guidance. It was only when his cavalry outnumbered those of neighboring counts that he would consider introducing horseshoes. Ultimately, the focus remained on increasing the number of warhorses and enhancing the serfs' motivation to breed them. Charles commanded, the stud farm must be expanded to aim for an annual yield of 500 warhorses. Moreover, the serfs could not be subjected solely to punishment. Those responsible for breeding horses would be grouped into units of 10, known as agia. A leader, chosen from among the most successful breeders, would preside over each unit, receiving an annual stipend of 10 silver coins. The units would also compete against one another, with the top 10 units earning additional rewards, 30 silver coins for each household and 50 for the unit leader. In essence, a strategy must be devised to bolster the production of warhorses. Yes, my lord, I shall set this in motion immediately, Sorrel affirmed. Charles held a mental ledger. Sorrel had been diligent in recent months, managing affairs adeptly and stabilizing Mustang Town. Having reaped the benefits of his earlier dealings with Baron Peter, Charles planned to employ a similar tactic, extending a grand vision to Sorrel. Continue your excellent work. This endeavor will require considerable gold and effort, and I shall allocate 300 gold coins from Tulip City for its execution. The specifics of governance will be your responsibility. If you can elevate the annual production of warhorses to 500, you shall be appointed the mayor of Flower Town. Should you manage to increase it to 1,000, I shall bestow upon you the title of Baron. Yes, my lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Sorrel replied, his spirit invigorated. At last, there was hope on the horizon. Charles waved him away, sensing the fervent gaze of Fina upon him. After escorting Sorrel away, Fina could no longer contain herself and nestled into Charles's embrace. A fragrant aroma enveloped him as he looked down to see Fina's eyelashes fluttering, her apricot eyes shimmering like water, seemingly brimming with unshed tears, embodying the guise of a delicate maiden akin to a fawn pursued through the woods. This demeanor always stirred the deepest desires within Charles. Noticing Charles's hesitation, a flicker of doubt crossed Fina's gaze, as if questioning his prowess. Such insolence could not be tolerated. In an instant, Charles transformed into a fierce tiger, pouncing. Having been fortified by the trials in Tulip City, Charles was now a formidable force, and Fina was no match for him. After resting for 2 days in Wild Horse Town, the entourage resumed their journey, this time towards the Grand Prince's castle. Proceeding south from Wild Horse Town, the path grew treacherous. Some trails were overrun with weeds, while others required the clearing of underbrush. After 5 days of travel, Charles found himself in desolation, with only thickets, dead grass, and forests surrounding him. Observing the vast plains, he felt a pang of regret. These lands were prime agricultural fields, yet lacked sufficient manpower for cultivation. Given the fixed number of serfs in the iris flower territory, the only recourse was to enhance individual productivity. Charles devised a dual approach to agriculture. Traversing the largely undeveloped wilderness, sporadic patches of farmland began to emerge across the flat fields, signifying that he had entered the Grand Prince's domain. The caravan turned westward. As they neared the river, the sight of farmland multiplied, with narrow plots flanking both sides of the waterway. The castle soon came into view. The outermost layer was a quintessential castle structure, featuring formidable round towers topped with battlements and watchtowers. The castle's entrance was protected by protruding twin towers, and its walls were constructed from weathered stone, slightly slanted outward. The inner buildings were intricately designed, boasting arches of various shapes, suspended walkways, and columns extending through 2 or 3 levels, with terraces branching in multiple directions. From the inner fortifications of the castle, one could gaze upon the frozen river, the flat farmlands, and the distant woodlands. In springtime, this would undoubtedly be an exquisite vantage point. Lost in admiration of the castle before him, Charles's reverie was abruptly interrupted by a commotion ahead. What was happening? A knight dismounted hastily, striding towards Charles and reported, "My lord, a madman has suddenly appeared, blocking the path. Lord Lace has just informed me that we are approaching the Grand Prince's castle. We should refrain from excessive force and simply drive him away." Charles was perplexed. How could a madman obstruct the castle's entrance? If it were an ordinary serf or a freeman, they would not dare block the way, lest they receive a harsh punishment for their insolence. Charles commanded, "Send someone to inquire about this madman and ascertain what has transpired." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 83. Meeting the Grand Prince within the resplendent hall, adorned with an array of exquisite paintings, Charles, with his rudimentary appreciation for art, could not fully grasp their significance. However, the gems embedded in their frames undoubtedly whispered tales of their opulence. The pillars were embellished with intricately carved murals. At long last, Charles beheld the Grand Prince, Andres Aquinacos, a rotund figure with small, round eyes, perpetually graced by a benevolent smile. Yet, upon encountering the Grand Prince, an unsettling sensation surged within Charles, reminiscent of the foreboding he experienced in the Steel Town. It dawned upon him that the divine stone was alerting him once more. Charles scrutinized the Grand Prince with newfound vigilance, faintly perceiving a dark cloud hovering above him. It was his first encounter with such a shadowy aura. The obscured darkness that seemed to linger over the Grand Prince ignited a flicker of speculation in Charles's mind. Was it indicative of the Grand Prince's unpopularity among the people? A whirlwind of thoughts enveloped Charles, chaotic and tangled, akin to a myriad of threads entwined in disarray. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed as he performed a slight bow to the Grand Prince, stating, "Your Highness, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in enabling me to inherit the title of Count of Lakes." The Grand Prince's smile broadened, radiating warmth as he replied, "It seems we are bound by our marriages to the Tulip family. Mutual support has always been a noble virtue among the aristocracy. Allow me to address you directly. Future Count Charles, could you share with me how you triumphed over Count Violet? You see, I am perpetually captivated by tales of the underdog prevailing against overwhelming odds." In that moment, Charles contemplated revealing the intricacies of his victory, yet he felt a compelling urge to remain reticent, pondering the true intent behind the Grand Prince's inquiry. History is replete with instances of the weak overcoming the strong, and Charles had encountered numerous related texts in the former Irish castle. For instance, the epic of the Grand Prince's ancestor, Villa Aquinacos, who established the Duchy of Ardum. Villa Aquinacos was bestowed the title of Marquis by the Emperor of the Holy Empire, Garcin Farias, and ventured northward to expand the empire's territories. At that time, the land of the Duchy of Ardum was rife with barbarian tribes. Scholars estimate that Villa Aquinacos faced foes numbering at least tenfold his own. Yet, against all odds, he drove the barbarians into the remote mountains while establishing the duchy. Although Villa Aquinacos's forces were often outnumbered in skirmishes, they possessed a decisive advantage in weaponry and armor. Charles's triumph over Count Violet, accompanied by a cadre of inexperienced Irish soldiers with rudimentary equipment, primarily stemmed from the formidable enhancements provided by the Tulip battle formation. Perhaps this was the Grand Prince's true objective, to understand how to create favorable conditions for the weak to overcome the strong. While he had not witnessed the Tulip infantry's grandeur firsthand, he could infer their might from the devastating aftermath suffered by Count Violet's forces. Despite their considerable losses, the Violet family did not regard him as a serious threat. Upon arriving at the Irish territory after days of weary marching, they launched a direct assault without pausing for rest. However, Fina had enlightened him about the arrangement of the Tulip formation, and the fatigued Violet troops, having charged several times, failed to breach the Irish defenses, ultimately suffering a catastrophic defeat near Wheat Village. What enabled Count Violet to initially overcome the Tulip infantry? It was none other than the royal family's deployment of heavy cavalry. The royal intervention in quelling the Count instilled trepidation among the other noble families, particularly Earl Gaetner, who felt most vulnerable among them. Every action carries a cost. Although the royal family's might could subdue the noble factions, it did not come without repercussions. Retribution arrived swiftly, as the declarations of war from the duchies of Ruma and Succolir prompted the nobles to adopt a stance of indifference, fearing that leading their troops into battle could result in their homes being plundered. Trust, once shattered, is incredibly difficult to restore. Yet, the Grand Prince appeared oblivious to the underlying implications of Charles's words, his benign smile unwavering as he remarked, "Charles, your military prowess is truly remarkable. Though I lack such talents and have not garnered my father's esteem." Fina mentioned that activating a battle formation requires additional elements. Regrettably, the betrayal of Baron Sakura against Count Kess left the Tulip family with only Fina to represent them. Otherwise, we might have witnessed the true majesty of the Tulip formation. This statement was half-truth, for the divine stone had already embedded itself within him. Should one inquire of Count Violet, he would undoubtedly assert that it lay in Charles's possession. Conversely, if one were to ask Charles, he would firmly claim it resided with Count Violet, adamantly denying ownership, as he truly could not produce it. The Grand Prince's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, "The Sakura family has utterly lost their noble standing, betraying the very Count who elevated them. How disgraceful." Charles echoed the sentiment, condemning the Sakura family, tracing their lineage back to their ancestors, ultimately declaring that their bloodline harbored ignoble roots. While Charles conversed with the Grand Prince, Fina was reunited with her long-absent sister, Kitty. The last occasion they met was during a family gathering orchestrated by their father. Before Kitty's marriage, the sisters shared an exceptionally close bond. After her marriage, she continued to invite their father and sister to annual festivities. Kitty was tall and slender, her delicate waist bearing unspoken burdens. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with lake-blue eyes that sparkled with hidden emotions, and beneath her alluring peach blossom eyes lay a tear-shaped beauty mark. Kitty inherited her mother's gentle temperament, easily swayed, and though she was a few years older than Fina, she often deferred to her younger sister. In an instant, Kitty leaped into Fina's embrace, her lake blue eyes slightly swollen. Fina could not help but recall the harrowing scenes of the past, gently patting Kitty's snow-white back, as if to comfort herself as well. However, Kitty was slightly taller than Fina, necessitating Fina to rise onto her toes. Assuming the role of the elder sister, Fina began to console Kitty, and under her guidance, the conversation gradually shifted to Charles. The earlier atmosphere of sorrow began to dissipate. "Sister, what kind of person is he?" Kitty inquired, tilting her head and widening her eyes in curiosity. Fina recalled how Charles had secretly drugged Baron Sakura rather than advising her against taking matters into her own hands. She thought of the flourishing Tulip City and the leniency shown towards Baron Peter. He resembled a blazing volcano, capable of warming his family while unleashing molten fury upon his foes. As Fina earnestly expressed her affections, a blush crept onto Kitty's fair, delicate face. Leaning closer to Fina, she whispered, "Have you experienced it yet? What does it feel like?" Before she could finish, her previously pale cheeks had turned a vivid crimson. Fina was momentarily taken aback, her mouth slightly agape, as a flush of embarrassment and indignation colored her face. She playfully pinched Kitty's soft skin, engaging in a light-hearted tussle. Kitty's melodious laughter rang out. "You, stop tickling. I'm just, you. Sister, please, forgive me. I was wrong." Kitty has always been sensitive to tickling. When Fina was just a child, she would use this tactic to deal with her elder sister. Now, she still employs the same strategy, a single trick that seems to suffice. Upon noticing Fina's release, Kitty playfully remarked, "I'm just curious." Fina, both amused and exasperated, replied, "But you've been married to the prince for 7 or 8 years now." But he," Kitty said, her voice laced with indignation, as if recalling something significant. Covering her rosy lips with her hands, Kitty maintained her usual demeanor, and Fina, well acquainted with her, sensed that Kitty was concealing something of great importance. She scrutinized Kitty, who averted her gaze. Fina's expression darkened as she said, "Kitty, you are my only family. Is there truly anything you cannot share with me?" Seeing Kitty continue to shake her head, her face a portrait of sorrow and pleading, Fina feigned devastation, turning away as if to leave. Kitty quickly embraced Fina and implored, "Don't go. You are my only family. Please, don't abandon me. But you must promise not to tell anyone. Prince doesn't he?" Fina, both furious and amused, retorted, "So you've accepted this illegitimate child? What am I to say to you, Kitty? Such a significant matter should at least be disclosed to father." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her regarding why father often sighed deeply. He frequently lamented to her that he regretted choosing her mother solely for her beauty, selecting her from among 3 baroness daughters. "What can I do? He treats me well and indulges my every whim. Should I create a scene? What benefit would that bring me? What good would telling father do? Can I even divorce the prince?" Kitty's lake blue eyes glistened with tears as she murmured a sense of injustice. "You are just like mother, only knowing how to cry. What good does crying do? Do you understand? If I had not escaped, this child you have accepted would inherit the Tulip family's title, an outsider devoid of Tulip blood." Fina exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Kitty offered no rebuttal, merely weeping in silence. Her tall frame appeared so fragile, akin to a frightened lamb, evoking a sense of compassion. What could Fina do? Kitty's disposition was unchangeable. Thus, she suppressed her rising anger, gently embracing Kitty and softly patting her snow-white back. In the castle's study, the waning moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie silence. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through, stirring the curtains. A sinister voice broke the stillness. "Has Baron Habier attracted Charles's attention?" A figure began to emerge from the shadows, stating, "Your Highness, Baron Charles sent someone to inquire. They reported that he is a madman who lost his son and thus ignored the inquiry." The cold voice continued, "Do you think Baron Habier might be feigning madness? After all, he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. Your Highness, you saw what happened afterward. He could not bear the truth and went mad. I heard that children in the town deceived him, claiming his son was in a dung heap, and he immediately crawled in to look for him. He has already lost his sanity, and his estate has been appropriated by his relatives. Your Highness, why do you keep him alive? Why not simply kill him?" No, how could I kill him? This is such exquisite artistry. I want him to live on." At that moment, the dim candlelight faintly illuminated the room. revealing the shadow of Prince Andres on the wall. His demeanor shifted from benevolence to malice, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. He placed the whip down, wiped the sweat from his brow, and continued, "Where is the sacred stone of the Tulip family? Is it in Charles's possession or with Count Violet? Your Highness." Milton is unaware whether the sacred stone was taken by Fina or has ended up in Count Violet's hands. "We must hasten. Time is of the essence." "Indeed, Your Highness." Meanwhile, in another chamber of the same castle, Charles and Fina were resting. Charles, having risen from a peasant to a master after the battles, dismounted and lay on the velvet-woven bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Fina, however, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Watching Charles sleep, she gently kissed his forehead before rising to the window. Draped in a sheer garment, Fina leaned against the window, her mind involuntarily drifting back to her conversation with Kitty. The child was not hers. It was the prince's illegitimate offspring. The Tulip family's lineage could not end with her, yet she found herself unable to conceive. What was she to do? Chapter 84. The origins of the madman. The warm sun of winter hung high in the sky, casting gentle rays that enveloped the surroundings in a comforting embrace. After breakfast, Charles, accompanied by several loyal Iris guards, departed from the castle. A few kilometers south of the prince's castle lay the small town of Cass. As Charles approached, an overwhelming stench of filth assaulted his senses, revealing that Cass was, indeed, a town plagued by unsanitary conditions. While the prince's castle was meticulously maintained, with dedicated servants managing drainage and sanitation, the dim and damp corners bore a hint of mildew, which was quite normal for a castle. In stark contrast, Cass mirrored the disarray of the Iris territory from times past. Charles's visit to Cass was primarily to inquire about the harvest in the prince's domain. The prince had already informed the local nobility that a banquet would be held in the castle that evening to welcome Baron Charles. This news was met with unanimous agreement. The banquet would provide an opportunity for young men and women to engage in flirtation, and even serve as a rendezvous for certain noblewomen and their lovers. Beyond socializing and entertainment, the banquet would also facilitate discussions of collaboration and negotiation, as nothing is more fitting than face-to-face conversations. Although the prince harbored ill intentions towards him, it did not hinder their transactional relationship. With a food shortage looming in Tulip City, Charles hoped to procure supplies from the prince. Upon entering Cass, the first sight that greeted him was a tavern, marked by a sign depicting a goblet. Nearby, a row of houses and a warehouse stood. Charles and his Iris guards pushed open the tavern door, where only a few patrons glanced up before returning to their own affairs, indicating that the presence of nobility in this establishment was a common occurrence. Charles surveyed the surroundings. The tavern was elongated and grew darker as one ventured deeper inside. Even in daylight, candles were necessary for illumination near the bar, which presented a trapezoidal layout. The tables were rudimentary, consisting of large barrels topped with planks. The surface of these makeshift tables shone with a greasy sheen, yet a mere touch would reveal a grimy mixture of food remnants, dust, and other unidentifiable substances. Most seats in the tavern were occupied, and Charles noted that the clientele appeared to be the town's locals. Groups gathered, some sipping drinks while chatting, others engaged in card games, and all partook in the revelry of alcohol. At that moment, a tavern maid approached, inquiring whether the noble gentleman would prefer a room upstairs. Given its location at the town's entrance, the tavern catered not only to local residents, but also to passing merchants and travelers. It served as a hub for entertainment, lodging, and trade, with designated areas for wealthier patrons. Charles waved his hand dismissively, asking about the available drinks and food. The middle-aged maid, upon hearing his request, guided him past several tables to a vacant space, where she arranged a makeshift table with large barrels and brought over a few stools. After setting up, she turned and spat a few times, evidently displeased at the prospect of attending to such a poor patron rather than the upstairs clientele. Once seated, Charles scrutinized the tavern's atmosphere. Their chosen spot was dim, cramped, and damp, lacking even a single candle on the table. Illumination came only from the fireplace's flickering flames and the bar's candles. The floor was strewn with dust, straw, and remnants of long-forgotten food, congealed into a grimy expanse. Although Charles was not particularly fastidious, the state of the tavern was enough to unsettle him. He had anticipated a degree of disarray, yet the reality exceeded his expectations. His purpose here was twofold: to observe the living conditions of Cass's residents and to gather information. The townsfolk appeared relatively affluent, having the leisure to drink, suggesting a surplus of food in the prince's domain. Additionally, he aimed to glean insights through conversation, for knowledge of one's adversary is vital for survival. From a previous encounter, Charles had discerned the prince's malevolent disposition and realized he could not remain passive. The tavern was undoubtedly an excellent venue for casual discourse. As he listened, Charles overheard patrons discussing the recent disappearance of Baron Habel, the former commander of the knightly order in Cass, who had succumbed to madness after losing all three of his sons. The news, while straightforward, raised numerous questions in Charles's mind. As a knightly family, it was expected that his sons would have been trained in martial prowess. The youngest was already 10 years old, and the eldest was engaged. How could such capable individuals simply vanish? While disappearances were not unusual in a territory rife with wilderness and potential dangers, the frequency of such events, particularly in Habel's case, was alarming. Charles, harboring animosity towards Prince Andreas, could not help but associate the strange occurrences with him. Given the sensitivity of the situation, he sought to explore the tavern further, knowing that such significant matters would be ripe for casual conversation. Indeed, within earshot, patrons were already discussing the matter. A burly man with a thick beard rumbled, "Nika, that Habel has been mad for 3 years now. How is it he still lives? The beggar outside my shop is already dead, and yet he persists." Nika, in contrast to the robust figure, appeared rather diminutive, casually remarked, "Ruth. Habel is a seasoned Earth Knight. It's no easy feat to kill him. Besides, the prince is quite concerned for his well-being and has physicians attend to him regularly." Ruth, clad in a thin linen shirt with several singed spots, raised his mug and downed the contents in one gulp before slamming the cup onto the table. Habel's fate is indeed tragic. He lost all 3 sons, and when his wife perished, it's said he saw her with another man. "Huh, that's southbound to drive anyone mad." A scrawny figure interjected, "What's done is done. What could Habel do? If he killed his wife, I wouldn't mind a share of that madness." At this moment, Nika finished his drink and, setting the cup down, boasted, "You mustn't speak of this outside. But rumor has it that Habel's wife was the one who killed their sons. Baron Habel had just killed her." Nika, the guardian of the town of Cass, was typically responsible for collecting the city gate taxes. Although a considerable amount was required to be handed over, it was a lucrative position. His appointment was largely due to the fact that his sister was the mistress of a high-ranking knight in the order, granting him the highest credibility among this group of individuals. The others around him looked at Nika with eager curiosity, and he glanced at his cup, the implication unmistakable. "First, fill the cup, then we shall converse." Nika was not particularly in need of a few copper coins, yet the habit of seizing small advantages had become ingrained in his very being. It appeared this was not the first occurrence of such a situation. As Russ bellowed, "Emily, bring 2 mugs of ale." The middle-aged maid sauntered over, swaying her ample hips, muttering, "Just a moment, can't you see I'm busy?" Emily approached with a wooden tray, setting down a bowl of hearty meat stew upon Char's table. Russ, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Char and noticed the long sword carried by the Irish soldier. He decided to boldly fetch 2 cups of ale himself. He might have seemed reckless, perhaps even a bit naïve, but he was far from foolish. Char surveyed the stew before him, a medley of fruits, vegetables, salted fish, and chunks of meat, all simmered together. He had no intention of partaking. Regardless of how appetizing it appeared, one could never be certain if the maid had tampered with it. However, the soldiers beside him devoured the meal with gusto, tearing into black bread alongside the stew and ale. Nika, seemingly unfazed, lifted his cup and took a delicate sip, as if merely moistening his throat. I learned that Baron Habel later sought out his son, only to discover that the lad had been imprisoned by his own wife. At that moment, a shifty-eyed fellow lewdly interjected, "Could it be cut off mid-sentence?" Nika complained, "If you wish to hear, do not interrupt me. Let me continue. Do you recall a few decades ago when the former king obliterated the Campus family? During that time, Baron Habel also joined in the assault against Baron Logan of Campus. The entire Logan family was slain by Baron Habel, yet one daughter managed to escape. Eventually, that daughter married Baron Habel and bore him 3 sons. Just when Baron Habel believed his life to be blissfully perfect, her vengeance arrived. It is said that upon witnessing that moment, Baron Habel went mad, and without a second thought, he plunged his lance into her, resulting in the death of all 3 of his sons. TSK, 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 if that woman were still alive. Would you dare to take her, Russ? Having absorbed this tale, Shar shook his head, finally grasping the potency of rumors. Attempting to extract information from these people seemed rather unreliable, as the very premise of their narrative lacked coherence. At that time, Baron Habael had not yet become the commander of the knights. He was merely a knight himself, and even if the Baron's daughter sought revenge, it could not logically be directed at him. Yet, the group erupted in exaggerated exclamations, particularly the shifty-eyed man, who seemed to thrive on the absurdity of the tale. The more bizarre and outlandish the story, the more likely it was to circulate among the common folk. Seeing that his soldiers had finished their meal, Shar decided it was time to leave. He had accomplished both of his objectives and felt no need to endure further discomfort. Staying any longer might induce nausea. He summoned Emily, handed her 50 silver coins without further ado, and turned to depart. The middle-aged maid, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly wept at the sight of the coins. She had indeed failed to recognize a wealthy patron, as this meal likely cost no more than a handful of silver coins. This meant she could pocket over 30 silver coins for herself. She chastised herself, realizing that had she been more attentive, the young master might have tossed her a gold coin instead. Shar had no time to ponder the maid's thoughts. A brisk, frigid wind swept through, easing the torment in his mind and clarifying his thoughts. In a few days, he would likely accompany the crown prince to the royal city to pay his respects to the king. Now, while in the prince's domain, he needed to finalize the grain trade agreement. For the Iris territory, gold was no issue, and the more grain, the better. This led Shar to reflect on the abysmal state of the current intelligence system in the Iris territory, lacking trained spies, devoid of suitable leadership, and possessing less knowledge of the surrounding earldoms than the local serfs. It was utterly deplorable.